settled their reins with the same urgency. Everyone except Lan and Moraine. The warder and the Aes Sedai exchanged a long look. "Keep them moving, Moraine Sedai," Lan said finally. "I will return as soon as I am able. You will know if I fail." Putting a hand on Mandab's saddle, he vaulted to the back of the black stallion and galloped down the hill, heading west. The horns sounded again. "The light go with you, last Lord of the Seven Towers," Moraine said, almost too softly for Rand to hear. Drawing a deep breath, she turned Aldib to the east. "We must go on," she said, and started off at a slow, steady trot. The others followed her in a tight file. Rand twisted once in his saddle to look for Lan, but the warder was already lost to sight among the low hills and leafless trees. Last Lord of the Seven Towers, she had called him. He wondered what that meant. He had not thought anyone besides himself had heard, but Tom was chewing the ends of his moustaches, and he had a speculative frown on his face. The gleeman seemed to know a great many things. The horns called and answered once more behind them. Rand shifted in his saddle. They were closer this time, he was sure of it. 8 miles, maybe 7. Mat and Egwene looked over their shoulders, and Perrin hunched as if he expected something to hit him in the back. Nynaeve rode up to speak to Moraine. "Can't we go any faster?" she asked. "Those horns are getting closer." The Aes Sedai shook her head. "And why do they let us know they are there? Perhaps so we will hurry on without thinking of what might be ahead." They kept on at the same steady pace. At intervals the horns gave cry behind them, and each time the sound was closer. Rand tried to stop thinking of how close, but the thought came unbidden at every brazen wail. 5 miles, he was thinking anxiously, when Lan suddenly burst around the hill behind them at a gallop. He came abreast of Moraine, reining in the stallion. "At least 3 fists of Trollocs, each led by a half-man, maybe 5. "If you were close enough to see them," Egwene said worriedly, "they could have seen you. They could be right on your heels." "He was not seen." Nynaeve drew herself up as everyone looked at her. "I have followed his trail, remember?" "Hush," Moraine commanded. "Lan is telling us there are perhaps 500 Trollocs behind us." A stunned silence followed. Then Lan spoke again. "And they are closing the gap. They will be on us in an hour or less." Half to herself, the Aes Sedai said, "If they had that many before, why were they not used at Emond's Field? If they did not, how did they come here since?" "They are spread out to drive us before them," Lan said, "with scouts quartering ahead of the main parties." "Driving us toward what?" Moraine mused. As if to answer her, a horn sounded in the distance to the west, a long moan that was answered this time by others, all ahead of them. Moraine stopped Aldib. The others followed her lead, Tom and the Emond's Field folk looking around fearfully. Horns cried out before them and behind. Rand thought they held a note of triumph. "What do we do now?" Nynaeve demanded angrily. "Where do we go?" "All that is left is north or south," Moraine said, more thinking aloud than answering the wisdom. "To the south are the hills of Absha, barren and dead, and the Tarran with no way to cross and no traffic by boat. To the north, we can reach the Arenal before nightfall, and there will be a chance of a trader's boat, if the ice has broken at Maradon." "There is a place the Trollocs will not go," Lan said, but Moraine's head whipped around sharply. "No." She motioned to the warder, and he put his head close to hers so their talk could not be overheard. The horns winded, and Rand's horse danced nervously. "They're trying to frighten us," Tom growled, attempting to steady his mount. He sounded half angry, and half as if the Trollocs were succeeding. "They're trying to scare us until we panic and run. They'll have us then." Egwene's head swung with every blast of a horn, staring first ahead of them, then behind, as if looking for the first Trollocs. Rand wanted to do the same thing, but he tried to hide it. He moved Cloud closer to her. "We go north," Moraine announced. The horns keened shrilly as they left the road and trotted into the surrounding hills. The hills were low, but the way was all up and down, with never a flat stretch, beneath bare-branched trees and through dead undergrowth. The horses climbed laboriously up one slope, only to canter down the other. Lan set a hard pace, faster than they had used on the road. Branches lashed Rand across the face and chest. Old creepers and vines caught his arms, and sometimes snagged his foot right out of the stirrup. The keening horns came ever closer, and ever more frequently. As hard as Lan pushed them, they were not getting farther on very quickly. They travelled 2 feet up or down for every one forward, and every foot was a scrambling effort. And the horns were coming nearer. 2 miles, he thought. Maybe less. After a time, Lan began peering first one way, then another, the hard planes of his face as close to worry as Rand had seen them. Once the warder stood in his stirrups to stare back the way they had come. All Rand could see were trees. Lan settled back into his saddle and unconsciously pushed back his cloak to clear his sword as he resumed searching the forest. Rand met Matt's eye questioningly, but Matt only grimaced at the warder's back and shrugged helplessly. Lan spoke then over his shoulder. "There are Trollocs nearby." They topped a hill and started down the other side. "Some of the scouts sent ahead of the rest, probably. If we come on them, stay with me at all costs and do as I do. We must keep on the way we are going." "Blood and ashes," Tom muttered. Nynaeve motioned to Egwene to keep close. Scattered stands of evergreens provided the only real cover, but Rand tried to peer in every direction at once, his imagination turning grey tree trunks caught out of the corner of his eye into Trollocs. The horns were closer too, and directly behind them. He was sure of it. Behind and coming closer. They topped another hill. Below them, just starting up the slope, marched Trollocs carrying poles tipped with great loops of rope or long hooks. Many Trollocs. The line stretched far to either side, the ends out of sight, but at its centre, directly in front of Lan, a fade road. The Myrddraal seemed to hesitate as the humans appeared atop the hill, but in the next instant it produced a sword with the black blade Rand remembered so queasily, and waved it over its head. The line of Trollocs scrambled forward. Even before the Myrddraal moved, Lan's sword was in his hand. "Stay with me!" he cried, and Mandub plunged down the slope towards the Trollocs. "For the 7 Towers!" he shouted. Rand gulped and booted the grey forward. The whole group of them streamed after the warder. He was surprised to find Tam's sword in his fist. Caught up by Lan's cry, he found his own. "Manetheren! Manetheren!" Perrin took it up. "Manetheren! Manetheren!" But Matt shouted, "Karai and Kaidazar! Karai and Elisande! Al-Elisande!" The Fade's head turned from the Trollocs to the riders charging toward him. The black sword froze over its head, and the opening of its cowl swivelled, searching among the oncoming horsemen. Then Lan was on the Myrddraal, as the human folk fell on the Trolloc line. Warder's blade met black steel from the forges at Thakandar, with a clang like a great bell, the toll echoing in the hollow, a flash of blue light filling the air like sheet lightning. Beast-muzzled almost men swarmed around each of the humans, catchpoles and hooks flailing. Only Lan and the Myrddraal did they avoid. Those two fought in a clear circle, black horses matching step for step, swords matching stroke for stroke. The air flashed and pealed. Cloud rolled his eyes and screamed, rearing and lashing out with his hooves at the snarling, sharp-toothed faces surrounding him. Heavy bodies crowded shoulder to shoulder around him. Digging his heels in ruthlessly, Rand forced the grey on regardless, swinging his sword with little of the skill Lan had tried to impart, hacking as if hewing wood. "Egwene!" Desperately he searched for her as he kicked the grey onward, slashing a path through the hairy bodies as though chopping undergrowth. Moraine's white mare dashed and cut at the slightest touch of the Aes Sedai's hand on the reins. Her face was as hard as Lan's as her staff lashed out. Flame enveloped Trollocs, then burst with a roar that left misshapen forms unmoving on the ground. Nynaeve and Egwene rode close to the Aes Sedai with frantic urgency, teeth bared almost as fiercely as the Trollocs, belt knives in hand. Those short blades would be no use at all if a Trolloc came close. Rand tried to turn Cloud toward them, but the grey had the bit in his teeth. Screaming and kicking, Cloud struggled forward, however hard Rand tugged at the reins. Around the three women a space opened as Trollocs tried to flee from Moraine's staff, but as they attempted to avoid her, she sought them out. Fires roared, and the Trollocs howled in rage and fury. Above the roar and howl crashed the tolling of the warder's sword against the Myrddraals. The air flared blue around them, flared again. Again. A noose on the end of a pole swept at Rand's head. With an awkward slash, he cut the catchpole in two, then hacked the goat-faced Trolloc that held it. A hook caught his shoulder from behind and tangled in his cloak, jerking him backwards. Frantically, almost losing his sword, he clutched the pommel of his saddle to keep his seat. Cloud twisted, shrieking. Rand hung onto saddle and reins desperately. He could feel himself slipping, inch by inch, falling to the hook. Cloud swung around. For an instant, Rand saw Perrin, half out of his saddle, struggling to wrest his axe away from three Trollocs. They had him by one arm and both legs. Cloud plunged, and only Trollocs filled Rand's eyes. A Trolloc dashed in and seized Rand's leg, forcing his foot free of the stirrup. Panting, he let go of the saddle to stab it. Instantly, the hook pulled him out of the saddle, to Cloud's hindquarters. His death grip on the reins was all that kept him from the ground. Cloud reared and shrieked, and in that same moment, the pulling vanished. The Trolloc at his leg threw up its hands and screamed. All of the Trollocs screamed. A howl like all the dogs in the world gone mad. Around the humans, Trollocs fell writhing to the ground, tearing at their hair, clawing their own faces. All of the Trollocs. Biting at the ground, snapping at nothing, howling, howling, howling. Then Rand saw the Myrddraal. Still upright in the saddle of its madly dancing horse, black sword still flailing. It had no head. "It won't die until nightfall," Tom had to shout between heavy breaths over the unrelenting screams. "Not completely. That is what I've heard, anyway." "Ride!" Lan shouted angrily. The warder had already gathered Moraine and the other two women and had them halfway up the next hill. "This is not all of them." Indeed, the horns dirged again, above the shrieks of the Trollocs on the ground, to east and west and south. For a wonder, Mat was the only one who had been unhorsed. Rand trotted toward him, but Mat tossed a noose away from him with a shudder, gathered his bow, and scrambled into his saddle unaided, though rubbing at his throat. The horns bayed like hounds with the scent of a deer, hounds closing in. If Lan had set a hard pace before, he doubled it now, till the horses scrabbled uphill faster than they had gone down before, then nearly threw themselves at the other side. But still the horns came ever nearer, until the guttural shouts of pursuit were heard whenever the horns paused, until eventually the humans reached a hilltop just as Trollocs appeared on the next hill behind them. The hilltop blackened with Trollocs, snouted, distorted faces howling, and three Myrddraal overawed them all. Only 100 spans separated the two parties. Rand's heart shriveled like an old grape. 3. The Myrddraal's black swords rose as one. Trollocs boiled down the slope, thick, triumphant cries rising, catchpoles bobbing above as they ran. Moraine climbed down from Aldib's back. Calmly, she removed something from her pouch, unwrapped it. Rand glimpsed dark ivory. The Angreal. With Angreal in one hand and staff in the other, the Aes Sedai set her feet, facing the onrushing Trollocs and the Fade's black swords, raised her staff high, and stabbed it down into the earth. The ground rang like an iron kettle struck by a mallet. The hollow clang dwindled, faded away. For an instant then, it was silent. Everything was silent. The wind died. The Trolloc cries stilled. Even their charge forward slowed and stopped. For a heartbeat, everything waited. Slowly the dull ringing returned, changing to a low rumble, growing until the earth moaned. The ground trembled beneath Cloud's hooves. This was Aes Sedai work like the stories told about. Rand wished he were 100 miles away. The tremble became a shaking that set the trees around them quivering. The grey stumbled and nearly fell. Even Mandab and riderless Aldib staggered as if drunk, and those who rode had to cling to reins and manes, to anything, to keep their seats. The Aes Sedai still stood as she had begun, holding the Angreal and her upright staff thrust into the hilltop, and neither she nor the staff moved an inch, for all that the ground shook and shivered around her. Now the ground rippled, springing out from in front of her staff, lapping toward the Trollocs like ripples on a pond, ripples that grew as they ran, toppling old bushes, flinging dead leaves into the air, growing, becoming waves of earth, rolling toward the Trollocs. Trees in the hollow lashed like switches in the hands of small boys. On the far slope, Trollocs fell in heaps, tumbled over and over by the raging earth. Yet, as if the ground were not rearing all around them, the Myrddraal moved forward in a line, their dead black horses never missing a step, every hoof in unison. Trollocs rolled on the ground all about the black steeds, howling and grabbing at the hillside that heaved them up, but the Myrddraal came slowly on. Moraine lifted her staff, and the earth stilled, but she was not done. She pointed to the hollow between the hills, and flame gouted from the ground, a fountain 20 feet high. She flung her arms wide, and the fire raced to left and right as far as the eye could see, spreading into a wall separating humans and Trollocs. The heat made Rand put his hands in front of his face, even on the hilltop. The Myrddraal's black mounts, whatever strange powers they had, screamed at the fire, reared, and fought their riders as the Myrddraal beat at them, trying to force them through the flames. "Blood and ashes," Mat said faintly. Rand nodded numbly. Abruptly Moraine wavered, and would have fallen had Lan not leaped from his horse to catch her. "Go on," he told the others. The harshness of his voice was at odds with the gentle way he lifted the Aes Sedai to her saddle. "That fire won't burn forever. Hurry! Every minute counts." The wall of flame roared as if it would indeed burn forever, but Rand did not argue. They galloped northward as fast as they could make their horses go. The horns in the distance shrilled out disappointment as if they already knew what had happened, then fell silent. Lan and Moraine soon caught up with the others, though Lan led Aldib by the reins, while the Aes Sedai swayed and held the pommel of her saddle with both hands. "I will be all right soon," she said to their worried looks. She sounded tired yet confident, and her gaze was as compelling as ever. "I am not at my strongest when working with earth and fire. A small thing." The two of them moved into the lead again at a fast walk. Rand did not think Moraine could stay in the saddle at any faster pace. Nynaeve rode forward beside the Aes Sedai, steadying her with a hand. For a time, as the party went on across the hills, the two women whispered. Then the wisdom delved into her cloak and handed a small packet to Moraine. Moraine unfolded it and swallowed the contents. Nynaeve said something more, then fell back with the others, ignoring their questioning looks. Despite their circumstances, Rand thought she had a slight look of satisfaction. He did not really care what the wisdom was up to. He rubbed the hilt of his sword continually, and whenever he realized what he was doing, he stared down at it in wonder. So that's what a battle is like. He could not remember much of it, not any particular part. Everything ran together in his head, a melted mass of hairy faces and fear. Fear and heat. It had seemed as hot as a midsummer noon while it was going on. He could not understand that. The icy wind was trying to freeze beads of perspiration all over his face and body. He glanced at his two friends. Mat was scrubbing sweat off his face with the edge of his cloak. Perrin staring at something in the distance and not liking what he was seeing, appeared unaware of the beads glistening on his forehead. The hills grew smaller and the land began to level out, but instead of pressing on, land stopped. Nynaeve moved as if to rejoin Moraine, but the warder's look kept her away. He and the Aes Sedai rode ahead and put their heads together, and from Moraine's gestures it became apparent they were arguing. Nynaeve and Tom stared at them, the wisdom frowning worriedly, the gleeman muttering under his breath and pausing to stare back the way they had come, but everyone else avoided looking at them altogether. Who knew what might come out of an argument between an Aes Sedai and a warder? After a few minutes, Egwene spoke to Rand quietly, casting an uneasy eye at the still arguing pair. "Those things you were shouting at the Trollocs." She stopped as if unsure how to proceed. "What about them?" Rand asked. He felt a little awkward. War cries were all right for warders. Two Rivers folk did not do things like that, whatever Moraine said. But if she made fun of him over it... Matt must have repeated that story 10 times. "And badly," Tom put in. Matt grunted in protest. "However he told it," Rand said. "We've all heard it any number of times. Besides, we had to shout something. I mean, that's what you do at a time like that. You heard Lan, and we have a right," Perrin added thoughtfully. "Moraine says we're all descended from those Manetheren people. They fought the Dark One, and we're fighting the Dark One. That gives us a right." Egwene sniffed as if to show what she thought of that. "I wasn't talking about that." What was it you were shouting, Matt?" Matt shrugged uncomfortably. "I don't remember." He stared at them defensively. "Well, I don't. It's all foggy. I don't know what it was, or where it came from, or what it means." He gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I don't suppose it means anything." I think it does," Egwene said slowly. "When you shouted, I thought, just for a minute, I thought I understood you. But it's all gone now." She sighed and shook her head. "Perhaps you're right. Strange what you can imagine at a time like that, isn't it?" "Karai an Kaldazar," Moraine said. They all twisted to stare at her. "Karai an Elisande. Al Elisande. For the honor of the Red Eagle. For the honor of the Rose of the Sun. The Rose of the Sun. The ancient war cry of Manetheren. And the war cry of its last king. Eldrine was called the Rose of the Sun." Moraine's smile took in Egwene and Matt both, though her gaze may have rested a moment longer on him than on her. The blood of Aemon's line is still strong in the Two Rivers. The old blood still sings. Matt and Egwene looked at each other, while everyone else looked at them both. Egwene's eyes were wide, and her mouth kept quirking into a smile that she bit back every time it began, as if she was not sure just how to take this talk of the old blood. Matt was sure, from the scowling frown on his face. Rand thought he knew what Matt was thinking, the same thing he was thinking. If Matt was a descendant of the ancient kings of Manetheren, maybe the Trollocs were really after him, and not all three of them. The thought made him ashamed. His cheeks coloured, and when he caught a guilty grimace on Perrin's face, he knew Perrin had been having the same thought. "I can't say I have ever heard the like of this," Tom said after a minute. He shook himself and became brusque. "Another time I might even make a story out of it, but right now... Do you intend to remain here for the rest of the day, Aes Sedai?" "No," Moraine replied, gathering her reins. A Trolloc horn keened from the south as if to emphasize her word. More horns answered, east and west. The horses whickered and sidled about nervously. "They have passed the fire," Lan said calmly. He turned to Moraine. "You are not strong enough for what you intend. Not yet. Not without rest." And neither Myrddraal nor Trolloc will enter that place. Moraine raised a hand as if to cut him off, then sighed and let it fall instead. Very well, she said irritably. You are right, I suppose, but I would rather there was any other choice. She pulled her staff from under the girth strap of her saddle. Gather in around me, all of you. As close as you can. Closer. Rand urged Cloud nearer the Aes Sedai's mare. At Moraine's insistence, they kept on crowding closer in a circle around her until every horse had its head stretched over the croup or withers of another. Only then was the Aes Sedai satisfied. Then, without speaking, she stood in the stirrups and swung her staff over their heads, stretching to make certain it covered everyone. Rand flinched each time the staff passed over him. A tingle ran through him with every pass. He could have followed the staff without seeing it, just by following the shivers as it moved over people. It was no surprise to him that Lan was the only one not affected. Abruptly, Moraine thrust the staff out to the west. Dead leaves whirled into the air and branches whipped as if a dust devil ran along the line she pointed to. As the invisible whirlwind vanished from sight, she settled back into her saddle with a sigh. To the Trollocs, she said. Our scents and our tracks will seem to follow that. The Myrddraal will see through it in time, but by then... By then, Lan said, we will have lost ourselves. Your staff is very powerful, Egwene said, earning a sniff from Nynaeve. Moraine made a clicking sound. I have told you, child, things do not have power. The one power comes from the true source, and only a living mind can wield it. This is not even an angreal, merely an aid to concentration. Wearily she slid the staff back under her girth strap. Lan? Follow me, the warder said, and keep quiet. It will ruin everything if the Trollocs hear us. He led the way north again, not at the crashing pace they had been making, but rather in the quick walk with which they had travelled the Caemlyn road. The land continued to flatten, though the forest remained as thick. Their path was no longer straight, as it had been before, for Lan chose out a route that meandered over hard ground and rocky outcrops, and he no longer let them force their way through tangles of brush, instead taking the time to make their way around. Now and again he dropped to the rear, intently studying the trail they made. If anyone so much as coughed, it drew a sharp grunt from him. Nynaeve rode beside the Aes Sedai, concern battling dislike on her face. And there was a hint of something more, Rand thought, almost as if the wisdom saw some goal in sight. Moraine's shoulders were slumped, and she held her reins and the saddle with both hands, swaying with every step Aldib took. It was plain that laying the false trail, small as that might have seemed beside producing an earthquake and a wall of flame, had taken a great deal out of her, strength she no longer had to lose. Rand almost wished the horns would start again. At least they were a way of telling how far back the Trollocs were, and the Fades. He kept looking behind them, and so was not the first to see what lay ahead. When he did, he stared, perplexed. A great irregular mass stretched off to either side out of sight, in most places as high as the trees that grew right up to it, with even taller spires here and there. Leafless vines and creepers covered it all in thick layers. A cliff? The vines will make climbing easy, but we'll never get the horses up. Suddenly, as they rode a little closer, he saw a tower. It was clearly a tower, not some kind of rock formation, with an odd pointed dome on the top. A city, he said, and a city wall, and the spires were guard towers on the wall. His jaw dropped. It had to be 10 times as big as Baerlon, 50 times as big. Matt nodded. A city, he agreed. But what's a city doing in the middle of a forest like this? And without any people, Perrin said. When they looked at him, he pointed to the wall. Would people let vines grow over everything like that? You know how creepers can tear down a wall? Look how it's fallen. What Rand saw adjusted itself in his mind again. It was as Perrin said. Under almost every low place in the wall was a brush-covered hill. Rubble from the collapsed wall above. No two of the guard towers were the same height. I wonder what city it was, Egwene mused. I wonder what happened to it. I don't remember anything from Papa's map. It was called Aradol, Moraine said. In the days of the Trolloc Wars, it was an ally of Manetheren. Staring at the massive walls, she seemed almost unaware of the others, even of Nynaeve, who supported her in the saddle with a hand on her arm. Later, Aradol died, and this place was called by another name. What name? Mat asked. Here, Lan said. He stopped Mandarb in front of what had once been a gate wide enough for 50 men to march through abreast. Only the broken, vine-encrusted watchtowers remained. Of the gates there was no sign. We enter here. Trolloc horns shrieked in the distance. Lan peered in the direction of the sound, then looked at the sun, halfway down toward the treetops in the west. They have discovered it's a false trail. Come, we must find shelter before dark. What name? Mat asked again. Moraine answered as they rode into the city. Shadar Logoth, she said. It is called Shadar Logoth. Chapter 19. Shadows Waiting. Broken paving stones crunched under the horses' hooves as Lan led the way into the city. The entire city was broken, what Rand could see of it, and as abandoned as Perrin had said. Not so much as a pigeon moved, and weeds, mainly old and dead, sprouted from cracks in walls as well as pavement. More buildings had roofs fallen in than had them whole. Tumbled walls spilled fans of brick and stone into the streets. Towers stopped, abrupt and jagged like broken sticks. Uneven rubble hills with a few stunted trees growing on their slopes could have been the remains of palaces or of entire blocks of the city. Yet what was left standing was enough to take Rand's breath. The largest building in Baerlon would have vanished in the shadows of almost anything here. Pale marble palaces topped with huge domes met him wherever he looked. Every building appeared to have at least one dome. Some had 4 or 5, and each one shaped differently. Long walks lined by columns ran hundreds of paces to towers that seemed to reach the sky. At every intersection stood a bronze fountain or the alabaster spire of a monument or a statue on a pedestal. If the fountains were dry, most of the spires toppled and many of the statues broken. What remained was so great that he could only marvel. And I thought Baerlon was a city. Burn me! But Tom must have been laughing up his sleeve. Moraine and Lan, too. He was so caught up in staring that he was taken by surprise when Lan suddenly stopped in front of a white stone building that had once been twice as big as the Stag and Lion in Baerlon. There was nothing to say what it had been when the city lived and was great, perhaps even an inn. Only a hollow shell remained of the upper floors. The afternoon sky was visible through empty window frames, glass and wood alike long since gone, but the ground floor seemed sound enough. Moraine, hands still on the pommel, studied the building intently before nodding. This will do. Lan leaped from his saddle and lifted the Aes Sedai down in his arms. Bring the horses inside, he commanded. Find a room in the back to use for a stable. Move, farm boys! This isn't the village green. He vanished inside, carrying the Aes Sedai. Nynaeve scrambled down and hurried after him, clutching her bag of herbs and ointments. Egwene was right behind her. They left their mounts standing. Bring the horses inside, Tom muttered wryly and puffed out his moustaches. He climbed down, stiff and slow, knuckled his back, and gave a long sigh, then took Aldib's reins. "Well?" he said, lifting an eyebrow at Rand and his friends. They hurried to dismount and gathered up the rest of the horses. The doorway, without anything to say there had ever been a door in it, was more than big enough to get the animals through, even two abreast. Inside was a huge room, as wide as the building, with a dirty tile floor and a few ragged wall hangings faded to a dull brown that looked as if they would fall apart at a touch. Nothing else. Lan had made a place in the nearest corner for Moraine with his cloak and hers. Nynaeve, muttering about the dust, knelt beside the Aes Sedai, digging in her bag, which Egwene held open. "I may not like her, it is true," Nynaeve was saying to the warder as Rand, leading Bella and Cloud, came in behind Tom. "But I help anyone who needs my help, whether I like them or not." "I made no accusation, Wisdom. I only said, have a care with your herbs." She gave him a look from the corner of her eye. "The fact is, she needs my herbs, and so do you." Her voice was acerbic to start, and grew more tart as she spoke. "The fact is, she can only do so much, even with her one power, and she has done about as much as she can without collapsing. The fact is, your sword cannot help her now, Lord of the Seven Towers, but my herbs can." Moraine laid a hand on Lan's arm. "Be at ease, Lan. She means no harm. She simply does not know." The warder snorted derisively. Nynaeve stopped digging in her bag and looked at him, frowning. But it was to Moraine she spoke. "There are many things I don't know. What thing is this?" "For one," Moraine replied, "all I truly need is a little rest. For another, I agree with you. Your skills and knowledge will be more useful than I thought. Now, if you have something that will help me sleep for an hour and not leave me groggy. A weak tea of foxtail, maricin, and—" Rand missed the last of it as he followed Tom into a room behind the first, a chamber just as big and even emptier. Here was only the dust, thick and undisturbed until they came. Not even the tracks of birds or small animals marked the floor. Rand began to unsaddle Bella and Cloud, and Tom, Aldib and his gelding, and Perrin, his horse, and Mandab. All but Mat. He dropped his reins in the middle of the room. There were two doorways from the room besides the one by which they had entered. "Alley," Mat announced, drawing his head back in from the first. They could all see that much from where they were. The second doorway was only a black rectangle in the rear wall. Mat went through slowly and came out much faster, vigorously brushing old cobwebs out of his hair. "Nothing in there," he said, giving the alleyway another look. "You going to take care of your horse?" Perrin said. He had already finished his own and was lifting the saddle from Mandab. Strangely, the fierce-eyed stallion gave him no trouble at all, though he did watch Perrin. "Nobody is going to do it for you." Mat gave the alley one last look and went to his horse with a sigh. As Rand laid Bella's saddle on the floor, he noticed that Mat had taken on a glum stare. His eyes seemed 1,000 miles away, and he was moving by rote. "Are you all right, Mat?" Rand said. Mat lifted the saddle from his horse and stood holding it. "Mat? Mat!" Mat gave a start and almost dropped the saddle. "What? Oh, I was just thinking." "Thinking?" Perrin hooted from where he was replacing Mandab's bridle with a hackamore. "You were asleep." Mat scowled. "I was thinking about what happened back there. About those words, Everybody turned to look at him then, not just Rand, and he shifted uneasily. "Well, you heard what Moraine said. It's as if some dead man was speaking with my mouth. I don't like it." His scowl grew deeper when Perrin chuckled. "Aemon's war cry," she said, "right? Maybe your Aemon come back again. The way you go on about how dull Emond's Field is, I think you would like that. Being a king and hero reborn." "Don't say that." Tom drew a deep breath. Everybody stared at him now. "That is dangerous talk, stupid talk.
The dead can be reborn or take a living body, and it is not something to speak of lightly.
He took another breath to calm himself before going on.
The old blood, she said. The blood, not a dead man. I've heard that it can happen sometimes. Heard, though I never really thought. It was your roots, boy. A line running from you to your father to your grandfather, right on back to Manetheren and maybe beyond. Well, now you know your family is old. You ought to let it go at that and be glad. Most people don't know much more than that they had a father.
Some of us can't even be sure of that, Rand thought bitterly. Maybe the wisdom was right. Light, I hope she was. Matt nodded at what the Gleeman said.
I suppose I should. Only...
Do you think it has anything to do with what's happened to us? The Trollocs and all? I mean... I don't know what I mean.
I think you ought to forget about it and concentrate on getting out of here safely.
Tom produced his long-stemmed pipe from inside his cloak.
And I think I'm going to have a smoke.
With a waggle of the pipe in their direction, he disappeared into the front room. We are all in this together, not just one of us, Rand told Matt. Matt gave himself a shake and laughed. A short bark.
Right. Well, speaking of being in things together, now that we're done with the horses, why don't we go and see a little more of this city? A real city and no crowds to jostle your elbow and poke you in the ribs. Nobody looking down their long noses at us. There's still an hour, maybe two, if daylight left.
Aren't you forgetting the Trollocs? Perrin said. Matt shook his head scornfully.
Lan said they wouldn't come in here, remember? You need to listen to what people say.
I remember, Perrin said, and I do listen. This city, Aridol, was an ally of Manetheren. See? I listen.
Aridol must have been the greatest city in the Trolloc Wars, Rand said, for the Trollocs to still be afraid of it. They weren't afraid to come into the Two Rivers, and Moraine said Manetheren was... How did she put it? A thorn in the Dark One's foot.
Perrin raised his hands. Don't mention the Shepherd of the Night, please.
What do you say?
Matt laughed. Let's go. We should ask Moraine, Perrin said, and Matt threw up his hands.
Ask Moraine? You think she'll let us have her sight? And what about Nynaeve? Blood and ashes, Perrin. Why not ask Mistress Luhan while you're about it?
Perrin nodded reluctant agreement, and Matt turned to Rand with a grin.
What about you? A real city? With palaces?
He gave a sly laugh.
And no white cloaks to stare at us?
Rand gave him a dirty look, but he hesitated only a minute. Those palaces were like a gleeman's tale.
All right.
Stepping softly so as not to be heard in the front room, they left by the alley, following it away from the front of the building to a street on the other side. They walked quickly, and when they were a block away from the white stone building, Matt suddenly broke into a capering dance.
Free! He laughed. Free!
He slowed until he was turning a circle, staring at everything and still laughing. The afternoon shadows stretched long and jagged, and the sinking sun made the ruined city golden.
Did you ever dream of a place like this? Did you?
Perrin laughed too, but Rand shrugged uncomfortably. This was nothing like the city in his first dream. But just the same. If we're going to see anything, he said, we had better get on with it. There isn't much daylight left. Matt wanted to see everything, it seemed, and he pulled the others along with his enthusiasm. They climbed over dusty fountains with basins wide enough to hold everybody in Emmons Field, and wandered in and out of structures chosen at random, but always the biggest they could find. Some they understood, and some not. A palace was plainly a palace, but what was a huge building that was one round white dome as big as a hill outside, and one monstrous room inside? And a walled place, open to the sky, and big enough to have held all of Emmons Field, surrounded by row on row of stone benches. Matt grew impatient when they found nothing but dust or rubble or colourless rags of wall hangings that crumbled at a touch. Once, some wooden chairs stood stacked against a wall. They all fell to bits when Perrin tried to pick one up. The palaces, with their huge empty chambers, some of which could have held the Winespring Inn with room to spare on every side and above as well, made Rand think too much of the people who had once filled them. He thought everybody in the 2 rivers could have stood under that round dome. And as for the place with the stone benches, he could almost imagine he could see the people in the shadows, staring in disapproval at the 3 intruders disturbing their rest. Finally, even Matt tired, grand as the buildings were, and remembered that he had had only an hour's sleep the night before. Everyone began to remember that. Yawning, they sat on the steps of a tall building fronted by row on row of tall stone columns and argued about what to do next. "Go back," Rand said, "and get some sleep." He put the back of his hand against his mouth. When he could talk again, he said, "Sleep. That's all I want." "You can sleep any time," Matt said determinedly. "Look at where we are. A ruined city. Treasure." "Treasure." Perrin's jaws cracked. "There isn't any treasure here. There isn't anything but dust." Rand shaded his eyes against the sun, a red ball sitting close to the rooftops. "It's getting late, Matt. It'll be dark soon." "There could be treasure," Matt maintained stoutly. "Anyway, I want to climb one of the towers. Look at that one over there. It's whole. I'll bet you could see for miles from up there. What'd you say?" "The towers are not safe," said a man's voice behind them. Rand leaped to his feet and spun around, clutching his sword hilt, and the others were just as quick. A man stood in the shadows among the columns at the top of the stairs. He took half a step forward, raised his hand to shield his eyes, and stepped back again. "Forgive me," he said smoothly. "I've been quite a long time in the dark inside. My eyes are not yet used to the light." "Who are you?" Rand thought the man's accent sounded odd, even after Baerlon. Some words he pronounced strangely, so Rand could barely understand them. "What are you doing here? We thought the city was empty." "I am Mordeth." He paused as if expecting them to recognize the name. When none of them gave any sign of doing so, he muttered something under his breath and went on. "I could ask the same questions of you. There's been no one in Aradol for a long time. A long, long time. I would not have thought to find 3 young men wandering its streets." "We're on our way to Camelin," Rand said. "We stopped to take shelter for the night." "Camelin," Mordeth said slowly, rolling the name around his tongue, then shook his head. "Shelter for the night, you say? Perhaps you will join me." "You still haven't said what you're doing here," Perrin said. "Why, I'm a treasure hunter, of course." "Have you found any?" Matt demanded excitedly. Rand thought Mordeth smiled, but in the shadows he could not be sure. "I have," the man said. "More than I expected. Much more. More than I can carry away. I never expected to find 3 strong, healthy young men. If you will help me move what I can take to where my horses are, you may each have a share of the rest. As much as you can carry. Whatever I leave will be gone, carried off by some other treasure hunter before I can return for it." "I told you there must be treasure in a place like this," Matt exclaimed. He darted up the stairs. "We'll help you carry it. Just take us to it." He and Mordeth moved deeper into the shadows among the columns. Rand looked at Perrin. "We can't leave him." Perrin glanced at the sinking sun and nodded. They went up the stairs warily, Perrin easing his axe in its belt loop. Rand's hand tightened on his sword. But Matt and Mordeth were waiting among the columns, Mordeth with arms folded, Matt peering impatiently into the interior. "Come," Mordeth said. "I will show you the treasure." He slipped inside and Matt followed. There was nothing for the others to do but go on. The hall inside was shadowy, but almost immediately Mordeth turned aside and took some narrow steps that wound around and down through deeper and deeper dark, until they fumbled their way in pitch blackness. Rand felt along the wall with one hand, unsure there would be a step below until his foot met it. Even Matt began to feel uneasy, judging by his voice when he said, "It's awfully dark down here." Yes, Mordeth replied. The man seemed to be having no trouble at all with the dark. "There are lights below. Come." Indeed, the winding stairs abruptly gave way to a corridor dimly lit by scattered smoky torches set in iron sconces on the walls. The flickering flames and shadows gave Rand his first good look at Mordeth, who hurried on without pausing, motioning them to follow. There was something odd about him, Rand thought, but he could not pick out what it was exactly. Mordeth was a sleek, somewhat overfed man, with drooping eyelids that made him seem to be hiding behind something and staring. Short and completely bald, he walked as if he were taller than any of them. His clothes were certainly like nothing Rand had ever seen before either. Tight black breeches and soft red boots with the tops turned down at his ankles. A long red vest thickly embroidered in gold, and a snowy white shirt with wide sleeves, the points of his cuffs hanging almost to his knees. Certainly not the kind of clothes in which to hunt through a ruined city in search of treasure. But it was not that which made him seem strange either. Then the corridor ended in a tile-walled room, and he forgot about any oddities Mordeth might have. His gasp was an echo of his friend's. Here, too, light came from a few torches staining the ceiling with their smoke and giving everyone more than one shadow. But that light was reflected 1,000 times by the gems and gold piled on the floor, mounds of coins and jewellery, goblets and plates and platters, gilded, gem-encrusted swords and daggers, all heaped together carelessly in waist-high mounds. With a cry, Matt ran forward and fell to his knees in front of one of the piles. "Sacks!" he said breathlessly, pawing through the gold. "We'll need sacks to carry all of this." "We can't carry it all," Rand said. He looked around helplessly. All the gold the merchants brought to Emmons Field in a year would not have made the 1,000th part of just one of those mounds. Not now. It's almost dark. Perrin pulled an axe free, carelessly tossing back the gold chains that had been tangled around it. Jewels glittered along its shiny black handle, and delicate gold scrollwork covered the twin blades. "Tomorrow, then," he said, hefting the axe with a grin. "Moraine and Lan will understand when we show them this." "You are not alone," Mordeth said. He had let them rush past him into the treasure room, but now he followed. "Who else is with you?" Matt, wrist deep in the riches before him, answered absently, "Moraine and Lan. And then there's Nynaeve and Egwene, and Tom, he's a gleeman. We're going to Tarvalon." Rand caught his breath. Then the silence from Mordeth made him look at the man. Rage twisted Mordeth's face. And fear, too. His lips pulled back from his teeth. "Tarvalon." He shook clenched fists at them. "Tarvalon. You said you were going to this Camelin. You lied to me." "If you still want," Perrin said to Mordeth, "we'll come back tomorrow and help you." Carefully he set the axe back on the heap of gem-encrusted chalices and jewellery. "If you want. No. That is—" Panting, Mordeth shook his head as if he could not decide. "Take what you want. Except... Suddenly Rand realised what had been nagging at him about the man. The scattered torches in the hallway had given each of them a ring of shadows, just as the torches in the treasure room did. Only... He was so shocked he said it out loud. "You don't have a shadow!" A goblet fell from Matt's hand with a crash. Mordeth nodded, and for the first time his fleshy eyelids opened all the way. His sleek face suddenly appeared pinched and hungry. So. He stood straighter, seeming taller.
It is decided.
Abruptly, there was no seeming to it. Like a balloon, Mordith swelled, distorted, head pressed against the ceiling, shoulders butting the walls, filling the end of the room, cutting off escape. Hollow-cheeked, teeth bared in a rictus snarl, he reached out with hands big enough to engulf a man's head. With a yell, Rand leaped back. His feet tangled in a gold chain and he crashed to the floor, the wind knocked out of him. Struggling for breath, he struggled at the same time for his sword, fighting his cloak which had become wrapped around the hilt. The yells of his friends filled the room, and the clash of gold platters and goblets clattering across the floor. Suddenly an agonized scream shivered in Rand's ears. Almost sobbing, he managed to inhale at last, just as he got the sword out of its sheath. Cautiously he got to his feet, wondering which of his friends had given that scream. Perrin looked back at him wide-eyed from across the room, crouched and holding his axe back as if about to chop down a tree. Matt peered around the side of a treasure pile, clutching a dagger snatched from the trove. Something moved in the deepest part of the shadows left by the torches, and they all jumped. It was Mordith, clutching his knees to his chest and huddled as deep into the furthest corner as he could get.
"He tricked us!" Matt panted. "It was some kind of trick!"
Mordeth threw back his head and wailed. Dust sifted down as the walls trembled.
"You are all dead," he cried. "All dead!"
And he leaped up, diving across the room. Rand's jaw dropped, and he almost dropped the sword as well. As Mordeth dove through the air, he stretched out and thinned like a tendril of smoke. As thin as a finger, he struck a crack in the wall tiles and vanished into it. A last cry hung in the room as he vanished, fading slowly away after he was gone.
"You are all dead."
"Let's get out of here," Perrin said faintly, firming his grip on his axe while he tried to face every direction at once. Gold ornaments and gems scattered unnoticed under his feet.
"But the treasure," Matt protested. "We can't just leave it now."
"I don't want anything of his," Perrin said, still turning one way after another. He raised his voice and shouted at the walls.
"It's your treasure! You hear? We are not taking any of it!"
Rand stared angrily at Matt.
"Do you want him to come after us, or are you going to wait here stuffing your pockets until he comes back with 10 more like him?"
Matt just gestured to all the gold and jewels. Before he could say anything, though, Rand seized one of his arms and Perrin grabbed the other. They hustled him out of the room, Matt struggling and shouting about the treasure. Before they had gone 10 steps down the hall, the already dim light behind them began to fail. The torches in the treasure room were going out. Matt stopped shouting. They hastened their steps. The first torch outside the room winked out, then the next. By the time they reached the winding stairs, there was no need to drag Matt any longer. They were all running, with the dark closing in behind them. Even the pitch black of the stairs only made them hesitate an instant, then they sped upwards, shouting at the top of their lungs, shouting to scare anything that might be waiting, shouting to remind themselves they were still alive. They burst out into the hall above, sliding and falling on the dusty marble, scrambling out through the columns to tumble down the stairs and land in a bruised heap in the street. Rand untangled himself and picked Tam's sword up from the pavement, looking around uneasily. Less than half of the sun still showed above the rooftops. Shadows reached out like dark hands, made blacker by the remaining light, nearly filling the street. He shivered. The shadows looked like Mordith. Reaching.
"At least we're out of it."
Matt got up from the bottom of the pile, dusting himself off in a shaky imitation of his usual manner.
"And at least
Are we?" Perrin said. Rand knew it was not his imagination this time. The back of his neck prickled. Something was watching them from the darkness in the columns. He spun around, staring at the buildings across the way. He could feel eyes on him from there, too. His grip tightened on his sword hilt, though he wondered what good it would be. Watching eyes seemed to be everywhere. The others looked around warily. He knew they could feel it too. "We stay in the middle of the street," he said hoarsely. They met his eyes. They looked as frightened as he felt. He swallowed hard. "We stay in the middle of the street, keep out of shadows as much as we can, and walk fast. Walk very fast," Matt agreed fervently. The watchers followed them. Or else there were lots of watchers. Lots of eyes staring out of almost every building. Rand could not see anything move, hard as he tried, but he could feel the eyes. Eager. Hungry. He did not know which would be worse. Thousands of eyes. Or just a few. Following them. In the stretches where the sun still reached them, they slowed, just a little, squinting nervously into the darkness that always seemed to lay ahead. None of them was eager to enter the shadows. No one was really sure something might not be waiting. The watcher's anticipation was a palpable thing whenever shadows stretched across the street, barring their way. They ran through those dark places, shouting. Rand thought he could hear dry, rustling laughter. At last, with twilight falling, they came in sight of the white stone building they had left what seemed like days ago. Suddenly, the watching eyes departed. Between one step and the next, they vanished in a blink. Without a word, Rand broke into a trot, followed by his friends, then a full run that only ended when they hared through the doorway and collapsed, panting. A small fire burned in the middle of the tile floor, the smoke vanishing through a hole in the ceiling in a way that reminded Rand unpleasantly of Mordeth. Everyone except Lan was there, gathered around the flames, and their reactions varied considerably. Egwene, warming her hands at the fire, gave a start as the three burst into the room, clutching her hands to her throat. When she saw who it was, a relieved sigh spoiled her attempt at a withering look. Tom merely muttered something around his pipe stem, but Rand caught the word, "Fools," before the gleeman went back to poking the flames with a stick. "You wool-headed witlings," the wisdom snapped. She bristled from head to foot. Her eyes glittered, and bright spots of red burned on her cheeks. "Why under the light did you run off like that? Are you all right? Have you no sense at all? Lan is out looking for you now, and you'll be luckier than you deserve if he does not pound some sense into the lot of you when he gets back." The Aes Sedai's face betrayed no agitation at all, but her hands had loosed a white-knuckled grip on her dress at the sight of them. Whatever Nynaeve had given her must have helped, for she was on her feet. "You should not have done what you did," she said in a voice as clear and serene as a waterwood pond. "We will speak of it later. Something happened out there, or you would not be falling all over one another like this. Tell me." "You said it was safe," Matt complained, scrambling to his feet. "You said Aridol was an ally of Manethrin, and Trollocs wouldn't come into the city, and—" Moraine stepped forward so suddenly that Matt cut off with his mouth open, and Rand and Perrin paused in getting up, halfway crouched or on their knees. "Trollocs? Did you see Trollocs inside the walls?" Rand swallowed. "Not Trollocs," he said, and all three began talking excitedly, all at the same time. Everyone began in a different place. Matt started with finding the treasure, sounding almost as if he had done it alone, while Perrin began explaining why they had gone off in the first place without telling anyone. Rand jumped right to what he thought was important, meeting the stranger among the columns. But they were all so excited that nobody told anything in the order it happened. Whenever one of them thought of something, he blurted it out with no regard for what came before or after, or for who was saying what. The Watchers. They all babbled about the Watchers. It made the whole tale close to incoherent, but their fear came through. Egwene began casting uneasy glances at the empty windows fronting the street. Out there the last remnants of twilight were fading. The fire seemed very small and dim. Tom took his pipe from between his teeth and listened with his head cocked, frowning. Moraine's eyes showed concern, but not an undue amount, until... Suddenly the Aes Sedai hissed and grabbed Rand's elbow in a tight grip. Mordeth! Are you sure of that name? Be very sure, all of you. Mordeth. They murmured a chorused, yes, taken aback by the Aes Sedai's intensity. Did he touch you? She asked them all. Did he give you anything? Or did you do anything for him? I must know. No, Rand said. None of us. None of those things. Perrin nodded agreement and added, all he did was try to kill us. Isn't that enough? He swelled up until he filled half the room, shouted that we were all dead men, and vanished. He moved his hand to demonstrate. Like smoke. Egwene gave a squeak. Matt twisted away petulantly. Safe, you said. All that talk about Trollocs not coming here. What were we supposed to think? Apparently you did not think at all, she said, coolly composed once more. Anyone who thinks would be wary of a place that Trollocs are afraid to enter. Matt's doing, Nynaeve said, certainty in her voice. He's always talking some mischief or other, and the others lose the little wits they were born with when they're around him. Moraine nodded briefly, but her eyes remained on Rand and his two friends. Late in the Trolloc Wars, an army camped within these ruins. Trollocs, Dark Friends, Murdral, Dreadlords, thousands in all. When they did not come out, scouts were sent inside the walls. The scouts found weapons, bits of armour, and blood splattered everywhere, and messages scratched on walls in the Trolloc tongue, calling on the Dark One to aid them in their last hour. Men who came later found no trace of the blood or the messages. They had been scoured away. Half-men and Trollocs remember still. That is what keeps them outside this place. And this is where you picked for us to hide, Rand said in disbelief. We'd be safer out there trying to outrun them. If you had not gone running off, Moraine said patiently, you would know that I set wards around this building. A Murdral would not even know these wards were there, for it is a different kind of evil they are meant to stop. But what resides in Shadar Logoth will not cross them, or even come too near. In the morning it will be safe for us to go. These things cannot stand the light of the sun. They will be hiding deep in the earth. Shadar Logoth, Egwene said uncertainly. I thought you said this city was called Aridol. Once it was called Aridol, Moraine replied, and was one of the 10 nations, the lands that made the Second Covenant, the lands that stood against the Dark One from the first days after the breaking of the world. In the days when Thorin al-Torin al-Ban was king of Manetheren, the king of Aridol was Bolwen Mael, Bolwen Ironhand. In a twilight of despair during the Trolloc Wars, when it seemed the Father of Lies must surely conquer, the man called Mordeth came to Bolwen's court. The same man, Rand exclaimed, and Matt said, It couldn't be. A glance from Moraine silenced them. Stillness filled the room except for the Aes Sedai's voice. Before Mordeth had been long in the city, he had Bolwen's ear, and soon he was second only to the king. Mordeth whispered poison in Bolwen's ear, and Aridol began to change. Aridol drew in on itself, hardened. It was said that some would rather see Trollocs come than the men of Aridol. The victory of the light is all. That was the battle cry Mordeth gave them, and the men of Aridol shouted it while their deeds abandoned the light. The story is too long to tell in full, and too grim, and only fragments are known even in Tar Valon. How Thorin's son Kar came to win Aridol back to the Second Covenant, and Bolwen sat his throne, a withered shell with the light of madness in his eyes, laughing while Mordeth smiled at his side and ordered the deaths of Kar and the embassy, as friends of the dark. How Prince Kar came to be called Kar One-Hand. How he escaped the dungeons of Aridol and fled alone to the borderlands with Mordeth's unnatural assassins at his heels. How there he met Rhea, who did not know who he was, and married her, and set the skein in the pattern that led to his death at her hands, and hers by her own hand before his tomb, and the fall of eyeless L'Oreal. How the armies of Menethrin came to avenge Ka, and found the gates of Aridol torn down, no living thing inside the walls, but something worse than death. No enemy had come to Aridol, but Aridol. Suspicion and hate had given birth to something that fed on that which created it, something locked in the bedrock on which the city stood. Mashadar waits still, hungering. Men spoke of Aridol no more. They named it Shadar Logoth, the place where the shadow waits, or, more simply, shadows waiting. Mordeth alone was not consumed by Mashadar, but he was snared by it, and he too has waited within these walls through the long centuries. Others have seen him. Some he has influenced through gifts that twist the mind and taint the spirit, the taint waxing and waning until it rules or kills. If ever he convinces someone to accompany him to the walls, to the boundary of Mashadar's power, he will be able to consume the soul of that person. Mordeth will leave, wearing the body of the one he worse than killed, to wreak his evil on the world again. "The treasure," Perrin mumbled when she stopped. "He wanted us to help carry the treasure to his horses." His face was haggard. "I'll bet they were supposed to be outside the city somewhere." Rand shivered. "But we are safe now, aren't we?" Matt asked. "He didn't give us anything and he didn't touch us. We're safe, aren't we? With the wards you set." "We are safe," Moraine agreed. "He cannot cross the ward lines, nor can any other denizen of this place. And they must hide from the sunlight, so we can leave safely once it is day. Now, try to sleep. The wards will protect us until Lan returns." "He has been gone a long time." Nynaeve looked worriedly at the night outside. Full dark had fallen, as black as pitch. "Lan will be well," Moraine said soothingly, and spread her blankets beside the fire while she spoke. "He was pledged to fight the Dark One before he left the cradle. A sword placed in his infant hands. Besides, I would know the minute of his death, and the way of it, just as he would know mine. Rest, Nynaeve. All will be well." But as she was rolling herself into her blankets, she paused, staring at the street as if she too would have liked to know what kept the warder. Rand's arms and legs felt like lead, and his eyes wanted to slide shut on their own. Yet sleep did not come quickly, and once it did, he dreamed, muttering and kicking off his blankets. When he woke, it was suddenly, and he looked around for a moment before he remembered where he was. The moon was up, the last thin sliver before the new moon, its faint light defeated by the night. Everyone else was still asleep, though not all soundly. Egwene and his two friends twisted and murmured inaudibly. Tom's snores, soft for once, were broken from time to time by half-formed words. There was still no sign of Lan. Suddenly he felt as if the wards were no protection at all. Anything at all could be out there in the dark. Telling himself he was being foolish, he added wood to the last coals of the fire. The blaze was too small to give much warmth, but it gave more light. He had no idea what had awakened him from his unpleasant dream. He had been a little boy again, carrying Tam's sword and with a cradle strapped to his back, running through empty streets, pursued by Mordeth, who shouted that he only wanted his hand. And there had been an old man who watched them and cackled with mad laughter the whole time. He gathered his blankets and lay back, staring at the ceiling. He wanted very much to sleep, even if he had more dreams like the last one, but he could not make his eyes close. Suddenly, the warder trotted silently out of the darkness into the room. Moraine came awake and sat up as if he had rung a bell. Lan opened his hand. 3 small objects fell to the tiles in front of her with the clink of iron. 3 blood-red badges in the shape of horned skulls. "There are Trollocs inside the walls," Lan said. "They will be here in little more than an hour. And the Darvol are the worst of them." He began waking the others. Moraine smoothly began folding her blankets. "How many? Do they know we're here?" She sounded as if there were no urgency at all. "I don't think they do," Lan replied. "There are well over 100, frightened enough to kill anything that moves, including one another. The half-men are having to drive them, 4 just to handle 1 fist, and even the Murdral seem to want nothing more than to pass through the city and out as quickly as possible. They are not going out of their way to search, and they're so slipshod that if they were not heading nearly straight for us, I would say we had nothing to worry about." He hesitated. "There is something else?" "Only this," Lan said slowly. "The Murdral forced the Trollocs into the city." "What forced the Murdral?" Everyone had been listening in silence. Now Tom cursed under his breath, and Egwene breathed a question. "The Dark One." "Don't be a fool, girl," Nynaeve snapped. "The Dark One is bound in Shaiol Ghul by the Creator." "For the time being, at least," Moraine agreed. "No, the Father of Lies is not out there. But we must leave in any case." Nynaeve eyed her narrowly. "Leave the protection of the wards and cross Shadar Logoth in the night. Or stay here and face the Trollocs," Moraine said. "To hold them off here would require the One Power. It would destroy the wards and attract the very thing the wards are meant to protect against. Besides, as well build a signal fire atop one of those towers for every half-man within 20 miles. To leave is not what I would choose to do, but we are the hare, and it is the hounds who dictate the chase." "What if there are more outside the walls?" Matt asked. "What are we going to do?" "We will use my original plan," Moraine said. Lan looked at her. She held up a hand and added, "Which I was too tired to carry out before. But I am rested now, thanks to the wisdom. We will make for the river. There, with our backs guarded by the water, I can raise a smaller ward that will hold the Trollocs and half-men back until we can make rafts and cross over. Or better yet, we may even be able to hail a trader's boat coming down from Saldea." The faces of the Emmons fielders looked blank. Lan noticed. "Trollocs and Murdral loathe deep water. Trollocs are terrified of it. Neither can swim. A half-man will not wade anything more than waist-deep, especially if it's moving. Trollocs won't do even that if they can find any way to avoid it." "So once we get across the river, we're safe," Rand said, and the warder nodded. "The Murdral will find it almost as hard to make the Trollocs build rafts as it was to drive them into Shadar Logoth. And if they try to make them cross the Arenelle that way, half will run away, and the rest probably drown." "Get to your horses," Moraine said. "We are not across the river yet." Chapter 20. Dust on the Wind. As they left the white stone building on their nervously shifting horses, the icy wind came in gusts, moaning across the rooftops, whipping cloaks like banners, driving thin clouds across the thin sliver of the moon. With a quiet command to stay close, Lan led off down the street. The horses danced and tugged at the reins, eager to be away. Rand looked up warily at the buildings they passed, looming now in the night with their empty windows like eye sockets. Shadows seemed to move. Occasionally there was a clatter, rubble toppled by the wind. At least the eyes are gone. His relief was momentary. Why are they gone? Tom and the Emmonsfielders made a cluster with him, all keeping close enough to touch one another. Egwene's shoulders were hunched, as if she were trying to ease Bella's hooves to the pavement. Rand did not even want to breathe. Sound might attract attention. Abruptly, he realized that a distance had opened ahead of them, separating them from the warder and the Aes Sedai. The two were indistinct shapes a good 30 paces ahead. "We're falling behind," he murmured, and booted Cloud to a quicker step. A thin tendril of silver-grey fog drifted low across the street ahead of him. "Stop!" It was a strangled shout from Moraine, sharp and urgent, but pitched not to carry far. Uncertain, he pulled up short. The splinter of fog lay completely across the street now, slowly fattening as if more were oozing out of the buildings on either side of the street. It was as thick as a man's arm now. Cloud whickered and tried to back further away as Egwene and Tom and the others came up on him. Their horses too tossed their heads and bridled against coming too near the fog. Lan and Moraine rode slowly toward the fog, grown to as big around as a leg, stopping on the other side, well back. The Aes Sedai studied the branch of mist that separated them. Rand shrugged at a sudden itch of fear between his shoulder blades. A faint light accompanied the fog, growing as the foggy tentacle became fatter, but still only a little more than the moonlight. The horses shifted uneasily, even Aldib and Mandab. "What is it?" Nynaeve asked. "The evil of Shadar Logoth," Moraine replied. Mashadar. Unseeing, unthinking, moving through the city as aimlessly as a worm burrows through the earth. If it touches you, you will die. Rand and the others let their horses dance a few quick steps back, but not too far. As much as Rand would have given to be free of the Aes Sedai, she was as safe as home compared to what lay around them. "Then how do we join you?" Egwene said. "Can you kill it? Clear away?" Moraine's laugh was bitter and short. "Mashadai's vast, girl. As vast as Shadar Logoth itself. The whole White Tower could not kill it. If I damaged it enough to let you pass, drawing that much of the One Power would pull the Halfmen like a trumpet call. And Mashadar would rush in to heal whatever harm I did. Rush in, and perhaps catch us in its net." Rand exchanged looks with Egwene, then asked her question again. Moraine sighed before answering. "I do not like it. But what must be done must be done. This thing will not be above ground everywhere. Other streets will be clear. See that star?" She twisted in her saddle to point to a red star low in the eastern sky. "Keep on toward that star, and it will bring you to the river. Whatever happens, keep moving toward the river. Go as quickly as you can, but above all, make no noise. There are still the Trollocs, remember. And 4 half-men." "But how will we find you again?" Egwene protested. "I will find you," Moraine said. "Be assured, I can find you. Now be off. This thing is utterly mindless, but it can sense food." Indeed, ropes of silver grey had lifted from the larger body. They drifted, wavering, like the tentacles of 100 arms on the bottom of a waterwood pond. When Rand looked up from the thick trunk of opaque mist, the warder and the Aes Sedai were gone. He licked his lips and met his companion's eyes. They were as nervous as he was. And something worse. They all seemed to be waiting for someone else to move first. Night and ruins surrounded them. The Fades were out there, somewhere. And the Trollocs, maybe around the next corner. The tentacles of fog drifted nearer, halfway to them now, and no longer wavering. They had chosen their intended prey. Suddenly he missed Moraine very much. Everyone was still staring, wondering which way to go. He turned Cloud, and the grey broke into a half-trot, tugging against the reins to go faster. As if moving first had made him the leader, everyone followed. With Moraine gone, there was no one to protect them should Mordeth appear. And the Trollocs. And Rand forced himself to stop thinking. He would follow the red star. He could hold on to that thought. 3 times they had to backtrack from a street blocked from side to side by a hill of stone and brick the horses could never have crossed. Rand could hear the others breathing, short and sharp, just shy of panic. He gritted his teeth to stop his own panting. You have to at least make them think you're not afraid. You're doing a good job, Woolhead. You'll get everybody out safely. They rounded the next corner. A wall of fog bathed the broken pavement with a light as bright as a full moon. Streamers as thick as their horses broke off toward them. Nobody waited. Wheeling, they galloped away in a tight knot with no heed for the clatter of hooves they raised. 2 Trollocs stepped into the street before them, not 10 spans away. For an instant, the humans and the Trollocs just stared at one another, each more surprised than the other. Another pair of Trollocs appeared, and another, colliding with the ones in front, folding into a shocked mass at the sight of the humans. Only for an instant did they remain frozen, though. Guttural howls echoed from the buildings, and the Trollocs bounded forward. The humans scattered like quail. Rand's grey reached full gallop in 3 strides. "This way!" he shouted, but he heard the same cry from 5 throats. A hasty glance over his shoulder showed him his companions disappearing in as many directions, Trollocs pursuing them all. 3 Trollocs ran at his own heels, catchpoles waving in the air. His skin crawled as he realised they were matching Cloud stride for stride. He dropped low on Cloud's neck and urged the grey on, chased by thick cries. The street narrowed ahead, broken-topped buildings leaning out drunkenly. Slowly the empty windows filled with a silvery glow, a dense mist bulging outward. Mashadar. Rand risked a glance over his shoulder. The Trollocs still ran less than 50 paces back. The light from the fog was enough to see them clearly. A fade rode behind them now, and they seemed to flee the half-man as much as to pursue Rand. Ahead of Rand, 6 grey tendrils wavered from the windows, 12, feeling the air. Cloud tossed his head and screamed, but Rand dug his heels in brutally, and the horse lunged forward wildly. The tendrils stiffened as Rand galloped between them, but he crouched low on Cloud's back and refused to look at them. The way beyond was clear. If one of them touches me, light! He booted Cloud harder, and the horse leaped forward into the welcome shadows. With Cloud still running, he looked back as soon as the glow of Mashadar began to lessen. The waving grey tentacles of Mashadar blocked half the street, and the Trollocs were balking, but the Fade snatched a whip from its saddlebow, cracking it over the heads of the Trollocs with a sound like a lightning bolt, popping sparks in the air. Crouching, the Trollocs lurched after Rand. The half-man hesitated, black cowl studying Mashadar's reaching arms, before it, too, spurred forward. The thickening tentacles of fog swung uncertainly for a moment, then struck like vipers. At least 2 latched to each Trolloc, bathing them in grey light. Muzzled heads went back to scream, but fog rolled over open mouths and in, eating the howls. 4 leg-thick tentacles whipped around the Fade, and the half-man and its black horse twitched as if dancing, till the cowl fell back, bearing that pale, eyeless face. The Fade shrieked. There was no sound from that cry, any more than from the Trollocs. But something came through. A piercing whine, just beyond hearing, like all the hornets in the world, digging into Rand's ears with all the fear that could exist. Cloud convulsed as if he too heard, and ran harder than ever. Rand hung on, panting, his throat as dry as sand. After a time, he realised he could no longer hear the silent shriek of the Fade dying, and suddenly the clatter of his gallop seemed as loud as shouts. He reined Cloud hard, stopping beside a jagged wall, right where 2 streets met. A nameless monument reared in the darkness before him. Slumped in the saddle, he listened, but there was nothing to hear except the blood pounding in his ears. Cold sweat beaded on his face, and he shivered as the wind flailed his cloak. Finally, he straightened. Stars spangled the sky where the clouds did not hide them, but the red star low in the east was easy to mark. Is anybody else alive to see it? Were they free, or in the Trollocs' hands? Egwene, light blind me, why didn't you follow me? If they were alive and free, they would be following that star. If not... The ruins were vast. He could search for days without finding anyone, if he could keep away from the Trollocs, and the Fades, and Mordeth, and Mashadar. Reluctantly, he decided to make for the river. He gathered the reins. On the crossing street, one stone fell against another with a sharp click. He froze, not even breathing. He was hidden in the shadows, one step from the corner. Frantically, he thought of backing up. What was behind him? What would make a noise and give him away? He could not remember, and he was afraid to take his eyes from the corner of the building. Darkness bulked at that corner, with the longer darkness of a shaft sticking out of it. Catchpole! Even as the thought flashed into Rand's head, he dug his heels into Cloud's ribs and his sword flew from the scabbard. A wordless shout accompanied his charge, and he swung the sword with all of his might. Only a desperate effort stopped the blade short. With a yelp, Mat tumbled back, half falling off his horse and nearly dropping his bow. Rand drew a deep breath and lowered his sword. His arm shook. "Have you seen anybody else?" he managed. Mat swallowed hard before pulling himself awkwardly back into his saddle. I just Trollocs." He put a hand to his throat and licked his lips. "Just Trollocs. You?" Rand shook his head. "They must be trying to reach the river. We better do the same." Mat nodded silently, still feeling his throat, and they started toward the red star. Before they had covered 100 spans, the keening cry of a Trolloc horn rose behind them in the depths of the city. Another answered, from outside the walls. Rand shivered, but he kept to his slow pace, watching the darkest places and avoiding them when he could. After one jerk at his reins as if he might gallop off, Mat did the same. Neither horn sounded again, and it was in silence that they came to an opening in the vine-shrouded wall where a gate had once been. Only the towers remained, standing broken-topped against the black sky. Mat hesitated at the gateway, but Rand said softly, "Is it any safer in here than out there?" He did not slow the grey, and after a moment Mat followed him out of Shadar Logoth, trying to look every way at once. Rand let out a slow breath. His mouth was dry. "We're going to make it. Light, we're going to make it." The walls vanished behind, swallowed by the night and the forest. Listening for the slightest sound, Rand kept the red star dead ahead. Suddenly, Tom galloped by from behind, slowing only long enough to shout, "Ride, you fools!" A moment later, hunting cries and crashes in the brush behind him announced the presence of Trollocs on his trail. Rand dug in his heels, and Cloud sprang after the gleeman's gelding. "What happens when we get to the river without Moraine? Light! Egwene!" Perrin sat his horse in the shadows, watching the open gateway some little distance off yet, and absently ran his thumb along the blade of his axe. It seemed to be a clear way out of the ruined city, but he had sat there for 5 minutes studying it. The wind tossed his shaggy curls and tried to carry his cloak away, but he pulled the cloak back around him without really noticing what he was doing. He knew that Mat and almost everyone else in Emmonsfield considered him slow of thought. It was partly because he was big and usually moved carefully. He had always been afraid he might accidentally break something or hurt somebody, since he was so much bigger than the boys he grew up with. But he really did prefer to think things all the way through if he could. Quick thinking, careless thinking, had put Mat into hot water one time after another, and Mat's quick thinking usually managed to get Rand, or him, or both, in the cookpot alongside Mat too. His throat tightened. "Light, don't think about being in a cookpot." He tried to order his thoughts again. Careful thought was the way. There had been some sort of square in front of the gate once, with a huge fountain in its middle. Part of the fountain was still there, a cluster of broken statues standing in a big round basin, and so was the open space around it. To reach the gate, he would have to ride nearly 100 spans with only the night to shield him from searching eyes. That was not a pleasant thought either. He remembered those unseen watchers too well. He considered the horns he had heard in the city a little while earlier. He had almost turned back, thinking some of the others might have been taken, before realizing that he could not do anything alone if they had been captured. Not against, what did Lan say? 100 Trollocs and 4 Fades. Moraine Sedai said, "Get to the river." He went back to consideration of the gate. Careful thought had not given him much, but he had made his decision. He rode out of the deeper shadow into the lesser darkness. As he did, another horse appeared from the far side of the square and stopped. He stopped too, and felt for his axe. It gave him no great sense of comfort. If that dark shape was a Fade. "Rand?" came a soft, hesitant call. He let out a long, relieved breath. "It's Perrin, Egwene," he called back, just as softly. It still sounded too loud in the darkness. The horses came together near the fountain. "Have you seen anybody else?" They both asked at the same time, and both answered by shaking their heads. "They'll be all right," Egwene muttered, patting Bella's neck. "Won't they?" "Moraine Sedai and Lan will look after them," Perrin replied. "They will look after all of us once we get to the river." He hoped it was so. He felt a great relief once they were beyond the gate, even if there were Trollocs in the forest. Or Fades. He stopped that line of thought. The bare branches were not enough to keep him from guiding on the Red Star, and they were beyond Mordeth's reach now. That one had frightened him worse than the Trollocs ever had. Soon they would reach the river and meet Moraine, and she would put them beyond the Trollocs' reach as well. He believed it because he needed to believe. The wind scraped branches together and rustled the leaves and needles on the evergreens. A nighthawk's lonely cry drifted in the dark, and he and Egwene moved their horses closer together as though they were huddling for warmth. They were very much alone. A Trolloc horn sounded somewhere behind them, quick, wailing blasts urging the hunters to hurry. Hurry. Then thick, half-human howls rose on their trail, spurred on by the horn. Howls that grew sharper as they caught the human scent. Perrin put his horse to a gallop, shouting, "Come on!" Egwene came, both of them booting their horses, heedless of noise, heedless of the branches that slapped at them. As they raced through the trees, guided as much by instinct as by the dim moonlight, Bella fell behind. Perrin looked back. Egwene kicked the mare and flailed her with the reins, but it was doing no good. By their sounds, the Trollocs were coming closer. He drew in enough not to leave her behind. "Hurry!" he shouted. He could make out the Trollocs now, huge dark shapes bounding through the trees, bellowing and snarling to chill the blood. He gripped the haft of his axe hanging at his belt until his knuckles hurt. "Hurry, Egwene! Hurry!" Suddenly, his horse screamed, and he was falling, tumbling out of the saddle as the horse dropped away beneath him. He flung out his hands to brace himself and splashed head first into icy water. He had ridden right off the edge of a sheer bluff into the Arenelle. The shock of freezing water ripped a gasp from him, and he swallowed more than a little before he managed to fight his way to the surface. He felt, more than heard, another splash, and thought that Egwene must have come right after him. Panting and blowing, he treaded water. It was not easy to keep afloat. His coat and cloak were already sodden, and his boots had filled. He looked around for Egwene, but saw only the glint of moonlight on the black water, ruffled by the wind. "Egwene! Egwene!" A spear flashed right in front of his eyes and threw water in his face. Others splashed into the river around him too. Guttural voices raised in argument on the riverbank, and the Trolloc spears stopped coming. But he gave up on calling for the time being. The current washed him downriver, but the thick shouts and snarls followed along the bank, keeping pace. Undoing his cloak, he let the river take it, a little less weight to drag him down. Doggedly, he set out swimming for the far bank. There were no Trollocs there. He hoped. He swam the way they did back home in the ponds in the waterwood, stroking with both hands, kicking with both feet, keeping his head out of the water. At least, he tried to keep his head out of the water. It was not easy. Even without the cloak, his coat and boots each seemed to weigh as much as he did. And the axe dragged at his waist, threatening to roll him over if it did not pull him under. He thought about letting the river have that, too. He thought about it more than once. It would be easy, much easier than struggling out of his boots, for instance. But every time he thought of it, he thought of crawling out on the far bank to find Trollocs waiting. The axe would not do him much good against 6 Trollocs, or even against one, maybe. But it was better than his bare hands. After a while, he was not even certain he would be able to lift the axe if Trollocs were there. His arms and legs became leaden. It was an effort to move them, and his face no longer came as far out of the river with each stroke. He coughed from water that went up his nose. A day at the forge has no odds on this, he thought wearily, and just then his kicking foot struck something. It was not until he kicked it again that he realized what it was. The bottom. He was in the shallows. He was across the river. Sucking air through his mouth, he got to his feet, splashing about as his legs almost gave way. He fumbled his axe out of its loop as he floundered ashore, shivering in the wind. He did not see any Trollocs. He did not see Egwene either. Just a few scattered trees along the riverbank, and a moonlight ribbon on the water. When he had his breath again, he called their names again and again. Faint shouts from the far side answered him. Even at that distance he could make out the harsh voices of Trollocs. His friends did not answer, though. The wind surged, its moan drowning out the Trollocs, and he shivered. It was not cold enough to freeze the water soaking his clothes, but it felt as if it was. It sliced to the bone with an icy blade. Hugging himself was only a gesture that did not stop the shivering. Alone, he climbed tiredly up the riverbank to find shelter against the wind. Rand patted Cloud's neck, soothing the grey with whispers. The horse tossed his head and danced on quick feet. The Trollocs had been left behind, or so it seemed, but Cloud had the smell of them thick in his nostrils. Mat rode with an arrow nocked, watching for surprises out of the night, while Rand and Tom peered through the branches, searching for the red star that was their guide. Keeping it in view had been easy enough, even with all the branches overhead, so long as they were riding straight toward it. But then more Trollocs had appeared ahead, and they went galloping off to the side with both packs howling after them. The Trollocs could keep up with a horse, but only for 100 paces or so, and finally they left the pursuit and the howls behind. But with all the twists and turns, they had lost the guiding star. "I still say it's over there," Mat said, gesturing off to his right. "We were going north at the end, and that means east is that way."
"There it is," Tom said abruptly. He pointed through the tangled branches to their left, straight at the red star. Mat mumbled something under his breath. Out of the corner of his eye, Rand caught the movement as a Trolloc leaped out from behind a tree without a sound, swinging its catchpole. Rand dug his heels in, and the grey bounded forward, just as 2 more plunged from the shadows after the first. A noose brushed the back of Rand's neck, sending a shiver down his spine. An arrow took one of the bestial faces in the eye, then Mat swung in beside him as their horses pounded through the trees. They were running toward the river, he realized, but he was not sure it was going to do any good. The Trollocs sped after them, almost close enough to reach out and grab the streaming tails of their horses. Half a step gained, and the catchpoles could drag them both out of their saddles. He leaned low on the grey's neck to put that much more distance between his own neck and the nooses. Mat's face was nearly buried in his horse's mane. But Rand wondered where Tom was. Had the Gleeman decided he was better off on his own, since all 3 Trollocs had fastened on the boys? Suddenly, Tom's gelding galloped out of the night, hard behind the Trollocs.
The Trollocs had only time to look back in surprise before the gleeman's hands whipped back and then forward. Moonlight flashed off steel. One Trolloc tumbled forward, rolling over and over before landing in a heap, while a second dropped to its knees with a scream, clawing at its back with both hands. The third snarled, bearing a muzzle full of sharp teeth, but as its companions toppled, it whirled away into the darkness. Tom's hand made the whip-like motion again, and the Trolloc shrieked, but the shrieks faded into the distance as it ran. Rand and Matt pulled up and stared at the gleeman. "My second-best knives," Tom muttered, but he made no effort to get down and retrieve them. "That one will bring others. I hope the river isn't too far. I hope—" Instead of saying what else he hoped, he shook his head and set off at a quick canter. Rand and Matt fell in behind him. Soon they reached a low bank where trees grew right to the edge of the night-black water, its moon-streaked surface riffled by the wind. Rand could not see the far side at all. He did not like the idea of crossing on a raft in the dark, but he liked the idea of staying on this side even less. "I'll swim if I have to." Somewhere away from the river, a Trolloc horn brayed, sharp, quick, and urgent in the darkness. It was the first sound from the horns since they had left the ruins. Rand wondered if it meant some of the others had been captured. "No use staying here all night," Tom said. "Pick a direction. Upriver or down." "But Moraine and the others could be anywhere," Matt protested. "Any way we choose could just take us further away." So it could. Clucking to his gelding, Tom turned downriver, heading along the bank. So it could. Rand looked at Matt, who shrugged, and they turned after him. For a time, nothing changed. The bank was higher in some places, lower in others. The trees grew thicker or thinned out in small clearings, but the night and the river and the wind were all the same, cold and black. And no Trollocs. That was one change Rand was glad to forego. Then he saw a light ahead. Just a single point. As they drew closer, he could see that the light was well above the river, as if it were in a tree. Tom quickened the pace and began to hum under his breath. Finally, they could make out the source of the light, a lantern hoisted atop one of the masts of a large trader's boat, tied up for the night beside a small clearing in the trees. The boat, a good 80 feet long, shifted slightly with the current, tugging against the mooring ropes tied to trees. The rigging hummed and creaked in the wind. The lantern doubled the moonlight on the deck, but no one was in sight. "Now that," Tom said as he dismounted, "is better than an Aes Sedai's raft, isn't it?" He stood with his hands on his hips, and even in the dark his smugness was apparent. "It doesn't look as if this vessel is made to carry horses, but considering the danger he's in, which we are going to warn him of, the captain may be reasonable. Just let me do all the talking, and bring your blankets and saddlebags just in case." Rand climbed down and began untying the things behind his saddle. "You don't mean to leave without the others, do you?" Tom had no chance to say what he meant to do. Into the clearing burst 2 Trollocs, howling and waving their catchpoles, with 4 more right behind. The horses reared and whinnied. Shouts in the distance said more Trollocs were on the way. "Onto the boat!" Tom shouted. "Quick, leave all that! Run!" Suiting his own words, he ran for the boat, patches flapping and instrument cases on his back banging together. "You on the boat!" he shouted. "Wake up, you fools! Trollocs!" Rand jerked his blanket roll and saddlebags free of the last thong and was right on the gleeman's heels. Tossing his burdens over the rail, he vaulted after them. He just had time to see a man curled up on the deck, beginning to sit up as if he had only that moment awakened, when his feet came down right on top of the fellow. The man grunted loudly. Rand stumbled, and a hooked catchpole slammed into the railing just where he had come over. Shouts rose all over the boat, and feet pounded along the deck. Hairy hands caught the railing beside the catchpole, and a goat-horned head lifted above it. Off balance, stumbling, Rand still managed to draw his sword and swing. With a scream, the Trolloc dropped away. Men ran everywhere on the boat, shouting, hacking mooring lines with axes. The boat lurched and swung as if eager to be off. Up in the bow, 3 men struggled with the Trolloc. Someone thrust over the side with a spear, though Rand could not see what he was stabbing at. A bowstring snapped, and snapped again. The man Rand had stepped on scrabbled away from him on hands and knees, then flung up his hands when he saw Rand looking at him. "Spare me!" he cried. "Take whatever you want! Take the boat! Take everything, but spare me!" Suddenly something slammed across Rand's back, smashing him to the deck. His sword skittered away from his outstretched hand. Open-mouthed, gasping for a breath that would not come, he tried to reach the sword. His muscles responded with agonized slowness. He writhed like a slug. The fellow who wanted to be spared gave one frightened, covetous look at the sword, then vanished into the shadows. Painfully, Rand managed to look over his shoulder and knew his luck had run out. A wolf-muzzled Trolloc stood balanced on the railing, staring down at him and holding the splintered end of the catchpole that had knocked the wind out of him. Rand struggled to reach the sword, to move, to get away, but his arms and legs moved jerkily, and only half as he wanted. They wobbled and went in odd directions. His chest felt as if it was strapped with iron bands. Silver spots swam in his eyes. Frantically, he hunted for some way to escape. Time seemed to slow as the Trolloc raised the jagged pole as if to spear him with it. To Rand, the creature appeared to be moving as if in a dream. He watched the thick arm go back. He could already feel the broken haft ripping through his spine, feel the pain of it tearing him open. He thought his lungs would burst. "I'm going to die. Light, help me. I'm going to The Trolloc's arm started forward, driving the splintered shaft, and Rand found the breath for one yell. "No!" Suddenly the ship lurched, and a boom swung out of the shadows to catch the Trolloc across the chest with a crunch of breaking bones, sweeping it over the side. For a moment Rand lay panting and staring up at the boom swinging back and forth above him. "That has to have used up my luck," he thought. "There can't be any more after that." Shakily he got to his feet and picked up his sword, for once holding it in both hands the way Lan had taught him. But there was nothing left on which to use it. The gap of black water between the boat and the bank was widening quickly. The cries of the Trollocs were fading behind in the night. As he sheathed his sword and slumped against the railing, a stocky man in a coat that hung to his knees strode up the deck to glare at him. Long hair that fell to his thick shoulders and a beard that left his upper lip bare framed a round face. Round, but not soft. The boom swung out again, and the bearded man spared part of his glare for that as he caught it. It made a crisp splat against his broad palm. "Gelp!" he bellowed. "Fortune! Where do you be, Gelp?" He spoke so fast, with all the words running together, that Rand could barely understand him. "You can no hide from me on my own ship. Get Florin Gelp out here." A crewman appeared with a bull's-eye lantern, and 2 more pushed a narrow-faced man into the circle of light it cast. Rand recognized the fellow who had offered him the boat. The man's eyes shifted from side to side, never meeting those of the stocky man. The captain, Rand thought. A bruise was coming up on Gelb's forehead where one of Rand's boots had caught him. "Were you not supposed to secure this boom, Gelb?" the captain asked with surprising calm, though just as fast as before. Gelb looked truly surprised. "But I did. Tied it down tight. I admit I'm a little slow about things now and then, Captain Domon, but I get 'em done." "So you be slow, do you? No so slow at sleeping. Sleeping when you should be standing watch. We could be murdered to a man for all of you." "No, Captain, no, it was him." Gelb pointed straight at Rand. "I was on guard, just like I was supposed to be, when he sneaked up and hit me with a club." He touched the bruise on his head, winced, and glared at Rand. "I fought him, but then the Trollocs came. He's in league with them, Captain. A dark friend. In league with the Trollocs."
In league with my aged grandmother, Captain Doman roared. Did I no warn you the last time, Gelp? At Whitebridge, off you do go. Get out of my sight before I put you off now.
Gelb darted out of the lantern light, and Doman stood opening and closing his hands while he stared at nothing.
These trollocs do be following me. Why would they no leave me be? Why?
Rand looked over the rail and was shocked to find the riverbank no longer in sight. 2 men manned the long steering oar that stuck out over the stern, and there were 6 sweeps working to a side now, pulling the ship like a water bug further out into the river.
"Captain," Rand said, "we have friends back there. If you go back and pick them up, I'm sure they'll reward you."
The captain's round face swung toward Rand, and when Tom and Matt appeared, he included them in his expressionless stare as well.
"Captain," Tom began with a bow, "allow me to—" "You come below," Captain Doman said, "where I can see what manner of thing be hauled up on my deck. Come, fortune desert me. Somebody secure this horn-cursed boom."
As crewmen rushed to take the boom, he stumped off toward the stern of the boat. Rand and his 2 companions followed. Captain Doman had a tidy cabin in the stern, reached by climbing down a short ladder, where everything gave the impression of being in its proper place, right down to the coats and cloaks hanging from pegs on the back of the door. The cabin stretched the width of the ship, with a broad bed built against one side and a heavy table built out from the other. There was only one chair, with a high back and sturdy arms, and the captain took that himself, motioning the others to find places on various chests and benches that were the only other furnishings.
A loud harumph
stopped Matt from sitting on the bed.
"Now," said the captain when they were all seated, "my name be Bail Domon, captain and owner of the Spray, which be this ship. Now who be you, and where be you going out here in the middle of nowhere, and why should I no throw you over the side for the trouble you've brought me?"
Rand still had as much trouble as before in following Doman's rapid speech. When he worked out the last part of what the captain had said, he blinked in surprise. "Throw us over the side?"
Matt hurriedly said, "We didn't mean to cause you any trouble. We're on our way to Camelin, and then to—"
"And then where the wind takes us," Tom interrupted smoothly. "That's how gleemen travel, like dust on the wind. I am a gleeman, you understand. Tom Merlin by name."
He shifted his cloak so the multi-hued patches stirred, as if the captain could have missed them.
"These 2 country louts want to become my apprentices, though I am not yet sure I want them."
Rand looked at Matt, who grinned.
"That be all very well, man," Captain Domon said placidly. "But it tells me nothing. Less. Fortune prick me, that place be on no road to Camelin from anywhere I ever heard tell of."
"Now that is a story," Tom said, and he straightway began to unfold it. According to Tom, he had been trapped by the winter snows in a mining town in the mountains of mist beyond Berlon. While there, he heard legends of a treasure dating from the Trolloc Wars in the lost ruin of a city called Aridol. Now, it just so happened that he had earlier learnt the location of Aridol from a map given him many years ago by a dying friend in Ilian, whose life he had once saved, a man who expired breathing that the map would make Tom rich, which Tom never believed until he heard the legends. When the snows melted enough, he set out with a few companions, including his 2 would-be apprentices, and after a journey of many hardships they actually found the ruined city. But it turned out the treasure had belonged to one of the dreadlords themselves, and Trollocs had been sent to fetch it back to Sheol Ghul. Almost every danger they really had faced, Trollocs, Myrdral, Dragkar, Mordeth, Marshadar, assailed them at one point or another of the story, though the way Tom told it they all seemed to be aimed at him personally and to have been handled by him with the greatest adroitness. With much daring-do, mostly by Tom, they escaped, pursued by Trollocs, though they became separated in the night, until finally Tom and his 2 companions sought refuge on the last place left to them, Captain Domon's most welcome ship. As the gleeman finished up, Rand realized his mouth had been hanging open for some time,
and shut it with a click. When he looked at Matt, his friend was staring wide-eyed at the gleeman. Captain Domon drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. "That be a tale many folk would no believe. Of course I did see the Trollocs, did I no?" "Every word true," Tom said blandly, "from one who lived it." "Happen you have some of this treasure with you?" Tom spread his hands regretfully. "Alas, what little we managed to carry away was with our horses, which bolted when those last Trollocs appeared. All I have left are my flute and my harp, a few coppers and the clothes on my back. But believe me, you want no part of that treasure. It has the taint of the Dark One. Best to leave it to the ruins and the Trollocs. You've no money to pay your passage. I'd no let my own brother sail with me if he could no pay his passage, especially if he brought Trollocs behind him to hack up my railings and cut up my rigging. Why should I no let you swim back where you came from and be rid of you?"
"You wouldn't just put us ashore," Matt said, "not with the Trollocs there."
"Who said anything about shore?" Domon replied dryly. He studied them a moment, then spread his hands flat on the table. "Bail Domon be a reasonable man. I'd no toss you over the side if there be a way out of it. Now I see one of your apprentices has a sword. I need a good sword, and fine fellow that I be, I'll let you have passage far as Whitebridge for it." Tom opened his mouth and Rand spoke up quickly. "No!" Tam had not given it to him to trade away. He ran his hand down the hilt, feeling the bronze heron. As long as he had it, it was as if Tam were with him. Domon shook his head. "Well, if it be no, it be no. But Baal Domon no give free passage not to his own mother." Reluctantly, Rand emptied his pocket. There was not much, a few coppers, and the silver coin Moraine had given him. He held it out to the captain. After a second, Matt sighed and did the same. Tom glared, but a smile replaced it so quickly that Rand was not sure it had been there at all. Captain Domon deftly plucked the 2 fat silver coins out of the boy's hands and produced a small set of scales and a clinking bag from a brass-bound chest behind his chair. After careful weighing, he dropped the coins in the bag and returned them each some smaller silver and copper. Mostly copper. "As far as Whitebridge," he said, making a neat entry in a leather-bound ledger. "That's a dear passage just to Whitebridge," Tom grumbled. "Plus damages to my vessel," the captain answered placidly. He put the scales and the bag back in the chest and closed it in a satisfied way. "Plus a bit for bringing Trollocs down on me, so I must run down river in the night when there be shallows aplenty to pile me up."
"What about the others?" Rand asked. "Will you take them too? They should have reached the river by now, or they soon will, and they'll see that lantern on your mast."
Captain Domon's eyebrows rose in surprise.
"Happen you think we'd be standing still, man? Fortune prick me, we be 3-4 miles down river from where you came aboard. Trollocs make those fellows put their backs into the oars. They know Trollocs better than they like, and the current helps too. But it makes no never mind. I'd no put in again tonight if my old grandmother was on the river bank. I may no put in again at all until I reach Whitebridge. I've had my fill of Trollocs dogging my heels long before tonight, and I'll have no more, can I help it?"
Tom leaned forward interestedly. "You have had encounters with Trollocs before?"
"Lately."
Domon hesitated, eyeing Tom narrowly, but when he spoke he merely sounded disgusted.
"I wintered in Saldea, man. Not my choice, but the river froze early and the ice broke up late. They say you can see the blight from the highest towers in Maradon, but I've no mind for that. I've been there before, and there always be talk of Trollocs attacking a farm or the like. This winter past, though, there be farms burning every night. Aye, and whole villages too, betimes. They even came right up to the city walls. And if that no be bad enough, the people be all saying it meant the Dark One be stirring, that the last days be come."
He gave a shiver and scratched at his head as if the thought made his scalp itch.
"I can no wait to get back where people think Trollocs be just tales. The stories I tell be travellers' lies."
Rand stopped listening. He stared at the opposite wall and thought about Egwene and the others. It hardly seemed right for him to be safe on the spray while they were still back there in the night somewhere. The captain's cabin did not seem so comfortable as before. He was surprised when Tom pulled him to his feet. The gleeman pushed Matt and him toward the ladder with apologies over his shoulder to Captain Domon for the country louts. Rand climbed up without a word. Once they were on deck, Tom looked around quickly to make sure he would not be overheard, then growled,
"I could have gotten us passage for a few songs and stories if you two hadn't been so quick to show Silver."
"I'm not so sure," Matt said.
"He sounded serious about throwing us in the river to me."
Rand walked slowly to the rail and leaned against it, staring back up the night-shrouded river. He could not see anything but black, not even the riverbank. After a minute, Tom put a hand on his shoulder, but he did not move.
"There isn't anything you can do, lad. Besides, they're likely safe with Moraine and Lan by this time. Can you think of any better than those two for getting the lot of them clear?"
"I tried to talk her out of coming," Rand said.
"You did what you could, lad. No one could ask more."
"I told her I'd take care of her. I should have tried harder." The creak of the sweeps and the hum of the rigging in the wind made a mournful tune. "I should have tried harder," he whispered. Chapter 21. Listen to the Wind. Sunrise, creeping across the River Arenelle, found its way into the hollow, not far from the riverbank, where Nynaeve sat with her back against the trunk of a young oak, breathing the deep breath of sleep. Her horse slept too, head down and legs spraddled in the manner of horses. The reins were wrapped around her wrist. As sunlight fell on the horse's eyelids, the animal opened its eyes and raised its head, jerking the reins. Nynaeve came awake with a start. For a moment she stared, wondering where she was, then stared around even more wildly when she remembered. But there were only the trees, and her horse, and a carpet of old dry leaves across the bottom of the hollow. In the deepest dimness, some of last year's Shadow's Hand mushrooms made rings on a fallen log. "The light preserve you, woman," she murmured, sagging back. "If you can't stay awake one night." She untied the reins and massaged her wrist as she stood. "You could have awakened in a Trolloc cookpot." The dead leaves rustled as she climbed to the lip of the hollow and peeped over. No more than a handful of ash trees stood between her and the river. Their fissured bark and bare branches made them seem dead. Beyond, the wide blue-green water flowed by, empty. Empty of anything. Scattered clumps of evergreens, willows and firs dotted the far bank, and there seemed to be fewer trees altogether than on her side. If Moraine or any of the younglings were over there, they were well hidden. Of course, there was no reason they had to have crossed, or tried to cross, in sight of where she was. They could be anywhere 10 miles upriver or down. If they're alive at all after last night. Angry with herself for thinking of the possibility, she slid back down into the hollow. Not even Winter Night or the battle before Shadar Logoth had prepared her for last night. For that thing. Mashadar. All that frantic galloping, wondering if anyone else was still alive, wondering when she was going to come face to face with a Fade, or Trollocs. She had heard Trollocs growling and shouting in the distance, and the quivering shrieks of Trolloc horns had chilled her deeper than the wind ever could. But aside from that first encounter in the ruins, she saw Trollocs only once. And that once she was outside. 10 or so of them seemed to spring out of the ground not 30 spans in front of her, bounding toward her on the instant, howling and shouting, brandishing hooked catchpoles. Yet, as she pulled her horse around, they fell silent, lifting muzzles to sniff at the air. She watched, too astonished to run, as they turned their backs and vanished into the night. And that had been the most frightening of all. "They know the smell of who they want," she told her horse, standing in the hollow. "And it is not me." The Aes Sedai is right, it seems. The shepherd of the night swallow her up. Reaching a decision, she set out downriver, leading her horse. She moved slowly, keeping a wary watch on the forest around her. Just because the Trollocs had not wanted her last night did not mean they would let her go if she stumbled on them again. As much attention as she gave the woods, she gave even more to the ground in front of her. If the others had crossed below her during the night, she should see some signs of them, signs she might miss from horseback. She might even come on them all, still on this side. If she found neither, the river would take her to Whitebridge eventually, and there was a road from Whitebridge to Camelin, and all the way to Tar Valon if need be. The prospect was almost enough to daunt her. Before this, she had been no further from Emond's Field than had the boys. Taran Ferry had seemed strange to her. Baerlon would have had her staring in wonder if she had not been so set on finding Egwene and the others. But she allowed none of that to weaken her resolve. Sooner or later she would find Egwene and the boys, or find a way to make the Aes Sedai answer for whatever had happened to them. One or the other, she vowed. At intervals she found tracks, plenty of them, but usually her best efforts could not say whether those who made them had been searching or chasing or pursued. Some had been made by boots that could have belonged to humans or Trollocs, either one. Others were hoofprints, like goats or oxen. Those were Trollocs for sure. But never a clear sign that she could definitely say came from any of those she sought. She had covered perhaps 4 miles when the wind brought her a whiff of wood smoke. It came from further downriver, and not too far, she thought. She hesitated only a moment before tying her horse to a fir tree well back from the river in a small, thick stand of evergreens that should keep the animal hidden. The smoke could mean Trollocs, but the only way to find out was to look. She tried not to think about the use Trollocs might be making of a fire. Crouching, she slipped from tree to tree, mentally cursing the skirts she had to hold up out of the way. Dresses were not made for stalking. The sound of a horse slowed her, and when she finally peered cautiously around the trunk of an ash, the warder was dismounting from his black warhorse in a small clearing on the bank. The Aes Sedai sat on a log beside a small fire where a kettle of water was just coming to a boil. Her white mare browsed behind her among sparse weeds. Nynaeve remained where she was.
"They are all gone,"
Lan announced grimly.
4 halfmen started south about 2 hours before dawn, as near as I can tell. They don't leave much trace behind, but the Trollocs have vanished. Even the corpses, and Trollocs are not known for carrying off their dead. Unless they're hungry.
Moraine tossed a handful of something into the boiling water and moved the kettle from the fire. One could always hope they had gone back into Shadar Logoth and been consumed by it. But that would be too much to wish for. The delicious odour of tea drifted to Nynaeve. Light don't let my stomach grumble.
There was no clear sign of the boys or any of the others. The tracks are too muddled to tell anything.
In her concealment, Nynaeve smiled. The warder's failure was a slight vindication of her own.
But this other is important, Moraine.
Lan went on, frowning. He waved away the Aes Sedai's offer of tea and began marching up and down in front of the fire, one hand on his sword hilt and his cloak changing colours as he turned.
I could accept Trollocs in the 2 rivers, even 100 Trollocs. But this? There must have been almost 1,000 in the hunt for us yesterday.
We were very lucky that not all stayed to search Shadar Logoth. The Myrddraal must have doubted we would hide there, but they also feared to return to Shaol Ghul, leaving even the slightest chance uncovered. The Dark One was never a lenient master.
Don't try to evade it. You know what I'm saying. If those 1,000 were sent here to be sent into the 2 rivers, why were they not? There is only one answer. They were sent only after we crossed the Taran, when it was known that 1 Myrddraal and 100 Trollocs were no longer enough. How? How were they sent? If 1,000 Trollocs can be brought so far south from the Blight so quickly, unseen, not to mention being taken off the same way, can 10,000 be sent into the heart of Saldea? Or Arafel? Oshina. The borderlands could be overrun in a year.
The whole world will be overrun in 5 if we do not find those boys, Moraine said simply. The question worries me also, but I have no answers. The ways are closed, and there has not been an Aes Sedai powerful enough to travel since the time of madness. Unless one of the Forsaken is loose, the light send it is not so, yet or ever. There is still no one who can. In any case, I do not think all the Forsaken together could move 1,000 Trollocs. Let us deal with the problems that face us here and now. Everything else must wait.
The boys.
It was not a question. I have not been idle while you were away. One is across the river and alive. As for the others, there was a faint trace downriver, but it faded away as I found it. The bond had been broken for hours before I began my search. Crouched behind her tree, Nynaeve frowned in puzzlement. Lan stopped his pacing.
You think the halfmen heading south have them?
Perhaps. Moraine poured herself a cup of tea before going on. But I will not admit the possibility of them being dead. I cannot. I dare not. You know how much is at stake. I must have those young men. That Sheol ghoul will hunt them, I expect. Opposition from within the White Tower, even from the Amelin seat, I accept. There are always Aes Sedai who will accept only one solution. But suddenly she put her cup down and sat up straight, grimacing. If you watch the wolf too hard, she muttered, a mouse will bite you on the ankle. And she looked right at the tree behind which Nynaeve was hiding. Mistress Almira, you may come out now, if you wish. Nynaeve scrambled to her feet, hastily dusting dead leaves from her dress. Lan had spun to face the tree as soon as Moraine's eyes moved. His sword was in his hand before she finished speaking Nynaeve's name. Now he sheathed it again with more force than was strictly necessary. His face was almost as expressionless as ever, but Nynaeve thought there was a touch of chagrin about the set of his mouth. She felt a stab of satisfaction. The warder had not known she was there, at least. Satisfaction lasted only a moment, though. She fastened her eyes on Moraine and walked towards her purposefully. She wanted to remain cold and calm, but her voice quivered with anger. What have you meshed Egwene and the boys in? What filthy Aes Sedai plots are you planning to use them in? The Aes Sedai picked up her cup and calmly sipped her tea. When Nynaeve was close, though, Lan put out an arm to bar her way. She tried to brush the obstruction aside and was surprised when the warder's arm moved no more than an oak branch would have. She was not frail, but his muscles were like iron. Tea? Moraine offered. No, I don't want any tea. I would not drink your tea if I was dying of thirst. You won't use any Emmonsfield folk in your dirty Aes Sedai schemes. You have very little room to talk, Wisdom. Moraine showed more interest in her hot tea than in anything she was saying. You can wield the one power yourself, after a fashion. Nynaeve pushed at Lan's arm again. It still did not move, and she decided to ignore it. Why don't you try claiming I am a Trolloc? Moraine's smile was so knowing that Nynaeve wanted to hit her. Do you think I can stand face to face with a woman who can touch the true source and channel the one power, even if only now and then, without knowing what she is? Just as you sensed the potential in Egwene. How do you think I knew you were behind that tree? If I had not been distracted, I would have known the moment you came close. You certainly are not a Trolloc, for me to feel the evil of the Dark One. So what did I sense? Nynaeve Almira, wisdom of Emmonsfield, and unknowing wielder of the One Power. Lan was looking down at Nynaeve in a way she did not like. Surprised and speculative, it seemed to her, though nothing had changed about his face but his eyes. Egwene was special. She had always known that. Egwene would make a fine wisdom. They're working together, she thought, trying to put me off balance. I won't listen to any more of this. You must listen, Moraine said firmly. I had my suspicions in Emond's Field even before I met you. People told me how upset the wisdom was that she had not predicted the hard winter and the lateness of spring. They told me how good she was at foretelling weather, at telling the crops. They told me how wonderful her cures were, how she sometimes healed injuries that should have been crippling. So well there was barely a scar and not a limp or a twinge. The only ill word I heard about you was from a few who thought you too young for the responsibility. And that only strengthened my suspicions. So much skill, so young. Mistress Barron taught me well. She tried looking at Lan, but his eyes still made her uncomfortable, so she settled for staring over the Aes Sedai's head at the river. How dare the village gossip in front of an outlander? Who said I was too young? She demanded. Moraine smiled, refusing to be diverted. Unlike most women who claim to listen to the wind, you actually can, sometimes. Oh, it has nothing to do with the wind, of course. It is of air and water. It is not something you needed to be taught. It was born into you, just as it was born into Egwene. But you have learnt to handle it, which she still has to learn. 2 minutes after I came face to face with you, I knew. Do you remember how I suddenly asked you if you were the wisdom? Why, do you think? There was nothing to distinguish you from any other pretty young woman getting ready for festival. Even looking for a young wisdom, I expected someone half again your age. Nynaeve remembered that meeting all too well. This woman, more self-possessed than anyone in the women's circle, in a dress more beautiful than any she had ever seen, addressing her as a child. Then Moraine had suddenly blinked as if surprised, and out of a clear sky asked. She licked lips gone abruptly dry. They were both looking at her, the warder's face as unreadable as a stone, the Aes Sedai's sympathetic yet intent. Nynaeve shook her head. No, it's impossible. I would know. You are just trying to trick me, and it will not work. Of course you do not know, Moraine said soothingly. Why should you even suspect? All of your life you have heard about listening to the wind. In any case, you would as soon announce to all of Emond's Field that you were a dark friend as to admit to yourself, even in the deepest recesses of your mind, that you have anything to do with the One Power, or the dreaded Aes Sedai. Amusement flitted across Moraine's face. But I can tell you how it began. I don't want to hear any more of your lies, she said, but the Aes Sedai went right on. Perhaps as much as 8 or 10 years ago, the age varies but always comes young. There was something you wanted more than anything else in the world, something you needed, and you got it. A branch suddenly falling where you could pull yourself out of a pond instead of drowning, a friend or a pet getting well when everyone thought they would die. You felt nothing special at the time, but a week or 10 days later you had your first reaction to touching the true source. Perhaps fever and chills that came on suddenly and put you to bed, then disappeared after only a few hours. None of the reactions, and they vary, lasts more than a few hours. Headaches and numbness and exhilaration all mixed together, and you taking foolish chances or acting giddy. A spell of dizziness when you tripped and stumbled whenever you tried to move, when you could not say a sentence without your tongue mangling half the words. There are others. Do you remember? Nynaeve sat down hard on the ground. Her legs would not hold her up. She remembered, but she shook her head anyway. It had to be coincidence, or else Moraine had asked more questions in Emond's Field than she had thought. The Aes Sedai had asked a great many questions. It had to be that. Lan offered a hand, but she did not even see it. I will go further, Moraine said when Nynaeve kept silent. You used the power to heal either Perrin or Egwene at some time. An affinity develops.
you can sense the presence of someone you have healed. In Baerlon you came straight to the Stag and Lion, though it was not the nearest inn to any gate by which you could have entered. Of the people from Emond's Field, only Perrin and Egwene were at the inn when you arrived. Was it Perrin or Egwene? Or both?
Egwene,
Nynaeve mumbled. She had always taken it for granted that she could sometimes tell who was approaching her, even when she could not see them. Not until now had she realized that it was always someone on whom her cures had worked almost miraculously well. And she had always known when the medicine would work beyond expectations, always felt the certainty when she said the crops would be especially good or that the rains would come early or late. That was the way she thought it was supposed to be. Not all wisdoms could listen to the wind, but the best could. That was what Mistress Barron always said, just as she said Nynaeve would be one of the best. She had breakbone fever. She kept her head down and spoke to the ground. I was still apprenticed to Mistress Barron, and she set me to watch Egwene. I was young, and I didn't know the wisdom had everything well in hand. It's terrible to watch. Breakbone fever. The child was soaked with sweat, groaning and twisting until I could not understand why I didn't hear her bones snapping. Mistress Barron had told me the fever would break in another day, 2 at the most, but I thought she was doing me a kindness. I thought Egwene was dying. I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler, when her mother was busy, and I started crying because I was going to have to watch her die. When Mistress Barron came back an hour later, the fever had broken. She was surprised, but she made over me more than Egwene. I always thought she believed I had given the child something and was too frightened to admit it. I always thought she was trying to comfort me to make sure I knew I hadn't hurt Egwene. A week later, I fell on the floor in her sitting room, shaking and burning up by turns. She bundled me into bed, but by supper time it was gone. She dropped her head in her hands as she finished speaking. The Aes Sedai chose a good example, she thought. Light burn her, using the power like an Aes Sedai, a filthy dock friend Aes Sedai. You were very lucky, Moraine said, and Nynaeve sat erect. Lan stepped back as if what they talked about was none of his business, and busied himself with Mandab's saddle, not even glancing at them. Lucky! You have managed a crude control over the power, even if touching the true source still comes at random. If you had not, it would have killed you eventually. As it will, in all probability, kill Egwene if you manage to stop her from going to Tar Valon. If I learned to control it... Nynaeve swallowed hard. It was like admitting all over again that she could do what the Aes Sedai said. If I learned to control it, so can she. There is no need for her to go to Tar Valon and get mixed up in your intrigues. Moraine shook her head slowly. Aes Sedai search for girls who can touch the true source unguided just as assiduously as we search for men who can do so. It is not a desire to increase our numbers, or at least not only that. Nor is it a fear that those women will misuse the power. The rough control of the power they may gain if the light shines on them is rarely enough to do any great damage, especially since the actual touching of the source is beyond their control without a teacher and comes only randomly. And of course they do not suffer the madness that drives men to evil or twisted things. We want to save their lives. The lives of those who never do manage any control at all. The fever and chills I had couldn't kill anyone, Nynaeve insisted. Not in 3 or 4 hours. I had the other things too, and they couldn't kill anybody either. And they stopped after a few months. What about that? Those were only reactions, Moraine said patiently. Each time, the reaction comes closer to the actual touching of the source until the two happen almost together. After that, there are no more reactions that can be seen, but it is as if a clock has begun ticking. A year, 2 years. I know one woman who lasted 5 years. Of 4 who have the inborn ability that you and Egwene have, 3 die if we do not find them and train them. It is not as horrible a death as the men die, but neither is it pretty, if any death can be called so. Convulsions, screaming. It takes days, and once it begins, there is nothing that can be done to stop it, not by all the Aes Sedai and Tarvalon together. You're lying. All those questions you asked in Emond's Field. You found out about Egwene's fever breaking, about my fever and chills, all of it. You made all of this up. You know I did not, Moraine said gently. Reluctantly, more reluctantly than she had ever done anything in her life, Nynaeve nodded. It had been a last stubborn effort to deny what was plain, and there was never any good in that, however unpleasant it might be. Mistress Barron's first apprentice had died the way the Aes Sedai said when Nynaeve was still playing with dolls, and there had been a young woman in Devon Ride only a few years ago. She had been a wisdom's apprentice too, one who could listen to the wind. You have great potential, I think, Moraine continued. With training you might become even more powerful than Egwene, and I believe she can become one of the most powerful Aes Sedai we have seen in centuries. Nynaeve pushed herself back from the Aes Sedai as she would have from a viper. No, I'll have nothing to do with... With what? Myself? She slumped, and her voice became hesitant. I would ask you not to tell anyone about this. Please? The word nearly stuck in her throat. She would rather Trollocs had appeared than she had been forced to say please to this woman. But Moraine only nodded assent, and some of her spirit returned. None of this explains what you want with Rand and Mat and Perrin. The Dark One wants them. Moraine replied, If the Dark One wants a thing, I oppose it. Can there be a simpler reason? Or a better? She finished her tea, watching Nynaeve over the rim of her cup. Lan, we must be going. South, I think. I fear the wisdom will not be accompanying us. Nynaeve's mouth tightened at the way the Aes Sedai said wisdom. It seemed to suggest she was turning her back on great things in favour of something petty. She doesn't want me along. She's trying to put my back up, so I'll go back home and leave them alone with her. Oh, yes, I will be going with you. You cannot keep me from it. No one will try to keep you from it, Lan said as he rejoined them. He emptied the tea kettle over the fire and stirred the ashes with a stick. A part of the pattern, he said to Moraine. Perhaps so, she replied thoughtfully. I should have spoken to Min again. You see, Nynaeve, you are welcome to come. There was a hesitation in the way Lan said her name, a hint of an unspoken Sedai after it. Nynaeve bristled, taking it for mockery, and bristled too at the way they spoke of things in front of her, things she knew nothing about, without the courtesy of an explanation, but she would not give them the satisfaction of asking. The warder went on preparing for departure, his economical motions so sure and swift that he was quickly done, saddlebags, blankets, and all fastened behind the saddles of Mandarb and Aldeeb. I will fetch your horse, he told Nynaeve as he finished with the last saddle tie. He started up the riverbank, and she allowed herself a small smile. After the way she had watched him undiscovered, he was going to try to find her horse unaided. He would learn that she left little in the way of tracks when she was stalking. It would be a pleasure when he came back empty-handed. Why south? She asked Moraine. I heard you say one of the boys is across the river. And how do you know? I gave each of the boys a token. It created a bond of sorts between them and me. So long as they are alive and have those coins in their possession, I will be able to find them. Nynaeve's eyes turned in the direction the warder had gone, and Moraine shook her head. Not like that. It only allows me to discover if they still live, and find them should we become separated. Prudent. Do you not think?
under the circumstances. I don't like anything that connects you with anyone from Emmons Field, Nynaeve said stubbornly. But if it will help us find them, it will. I would gather the young man across the river first, if I could. For a moment, frustration tinged the Aes Sedai's voice. He is only a few miles from us, but I cannot afford to take the time. He should make his way down to Whitebridge safely now that the Trollocs have gone. The two who went downriver may need me more. They have lost their coins, and Myrddraal are either pursuing them or else trying to intercept us all at Whitebridge. She sighed. I must take care of the greatest need first. The Myrddraal could have killed them, Nynaeve said. Moraine shook her head slightly, denying the suggestion as if it were too trivial to be considered. Nynaeve's mouth tightened. Where is Egwene, then? You haven't even mentioned her. I do not know, Moraine admitted, but I hope that she is safe. You don't know? You hope? All that talk about saving her life by taking her to Tar Valon, and she could be dead for all you know? I could look for her and allow the Myrddraal more time before I arrive to help the two young men who went south. It is them the Dark One wants, not her. They would not bother with Egwene so long as their true quarry remains uncaught. Nynaeve remembered her own encounter, but she refused to admit the sense of what Moraine said. So the best you have to offer is that she may be alive if she was lucky. Alive, may be alone, frightened, even hurt, dazed from the nearest village, or help except for us. And you intend to leave her. She may just as easily be safe with the boy across the river. Or on her way to Whitebridge with the other two. In any case, there are no longer Trollocs here to threaten her, and she is strong, intelligent, and quite capable of finding her way to Whitebridge alone if need be. Would you rather stay on the chance that she may need help, or do you want to try and help those we know are in need? Would you have me search for her and let the boys, and the Myrddraal, who are surely pursuing them, go? As much as I hope for Egwene's safety, Nynaeve, I fight against the Dark One. And for now, that sets my path. Moraine's calm never slipped while she laid out the horrible alternatives. Nynaeve wanted to scream at her. Blinking back tears, she turned her face so the Aes Sedai could not see. Light, wisdom is supposed to look after all of her people. Why do I have to choose like this? Here is Lan, Moraine said, rising and settling her cloak about her shoulders. To Nynaeve it was only a tiny blow as the warder led her horse out of the trees. Still, her lips thinned when he handed her the reins. It would have been a small boost to her spirits if there had been even a trace of gloating on his face, instead of that insufferable stony calm. His eyes widened when he saw her face, and she turned her back on him to wipe tears from her cheeks. How dare he mock my crying? Are you coming, Wisdom? Moraine asked coolly. She took one last slow look at the forest, wondering if Egwene was out there, before sadly mounting her horse. Lan and Moraine were already in their saddles, turning their horses south. She followed, stiff-backed, refusing to let herself look back. Instead, she kept her eyes on Moraine. The Aes Sedai was so confident in her power and her plans, she thought. But if they did not find Egwene and the boys, all of them alive and unharmed, not all of her power would protect her. Not all her power. I can use it, woman. You told me so yourself. I can use it against you. Chapter 22. A Path Chosen. In a small copse of trees, beneath a pile of cedar branches roughly cut in the dark, Perrin slept long after sunrise. It was the cedar needles pricking him through his still damp clothes that finally pricked through his exhaustion as well. Deep in a dream of Emmons Field, of working at Master Luhan's forge, he opened his eyes and stared uncomprehending at the sweet-smelling branches interwoven over his face, sunlight trickling through. Most of the branches fell away as he sat up in surprise, but some hung haphazardly from his shoulders and even his head, making him appear something like a tree himself. Emmons Field faded as memory rushed back, so vivid that for a moment the night before seemed more real than anything around him now. Panting, frantic, he scrabbled his axe out of the pile. He clutched it in both hands and peered around cautiously, holding his breath. Nothing moved. The morning was cold and still. If there were Trollocs on the east bank of the Arenelle, they were not moving, at least not close to him. Taking a deep, calming breath, he lowered the axe to his knees and waited a moment for his heart to stop pounding. The small stand of evergreens surrounding him was the first shelter he had found last night. It was sparse enough to give little protection against watching eyes if he stood up. Plucking branches from his head and shoulders, he pushed aside the rest of his prickly blanket, then crawled on hands and knees to the edge of the copse. There he lay studying the riverbank and scratching where the needles had stabbed him. The cutting wind of the night before had faded to a silent breeze that barely rippled the surface of the water. The river ran by, calm and empty, and wide. Surely too wide and too deep for Fades to cross. The far bank appeared a solid mass of trees as far as he could see upriver and down. Certainly nothing moved in his view over there. He was not sure how he felt about that. Fades and Trollocs he could do without quite easily, even on the other side of the river, but a whole list of worries would have vanished with the appearance of the Aes Sedai, or the warder, or even better, any of his friends. If wishes were wings, sheep would fly. That was what Mistress Luhan always said. He had not seen a sign of his horse since riding over the bluff. He hoped it had swum out of the river safely. But he was more used to walking than riding anyway, and his boots were stout and well-soled. He had nothing to eat, but his sling was still wrapped around his waist, and that, or the snare lines in his pocket, ought to yield a rabbit in a little time. Everything for making a fire was gone with his saddlebags, but the cedar trees would yield tinder and a firebow with a bit of work. He shivered as the breeze gusted into his hiding place. His cloak was somewhere in the river, and his coat and everything else he wore were still clammy cold from the soaking in the river. He had been too tired for the cold and damp to bother him last night, but now he was wide awake to every chill. Just the same, he decided against hanging his clothes on the branches to dry. If the day was not precisely cold, it was not even close to warm. Time was the problem, he thought with a sigh. Dry clothes with a little time, a rabbit to roast and a fire to roast it over with a little time. His stomach rumbled, and he tried to forget about eating altogether. There were more important uses for that time. One thing at a time, and the most important first. That was his way. His eyes followed the strong flow of the Arenelle downriver. He was a stronger swimmer than Egwene. If she had made it across... No. Not if. The place where she had made it across would be downriver. He drummed on the ground with his fingers, weighing, considering. His decision made, he wasted no time in picking up his axe and setting off down the river. This side of the Arenelle lacked the thick forest of the west bank. Clumps of trees spotted across what would be grassland if spring ever came. Some were big enough to be called thickets, with swathes of evergreens among the barren ash and alder and hardgum. Down by the river, the stands were smaller and not so tight. They gave poor cover, but they were all the cover there was. He dashed from growth to growth in a crouch, throwing himself down when he was among the trees to study the riverbanks, the far side as well as his. The warder said the river would be a barrier to Fades and Trollocs, but would it? Seeing him might be enough to overcome their reluctance to cross deep water. So he watched carefully from behind the trees and ran from one hiding place to the next, fast and low. He covered several miles that way, in spurts, until suddenly, halfway to the beckoning shelter of a growth of willows, he grunted and stopped dead, staring at the ground. Patches of bare earth spotted the matted brown of last year's grass, and in the middle of one of those patches, right under his nose, was a clear hoofprint. A slow smile spread across his face. Some Trollocs had hooves, but he doubted if any wore horseshoes. Especially horseshoes with the double crossbar Master Luhan added for strength. Forgetting possible eyes on the other side of the river, he cast about for more tracks. The plaited carpet of dead grass did not take impressions well, but his sharp eyes found them anyway. The scanty trail led him straight away from the river to a dense stand of trees, thick with leatherleaf and cedar that made a wall against wind or prying eyes. The spreading branches of a lone hemlock towered in the middle of it all. Still grinning, he pushed his way through the interwoven branches, not caring how much noise he made. Abruptly, he stepped into a little clearing under the hemlock, and stopped. Behind a small fire, Egwene crouched, her face grim, with a thick branch held like a club, and her back against Bella's flank. "I guess I should have called out," he said with an abashed shrug. Tossing her club down, she ran to throw her arms around him. "I thought you had drowned. Oh, you're still wet. Here, sit by the fire and warm yourself. You lost your horse, didn't you?" He let her push him to a place by the fire and rubbed his hands over the flames, grateful for the warmth. She produced an oiled paper packet from her saddlebags and gave him some bread and cheese. The package had been so tightly wrapped that even after its dunking, the food was dry. "Here you were worrying about her, and she's done better than you did." "Bella got me across," Egwene said, patting the shaggy mare. "She headed away from the Trollocs and just towed me along." She paused. "I haven't seen anybody else, Perrin." He heard the unspoken question. Regretfully eyeing the packet that she was rewrapping, he licked the last crumbs from his fingers before speaking. "I've seen no one but you since last night. No Fades or Trollocs either. There's that." "Rand has to be all right," Egwene said, quickly adding, "They all do. They have to. They're probably looking for us right now. They might find us any time now. Moraine is an Aes Sedai, after all."
"I keep being reminded of that," he said. "Burn me, I wish I could forget."
"I did not hear you complaining when she stopped the Trollocs from catching us," Egwene said tartly.
"I just wish we could do without her."
He shrugged uncomfortably under her steady gaze.
"I suppose we can't, though. I've been thinking."
Her eyebrows rose, but he was used to surprise whenever he claimed an idea. Even when his ideas were as good as theirs, they always remembered how deliberate he was in thinking of them.
"We can wait for Lan and Moraine to find us."
"Of course," she cut in. "Moraine Sedai said she would find us if we were separated."
He let her finish, then went on.
"Or the Trollocs could find us first. Moraine could be dead too, all of them could be. No, Egwene, I'm sorry, but they could be. I hope they're all safe. I hope they'll walk up to this fire any minute. But hope is like a piece of string when you're drowning. It just isn't enough to get you out by itself."
Egwene closed her mouth and stared at him with her jaw set. Finally, she said, "You want to go downriver to Whitebridge? If Moraine Sedai doesn't find us here, that's where she will look next."
"I suppose," he said slowly, "that Whitebridge is where we should go, but the Fades probably know that too. That's where they'll be looking, and this time we don't have an Aes Sedai or a warder to protect us."
"I suppose you're going to suggest running off somewhere the way Matt wanted to, hiding somewhere the Fades and Trollocs won't find us, or Moraine Sedai either."
"Don't think I haven't considered it," he said quietly. "But every time we think we are free, Fades and Trollocs find us again. I don't know if there is any place we could hide from them. I don't like it much. But we need Moraine."
"I don't understand then, Perrin. Where do we go?" He blinked in surprise. She was waiting for his answer. Waiting for him to tell her what to do. It had never occurred to him that she would look to him to take the lead. Egwene never liked doing what someone else had planned out, and she never let anybody tell her what to do, except maybe the wisdom, and he thought sometimes she balked at that. He smoothed the dirt in front of him with his hand and cleared his throat roughly.
"This is where we are now, and that is Whitebridge." He stabbed the ground twice with his finger. "Then Camelin should be somewhere around here."
He made a third mark off to the side. He paused, looking at the 3 dots in the dirt. His entire plan was based on what he remembered of her father's old map. Master Alvia said it was not too accurate, and anyway, he had never mooned over it as much as Rand and Matt. But Egwene said nothing. When he looked up, she was still watching him with her hands in her lap. Camelin? She sounded stunned. Camelin. He drew a line in the dirt between 2 of the dots, away from the river and straight across. Nobody would expect that. We'll wait for them in Camelin. He dusted his hands and waited. He thought it was a good plan, but surely she would have objections now. He expected she would take charge. She was always bullying him into something, and that was all right with him. To his surprise, she nodded. There must be villages. We can ask directions. What worries me, Perrin said, is what we do if the Aes Sedai doesn't find us there. Light, who'd ever have thought I'd worry about something like that? What if she doesn't come to Camelin? Maybe she thinks we're dead. Maybe she'll take Rand and Matt straight to Tarvalon. Moraine Sedai said she could find us, Egwene said firmly. If she can find us here, she can find us in Camelin. And she will. Perrin nodded slowly. If you say so. But if she doesn't appear in Camelin in a few days, we go on to Tarvalon and put our case before the Amelin seat. He took a deep breath. 2 weeks ago, you'd never even seen an Aes Sedai. And now you're talking about the Amelin seat. Light. According to Lan, there's a good road from Camelin. He looked at the oiled paper packet beside Egwene and cleared his throat. What chance of a little more bread and cheese? This might have to last a long time, she said. Unless you have better luck with snares than I did last night. At least the fire was easy. She laughed softly as if she had made a joke, tucking the packet back into her saddlebags. Apparently there were limits to how much leadership she was willing to accept. His stomach rumbled. In that case, he said, standing, we might as well start now. But you're still wet, she protested. I'll walk myself dry, he said firmly, and began kicking dirt over the fire. If he was the leader, it was time to start leading. The wind from the river was picking up. Chapter 23. Wolf Brother. From the start, Perrin knew the journey to Camelin was going to be far from comfortable, beginning with Egwene's insistence that they take turns riding Bella. They did not know how far it was, she said, but it was too far for her to be the only one who rode. Her jaw firmed, and her eyes stared at him unblinking. I'm too big to ride Bella, he said. I'm used to walking, and I'd rather. And I am not used to walking? Egwene said sharply. That isn't what I'm the only one who's supposed to get saddle sore, is that it? And when you walk till your feet are ready to fall off, you'll expect me to look after you. Let it be, he breathed when she looked like going on. Anyway, you'll take the first turn. Her face turned even more stubborn, but he refused to let her get a word in edgewise. If you won't get in the saddle by yourself, I'll put you there. She gave him a startled look, and a small smile curved her lips. In that case... She sounded as if she were about to laugh, but she climbed up. He grumbled to himself as he turned away from the river. Leaders in stories never had to put up with this sort of thing. Egwene did insist on him taking his turns, and whenever he tried to avoid it, she bullied him into the saddle. Blacksmithing did not lend itself to a slender build, and Bella was not very large as horses went. Every time he put his foot in the stirrup, the shaggy mare looked at him with what he was sure was reproach. Small things, perhaps, but they irritated. Soon he flinched whenever Egwene announced, It's your turn, Perrin. In stories, leaders seldom flinched, and they were never bullied. But, he reflected, they never had to deal with Egwene either. There were only short rations of bread and cheese to begin with, and what there was gave out by the end of the first day. Perrin set snares along likely rabbit runs. They looked old, but it was worth a chance, while Egwene began laying a fire. When he was done, he decided to try his hand with his sling before the light failed altogether. They had not seen a sign of anything at all alive, but, to his surprise, he jumped a scrawny rabbit almost at once. He was so surprised when it burst from under a bush right beneath his feet that it almost got away, but he fetched it at 40 paces just as it was darting around a tree. When he came back to the camp with the rabbit, Egwene had broken limbs all laid for the fire, but she was kneeling beside the pile with her eyes closed. "What are you doing? You can't wish a fire." Egwene gave a jump at his first words and twisted around to stare at him with her hand to her throat. You startled me." "I was lucky," he said, holding up the rabbit. "Get your flint and steel. We eat well tonight, at least." "I don't have a flint," she said slowly. "It was in my pocket, and I lost it in the river." "Then how?" "It was so easy back there on the riverbank, Perrin. Just the way Moraine Sedai showed me. I just reached out and—" She gestured as if grasping for something, then let her hand fall with a sigh. "I can't find it now." Perrin licked his lips uneasily. The power." She nodded, and he stared at her. "Are you crazy? I mean, the one power? You can't just play around with something like that." "It was so easy, Perrin. I can do it. I can channel the power." He took a deep breath. "I'll make a firebow, Egwene. Promise you won't try this thing again." "I will not." Her jaw firmed in a way that made him sigh. "Would you give up that axe of yours, Perrin Ebara? Would you walk around with one hand tied behind your back? I won't do it." "I'll make the firebow," he said wearily. "At least don't try it again tonight. Please." She acquiesced grudgingly, and even after the rabbit was roasting on a spit over the flames, he had the feeling she felt she could have done it better. She would not give up trying either, every night, though the best she ever did was a trickle of smoke that vanished almost immediately. Her eyes dared him to say a word, and he wisely kept his mouth shut. After that one hot meal, they subsisted on coarse wild tubers and a few young shoots. With still no sign of spring, none of it was plentiful, and none of it tasty either. Neither complained, but not a meal passed without one or the other sighing regretfully, and they both knew it was for the tang of a bit of cheese, or even the smell of bread. A find of mushrooms, queen's crowns the best, one afternoon in a shady part of the forest was enough to seem a great treat. They gobbled them down, laughing and telling stories from back in Emond's Field, stories that began, "Do you remember when—" But the mushrooms did not last long, and neither did the laughter. There was little mirth in hunger. Whichever was walking carried a sling, ready to let fly at the sight of a rabbit or squirrel, but the only time either hurled a stone was in frustration. The snares they set so carefully each evening yielded nothing at dawn, and they did not dare stay a day in one place to leave the snares out. Neither of them knew how far it was to Camelin, and neither would feel safe until they got there. If then. Perrin began to wonder if his stomach could shrink enough to make a hole all the way through his middle. They made good time as he saw it, but as they got farther and farther from the Arenelle without seeing a village or even a farmhouse where they could ask directions, his doubts about his own plan grew. Egwene continued to appear outwardly as confident as when they set out, but he was sure that sooner or later she would say it would have been better to risk the Trollocs than to wander around lost for the rest of their lives. She never did, but he kept expecting it. 2 days from the river, the land changed to thickly forested hills, as gripped by the tail end of winter as everywhere else, and a day after that the hills flattened out again, the dense forest broken by glades, often a mile or more across. Snow still lay in hidden hollows, and the air was brisk of a morning and the wind cold always. Nowhere did they see a road or a ploughed field or a chimney smoke in the distance or any other sign of human habitation, at least none where men still dwelt. Once the remains of tall stone ramparts encircled a hilltop. Parts of roofless stone houses stood inside the fallen circle. The forest had long swallowed it. Trees grew right through everything, and spiderwebs of old creeper enveloped the big stone blocks. Another time they came on a stone tower, broken-topped and brown with old moss, leaning on the huge oak whose thick roots were slowly toppling it. But they found no place where men had breathed in living remembrance. Memories of Shadar Logoth kept them away from the ruins and hurried their footsteps until they were once more deep in places that seemed never to have known a human footstep. Dreams plagued Perrin's sleep, fearful dreams. Baalzamon was in them, chasing him through mazes, hunting him, but Perrin never met him face to face, so far as he remembered. And their journey had been enough to bring a few bad dreams. Egwene complained of nightmares about Shadar Logoth, especially the 2 nights after they found the ruined fort and the abandoned tower. Perrin kept his own counsel, even when he woke sweating and shaking in the dark. She was looking to him to lead them safely to Caemlyn, not share worries about which they could do nothing. He was walking at Bella's head, wondering if they would find anything to eat this evening, when he first caught the smell. The mare flared her nostrils and swung her head in the next moment. He seized her bridle before she could wicker. "That smoke!" Egwene said excitedly. She leaned forward in the saddle, drew a deep breath. "A cook fire! Somebody is roasting dinner. Rabbit? Maybe," Perrin said cautiously, and her eager smile faded. He exchanged his sling for the wicked half-moon of the axe. His hands opened and closed uncertainly on the thick haft. It was a weapon, but neither his hidden practice behind the forge nor Lan's teachings had really prepared him to use it as one. Even the battle before Shadar Logoth was too vague in his mind to give him any confidence. He could never quite manage that void that Rand and the warder talked about either. Sunlight slanted through the trees behind them, and the forest was a still mass of dappled shadows. The faint smell of wood smoke drifted around them, tinged with the aroma of cooking meat. It could be rabbit, he thought, and his stomach grumbled. And it could be something else, he reminded himself. He looked at Egwene. She was watching him. There were responsibilities to being leader. "Wait here," he said softly. She frowned, but he cut her off as she opened her mouth. "And be quiet. We don't know who it is yet." She nodded. Reluctantly, but she did it. Perrin wondered why that did not work when he was trying to make her take his turn riding. Drawing a deep breath, he started for the source of the smoke. He had not spent as much time in the forests around Emond's Field as Rand or Mat, but still he had done his share of hunting rabbits. He crept from tree to tree without so much as snapping a twig. It was not long before he was peering around the bole of a tall oak with spreading serpentine limbs that bent to touch the ground, then rose again. Beyond lay a campfire, and a lean, sun-browned man was leaning against one of the limbs not far from the flames. At least he was not a Trolloc, but he was the strangest fellow Perrin had ever seen. For one thing, his clothes all seemed to be made from animal skins, with the fur still on, even his boots and the odd flat-topped round cap on his head. His cloak was a crazy quilt of rabbit and squirrel. His trousers appeared to be made from the long-haired hide of a brown and white goat. Gathered at the back of his neck with a cord, his greying brown hair hung to his waist. A thick beard fanned across half his chest. A long knife hung at his belt, almost a sword, and a bow and quiver stood propped against a limb close to hand. The man leaned back with his eyes closed, apparently asleep, but Perrin did not stir from his concealment. 6 sticks slanted over the fellow's fire, and on each stick a rabbit was skewered, roasted brown and now and then dripping juice that hissed in the flames. The smell of them, so close, made his mouth water.
You done drooling?
The man opened one eye and cocked it at Perrin's hiding place.
You and your friend might as well sit and have a bite. I haven't seen you eat much the last couple of days.
Perrin hesitated, then stood slowly, still gripping his axe tightly.
You've been watching me for 2 days.
The man chuckled deep in his throat.
Yes, I've been watching you. And that pretty girl pushes you around like a bantam rooster, doesn't she? Heard you mostly. The horse is the only one of you doesn't trample around loud enough to be heard 5 miles off. You going to ask her in, or are you intending to eat all the rabbit yourself?
Perrin bristled. He knew he did not make much noise. You could not get close enough to a rabbit in the waterwood to fetch it with a sling if you made noise. But the smell of rabbit made him remember that Egwene was hungry too, not to mention waiting to discover if it was a trolloc fire they had smelled. He slipped the haft of his axe through the belt loop and raised his voice. "Egwene, it's all right! It is rabbit!" Offering his hand, he added in a more normal tone, "My name is Perrin. Perrin Aybara." The man considered his hand before taking it awkwardly, as if unused to shaking hands.
I'm called Elias, he said, looking up. Elias Mashera.
Perrin gasped and nearly dropped Elias's hand. The man's eyes were yellow, like bright, polished gold. Some memory tickled at the back of Perrin's mind, then fled. All he could think of right then was that all of the Trolloc's eyes he had seen had been almost black. Egwene appeared, cautiously leading Bella. She tied the mare's reins to one of the smaller branches of the oak and made polite sounds when Perrin introduced her to Elias, but her eyes kept drifting to the rabbits. She did not seem to notice the man's eyes. When Elias motioned them to the food, she fell to with a will. Perrin hesitated only a minute longer before joining her. Elias waited silently while they ate. Perrin was so hungry, he tore off pieces of meat so hot he had to juggle them from hand to hand before he could hold them in his mouth. Even Egwene showed little of her usual neatness. Greasy juice ran down her chin. Day faded into twilight before they began to slow down, moonless darkness closing in around the fire. And then Elias spoke.
What are you doing out here? There isn't a house inside 50 miles in any direction.
We're going to Camelin, Egwene said. Perhaps you could... Her eyebrows lifted coolly as Elias threw back his head and roared with laughter. Perrin stared at him, a rabbit leg half raised to his mouth.
Camelin!
Elias wheezed when he could talk again.
The path you're following, the line you've taken the last 2 days, you'll pass 100 miles or more north of Camelin.
We were going to ask directions, Egwene said defensively. We just haven't found any villages or farms yet.
None you will, Elias said, chuckling. The way you're going, you can travel all the way to the spine of the world without seeing another human. Of course, if you manage to climb the spine, it can be done some places. You could find people in the Isle Waste, but you wouldn't like it there. You'd broil by day and freeze by night, and die of thirst any time. It takes an Isleman to find water in the Waste, and they don't like strangers much. No, not much, I'd say.
He set off into another, more furious burst of laughter, this time actually rolling on the ground.
No, not much at all, he managed.
Perrin shifted uneasily. Are we eating with a madman? Egwene frowned, but she waited until Elias's mirth faded a little, then said, Perhaps you could show us the way. You seem to know a good deal more about where places are than we do. Elias stopped laughing. Raising his head, he replaced his round fur cap, which had fallen off while he was rolling about, and stared at her from under lowered brows.
I don't much like people, he said in a flat voice. Cities are full of people. I don't go near villages or even farms very often. Villagers, farmers, they look like my friends. I wouldn't have even helped you if you hadn't been stumbling around as helpless and innocent as newborn cubs.
But at least you can tell us which way to go, she insisted. If you direct us to the nearest village, even if it's 50 miles away, surely they'll give us directions to Camelin.
Be still, Elias said. My friends are coming.
Bella suddenly whinnied in fear and began jerking to pull her reins free. Perrin half rose as shapes appeared all around them in the darkening forest. Bella reared and twisted, screaming.
Quiet the mare, Elias said. They won't hurt her. Or you, if you're still.
4 wolves stepped into the firelight, shaggy, waist-high forms with jaws that could break a man's leg. As if the people were not there, they walked up to the fire and lay down between the humans. In the darkness among the trees, firelight reflected off the eyes of more wolves on all sides. Yellow eyes, Perrin thought, like Elias's eyes. That was what he had been trying to remember. Carefully watching the wolves among them, he reached for his axe.
I would not do that, Elias said. If they think you mean harm, they'll stop being friendly.
They were staring at him, those 4 wolves, Perrin saw. He had the feeling that all the wolves, those in the trees as well, were staring at him. It made his skin itch. Cautiously, he moved his hands away from the axe. He imagined he could feel the tension ease among the wolves. Slowly, he sat back down. His hands shook until he gripped his knees to stop them. Egwene was so stiff she almost quivered. One wolf, close to black with a lighter grey patch on his face, lay nearly touching her. Bella had ceased her screaming and rearing. Instead, she stood trembling and shifting in an attempt to keep all of the wolves in view, kicking occasionally to show the wolves that she could, intending to sell her life dearly. The wolves seemed to ignore her and everyone else. Tongues lolling out of their mouths, they waited at their ease.
There, Elias said. That's better.
Are they tame? Egwene asked faintly and hopefully too. They're pets?
Elias snorted. Wolves don't tame, girl. Not even as well as men. They're my friends. We keep each other company, hunt together, converse, after a fashion just like any friends. Isn't that right, Dapple?
A wolf with fur that faded through a dozen shades of grey, dark and light, turned her head to look at him.
You talk to them?
Perrin marvelled.
It isn't exactly talking, Elias replied slowly. The words don't matter, and they aren't exactly right either. Her name isn't Dapple, it's something that means the way shadows play on a forest pool at a midwinter dawn with the breeze rippling the surface and the tang of ice when the water touches the tongue and a hint of snow before nightfall in the air. But that isn't quite it either. You can't say it in words. It's more of a feeling. That's the way wolves talk. The others are burn, hopper, and wind.
Burn had an old scar on his shoulder that might explain his name, but there was nothing about the other 2 wolves to give any indication of what their names might mean. For all the man's gruffness, Perrin thought Elias was pleased to have the chance to talk to another human. He seemed eager enough to do it, at least. Perrin eyed the wolves' teeth glistening in the firelight and thought it might be a good idea to keep him talking.
How did you learn to talk to wolves, Elias? They found out, Elias replied. I didn't, not at first. That's always the way of it, I understand. The wolves find you, not you them. Some people thought me touched by the Dark One because wolves started appearing wherever I went. I suppose I thought so too, sometimes.
Most decent folk began to avoid me, and the ones who sought me out weren't the kind I wanted to know, one way or another. Then I noticed there were times when the wolves seemed to know what I was thinking, to respond to what was in my head. That was the real beginning. They were curious about me. Wolves can sense people usually, but not like this. They were glad to find me. They say it's been a long time since they hunted with men, and when they say a long time, the feeling I get is like a cold wind howling all the way down from the first day. I never heard of men hunting with wolves, Egwene said. Her voice was not entirely steady, but the fact that the wolves were just lying there seemed to give her heart. If Elias heard her, he gave no sign. Wolves remember things differently from the way people do, he said. His strange eyes took on a faraway look, as if he were drifting off on the flow of memory himself. Every wolf remembers the history of all wolves, or at least the shape of it. Like I said, it can't be put into words very well. They remember running down prey side by side with men, but it was so long ago that it's more like the shadow of a shadow than a memory. That's very interesting, Egwene said, and Elias looked at her sharply. No, I mean, it is. She wet her lips. Could you teach us to talk to them? Elias snorted again. Oh, it can't be taught. Some can do it, some can't. They say he can. He pointed at Perrin. Perrin looked at Elias's finger as if it were a knife. He really is a madman. The wolves were staring at him again. He shifted uncomfortably. You say you're going to Camelin, Elias said, but that still doesn't explain what you're doing out here days from anywhere. He tossed back his fur-patch cloak and lay down on his side, propped on one elbow, and waiting expectantly. Perrin glanced at Egwene. Early on they had concocted a story for when they found people, to explain where they were going without bringing them any trouble. Without letting anyone know where they were really from, or where they were really going, eventually. Who knew what careless word might reach a Fade's ear? They had worked on it every day, patching it together, honing out flaws. And they had decided Egwene was the one to tell it. She was better with words than he was, and she claimed she could always tell when he was lying by his face. Egwene began at once, smoothly. They were from the north, from Saldea, from farms outside a tiny village. Neither of them had been more than 20 miles from home in their whole lives before this. But they had heard gleeman stories and merchants' tales, and they wanted to see some of the world, Camelin and Ilian, the Sea of Storms, and maybe even the fabled islands of the sea folk. Perrin listened with satisfaction. Not even Tom Merrilin could have made a better tale from the little they knew of the world outside the two rivers, or one better suited to their needs. From Saldea, eh? Elias said when she was done. Perrin nodded. That's right. We thought about seeing Maradon first. I'd surely like to see the king, but the capital city would be the first place our fathers would look. That was his part of it, to make it plain they had never been to Maradon. That way no one would expect them to know anything about the city, just in case they ran into someone who really had been there. It was all a long way from Emond's Field and the events of Winternight. Nobody hearing the tale would have any reason to think of Tar Valon or Aes Sedai. Quite a story, Elias nodded. Yes, quite a story. There's a few things wrong with it, but the main thing is Dapple says it's all a lump of lies. Every last word. Lies? Egwene exclaimed. Why would we lie? The 4 wolves had not moved, but they no longer seemed to be just lying there around the fire. They crouched instead, and their yellow eyes watched the Emond's Fielders without blinking. Perrin did not say anything, but his hand strayed to the axe at his waist.
The 4 wolves rose to their feet in one quick movement, and his hand froze. They made no sound, but the thick hackles on their necks stood erect. One of the wolves back under the trees raised a growling howl into the night. Others answered, 5, 10, 20, till the darkness rippled with them. Abruptly, they too were still. Cold sweat trickled down Perrin's face. "If you think—" Egwene stopped to swallow. Despite the chill in the air, there was sweat on her face too. "If you think we are lying, then you'll probably prefer that we make our own camp for the night, away from yours."
"Ordinarily I would, girl. But right now, I want to know about the Trollocs and the Hoffmen."
Perrin struggled to keep his face impassive, and hoped he was doing better at it than Egwene. Elias went on in a conversational tone.
"Dapple says she smelled Halfmen and Trollocs in your minds while you were telling that full story. They all did. You mixed up with Trollocs somehow, and the eyeless. Wolves hate Trollocs and Halfmen worse than wildfire, worse than anything, and so do I. Byrne wants to be done with you. It was Trollocs gave him that mark when he was a yearling. He says game is scarce, and you're fatter than any deer he's seen in months, and we should be done with you. But Byrne is always impatient. Why don't you tell me about it? I hope you're not dark friends. I don't like killing people after I've fed them. Just remember, they'll know if you lie, and even Dapple is already near as upset as Byrne."
His eyes, as yellow as the wolves' eyes, blinked no more than theirs did.
They are a wolf's eyes, Perrin thought.
Egwene was looking at him, he realized, waiting for him to decide what they should do. Light. Suddenly I'm the leader again. They had decided from the first that they could not risk telling the real story to anyone, but he saw no chance for them to get away, even if he managed to get his axe out before— Dapple growled deep in her throat, and the sound was taken up by the other 3 around the fire, then by the wolves in the darkness. The menacing rumble filled the night.
"All right,"
Perrin said quickly.
"All right."
The growling cut off, sharp and sudden. Egwene unclenched her hands and nodded.
"It all started a few days before winter night,"
Perrin began,
"when our friend Matt saw a man in a black cloak."
Elias never changed his expression or the way he lay on his side, but there was something about the tilt of his head that spoke of ears pricking up. The 4 wolves sat down as Perrin went on. He had the impression they were listening too. The story was a long one, and he told almost all of it. The dream he and the others had had in Baerlon, though, he kept to himself. He waited for the wolves to make some sign they had caught the omission, but they only watched. Dapple seemed friendly, Byrne angry. He was hoarse by the time he finished.
"And if she doesn't find us in Camelin, we'll go on to Tar Valon. We don't have any choice except to get help from the Aes Sedai." "Trollocs and Halfmen this far south," Elias mused. "Now that's something to consider."
He rooted behind him and tossed Perrin a hide water bag, not really looking at him. He appeared to be thinking. He waited until Perrin had drunk and replaced the plug before he spoke again.
"I don't hold with Aes Sedai. The Red Aja, those that like hunting for men who messed with the One Power. Yeah, they wanted to gentle me once. I told them to their faces they were Black Aja. Serve the Dark One, I said, and they didn't like that at all. They couldn't catch me, though, once I got into the forest. But they did try. Oh, yes, they did. Come to that, I doubt any Aes Sedai would take kindly to me after that. I had to kill a couple of warders. Bad business, that. Killing warders. Don't like it."
"This talking to wolves," Perrin said uneasily.
It has to do with the power?" "Of course not," Elias growled. "Wouldn't have worked on me, gentling. but it made me mad, them wanting to try. This is an old thing, boy, older than Aes Sedai, older than anybody using the One Power, old as humankind, old as wolves. They don't like that either, Aes Sedai. Old things coming again. I'm not the only one. There are other things, other folk. Makes Aes Sedai nervous, makes them mutter about ancient barriers weakening. Things are breaking apart, they say. They're afraid the Dark One will get loose, is what. You think I was to blame, the way some of them looked at me? Yeah, Red Arja anyway, but some others too. The Amelin seat. I keep clear of them mostly, and clear of friends of Aes Sedai as well. You will too, if you're smart.
I like nothing better than to stay away from Aes Sedai, Perrin said. Egwene gave him a sharp look. He hoped she would not burst out that she wanted to be an Aes Sedai. But she said nothing, though her mouth tightened, and Perrin went on. It isn't as if we have a choice. We've had Trollocs chasing us, and Fades, and Dragcar. Everything but dark friends. We can't hide, and we can't fight back alone, so who is going to help us? Who else is strong enough except Aes Sedai? Elias was silent for a time, looking at the wolves, most often at Dapple or Burn. Perrin shifted nervously and tried not to watch. When he watched, he had the feeling that he could almost hear what Elias and the wolves were saying to one another. Even if it had nothing to do with the power, he wanted no part of it. He had to be making some crazy joke. I can't talk to wolves. One of the wolves, Hopper, he thought, looked at him and seemed to grin. He wondered how he had put a name to him.
You could stay with me, Elias said finally. With us.
Egwene's eyebrows shot up, and Perrin's mouth dropped open.
Well, what could be safer?
Elias challenged.
Trollocs will take any chance they get to kill a wolf by itself, but they'll go miles out of their way to avoid a pack. And you won't have to worry about Aes Sedai either. They don't often come into these woods.
I don't know. Perrin avoided looking at the wolves to either side of him. One was Dapple, and he could feel her eyes on him. For one thing, it isn't just the Trollocs. Elias chuckled coldly.
I've seen a pack pull down one of the eyeless too. Lost half the pack, but they wouldn't give up once they had its scent. Trollocs, Myrddraal, it's all one to the wolves. It's you they really want, boy. They've heard of other men who can talk to wolves, but you're the first they've ever met besides me. They'll accept your friend too, though, and you'll all be safer here than in any city. There's dark friends in cities.
Listen, Perrin said urgently. I wish you'd stop saying that. I can't do that, what you do, what you're saying.
As you wish, boy. Play the goat if you've a mind to. Don't you want to be safe?
I'm not deceiving myself. There's nothing to deceive myself about. All we are going to Caemlyn, Egwene spoke up firmly, and then to Tar Valon. Closing his mouth, Perrin met her angry look with one of his own. He knew that she followed his lead when she wanted to, and not when she did not, but she could at least let him answer for himself. What about you, Perrin? He said, and answered himself. Me? Well, let me think. Yes, I think I'll go on. He turned a mild smile on her. Well, Egwene, that makes both of us. I guess I'm going with you at that. Good to talk things out before making a decision, isn't it? She blushed, but the set of her jaw never lessened. Elias grunted.
Dapple said that's what you decide. She said the girl's planted firmly in the human world, while you, he nodded at Perrin, stand halfway between. Under the circumstances, I suppose. We better go south with you. Otherwise you'll probably starve to death, or get lost, or...
Abruptly, Burn stood up, and Elias turned his head to regard the big wolf. After a moment, Dapple rose too. She moved closer to Elias so that she also was meeting Byrne's stare. The tableau was frozen for long minutes, then Byrne whirled and vanished into the night. Dapple shook herself, then resumed her place, flopping down as if nothing had happened. Elias met Perrin's questioning eyes.
Dapple runs this pack, he explained. Some of the males could best her if they challenged, but she's smarter than any of them and they all know it. She's saved the pack more than once, but Byrne thinks the pack is wasting time with you three. Hating Trollocs is about all there is to him, and if there are Trollocs this far south, he wants to be off killing them.
We quite understand, Egwene said, sounding relieved. We really can find our own way, with some directions, of course, if you'll give them.
Elias waved a hand. I said Dapple leads this pack, didn't I? In the morning, I'll start south with you, and so will they.
Egwene looked as if that was not the best news she could have heard. Perrin sat wrapped in his own silence. He could feel Byrne leaving. And the scarred male was not the only one. A dozen others, all young males, loped after him. He wanted to believe it was all Elias playing on his imagination, but he could not. Just before the departing wolves faded from his mind, he felt a thought he knew came from Byrne, as sharp and clear as if it were his own thought. Hatred. Hatred and the taste of blood. Chapter 24. Flight down the Arenelle. Water dripped in the distance, hollow splashes echoing and re-echoing, losing their source forever. There were stone bridges and railless ramps everywhere, all sprouting off from broad, flat-topped stone spires, all polished and smooth and streaked with red and gold. Level on level, the maze stretched up and down through the murk, without any apparent beginning or end. Every bridge led to a spire, every ramp to another spire, other bridges. Whatever direction Rand looked, as far as his eye could make out in the dimness, it was the same, above as well as below. There was not enough light to see clearly, and he was almost glad of it. Some of those ramps led to platforms that had to be directly above the ones below. He could not see the base of any of them. He pressed, seeking freedom, knowing it was an illusion. Everything was illusion. He knew the illusion. He had followed it too many times not to know. However far he went, up or down, or in any direction, there was only the shiny stone. Stone, but the dankness of deep, fresh-turned earth permeated the air, and the sickly sweetness of decay. The smell of a grave opened out of its time. He tried not to breathe, but the smell filled his nostrils. It clung to his skin like oil. A flicker of motion caught his eye, and he froze where he was, half crouched against the polished guard wall around one of the spire tops. It was no hiding place. From 1,000 places a watcher could have seen him. Shadow filled the air, but there were no deeper shadows in which to hide. The light did not come from lamps or lanterns or torches. It was simply there, such as it was, as if it seeped out of the air. Enough by which to see, after a fashion, enough by which to be seen. But stillness gave a little protection. The movement came again, and now it was clear. A man striding up a distant ramp, careless of the lack of railings and the drop to nothing below. The man's cloak rippled with his stately haste, and his head turned, searching. The distance was too far for Rand to see more than the shape in the murk, but he did not need to be closer to know the cloak was the red of fresh blood, and the searching eyes blazed like two furnaces. He tried tracing the maze with his eyes to see how many connections Baalzamon needed before reaching him, then gave it up as useless. Distances were deceiving here, another lesson he had learned. What seemed far away might be reached by turning a corner. What appeared close could be out of reach altogether. The only thing to do, as it had been from the beginning, was to keep moving and not think. Thinking was dangerous, he knew. Yet as he turned away from Baalzamon's distant form, he could not help wondering about Matt. Was Matt somewhere in this maze? Or are there two mazes, two Baalzamons? His mind skittered away from that. It was too dreadful to dwell on. Is this like Perlon? Then why can't he find me? That was a little better. A small comfort. Comfort? Blood and ashes, where's the comfort in it? There had been 2 or 3 close brushes, though he could not remember them clearly, but for a long, long time— how long? He had run while Baalzamon vainly pursued. Was this like Perlon? Or was it only a nightmare? Only a dream like other men's dreams? For an instant, then, just for the length of time it took to take a breath, he knew why it was dangerous to think, what it was dangerous to think about. As it had before, every time he allowed himself to think of what surrounded him as a dream, the air shimmered, clouding his eyes. It turned to gel, holding him, just for an instant. The gritty heat prickled his skin, and his throat had long since gone dry as he trotted down the thorn hedge maze. How long had it been now? His sweat evaporated before it had a chance to bead, and his eyes burned. Overhead, and not too far overhead at that, boiled furious, steely clouds streaked with black, but not a breath of air stirred in the maze. For a moment he thought it had been different, but the thought evaporated in the heat. He had been here a long time. It was dangerous to think. He knew that. Smooth stones, pale and rounded, made a sketchy pavement, half buried in the bone-dry dust that rose in puffs at even his lightest step. It tickled his nose, threatening a sneeze that might give him away. When he tried to breathe through his mouth, dust clogged his throat until he choked. This was a dangerous place. He knew that, too. Ahead of him he could see 3 openings in the high wall of thorns, then the way curved out of sight. Baalzamon could be approaching any one of those corners at that very moment. There had been 2 or 3 encounters already, though he could not remember much beyond that they had happened and he had escaped. Somehow. Dangerous to think too much. Panting in the heat, he stopped to examine the maze wall. Thickly woven thorn bushes, brown and dead-looking, with cruel black thorns like inch-long hooks. Too tall to see over, too dense to see through. Gingerly he touched the wall and gasped. Despite all his care, a thorn pierced his finger, burning like a hot needle. He stumbled back, his heels catching on the stones, shaking his hand and scattering thick drops of blood. The burn began to subside, but his whole hand throbbed. Abruptly, he forgot the pain. His heel had overturned one of the smooth stones, kicked it out of the dry ground. He stared at it. An empty eye socket stared back. A skull. A human skull. He looked along the pathway at all the smooth, pale stones, all exactly alike. He shifted his feet hastily, but he could not move without walking on them, and he could not stay still without standing on them. A stray thought took vague shape, that things might not be what they seemed, but he pushed it down ruthlessly. Thinking was dangerous here. He took a shaky hold on himself. Staying in one place was dangerous too. That was one of the things he knew dimly, but with certainty. The flow of blood from his finger had dwindled to a slow drip, and the throb was almost gone. Sucking his fingertip, he started down the path in the direction he happened to be facing. One way was as good as another in here. Now, he remembered hearing once that you could get out of a maze by always turning in the same direction. At the first opening in the wall of thorns, he turned right, then right again at the next, and found himself face to face with Baalzamon. Surprise flitted across Baalzamon's face, and his blood-red cloak settled as he stopped short. Flames soared in his eyes, but in the heat of the maze, Rand barely felt them.
How long do you think you can evade me, boy? How long do you think you can evade your fate? You are mine.
Stumbling back, Rand wondered why he was fumbling at his belt, as if for a sword. "Light, help me," he muttered. "Light, help me." He could not remember what it meant.
The light will not help you, boy, and the eye of the world will not serve you. You are my hound, and if you will not course at my command, I will strangle you with the corpse of the great serpent.
Baalzamon stretched out his hand, and suddenly Rand knew a way to escape, a misty, half-formed memory that screamed danger, but nothing to the danger of being touched by the Dark One.
"A dream!" Rand shouted. "This is a dream!"
Baalzamon's eyes began to widen, in surprise or anger or both. Then the air shimmered, and his features blurred and faded. Rand turned about in one spot, staring at his own image, thrown back at him 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Above was blackness, and blackness below, but all around him stood mirrors, mirrors set at every angle, mirrors as far as he could see, all showing him, crouched and turning, staring wide-eyed and frightened. A red blur drifted across the mirrors. He spun, trying to catch it, but in every mirror it drifted behind his own image and vanished. Then it was back again, but not as a blur. Baalzamon strode across the mirrors, 10,000 Baalzamons, searching, crossing and recrossing the silvery mirrors. He found himself staring at the reflection of his own face, pale and shivering in the knife-edge cold. Baalzamon's image grew behind his, staring at him. Not seeing, but staring still. In every mirror, the flames of Baalzamon's face raged behind him, enveloping, consuming, merging. He wanted to scream, but his throat was frozen. There was only one face in those endless mirrors. His own face. Baalzamon's face. One face. Rand jerked and opened his eyes. Darkness lessened only slightly by a pale light. Barely breathing, he moved nothing except his eyes. A rough wool blanket covered him to his shoulders, and his head was cradled on his arms. He could feel smooth wooden planks under his hands, deck planks. Rigging creaked in the night. He let out a long breath. He was on the spray. It was over. For another night, at least. Without thinking, he put his finger in his mouth. At the taste of blood, he stopped breathing. Slowly, he put his hand close to his face, to where he could see in the dim moonlight, to where he could watch the bead of blood form on his fingertip. Blood from the prick of a thorn. The spray made haste slowly down the Arenelle. The wind came strong, but from directions that made the sails useless. With all Captain Domon's demand for speed, the vessel crept along. By night, a man in the bows cast a tallowed lead by lantern light, calling back the depth to the steersman, while the current carried her down river against the wind with the sweeps pulled in. There were no rocks to fear in the Arenelle, but shallows and shoals there were aplenty, where a boat could go hard aground to remain, bows and more dug into the mud until help came. If it was help that came first. By day, the sweeps worked from sunrise to sunset, but the wind fought them as if it wanted to push the boat back upriver. They did not put into shore, neither by day nor by night. Baal Domon drove boat and crew alike hard, railing at the contrary winds, cursing the slow pace. He blistered the crew for sluggards at the oars and flayed them with his tongue for every mishandled line, his low, hard voice painting Trollocs 10 feet tall among them on the deck, ripping out their throats. For 2 days that was enough to send every man leaping. Then the shock of the Trolloc attack began to fade, and men began to mutter about an hour to stretch their legs ashore, and about the dangers of running down river in the dark. The crew kept their grumbles quiet, watching out of the corners of their eyes to make sure Captain Domon was not close enough to hear, but he seemed to hear everything said on his boat. Each time the grumblings began, he silently brought out the long, scythe-like sword and cruelly hooked axe that had been found on the deck after the attack. He would hang them on the mast for an hour, and those who had been wounded would finger their bandages, and the mutterings quieted for a day or so at least, until one or another of the crew began thinking once more that surely they had left the Trollocs far behind by now, and the cycle began yet again. Rand noticed that Tom Merrilin stayed clear of the crew when they began whispering together and frowning, though usually he was slapping backs and telling jokes and exchanging banter in a way that put a grin on even the hardest working man. Tom watched those secretive mutters with a wary eye, while appearing to be absorbed in lighting his long-stemmed pipe or tuning his harp, or almost anything except paying any mind at all to the crew. Rand did not understand why. It was not the three who had come aboard chased by Trollocs whom the crew seemed to blame, but rather Florin Gelb. For the first day or two, Gelb's wiry figure could almost always be found addressing any crewman he could corner, telling his version of the night Rand and the others came on board. Gelb's manner slid from bluster to whines and back again, and his lip always curled when he pointed to Tom or Matt, or especially Rand, trying to lay the blame on them. "They're strangers," Gelb pleaded, quietly and with an eye out for the captain. "What do we know of them? The Trollocs came with them, that's what we know. They're in league." "Fortune Gelb, stow it," growled a man with his hair in a pigtail and a small blue star tattooed on his cheek. He did not look at Gelb as he coiled a line on deck, working it in with his bare toes. All the sailors went barefoot, despite the cold. Boots could slip on a wet deck. "You'd call your mother, dark friend, if he'd let you slack. Get away from me." He spat on Gelb's foot and went back to the line. All the crew remembered the watch Gelb had not kept, and the pig-tailed man's was the politest response he got. No one even wanted to work with him. Gelb found himself relegated to solitary tasks, all of them filthy, such as scrubbing the galley's greasy pots or crawling into the bilges on his belly to search for leaks among years of slime. Soon he stopped talking to anyone. His shoulders took on a defensive hunch, and injured silence became his stance. The more people watching, the more injured, though it earned him no more than a grunt. When Gelb's eyes fell on Rand, however, or on Matt or Tom, murder flashed across his long-nosed face. When Rand mentioned to Matt that Gelb would cause them trouble sooner or later, Matt looked around the boat, saying, "Can't we trust any of them? Any at all?" Then he went off to find a place where he could be alone, or as alone as he could get on a boat less than 30 paces from its raised bow to the stern post where the steering oars were mounted. Matt had spent too much time alone since the night at Shadar Logoth. Brooding, as Rand saw it. Tom said, "Trouble won't come from Gelb, boy, if it comes. Not yet, at least. None of the crew will back him, and he hasn't the nerve to try anything alone. But the others, now... Domon almost seems to think the Trollocs are chasing him, personally, but the rest are beginning to think the danger is past. They might just decide they have had enough. They're on the edge of it as it is." He hitched his patch-covered cloak, and Rand had the feeling he was checking his hidden knives. His second-best set. "If they mutiny, boy, they won't leave passengers behind to tell the tale. The Queen's writ might not have much force this far from Camelin, but even a village mayor will do something about that." That was when Rand, too, began trying not to be noticed when he watched the crewmen. Tom did his part in diverting the crew from thoughts of mutiny. He told stories with all the flourishes every morning and every night, and in between he played any song they requested. To support the notion that Rand and Matt wanted to be apprentice gleemen, he set aside a time each day for lessons, and that was an entertainment for the crew as well. He would not let either of them touch his harp, of course, and their sessions with the flute produced pained winces, in the beginning at least, and laughter from the crew even while they were covering their ears. He taught the boys some of the easier stories, a little simple tumbling, and of course, juggling. Matt complained about what Tom demanded of them, but Tom blew out his moustaches and glared right back. "I don't know how to play a teaching boy. I either teach a thing or I don't. Now, even a country bumpkin ought to be able to do a simple handstand. Up you go." Crewmen who were not working always gathered, squatting in a circle around the three. Some even tried their hand at the lessons Tom taught, laughing at their own fumblings. Gelb stood alone and watched it all darkly, hating them all. A good part of each day Rand spent leaning on the railing, staring at the shore. It was not that he really expected to see Egwene or any of the others suddenly appear on the riverbank, but the boat travelled so slowly that he sometimes hoped for it. They could catch up without riding too hard. If they had escaped. If they were still alive. The river rolled on without any sign of life, nor any boat to be seen except the spray. But that was not to say there was nothing to see and wonder at. In the middle of the first day, the Arenelle ran between high bluffs that stretched for 1/2 a mile on either side. For that whole length, the stone had been cut into figures, men and women 100 feet tall, with crowns proclaiming them kings and queens. No two were alike in that royal procession, and long years separated the first from the last. Wind and rain had worn those at the north end smooth and almost featureless, with faces and details becoming more distinct as they went south. The river lapped around the statues' feet washed to smooth nubs, those that were not gone completely. How long have they stood there? Rand wondered. How long for the river to wear away so much stone? None of the crew so much as looked up from their work. They had seen the ancient carvings so many times before. Another time, when the eastward shore had become flat grassland again, broken only occasionally by thickets, the sun glinted off something in the distance. What can that be? Rand wondered aloud. It looks like metal. Captain Doman was walking by, and he paused, squinting toward the glint. "It do be metal," he said. His words still ran together, but Rand had come to understand without having to puzzle it out. "A tower of metal. I have seen it close up, and I know. River traders use it as a marker. We be 10 days from Whitebridge at the rate we go." "A metal tower," Rand said, and Matt, sitting cross-legged with his back against a barrel, roused from his brooding to listen. The captain nodded. "Aye, shining steel by the look and feel of it, but no a spot of rust. 200 feet high it be, as big around as a house, with no a mark on it, and never an opening to be found." "I bet there's treasure inside," Matt said. He stood up and stared toward the far tower as the river carried the spray beyond it. "A thing like that must have been made to protect something valuable." "Mayhap, lad," the captain rumbled. "There be stranger things in the world than this, though. On Tremalking, one of the sea folks' isles, there be a stone hand 50 feet high, sticking out of a hill, clutching a crystal sphere as big as this vessel. There be treasure under that hill if there be treasure anywhere. But the island people want no part of digging there, and the sea folk care for naught but sailing their ships and searching for the Coromor, their chosen one." "I dig," Matt said. "How far is this Tremalking?" A clump of trees slid in front of the shining tower, but he stared as if he could see it yet. Captain Domon shook his head. "No, lad, it no be the treasure that makes for seeing the world. If you find yourself a fistful of gold, or some dead king's jewels, all well and good. But it be the strangeness, you see, that pulls you to the next horizon. In Tanchico, that be a port on the Arith Ocean. Part of the Panarch's palace were built in the Age of Legends, so it be said. There be a wall there, with a frieze showing animals no man living has ever seen."
Any child can draw an animal nobody's ever seen, Rand said, and the captain chuckled.
Aye, lad, so they can. But can a child make the bones of those animals? In Tanchico they have them, all fastened together like the animal was. They stand in a part of the Panach's palace where any can enter and see. The breaking left 1,000 wonders behind, and there been 6 empires or more since, some rivaling Arta Hawkwing's, every one leaving things to see and find. Light sticks and razor lace and heartstone. A crystal lattice covering an island, and it hums when the moon is up. A mountain hollowed into a bowl, and in its centre a silver spike 100 spans high, and any who comes within a mile of it dies. Rusted ruins and broken bits, and things found on the bottom of the sea. Things not even the oldest books know the meaning of. I've gathered a few myself. Things you never dreamed of, in more places than you can see in 10 lifetimes. That be the strangeness that will draw you on.
We used to dig up bones in the sandhills, Rand said slowly. Strange bones. There was a part of a fish, I think it was a fish, as big as this boat once. Some said it was bad luck digging in the hills. The captain eyed him shrewdly.
You thinking about home already, lad? And you just set out in the world? The world will put a hook in your mouth. You'll set off chasing the sunset, you wait and see. And if you ever go back, your village'll no be big enough to hold you.
No. He gave a start. How long had it been since he had thought of home, of Emmons Field? And what of Tam? It had to be days. It felt like months. I will go home one day, when I can. I'll raise sheep like my father, and if I never leave again it will be too soon. Isn't that right, Matt? As soon as we can, we're going home, and forget all this even exists. With a visible effort, Matt pulled away from staring upriver after the vanished tower. What? Oh, yes, of course, we'll go home. Of course. As he turned to go, Rand heard him muttering under his breath. I bet he just doesn't want anybody else going after the treasure. He did not seem to realize he had spoken aloud. 4 days into their trip downriver found Rand atop the mast, sitting on the blunt end with his legs wrapped in the stays. The spray rolled gently on the river, but 50 feet above the water that easy roll made the top of the mast sway back and forth through wide arcs. He threw back his head and laughed into the wind that blew in his face. The oars were out, and from here the boat looked like some 12-legged spider creeping down the Arenelle. He had been as high as this before, in trees back in the 2 rivers, but this time there were no branches to block his view. Everything on deck, the sailors at the sweeps, men on their knees scrubbing the deck with smooth stones, men doing things with lines and hatch covers, looked so odd when seen from right overhead, all squat and foreshortened, that he had spent an hour just staring at them and chuckling. He still chuckled whenever he looked down at them, but now he was staring at the riverbanks flowing by. That was the way it seemed, as if he were still, except for the swaying back and forth, of course, and the banks slid slowly by, trees and hills marching along to either side. He was still, and the whole world moved past him. On sudden impulse, he unwrapped his legs from the stays bracing the mast and held his arms and legs out to either side, balancing against the sway. For 3 complete arcs he kept his balance like that, then suddenly it was gone. Arms and legs windmilling, he toppled forward and grabbed the forestay. Legs splayed to either side of the mast, nothing holding him to his precarious perch but his 2 hands on the stay, he laughed. Gulping huge breaths of the fresh, cold wind, he laughed with the exhilaration of it.
Lad, came Tom's hoarse voice, lad, if you're trying to break your fool neck, don't do it by falling on me.
Rand looked down. Tom clung to the ratlines just below him, staring up the last few feet grimly. Like Rand, the gleeman had left his cloak below. "Tom!" he said delightedly. "Tom, when did you come up here?"
When you wouldn't pay any attention to people shouting at you. Burn me, boy, you got everybody thinking you've gone mad."
He looked down and was surprised to see all the faces staring up at him. Only Matt, sitting cross-legged up in the bows with his back to the mast, was not looking at him. Even the men at the oars had their eyes raised, letting their stroke go ragged. And no one was berating them for it. Rand twisted his head around to look under his arm at the stern. Captain Domon stood by the steering oar, ham-like fists on his hips, glaring at him atop the mast. He turned back to grin at Tom. "You want me to come down, then?" Tom nodded vigorously. "I would appreciate it greatly." "All right." Shifting his grip on the forestay, he sprang forward off the mast-top. He heard Tom bite off an oath as his fall was cut short and he dangled from the forestay by his hands. The gleeman scowled at him, one hand half stretched out to catch him. He grinned at Tom again. "I'm going down now." Swinging his legs up, he hooked one knee over the thick line that ran from the mast to the bow, then caught it in the crook of his elbow and let go with his hands. Slowly, then with increasing speed, he slid down. Just short of the bow, he dropped to his feet on the deck right in front of Matt, took one step to catch his balance, and turned to face the boat with arms spread wide, the way Tom did after a tumbling trick. Scattered clapping rose from the crew, but he was looking down at Matt in surprise, and at what Matt held, hidden from everyone else by his body. A curved dagger with a gold scabbard worked in strange symbols. Fine gold wire wrapped the hilt, which was capped by a ruby as big as Rand's thumbnail, and the quillons were golden-scaled serpents bearing their fangs. Matt continued to slide the dagger in and out of its sheath for a moment. Still playing with the dagger, he raised his head slowly. His eyes had a faraway look. Suddenly they focused on Rand, and he gave a start and stuffed the dagger under his coat. Rand squatted on his heels with his arms crossed on his knees. "Where did you get that?" Matt said nothing, looking quickly to see if anyone else was close by. They were alone, for a wonder. "You didn't take it from Shadar Logoth, did you?" Matt stared at him. "It's your fault. Yours and Perrin's. The two of you pulled me away from the treasure, and I had it in my hand. Mordeth didn't give it to me. I took it, so Moraine's warnings about his gifts don't count. You won't tell anybody, Rand. They might try to steal it." "I won't tell anybody," Rand said. "I think Captain Domon is honest, but I wouldn't put anything past the rest of them, especially Gelb." "Not anybody," Matt insisted. "Not Domon, not Tom, not anybody. We're the only two left from Emond's Field, Rand. We can't afford to trust anybody else. They're alive, Matt. Egwene and Perrin, I know they're alive." Matt looked ashamed. "I'll keep your secret, though. Just the two of us. At least we don't have to worry about money now. We can sell it for enough to travel to Tarvalon like kings." "Of course," Matt said after a minute, "if we have to. Just don't tell anybody until I say so." "I said I wouldn't. Listen, have you had any more dreams since we came on the boat? Like in Baerlon? This is the first chance I've had to ask without 6 people listening." Matt turned his head away, giving him a sidelong look. "Maybe." "What do you mean, maybe? Either you have or you haven't." All right. I have. I don't want to talk about it. I don't even want to think about it. It doesn't do any good." Before either of them could say more, Tom came striding up the deck, his cloak over his arm. The wind whipped his white hair about, and his long moustaches seemed to bristle.
"I managed to convince the captain you aren't crazy," he announced, "that it was part of your training."
He caught hold of the forestay and shook it.
"That full stunt of yours, sliding down the rope, helped. But you're lucky you didn't break your full neck."
Rand's eyes went to the forestay and followed it up to the top of the mast, and as they did, his mouth dropped open. He had slid down that. And he had been sitting on top of... Suddenly, he could see himself up there, arms and legs spread wide. He sat down hard and barely caught himself short of ending up flat on his back. Tom was looking at him thoughtfully.
I didn't know you had such a good head for heights, lad. We might be able to play in Ilian or Ebu Da, or even Tyr. People in the big cities in the south like tightrope walkers and slackwire artists.
We're going to... At the last minute, Rand remembered to look around for anyone close enough to overhear. Several of the crew were watching them, including Gelb, glaring as usual, but none could hear what he was saying. "To Tarvalon," he finished. Matt shrugged as if it were all the same to him where they went.
At the moment, lad, Tom said, settling down beside them. But tomorrow, who knows? That's the way with a gleeman's life.
He took a handful of coloured balls from one of his wide sleeves.
Since I have you down out of the air, we'll work on the triple crossover.
Rand's gaze drifted to the top of the mast, and he shivered. What's happening to me? Light. What? He had to find out. He had to get to Tarvalon before he really did go mad. Chapter 25. The Travelling People. Bella walked along placidly under the weak sun, as if the 3 wolves trotting not far off were only village dogs, but the way she rolled her eyes at them from time to time, showing white all the way around, indicated she felt nothing of the sort. Egwene on the mare's back was just as bad. She watched the wolves constantly from the corner of her eye, and sometimes she twisted in the saddle to look around. Perrin was sure she was hunting for the rest of the pack, though she denied it angrily when he suggested as much, denied being afraid of the wolves that paced them, denied worrying about the rest of the pack or what it was up to. She denied and went right on looking, tight-eyed, and wetting her lips uneasily. The rest of the pack was far distant. He could have told her that. What good, even if she believed me? Especially if she did. He was of no mind to open that basket of snakes until he had to. He did not want to think about how he knew. The fur-clad man loped ahead of them, sometimes looking almost like a wolf himself, and he never looked around when Dapple, Hopper, and Wind appeared. But he knew too. The Emmons Fielders had wakened at dawn that first morning to find Elias cooking more rabbit and watching them over his full beard without much expression. Except for Dapple, Hopper, and Wind, no wolves were to be seen. In the pale early daylight, deep shade still lingered under the big oak, and the bare trees beyond looked like fingers stripped to the bone.
"They're around,"
Elias answered when Egwene asked where the rest of the pack had gone.
"Close enough to help if need be. Far enough off to avoid any human trouble we get into. Sooner or later, there's always trouble when there's 2 humans together. If we need 'em, they'll be there."
Something tickled the back of Perrin's mind as he ripped free a bite of roast rabbit. A direction vaguely sensed. Of course, that's where they... The hot juices in his mouth abruptly lost all taste. He picked at the tubers Elias had cooked in the coals. They tasted something like turnips, but his appetite was gone. When they had started out, Egwene insisted that everyone take a turn riding, and Perrin did not even bother to argue.
"First turn is yours,"
he told her. She nodded. "And then you, Elias."
"My own legs are good enough for me,"
Elias said. He looked at Bella, and the mare rolled her eyes as if he were one of the wolves.
"Besides, I don't think she wants me riding her."
"That's nonsense," Egwene replied firmly. "There is no point in being stubborn about it. The sensible thing is for everybody to ride sometimes. According to you, we have a long way still to go."
"I said, no, girl."
She took a deep breath, and Perrin was wondering if she would succeed in bullying Elias the way she did him, when he realized she was standing there with her mouth open, not saying a word. Elias was looking at her,
just looking, with those yellow wolf's eyes. Egwene stepped back from the raw-boned man and licked her lips and stepped back again. Before Elias turned away, she had backed all the way to Bella and scrambled up onto the mare's back. As the man turned to lead them south, Perrin thought his grin was a good deal like a wolf's, too. For 3 days they travelled in that manner, walking and riding south and east all day, stopping only when twilight thickened. Elias seemed to scorn the haste of city men, but he did not believe in wasting time when there was somewhere to go. The 3 wolves were seldom seen. Each night they came to the fire for a time, and sometimes in the day they showed themselves briefly, appearing close at hand when least expected, and vanishing in the same manner. Perrin knew they were out there, though, and where. He knew when they were scouting the path ahead, and when they were watching the back trail. He knew when they left the pack's usual hunting grounds, and Dapple sent the pack back to wait for her. Sometimes the 3 that remained faded from his mind, but long before they were close enough to see again, he was aware of them returning. Even when the trees dwindled to wide-scattered groves separated by great swathes of winter-dead grass, they were as ghosts when they did not want to be seen, but he could have pointed a finger straight at them any time. He did not know how he knew, and he tried to convince himself that it was just his imagination playing tricks, but it did no good. Just as Elias knew, he knew. He tried not thinking about wolves, but they crept into his thoughts all the same. He had not dreamed about Baalzamon since meeting Elias and the wolves. His dreams, as much as he remembered of them on waking, were of everyday things, just as he might have dreamed at home, before Baerlon, before winter night. Normal dreams, with one addition. In every dream, he remembered there was a point where he straightened from Master Luhan's forge to wipe the sweat from his face, or turned from dancing with the village girls on the green, or lifted his head from a book in front of the fireplace, and whether he was outside or under a roof, there was a wolf close to hand. Always the wolf's back was to him, and always he knew, in the dreams it seemed the normal course of things, even at Elspeth Luhan's dinner table, that the wolf's yellow eyes were watching for what might come, guarding against what might come. Only when he was awake did the dream seem strange. 3 days they journeyed, with Dapple, Hopper and Wind bringing them rabbits and squirrels, and Elias pointing out plants, few of which Perrin recognised, as good to eat. Once a rabbit burst out almost from under Bella's hooves. Before Perrin could get a stone in his sling, Elias skewered it with his long knife at 20 paces. Another time Elias brought down a fat pheasant on the wing with his bow. They ate far better than they had when on their own, but Perrin would as soon have gone back on short rations if it had meant different company. He was not sure how Egwene felt, but he would have been willing to go hungry if he could do it without the wolves. 3 days into the afternoon. A stand of trees lay ahead, larger than most they had seen, a good 4 miles across. The sun sat low in the western sky, pushing slanted shadows off to their right, and the wind was picking up. Perrin felt the wolves give over quartering behind them and start forward, not hurrying. They had smelled and seen nothing dangerous. Egwene was taking her turn on Bella. It was time to start looking for a camp for the night, and the big copse would serve the purpose well. As they came close to the trees, 3 mastiffs burst from cover, broad-muzzled dogs as tall as the wolves and even heavier, teeth bared in loud, rumbling snarls. They stopped short as soon as they were in the open, but no more than 30 feet separated them from the 3 people, and their dark eyes kindled with a killing light. Bella, already on edge from the wolves, whinnied and almost unseated Egwene, but Perrin had his sling whirling around his head in an instant. No need to use the axe on dogs. A stone in the ribs would send the worst dog running. Elias waved a hand at him without taking his eyes from the stiff-legged dogs. "Psst! None of that now!" Perrin gave him a puzzled frown, but let the sling slow its spin and finally fall to his side. Egwene managed to get Bella under control.
She and the mare both watched the dogs warily. The mastiff's hackles stood stiff, and their ears were laid back, and their growls sounded like earthquakes. Abruptly, Elias raised one finger shoulder high and whistled, a long, shrill whistle that rose higher and higher and did not end. The growls cut off raggedly. The dogs stepped back, whining and turning their heads as if they wanted to go, but were held. Their eyes remained locked to Elias's finger. Slowly Elias lowered his hand, and the pitch of his whistle lowered with it. The dogs followed until they lay flat on the ground, tongues lolling from their mouths. 3 tails wagged. "See?" Elias said, walking to the dogs. "There's no need for weapons." The mastiffs licked his hands, and he scratched their broad heads and fondled their ears. "They look meaner than they are. They meant to frighten us off, and they wouldn't have bitten unless we tried to go into the trees. Anyway, there's no worry of that now. We can make the next thicket before full dark." When Perrin looked at Egwene, her mouth was hanging open. He shut his own mouth with a click of teeth. Still patting the dogs, Elias studied the stand of trees.
"There'll be Tuathan here. The travelling people."
They stared at him blankly, and he added, "Tinkers." "Tinkers?" Perrin exclaimed. "I've always wanted to see the Tinkers. They camp across the river from Tyrant Ferry sometimes, but they don't come down into the 2 rivers as far as I know. I don't know why not." Egwene sniffed. "Probably because the Tyrant Ferry folk are as great thieves as the Tinkers. They'd no doubt end up stealing each other blind. Master Elias, if there really are Tinkers close by, shouldn't we go on? We don't want Bella stolen, and, well, we do not have much else, but everybody knows Tinkers will steal anything."
"Including infants?" Elias asked dryly. "Kidnap children and all that?"
He spat, and she blushed. Those stories about babies were told sometimes, but most often by Senbui or one of the Coplins or Congers. The other tales everybody knew.
The Tinkers make me sick sometimes, but they don't steal any more than most folks. A good bit less than some I know."
"It will be getting dark soon, Elias," Perrin said. "We have to camp somewhere. Why not with them, if they'll have us?" Mistress Luhan had a tinker-mended pot that she claimed was better than new. Master Luhan was not too happy about his wife's praise of the tinker work, but Perrin wanted to see how it was done. Yet there was a reluctance about Elias that he did not understand. "Is there some reason we shouldn't?" Elias shook his head, but the reluctance was still there, in the set of his shoulders and the tightness of his mouth.
"May as well. Just don't pay any mind to what they say. Lot of foolishness. Most times the travelling people do things any which way, but there's times they set a store by formality. So you do what I do, and keep your secrets. No need to tell the world everything."
The dogs trailed along beside them, wagging their tails as Elias led the way into the trees. Perrin felt the wolves slow, and knew they would not enter. They were not afraid of the dogs. They were contemptuous of dogs who had given up freedom to sleep by a fire, but people they avoided. Elias walked surely, as if he knew the way. And near the centre of the stand, the Tinkers' wagons appeared, scattered among the oak and ash. Like everyone else in Emmonsfield, Perrin had heard a good deal about the Tinkers, even if he had never seen any, and the camp was just what he expected. Their wagons were small houses on wheels, tall wooden boxes lacquered and painted in bright colours, reds and blues and yellows and greens, and some hues to which he could not put a name. The travelling people were going about work that was disappointingly everyday, cooking, sewing, tending children, mending harness, but their clothes were even more colourful than the wagons, and seemingly chosen at random. Sometimes coat and breeches or dress and shawl went together in a way that hurt his eyes. They looked like butterflies in a field of wildflowers. 4 or 5 men in different places around the camp played fiddles and flutes, and a few people danced like rainbow-hued hummingbirds. Children and dogs ran playing among the cook fires. The dogs were mastiffs, just like those that had confronted the travellers, but the children tugged at their ears and tails and climbed on their backs, and the massive dogs accepted it all placidly. The 3 with Elias, tongues hanging out, looked up at the bearded man as if he were their best friend. Perrin shook his head. They were still big enough to reach a man's throat while barely getting their front feet off the ground. Abruptly the music stopped, and he realized all the tinkers were looking at him and his companions. Even the children and dogs stood still and watched, warily, as if on the point of flight. For a moment there was no sound at all. Then a wiry man, grey-haired and short, stepped forward and bowed gravely to Elias. He wore a high-collared red coat and baggy bright green trousers tucked into knee boots.
"You are welcome to our fires. Do you know the song?"
Elias bowed in the same way, both hands pressed to his chest.
"Your welcome warms my spirit, Mardi, as your fires warm the flesh, but I do not know the song."
"Then we seek still," the grey-haired man intoned. "As it was, so shall it be, if we but remember, seek, and find."
He swept an arm toward the fires with a smile, and his voice took on a cheerful lightness.
"The meal is almost ready. Join us, please."
As if that had been a signal, the music sprang up again, and the children took up their laughter and ran with the dogs. Everyone in the camp went back to what they had been doing, just as though the newcomers were long-accepted friends. The grey-haired man hesitated, though, and looked at Elias.
"Your other friends, they will stay away? They frighten the poor dogs so." "They'll stay away, Rayan."
Elias's headshake had a touch of scorn.
"You should know that by now."
The grey-haired man spread his hands as if to say nothing was ever certain. As he turned to lead them into the camp, Egwene dismounted and moved close to Elias. "You 2 are friends?" A smiling tinker appeared to take Bella. Egwene gave the reins up reluctantly after a wry snort from Elias.
"We know each other,"
the fur-clad man replied curtly.
"His name is Mardi,"
Perrin said. Elias growled something under his breath.
"His name's Rayan. Mardi's his title. Seeker. He's the leader of this band. You can call him Seeker if the other sounds odd. He won't mind."
"What was that about a song?" Egwene asked.
"That's why they travel," Elias said. "Or so they say. They're looking for a song. That's what the Mardi seeks. They say they lost it during the breaking of the world, and if they can find it again, the paradise of the Age of Legends will return."
He ran his eye around the camp and snorted.
"They don't even know what the song is. They claim they'll know it when they find it. They don't know how it's supposed to bring paradise either, but they've been looking near to 3,000 years, ever since the breaking. I expect they'll be looking until the wheel stops turning."
They reached Rayan's fire then, in the middle of the camp. The Seeker's wagon was yellow, trimmed in red, and the spokes of its tall red-rimmed wheels alternated red and yellow. A plump woman, as grey as Rayan but smoothed cheeks still, came out of the wagon and paused on the steps at its back end, straightening a blue-fringed shawl on her shoulders. Her blouse was yellow and her skirt red, both bright. The combination made Perrin blink, and Egwene made a strangled sound. When she saw the people following Rayan, the woman came down with a welcoming smile. She was Isla, Rayan's wife, a head taller than her husband, and she soon made Perrin forget about the colours of her clothes. She had a motherliness that reminded him of Mistress Alvia, and had him feeling welcome from her first smile. Isla greeted Elias as an old acquaintance, but with a distance that seemed to pain Rayan. Elias gave her a dry grin and a nod. Perrin and Egwene introduced themselves, and she clasped their hands in both of hers with much more warmth than she had shown Elias, even hugging Egwene.
"Why, you're lovely, child," she said, cupping Egwene's chin and smiling.
And chilled to the bone, too, I expect. You sit close to the fire, Egwene. All of you sit. Supper is almost ready. Fallen logs had been pulled around the fire for sitting. Elias refused even that concession to civilization. He lounged on the ground instead. Iron tripods held 2 small kettles over the flames, and an oven rested in the edge of the coals. Isla tended them. As Perrin and the others were taking their places, a slender young man wearing green stripes strolled up to the fire. He gave Rhaen a hug and Isla a kiss, and ran a cool eye over Elias and the Emmons Fielders. He was about the same age as Perrin, and he moved as if he were about to begin dancing with his next step. "Well, Aram," Isla smiled fondly, "you've decided to eat with your old grandparents for a change, have you?" Her smile slid over to Egwene as she bent to stir a kettle hanging over the cook fire. "I wonder why." Aram settled to an easy crouch, with his arms crossed on his knees, across the fire from Egwene. "I am Aram," he told her in a low, confident voice. He no longer seemed aware that anyone was there except her. "I have waited for the first rose of spring, and now I find it at my grandfather's fire." Perrin waited for Egwene to snicker, then saw that she was staring back at Aram. He looked at the young tinker again. Aram had more than his share of good looks, he admitted. After a minute, Perrin knew who the fellow reminded him of. Will Alcine, who had all the girls staring and whispering behind his back whenever he came up from Devon Ride to Emmons Field. Will courted every girl in sight and managed to convince every one of them that he was just being polite to all the others. "Those dogs of yours," Perrin said loudly, and Egwene gave a start. "Look as big as bears. I'm surprised you let the children play with them." Aram's smile slipped, but when he looked at Perrin, it came back again, even more sure than before. "They will not harm you. They make a show to frighten away danger and warn us, but they are trained according to the way of the leaf." "The way of the leaf?" Egwene said. "What is that?" Aram gestured to the trees. His eyes fastened intently on hers. "The leaf lives its appointed time, and does not struggle against the wind that carries it away. The leaf does no harm, and finally falls to nourish new leaves. So it should be with all men and women." Egwene stared back at him, a faint blush rising in her cheeks. "But what does that mean?" Perrin said. Aram gave him an irritated glance, but it was Rhaen who answered. "It means that no man should harm another for any reason whatsoever." The Seeker's eyes flickered to Elias. "There is no excuse for violence. None. Not ever." "What if somebody attacks you?" Perrin insisted. "What if somebody hits you, or tries to rob you or kill you?" Rhaen sighed. A patient sigh, as if Perrin was just not seeing what was so clear to him. "If a man hit me, I would ask him why he wanted to do such a thing. If he still wanted to hit me, I would run away, as I would if he wanted to rob or kill me. Much better that I let him take what he wanted, even my life, than that I should do violence. And I would hope that he was not harmed too greatly." "But you said you wouldn't hurt him," Perrin said. "I would not. But violence harms the one who does it as much as the one who receives it." Perrin looked doubtful. "You could cut down a tree with your axe," Rhaen said. "The axe does violence to the tree and escapes unharmed. Is that how you see it? Wood is soft compared to steel, but the sharp steel is dulled as it chops, and the sap of the tree will rust and pit it. The mighty axe does violence to the helpless tree and is harmed by it. So it is with men, though the harm is in the spirit." "But enough," Elias growled, cutting Perrin off. "Rhaen, it's bad enough you trying to convert village younglings to that nonsense. It gets you in trouble almost everywhere you go, doesn't it? But I didn't bring this lot here for you to work on them.
Leave over.
And leave them to you, Eyeless said, grinding herbs between her palms and letting them trickle into one of the kettles. Her voice was calm, but her hands rubbed the herbs furiously. Will you teach them your way, to kill or die? Will you lead them to the fate you seek for yourself, dying alone with only the ravens and your friends to squabble over your body? Be at peace, Isla, Rayan said gently, as if he had heard this all and more 100 times. He has been welcomed to our fire, my wife. Isla subsided, but Perrin noticed that she made no apology. Instead, she looked at Elias and shook her head sadly, then dusted her hands and began taking spoons and pottery bowls from a red chest on the side of the wagon. Rayan turned back to Elias. My old friend, how many times must I tell you that we do not try to convert anyone? When village people are curious about our ways, we answer their questions. It is most often the young who ask, true, and sometimes one of them will come with us when we journey on, but it is of their own free will.
You try telling that to some farm wife who's just found out her son or daughter's run off with you tinkers, Elias said wryly. That's why the bigger towns won't even let you camp nearby. Villages put up with you for your mending things, but the cities don't need it, and they don't like you talking their young folks into running off.
I would not know what the cities allow. Rayan's patience seemed inexhaustible. He certainly did not appear to be getting angry at all.
There are always violent men in cities. In any case, I do not think the song could be found in a city.
I don't mean to offend you, Seeker, Perrin said slowly, but, well, I don't look for violence. I don't think I've even wrestled anybody in years, except for feast day games. But if somebody hit me, I'd hit him back. If I didn't, I would just be encouraging him to think he could hit me whenever he wanted to. Some people think they can take advantage of others, and if you don't let them know they can't, they'll just go around bullying anybody weaker than they are.
Some people, Aram said with a heavy sadness, can never overcome their baser instincts. He said it with a look at Perrin that made it clear he was not talking about the bullies Perrin spoke of.
I'll bet you get to run away a lot,
Perrin said, and the young tinker's face tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the way of the leaf. I think it is interesting, Egwene said, glaring at Perrin, to meet someone who doesn't believe his muscles can solve every problem. Aram's good spirits returned, and he stood, offering her his hands with a smile. Let me show you our camp. There is dancing. I would like that, she smiled back. Isla straightened from taking loaves of bread from the small iron oven. But supper is ready, Aram.
I'll eat with Mother,
Aram said over his shoulder as he drew Egwene away from the wagon by her hand. We will both eat with Mother. He flashed a triumphant smile at Perrin. Egwene was laughing as they ran. Perrin got to his feet, then stopped. It was not as if she could come to any harm. Not if the camp followed this way of the leaf, as Rayan said. Looking at Rayan and Isla, both staring dejectedly after their grandson, he said, I'm sorry. I am a guest, and I shouldn't have. Don't be foolish, Isla said soothingly. It was his fault, not yours. Sit down and eat.
Aram is a troubled young man, Rayan added sadly. He is a good boy, but sometimes I think he finds the way of the leaf a hard way. Some do, I fear. Please, my fire is yours. Please.
Perrin sat back down slowly, still feeling awkward.
What happens to somebody who can't follow the way? He asked. A tinker, I mean.
Rayan and Isla exchanged a worried look, and Rayan said,
They leave us. The lost go to live in the villages.
Isla stared in the direction her grandson had gone. The lost cannot be happy. She sighed, but her face was placid again when she handed out the bowls and spoons. Perrin stared at the ground, wishing he had not asked, and there was no more talk while Isla filled their bowls with a thick vegetable stew and handed out thick slices of her crusty bread, nor while they ate. The stew was delicious, and Perrin finished 3 bowls before he stopped. Elias, he noted with a grin, emptied 4. After the meal, Rayan filled his pipe, and Elias produced his own and stuffed it from Rayan's oilskin pouch. When the lighting and tamping and relighting were done, they settled back in silence. Isla took out a bundle of knitting. The sun was only a blaze of red above the treetops to the west. The camp had settled in for the night, but the bustle did not slow, only changed. The musicians who had been playing when they entered the camp had been replaced by others, and even more people than before danced in the light of the fires, their shadows leaping against the wagons. Somewhere in the camp, a chorus of male voices rose. Perrin slid down in front of the log, and soon felt himself dozing. After a time, Rayan said,
"Have you visited any of the Tuatha, Elias, since you were with us last spring?"
Perrin's eyes drifted open and half shut again.
"No,"
Elias replied around his pipe stem.
"I don't like being around too many people at once."
Rayan chuckled.
"Especially people who live in a way so opposite to your own, eh? No, my old friend, don't worry. I gave up years ago hoping you would come to the way. But I've heard a story since last we met, and if you have not heard it yet, it might interest you. It interests me, and I have heard it again and again, every time we meet others of the people. I'll listen. It begins in the spring 2 years ago, with a band of the people who were crossing the waste by the northern route."
Perrin's eyes shot open.
"The waste? The Aiel waste? They were crossing the Aiel waste?"
"Some people can enter the waste without being bothered," Elias said.
"Gleemen, peddlers if they're honest. The Tuatha cross the waste all the time.
Merchants from Cairhien used to, before the tree.
And the Aiel war."
"The Aielmen avoid us," Rayan said sadly, "though many of us have tried to speak with them. They watch us from a distance, but they will not come near us, nor let us come near them. Sometimes I worry that they might know the song, though I suppose it isn't likely. Among Aiel, men do not sing, you know? Isn't that strange? From the time an Aiel boy becomes a man, he will not sing anything but battle chants, or their dirge for the slain. I have heard them singing over their dead, and over those they have killed. That song is one to make the stones weep."
Isla, listening, nodded agreement over her knitting. Perrin did some quick rethinking. He had thought the Tinkers must be afraid all the time with all this talk of running away. But no one who was afraid would even think of crossing the Aiel waste. From what he had heard, no one who was sane would try crossing the waste.
"If this is some story about a song,"
Elias began, but Rayan shook his head.
"No, my old friend, not a song. I'm not sure I know what it is about."
He turned his attention to Perrin.
"Young Aiel often travel into the Blight. Some of the young men go alone, thinking for some reason that they have been called to kill the Dark One. Most go in small groups, to hunt Trollocs."
Rayan shook his head sadly, and when he went on, his voice was heavy.
2 years ago, a band of the people crossing the waste about 100 miles south of the Blight found one of these groups. Young women,
Isla put in, as sorrowful as her husband. Little more than girls. Perrin made a surprised sound, and Elias grinned at him wryly.
Our eel girls don't have to tend house and cook if they don't want to, boy. The ones who want to be warriors, instead, join one of the warrior societies. Far Darius Mai, the Maidens of the Spear, and fight right alongside the men.
Perrin shook his head. Elias chuckled at his expression. Rayan took up the story again. Distaste and perplexity mingled in his voice. The young women were all dead, except one, and she was dying. She crawled to the wagons. It was clear she knew they were Tuathan. Her loathing outweighed her pain, but she had a message so important to her that she must pass it on to someone, even us, before she died. Men went to see if they could help any of the others. There was a trail of her blood to follow, but all were dead, and so were 3 times their number in Trollocs. Elias sat up, his pipe almost falling from between his teeth.
100 miles into the waste? Impossible. Jevit Kashar, that's what Trollocs call the waste. The dying ground. They wouldn't go 100 miles into the waste if all the Murdral in the Blight were driving them.
You know an awful lot about Trollocs, Elias, Perrin said.
Go on with your story,
Elias told Rayan gruffly.
From trophies the Aiel carried, it was obvious they were coming back from the Blight. The Trollocs had followed, but by the tracks only a few lived to return after killing the Aiel. As for the girl, she would not let anyone touch her, even to tend her wounds. But she seized the seeker of that band by his coat, and this is what she said, word for word. Leaf Blighter means to blind the eye of the world, Lost One. He means to slay the great serpent. Warn the people, Lost One. Sight Burner comes. Tell them to stand ready for he who comes with the dawn. Tell them. And then she died. Leaf Blighter and Sight Burner, Rayan added to Perrin, are Aiel names for the Dark One. But I don't understand another word of it. Yet she thought it important enough to approach those she obviously despised, to pass it on with her last breath. But to who? We are ourselves, the people, but I hardly think she meant it for us. The Aiel? They would not let us tell them if we tried. He sighed heavily. She called us the Lost. I never knew before how much they loathe us. Isla set her knitting in her lap and touched his head gently. There's something they learned in the Blight, Elias mused, but none of it makes sense. Slay the great serpent, kill time itself, and blind the eye of the world. As well say he's going to starve a rock. Maybe she was babbling, Rayan. Wounded, dying. She could have lost her grip on what was real. Maybe she didn't even know who those Tuathan were. She knew what she was saying, and to whom she was saying it. Something more important to her than her own life, and we cannot even understand it. When I saw you walking into our camp, I thought perhaps we would find the answer at last, since you were... Elias made a quick motion with his hand, and Rayan changed what he had been going to say. Our friend. And know many strange things. Not about this, Elias said in a tone that put an end to talk. The silence around the campfire was broken only by the music and laughter drifting from other parts of the night-shrouded camp. Lying with his shoulders propped on one of the logs around the fire,
Perrin tried puzzling out the Aiel woman's message, but it made no more sense to him than it had to Rayan or Elias. The eye of the world. That had been in his dreams more than once. But he did not want to think about those dreams. Elias, now. There was a question there he would like answered. What had Rayan been about to say about the bearded man, and why had Elias cut him off? He had no luck with that either. He was trying to imagine what Aiel girls were like, going into the blight where only warders went that he had ever heard, fighting Trollocs, when he heard Egwene coming back, singing to herself. Scrambling to his feet, he went to meet her at the edge of the firelight. She stopped short, looking at him with her head tilted to one side. In the dark, he could not read her expression. "You've been gone a long time," he said. "Did you have fun?" "We ate with his mother," she answered, "and then we danced and laughed. It seems like forever since I danced." "He reminds me of Will Alcine. He always had sense enough not to let Will put you in his pocket." "Aram is a gentle boy who is fun to be with," she said in a tight voice. "He makes me laugh." Perrin sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm glad you had fun dancing." Abruptly she flung her arms around him, weeping on his shirt. Awkwardly he patted her hair. Rand would know what to do, he thought. Rand had an easy way with girls, not like him, who never knew what to do or say. "I told you I'm sorry, Egwene. I really am glad you had fun dancing. Really." "Tell me they're alive," she mumbled into his chest. "What?" She pushed back to arm's length, her hands on his arms, and looked up at him in the darkness. "Rand and Matt. The others. Tell me they're alive." He took a deep breath and looked around uncertainly. "They are alive," he said finally. "Good." She scrubbed at her cheeks with quick fingers. "That is what I wanted to hear. Good night, Perrin. Sleep well." Standing on tiptoe, she brushed a kiss across his cheek and hurried past him before he could speak. He turned to watch her. Isla rose to meet her, and the two women went into the wagon, talking quietly. "Rand might understand it," he thought, "but I don't." In the distant night, the wolves howled the first thin sliver of the new moon toward the horizon, and he shivered. Tomorrow would be time enough to worry about the wolves again. He was wrong. They were waiting to greet him in his dreams. Chapter 26. Whitebridge. The last unsteady note of what had been barely recognizable as the wind that shakes the willow faded mercifully away, and Matt lowered Tom's gold and silver-chased flute. Rand took his hands from his ears. A sailor coiling a line on the deck nearby heaved a loud sigh of relief. For a moment, the only sounds were the water slapping against the hull, the rhythmic creak of the oars, and now and again the hum of rigging strummed by the wind. The wind blew dead onto the spray's bow, and the useless sails were furled. "I suppose I should thank you," Tom Merrilin muttered finally, "for teaching me how true the old saying is, 'Teach him how you will, a pig will never play the flute.'" The sailor burst out laughing, and Matt raised the flute as if to throw it at him. Deftly, Tom snagged the instrument from Matt's fist and fitted it into its hard leather case. "I thought all you shepherds wiled away the time with the flock playing the pipes or the flute. That'll show me to trust what I don't know firsthand." "Rand's the shepherd," Matt grumbled. "He plays the pipes, not me." "Yes, well, he does have a little aptitude. Perhaps we'd better work on juggling, boy. At least you show some talent for that." "Tom," Rand said, "I don't know why you are trying so hard." He glanced at the sailor and lowered his voice. "After all, we aren't really trying to become gleemen. It's only something to hide behind until we find Moraine and the others." Tom tugged at an end of his moustache and seemed to be studying the smooth, dark brown leather of the flute case on his knees.
What if you don't find them, boy? There's nothing to say they're even still alive.
They're alive, Rand said firmly. He turned to Matt for support, but Matt's eyebrows were pinched down on his nose, and his mouth was a thin line, and his eyes were fixed on the deck.
Well, speak up, Rand told him. You can't be that mad over not being able to play the flute. I can't either, not very well. You never wanted to play the flute before.
Matt looked up, still frowning.
What if they are dead? He said softly. We have to accept facts, right?
At that moment, the lookout in the bow sang out,
"White bridge! White bridge ahead!"
For a long minute, unwilling to believe that Matt could say something like that so casually, Rand held his friend's gaze amid the scramble of sailors preparing to put in. Matt glowered at him with his head pulled down between his shoulders. There was so much Rand wanted to say, but he could not manage to get it all into words. They had to believe the others were alive. They had to.
Why?
Nagged a voice in the back of his head. So it will all turn out like one of Tom's stories. The heroes find the treasure and defeat the villain and live happily ever after. Some of his stories don't end that way. Sometimes even heroes die. Are you a hero, Rand al'Thor? Are you a hero, sheep herder? Abruptly, Matt flushed and pulled his eyes away. Freed from his thoughts, Rand jumped up to move through the hurly-burly to the rail. Matt came after him slowly, not even making an effort to dodge the sailors who ran across his path. Men dashed about the boat, bare feet thumping the deck, hauling on ropes, tying off some lines and untying others. Some brought up big oilskin bags stuffed almost to bursting with wool, while others readied cables as thick as Rand's wrist. Despite their haste, they moved with the assurance of men who had done it all 1,000 times before, but Captain Domon stumped up and down the deck, shouting orders and cursing those who did not move fast enough to suit him. Rand's attention was all for what lay ahead, coming plainly into sight as they rounded a slight bend of the Arenelle. He had heard of it, in song and story and peddler's tales, but now he would actually see the legend. The white bridge arched high over the wide waters, twice as high as the Spray's mast and more, and from end to end it gleamed milky white in the sunlight, gathering the light until it seemed to glow. Spidery piers of the same stuff plunged into the strong currents, appearing too frail to support the weight and width of the bridge. It looked all of one piece, as if it had been carved from a single stone or moulded by a giant's hand, broad and tall, leaping the river with an airy grace that almost made the eye forget its size. All in all, it dwarfed the town that sprawled about its foot on the east bank, though Whitebridge was larger by far than Emmons Field, with houses of stone and brick as tall as those in Tyrone Ferry, and wooden docks like thin fingers sticking out into the river. Small boats dotted the Arenelle thickly, fishermen hauling their nets, and over it all the white bridge towered and shone. "It looks like glass," Rand said to no one in particular. Captain Domon paused behind him and tucked his thumbs behind his broad belt. "Nay, lad, whatever it be, it no be glass. Never so hard the rains come, it no be slippery, and the best chisel and the strongest arm no make a mark on it." "A remnant from the Age of Legends," Tom said. "I have always thought it must be." The captain gave a dour grunt. "Mayhap, but still useful despite. Could be someone else built it. Does no have to be Aes Sedai work, fortune prick me. It no has to be so old as all that. Put your back into it, you bloody fool." He hurried off down the deck. Rand stared even more wonderingly. From the Age of Legends. Made by Aes Sedai, then. That was why Captain Domon felt the way he did, for all his talk about the wonder and strangeness of the world. Aes Sedai work. One thing to hear about it, another to see it and touch it. You know that, don't you? For an instant it seemed to Rand that a shadow rippled through the milk-white structure. He pulled his eyes away, to the docks coming nearer, but the bridge still loomed in the corner of his vision. "We made it, Tom," he said, then forced a laugh. "And no mutiny." The gleeman only harumphed and blew out his moustaches, but two sailors readying a cable nearby gave Rand a sharp glance, then bent quickly back to their work. He stopped laughing and tried not to look at the two for the rest of the approach to Whitebridge. The spray curved smoothly in beside the first dock, thick timbers sitting on heavy tar-coated pilings, and stopped with a backing of oars that swirled the water to froth around the blades. As the oars were drawn in, sailors tossed cables to men on the dock, who fastened them off with a flourish, while other crewmen slung the bags of wool over the side to protect the hull from the dock pilings. Before the boat was even pulled snug against the dock, carriages appeared at the end of the dock, tall and lacquered shiny black, each one with a name painted on the door in large letters, gold or scarlet. The carriage's passengers hurried up the gangplank as soon as it dropped in place, smooth-faced men in long velvet coats and silk-lined cloaks and cloth slippers, each followed by a plainly dressed servant carrying his iron-bound money-box. They approached Captain Domon with painted smiles that slipped when he abruptly roared in their faces. "You!" He thrust a thick finger past them, stopping Florin Gelb in his tracks at the length of the boat. The bruise on Gelb's forehead from Rand's boot had faded away, but he still fingered the spot from time to time as if to remind himself. "You've slept on watch for the last time on my vessel, or on any vessel if I have my way of it. Choose your own side, the dock or the river, but off my vessel now." Gelb hunched his shoulders, and his eyes glittered hate at Rand and his friends. At Rand especially, a poisonous glare. The wiry man looked around the deck for support, but there was little hope in that look. One by one, every man in the crew straightened from what he was doing and stared back coldly. Gelb wilted visibly, but then his glare returned, twice as strong as it had been. With a muttered curse, he darted below to the crew's quarters. Domon sent 2 men after him to see he did no mischief, and dismissed him with a grunt. When the captain turned back to them, the merchants took up their smiles and bows as if they had never been interrupted. At a word from Tom, Matt and Rand began gathering their things together. There was not much aside from the clothes on their backs, not for any of them. Rand had his blanket roll and saddlebags, and his father's sword. He held the sword for a minute, and homesickness rolled over him so strongly that his eyes stung. He wondered if he would ever see Tam again. Or home. Home. Going to spend the rest of your life running, and afraid of your own dreams. With a shuddering sigh, he slipped the belt around his waist over his coat. Gelb came back on deck, followed by his twin shadows. He looked straight ahead, but Rand could still feel hatred coming off him in waves. Back rigid and face dark, Gelb walked stiff-legged down the gangplank and pushed roughly into the thin crowd on the dock. In a minute he was gone from sight, vanished beyond the merchants' carriages. There were not a great many people on the dock, and those were a plainly dressed mix of workmen, fishermen mending nets, and a few townspeople who had come out to see the first boat of the year to come downriver from Saldea. None of the girls was Egwene, and no one looked the least bit like Moraine or Lan or anyone else Rand was hoping to see. "Maybe they didn't come down to the dock," he said. "Maybe," Tom replied curtly. He settled his instrument cases on his back with care. "You two keep an eye out for Gelb. He will make trouble if he can. We want to pass through Whitebridge so softly that nobody remembers we were here 5 minutes after we're gone." Their cloaks flapped in the wind as they walked to the gangplank. Matt carried his bow crossed in front on his chest. Even after all their days on the boat, it still got a few looks from the crewmen. Their bows were short affairs. Captain Domon left the merchants to intercept Tom at the gangplank. "You be leaving me now, Gleeman. Can I no talk you into continuing on? I be going all the way down to Ilion, where folk have a proper regard for Gleeman. There be no finer place in the world for your art."
I'd get you there in good time for the Feast of Sephan. The competitions, you know. 100 gold marks for the best telling of the great hunt of the Horn. A great prize, Captain, Tom replied with an elaborate bow and a flourish of his cloak that set the patches to fluttering. And great competitions which rightly draw gleemen from the whole world over. But, he added dryly, I fear we could not afford the fare at the rates you charge. Aye, well, as to that. The captain produced a leather purse from his coat pocket and tossed it to Tom. It clinked when Tom caught it. Your fare's back, and a bit more besides. The damage was not so bad as I thought, and you've worked your way and more with your tails and your harp. I could maybe manage as much again if you stay aboard to the Sea of Storms, and I would set you ashore in Ilion. A good gleeman can make his fortune there, even aside from the competitions.
Tom hesitated, weighing the purse on his palm, but Rand spoke up. We're meeting friends here, Captain, and going on to Camelin together. We'll have to see Ilian another time. Tom's mouth twisted wryly, then he blew out his long moustaches and tucked the purse into his pocket.
Perhaps if the people we are to meet are not here, Captain. Aye, Domon said sourly. You think on it. Too bad I can no keep Gelb aboard to take the other's anger, but I do what I say I will do. I suppose I must ease up now, even if it means taking 3 times as long to reach Ilion as I should. Well, mayhap those Trollocs were after you 3.
Rand blinked but kept silent, but Matt was not so cautious. Why do you think they weren't? He demanded. They were after the same treasure we were hunting.
Mayhap, the captain grunted, sounding unconvinced.
He combed thick fingers through his beard, then pointed at the pocket where Tom had put the purse.
Twice that if you come back to keep the men's minds off how hard I work them. Think on it. I sail with the first light on the morrow.
He turned on his heel and strode back to the merchants, arms spreading wide as he began an apology for keeping them waiting. Tom still hesitated, but Rand hustled him down the gangplank without giving him a chance to argue, and the gleeman let himself be herded. A murmur passed through the people on the dock as they saw Tom's patch-covered cloak, and some called out to discover where he would be performing. So much for not being noticed, Rand thought, dismayed. By sundown it would be all over Whitebridge that there was a gleeman in town. He hurried Tom along, though, and Tom, wrapped in sulky silence, did not even try to slow down enough to preen under the attention. The carriage drivers looked down at Tom with interest from their high perches, but apparently the dignity of their positions forbade shouting. With no idea of where to go exactly, Rand turned up the street that ran along the river and under the bridge. We need to find Moraine and the others, he said, and fast. We should have thought of changing Tom's cloak. Tom suddenly shook himself and stopped dead.
An innkeeper will be able to tell us if they're here or if they pass through. The right innkeeper. Innkeepers have all the news and gossip. If they aren't here...
He looked back and forth from Rand to Matt.
We have to talk, we 3.
Cloak swirling around his ankles, he set off into the town, away from the river. Rand and Matt had to step quickly to keep up. The broad, milk-white arch that gave the town its name dominated Whitebridge as much close up as it did from afar. But once Rand was in the streets, he realised that the town was every bit as big as Baerlon, though not so crowded with people. A few carts moved in the streets, pulled by horse or ox or donkey or man, but no carriages. Those, most likely, all belonged to the merchants and were clustered down at the dock. Shops of every description lined the streets, and many of the tradesmen worked in front of their establishments, under the signs swinging in the wind. They passed a man mending pots, and a tailor holding folds of cloth up to the light for a customer. A shoemaker sitting in his doorway tapped his hammer on the heel of a boot. Hawkers cried their services at sharpening knives and scissors, or tried to interest the passers-by in their skimpy trays of fruit or vegetables, but none was getting much interest. Shops selling food had the same pitiful displays of produce Rand remembered from Baerlon. Even the fishmongers displayed only small piles of small fish for all the boats on the river. Times were not really hard yet, but everyone could see what was coming if the weather did not change soon, and those faces that were not fixed into worried frowns seemed to stare at something unseen, something unpleasant. Where the white bridge came down in the centre of town was a big square, paved with stones worn by generations of feet and wagon wheels. Inns surrounded the square, and shops, and tall red brick houses with signs out front bearing the same names Rand had seen on the carriages at the dock. It was into one of those inns, seemingly chosen at random, that Tom ducked. The sign over the door, swinging in the wind, had a striding man with a bundle on his back on one side, and the same man with his head on a pillow on the other, and proclaimed, "The Wayfarer's Rest." The common room stood empty except for the fat innkeeper drawing ale from a barrel, and two men in rough workman's clothes staring glumly into their mugs at a table in the back. Only the innkeeper looked up when they came in. A shoulder-high wall split the room in two from front to back, with tables and a blazing fireplace on each side. Rand wondered idly if all innkeepers were fat and losing their hair. Rubbing his hands together briskly, Tom commented to the innkeeper on the late cold and ordered hot spiced wine, then added quietly, "Is there somewhere my friends and I could talk without being disturbed?" The innkeeper nodded to the low wall.
"The other side, that's as best I've got unless you want to take a room. For when sailors come up from the river, seems like half the crew's got grudges against the other half. I won't have my place broke up by fights, so I keep 'em apart."
He had been eyeing Tom's cloak the whole while, and now he cocked his head to one side, a sly look in his eyes.
"You staying? Haven't had a gleeman in here in some time. Folks would pay real good for something that would take their minds off things. I'd even take some off on your room and meals."
Unnoticed, Rand thought glumly.
"You are too generous," Tom said with a smooth bow. "Perhaps I will take up your offer, but for now, a little privacy. I'll bring you wine. Good money here for a gleeman."
The tables on the far side of the wall were all empty, but Tom chose one right in the middle of the space.
"So no one can listen without us knowing," he explained. "Did you hear that fellow? He'll take some off. Why, I'd double his custom just by sitting here. Any honest innkeeper gives a gleeman room and board, and a good bit besides."
The bare table was none too clean, and the floor had not been swept in days, if not weeks. Rand looked around and grimaced. Master Alvir would not have let his inn get that dirty if he had had to climb out of a sickbed to see to it. "We're only after information. Remember? Why here?" Matt demanded. "We passed other inns that look cleaner."
"Straight on from the bridge," Tom said, "is the road to Camelin. Anyone passing through Whitebridge comes through this square, unless they're going by river, and we know your friends aren't doing that. If there is no word of them here, it doesn't exist. Let me do the talking. This has to be done carefully."
Just then the innkeeper appeared, 3 battered pewter mugs gripped in one fist by the handles. The fat man flicked at the table with a towel, set the mugs down, and took Tom's money.
"If you stay, you won't have to pay for your drinks. Good wine here."
Tom's smile touched only his mouth.
"I will think on it, innkeeper. What news is there? We've been away from hearing things." "Big news, that's what. Big news."
The innkeeper draped the towel over his shoulder and pulled up a chair. He crossed his arms on the table, took root with a long sigh, saying what a comfort it was to get off his feet. His name was Bartim, and he went on about his feet in detail, about corns and bunions, and how much time he spent standing and what he soaked them in, until Tom mentioned the news again, and then he shifted over with hardly a pause. The news was just as big as he said it was. Logain, the false dragon, had been captured after a big battle near Lugard while he was trying to move his army from Gaelden to Tyr. The prophecies, they understood? Tom nodded, and Bartim went on. The roads in the south were packed with people, the lucky ones with what they could carry on their backs, thousands fleeing in all directions.
"None," Bartim chuckled wryly. "Supported Logain, of course. Oh no, you won't find many to admit to that, not now. Just refugees trying to find a safe place during the Troubles."
Aes Sedai had been involved in taking Logain, of course. Bartim spat on the floor when he said that, and again when he said they were taking the false dragon north to Tarvalon. Bartim was a decent man, he said, a respectable man, and Aes Sedai could all go back to the Blight where they came from and take Tarvalon with them as far as he was concerned. He would get no closer to an Aes Sedai than 1,000 miles if he had his way. Of course, they were stopping at every village and town on the way north to display Loghain, so he had heard, to show people that the false dragon had been taken and the world was safe again. He would have liked to see that, even if it did mean getting close to Aes Sedai. He was halfway tempted to go to Caemlyn. They'd be taking him there to show to Queen Morghese. The innkeeper touched his forehead respectfully. I've never seen the Queen. Man ought to see his own queen, don't you think? Loghain could do things, and the way Bartim's eyes shifted and his tongue darted across his lips made it clear what he meant. He had seen the last false dragon 2 years ago, when he was paraded through the countryside, but that was just some fellow who thought he could make himself a king. There had been no need for Aes Sedai that time. Soldiers had had him chained up on a wagon. A sullen-looking fellow who moaned in the middle of the wagon bed, covering his head with his arms whenever people threw stones or poked him with sticks. There had been a lot of that, and the soldiers had done nothing to stop it, as long as they did not kill the fellow. Best to let the people see he was nothing special after all. He could not do things. This Loghain would be something to see, though. Something for Bartim to tell his grandchildren about. If only the inn would let him get away. Rand listened with an interest that did not have to be faked. When Padan Fain had brought word to Emond's Field of a false dragon, a man actually wielding the power, it had been the biggest news to come into the Two Rivers in years. What had happened since had pushed it to the back of his mind, but it was still the sort of thing people would be talking about for years and telling their grandchildren about, too. Bartim would probably tell his that he had seen Loghain, whether he did or not. Nobody would ever think what happened to some village folk from the Two Rivers was worth talking about. Not unless they were Two Rivers people themselves.
That, Tom said, would be something to make a story of. A story they'd tell for 1,000 years. I wish I had been there.
He sounded as if it was the simple truth, and Rand thought it really was.
I might try to see him anyway. You didn't say what route they were taking. Perhaps there are some other travellers around. They might have heard the route.
Bartim waved a grubby hand dismissively.
North, that's all anybody knows round here. You want to see him, go to Caemlyn. That's all I know. And if there's anything to know in Whitebridge, I know it. No doubt you do, Tom said smoothly. I expect a lot of strangers passing through stop here. Your sign caught my eye from the foot of the White Bridge. Not just from the west, I'll have you know. 2 days ago there was a fellow in here in Iliana with a proclamation all done up with seals and ribbons. Read it right out there in the square. Said he's taking it all the way to the Mountains of Mist, maybe even to the Arith Ocean if the passes are open. Said they've sent men to read it in every land in the world. The innkeeper shook his head. The Mountains of Mist. I hear they're covered with fog all year round, and there's things in the fog will strip the flesh off your bones before you can run.
Matt snickered, earning a sharp look from Bartim. Tom leaned forward intently.
What did the proclamation say? Why, the hunt for the horn, of course, Bartim exclaimed. Didn't I say that? The Elianas are calling on everybody as would swear their lives to the hunt to gather an Elian. Can you imagine that? Swearing your life to a legend? I suppose they'll find some fools. There's always fools around. This fellow claimed the end of the world is coming. The last battle with the Dark One.
He chuckled, but it had a hollow sound, a man laughing to convince himself something really was worth laughing at.
Guess they think the Horn of Alir has to be found before it happens. Now, what do you think of that?
He chewed a knuckle pensively for a minute.
Of course, I don't know as I could argue with them after this winter. The winter and this fellow Loghain and those other two before as well. Why all these fellows the last few years claiming to be the dragon? And the winter. Must mean something. What do you think?
Tom did not seem to hear him. In a soft voice, the gleeman began to recite to himself. In the last lorn fight against the fall of long night, the mountains stand guard, and the dead shall be ward, for the grave is no bar to my call.
That's it.
Bottom grinned as if he could already see the crowds handing him their money while they listened to Tom. "That's it! The Great Hunt of the Horn! You tell that one, and they'll be hanging from the rafters in here. Everybody's heard about the proclamation." Tom still seemed to be 1,000 miles away, so Rand said, "We're looking for some friends who are coming this way, from the west. Have there been many strangers passing through in the last week or two?" "Some," Bartim said slowly. "There's always some, from east and west both." He looked at each of them in turn, suddenly wary. What did they look like, these friends of yours? Rand opened his mouth, but Tom, abruptly back from wherever he had been, gave him a sharp, silencing look. With an exasperated sigh, the gleeman turned to the innkeeper. "2 men and 3 women," he said reluctantly. "They may be together, or maybe not." He gave thumbnail sketches, painting each one in just a few words, enough for anyone who had seen them to recognize, without giving away anything about who they were. Bartim rubbed one hand over his head, disarranging his thinning hair, and stood up slowly. "Forget about performing here, Gleeman. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you drank your wine and left. Leave Whitebridge if you're smart." "Someone else been asking after them?" Tom took a drink as if the answer were the least important thing in the world, and raised an eyebrow at the innkeeper. "Who would that be?" Bartim scrubbed his hand through his hair again and shifted his feet on the point of walking away, then nodded to himself. "About a week ago, as near as I can say, a Weasley fellow came over the bridge. Crazy, everybody thought. Always talking to himself, never stopped moving even when he was standing still. Asked about the same people. Some of them. He asked like it was important, and then acted like he didn't care what the answer was. Half the time he was saying as he had to wait here for them, and the other half as he had to go on, he was in a hurry. One minute he was whining and begging, the next making demands like a king. Near got himself a thrashing a time or two, crazy or not. The watch almost took him in custody for his own safety. He went off towards Camelin that same day, talking to himself and crying. Crazy, like I said." Rand looked at Tom and Matt questioningly, and they both shook their heads. If this Weasley fellow was looking for them, he was still nobody they recognized. "Are you sure it was the same people he wanted?" Rand asked. "Some of them. The fighting man and the woman in silk. But it wasn't them as he cared about. It was 3 country boys." His eyes slid across Rand and Matt and away again so fast that Rand was not sure if he had really seen the look or imagined it. He was desperate to find them, but crazy, like I said. Rand shivered and wondered who the crazy man could be and why he was looking for them. A dog friend? Would Baalzamon use a madman? He was crazy, but the other one... Bartim's eyes shifted uneasily, and his tongue ran over his lips as if he could not find enough spit to moisten them. Next day the other one came for the first time. He fell silent. "The other one?" Tom prompted finally. Bartim looked around, although their side of the divided room was still empty except for them. He even raised up on his toes and looked over the low wall. When he finally spoke, it was in a whispered rush. "All in black he is. Keeps the hood of his cloak pulled up so you can't see his face, but you can feel him looking at you. Feel it like an icicle shoved into your spine. He spoke to me." He flinched and stopped to chew at his lip before going on. "Sounded like a snake crawling through dead leaves. There turned my stomach to ice. Every time as he comes back he asks the same questions. Same questions the crazy man asked. Nobody ever sees him coming. He's just there all of a sudden, day or night, freezing you where you stand. People are starting to look over their shoulders. Worst of it is, the gate tenders claim as he's never passed through any of the gates, coming or going." Rand worked at keeping his face blank. He clenched his jaw until his teeth ached. Matt scowled, and Tom studied his wine. The word none of them wanted to say hung in the air between them. Myrddraal. "I think I'd remember if I ever met anyone like that," Tom said after a minute. Bartim's head bobbed furiously. "Burn me, but you would. Light's truth you would. He wants the same lot as the crazy man, only he says as there's a girl with them, and..." He glanced sideways at Tom. "And a white-haired gleeman." Tom's eyebrows shot up in what Rand was sure was unfeigned surprise. A white-haired gleeman? Well, I'm hardly the only gleeman in the world with a little age on him. I assure you I don't know this fellow, and he can have no reason to be looking for me. That's as may be, Bartim said glumly. He didn't say it in so many words, but I got the impression as he would be very displeased with anyone as tried to help these people or tried to hide them from him. Anyway, I'll tell you what he told him. I haven't seen any of them, nor heard tell of them, and that's the truth. Not any of them, he finished pointedly. Abruptly, he slapped Tom's money down on the table. Just finish your wine and go. All right? All right. And he trundled away as fast as he could, looking over his shoulder. A fade, Matt breathed when the innkeeper was gone. I should have known they'd be looking for us here. And he'll be back, Tom said, leaning across the table and lowering his voice. I say we sneak back to the boat and take Captain Domon up on his offer. The hunt will centre on the road to Camelin while we're on our way to Ilian. 1,000 miles from where the Murdral expect us. No, Rand said firmly. We wait for Moraine and the others in Whitebridge, or we go on to Camelin. One or the other, Tom. That's what we decided. That's crazed, boy. Things have changed. You listen to me. No matter what this innkeeper says, when a Murdral stares at him, he'll tell all about us, down to what we had to drink and how much dust we had on our boots. Rand shivered, remembering the Fade's eyeless stare. As for Camelin, you think the half-men don't know you want to get to Torvalon? It's a good time to be on a boat, headed south. No, Tom! Rand had to force the words out, thinking of being 1,000 miles from where the Fades were looking, but he took a deep breath and managed to firm his voice. No. Think, boy. Ilian, there isn't a grander city on the face of the earth. And the great hunt of the Horn. There hasn't been a hunt of the Horn in near 400 years. A whole new cycle of stories waiting to be made. Just think, you never dreamed of anything like it. By the time the Murdral figure out where you've gone to, you'll be old and grey, and so tired of watching your grandchildren, you won't care if they do find you. Rand's face took on a stubborn set. How many times do I have to say no? They'll find us wherever we go. There'd be Fades waiting in Ilian too. And how do we escape the dreams? I want to know what's happening to me, Tom, and why. I'm going to Torvalon, with Moraine if I can, without her if I have to. Alone, if I have to. I need to know. But Ilian, boy, and a safe way out. Downriver while they're looking for you in another direction. Blood and ashes, a dream can't hurt you. Rand kept silent. A dream can't hurt? Do dream thorns draw real blood? He almost wished he had told Tom about that dream too. Do you dare tell anybody? Baalzamon is in your dreams. But what's between dreaming and waking now? Who do you dare to tell that the Dark One is touching you? Tom seemed to understand. The Gleeman's face softened. Even those dreams, lad. They are still just dreams, aren't they? For the light's sake, Matt, talk to him. I know you don't want to go to Torvalon, at least. Matt's face reddened, half embarrassment and half anger. He avoided looking at Rand and scowled at Tom instead. Why are you going to all this fuss and bother? You want to go back to the boat? Go back to the boat. We'll take care of ourselves. The Gleeman's thin shoulders shook with silent laughter, but his voice was anger-tight. You think you know enough about Murdral to escape by yourself, do you? You're ready to walk into Torvalon alone and hand yourself over to the Amerlin seat? Can you even tell one Aja from another? The light burn me, boy. If you think you can even get to Torvalon alone, you tell me to go. Go, Matt growled, sliding a hand under his cloak. Rand realised with a shock that he was gripping the dagger from Shadar Logoth, maybe even ready to use it. Raucous laughter broke out on the other side of the low wall dividing the room, and a scornful voice spoke up loudly. Trollocs, put on a Gleeman's cloak, man, you're drunk! Trollocs, borderland fables! The words doused anger like a pot of cold water. Even Matt half turned to the wall, eyes widening. Rand stood just enough to see over the wall, then ducked back down again with a sinking feeling in his stomach. Florin Gelb sat on the other side of the wall, at the table in the back with the two men who had been there when they came in. They were laughing at him, but they were listening. Bartim was wiping a table that badly needed it, not looking at Gelb and the two men, but he was listening too, scrubbing one spot over and over with his towel and leaning toward them until he seemed almost ready to fall over. "Gelb," Rand whispered as he dropped back into his chair, and the others tensed. Tom swiftly studied their side of the room. On the other side of the wall, the second man's voice chimed in.
No, there used to be Trollocs, but they killed them all in the Trolloc Wars. Borderland fables,
the first man repeated. "It's true, I tell you," Gelb protested loudly. "I've been in the Borderlands, I've seen Trollocs, and these were Trollocs as sure as I'm sitting here. Those three claim the Trollocs were tracing them, but I know better. That's why I wouldn't stay on the spray. I've had my suspicions about Baal Domon for some time. But those three are dark friends for sure. I tell you." Laughter and coarse jokes drowned out the rest of what Gelb had to say. How long, Rand wondered, before the innkeeper heard a description of those three, if he had not already, if he did not just leap to the three strangers he had already seen. The only door from their half of the common room would take them right past Gelb's table. "Maybe the boat isn't such a bad idea," Matt muttered, but Tom shook his head. "Not anymore." The gleeman spoke softly and fast. He pulled out the leather purse Captain Domon had given him and hastily divided the money into 3 piles. "That story will be all through the town in an hour, whether anybody believes it or not, and the halfman could hear any time. Domon isn't sailing until tomorrow morning. At best, he'll have Trollocs chasing him all the way to Ilion. Well, he's half expecting it for some reason, but that won't do us any good. There's nothing for it but to run. And run hard." Matt quickly stuffed the coins Tom shoved in front of him into his pocket. Rand picked his pile up more slowly. The coin Moraine had given him was not among them. Domon had given an equal weight of silver, but Rand, for some reason he could not fathom, wished he had the Aes Sedai's coin instead. Stuffing the money in his pocket, he looked a question at the gleeman. "In case we're separated," Tom explained. "We probably won't be, but if it does happen, well, you two will make out all right by yourselves. You're good lads. Just keep clear of Aes Sedai for your lives." "I thought you were staying with us," Rand said. "I am, boy, I am. But they're getting close now, and the light only knows. Well, no matter. It isn't likely anything will happen." Tom paused, looking at Matt. "I hope you no longer mind me staying with you," he said dryly. Matt shrugged. He eyed each of them, then shrugged again. "I'm just on edge. I can't seem to get rid of it. Every time we stop for a breath, they're there, hunting us. I feel like somebody's staring at the back of my head all the time. What are we going to do?" The laughter erupted on the other side of the wall, broken again by Gelb, trying loudly to convince the two men that he was telling the truth. How much longer, Rand wondered. Sooner or later, Bartim had to put together Gelb's 3 and the 3 of them. Tom eased his chair and rose, but kept his height crouched. No one looking casually toward the wall from the other side could see him. He motioned for them to follow, whispering, "Be very quiet." The windows on either side of the fireplace on their side of the wall looked out into an alleyway. Tom studied one of the windows carefully before drawing it up just enough for them to squeeze through. It barely made a sound, nothing that could have been heard 3 feet away over the laughing argument on the other side of the low wall. Once in the alley, Matt started for the street right away, but Tom caught his arm. "Not so fast," the gleeman told him. "Not till we know what we're doing." Tom lowered the window again as much as he could from outside and turned to study the alley. Rand followed Tom's eyes. Except for half a dozen rain barrels against the inn and the next building, a tailor shop, the alley was empty, the hard-packed dirt dry and dusty. "Why are you doing this?" Matt demanded again. "You'd be safer if you left us. Why are you staying with us?" Tom stared at him for a long moment.
"I had a nephew."
"Owen," he said wearily, shrugging out of his cloak. He made a pile with his blanket roll as he talked, carefully setting his cased instruments on top.
"My brother's only son. My only living kin. He got in trouble with the Aes Sedai, but I was too busy with other things. I don't know what I could have done, but when I finally tried, it was too late. Owen died a few years later. You could say Aes Sedai killed him."
He straightened up, not looking at them. His voice was still level, but Rand glimpsed tears in his eyes as he turned his head away.
"If I can keep you two free of Tar Valon, maybe I can stop thinking about Owen. Wait here."
Still avoiding their eyes, he hurried to the mouth of the alley, slowing before he reached it. After one quick look around, he strolled casually into the street and out of sight. Matt half rose to follow, then settled back.
"He won't leave these," he said, touching the leather instrument cases.
"You believe that story?" Rand squatted patiently beside the rain barrels. "What's the matter with you, Matt? You aren't like this. I haven't heard you laugh in days."
"I don't like being hunted like a rabbit,"
Matt snapped. He sighed, letting his head fall back against the brick wall of the inn. Even like that, he seemed tense. His eyes shifted warily.
"Sorry. It's the running and all these strangers and just everything. It makes me jumpy. I look at somebody and I can't help wondering if he's going to tell the Fades about us, or cheat us, or rob us, or... Light, Rand, doesn't it make you nervous?"
Rand laughed, a quick bark in the back of his throat. "I'm too scared to be nervous."
"What do you think the Aes Sedai did to his nephew?"
"I don't know," Rand said uneasily. There was only one kind of trouble that he knew for a man to get into with Aes Sedai. Not like us, I guess. Nah, not like us. For a time they leaned against the wall, not talking. Rand was not sure how long they waited. A few minutes, probably, but it felt like an hour, waiting for Tom to come back, waiting for Bartim and Gelb to open the window and denounce them for dark friends. Then a man turned in at the mouth of the alley, a tall man with the hood of his cloak pulled up to hide his face. A cloak, black as night against the light of the street. Rand scrambled to his feet, one hand wrapped around the hilt of Tam's sword so hard that his knuckles hurt. His mouth went dry, and no amount of swallowing helped. Matt rose to a crouch with one hand under his cloak. The man came closer, and Rand's throat grew tighter with every step. Abruptly the man stopped and tossed back his cowl. Rand's knees almost gave way. It was Tom.
"Well, if you don't recognize me," the Gleeman grinned, "I guess it's a good enough disguise for the gates."
Tom pushed past them and began transferring things from his patch-covered cloak to his new one so nimbly that Rand could not make out any of them. The new cloak was dark brown, Rand saw now. He drew a deep, ragged breath. His throat still felt as if it were clutched in a fist. Brown, not black. Matt still had his hand under his cloak, and he stared at Tom's back as if he were thinking of using the hidden dagger. Tom glanced up at them, then gave them a sharper look.
"This is no time to get skittish."
Deftly, he began folding his old cloak into a bundle around his instrument cases, inside out so the patches were hidden.
"We'll walk out of here one at a time, just close enough to keep each other in sight. Shouldn't be remembered especially that way. Can't you slouch?" he added to Rand. "That height of yours is as bad as a banner."
He slung the bundle across his back and stood, drawing his hood back up. He looked nothing like a white-haired gleeman. He was just another traveller, a man too poor to afford a horse, much less a carriage.
"Let's go. We've wasted too much time already."
Rand agreed fervently, but even so he hesitated before stepping out of the alley into the square. None of the sparse scattering of people gave them a second look. Most did not look at them at all, but his shoulders knotted, waiting for the cry of "dark friend" that could turn ordinary people into a mob bent on murder. He ran his eyes across the open area, over people moving about on their daily business, and when he brought them back, a murdral was halfway across the square. Where the fade had come from, he could not begin to guess, but it strode toward the three of them with a slow deadliness, a predator with the prey under its gaze. People shied away from the black-cloaked shape, avoided looking at it. The square began to empty out as people decided they were needed elsewhere. The black cowl froze round where he stood. He tried to summon up the void, but it was like fumbling after smoke. The fade's hidden gaze knifed to his bones and turned his marrow to icicles.
"Don't look at its face,"
Tom muttered. His voice shook and cracked, and it sounded as if he were forcing the words out.
"The light burn you. Don't look at its face."
Rand tore his eyes away. He almost groaned. It felt like tearing a leech off of his face. But even staring at the stones of the square, he could still see the murdral coming, a cat playing with mice, amused at their feeble efforts to escape, until finally the jaws snapped shut. The fade had halved the distance.
"Are we just going to stand here?" he mumbled. "We have to run. Get away."
But he could not make his feet move. Matt had the ruby-hilted dagger out at last in a trembling hand. His lips were drawn back from his teeth, a snarl and a rictus of fear.
"Think."
Tom stopped to swallow and went on hoarsely.
"Think you can outrun it, do you, boy?"
He began to mutter to himself. The only word Rand could make out was Owen. Abruptly, Tom growled.
"I never should have gotten mixed up with you boys. Should never have."
He shrugged the bundled Gleeman's cloak off of his back and thrust it into Rand's arms.
"Take care of that. When I say run, you run and don't stop until you get to Camelin. The Queen's blessing. And remember that, in case... Just remember it."
"I don't understand," Rand said. The murdral was not 20 paces away now. His feet felt like lead weights.
"Just remember it," Tom snarled. "The Queen's blessing. Now, run!"
He gave them a push, one hand on the shoulder of each of them, to get them started, and Rand stumbled away in a lurching run with Matt at his side.
"Run!"
Tom sprang into motion too, with a long, wordless roar, not after them, but toward the murdral. His hands flourished as if he were performing at his best, and daggers appeared. Rand stopped, but Matt pulled him along. The fade was just as startled. Its leisurely pace faltered in mid-stride. Its hand swept toward the hilt of the black sword hanging at its waist, but the Gleeman's long legs covered the distance quickly. Tom crashed into the murdral before the black blade was half drawn, and both went down in a thrashing heap. The few people still in the square fled.
"Run!"
The air in the square flashed an eye-searing blue, and Tom began to scream, but even in the middle of the scream he managed a word.
"Run!"
Rand obeyed. The Gleeman's screams pursued him. Clutching Tom's bundle to his chest, he ran as hard as he could. Panic spread from the square out through the town as Rand and Matt fled on the crest of a wave of fear. Shopkeepers abandoned their goods as the boys passed. Shutters banged down over storefronts, and frightened faces appeared in the windows of houses, then vanished. People who had not been close enough to see ran through the streets wildly, paying no heed. They bumped into one another, and those who were knocked down scrambled to their feet or were trampled. Whitebridge roiled like a kicked ant-hill. As he and Matt pounded toward the gates, Rand abruptly remembered what Tom had said about his height. Without slowing down, he crouched as best he could without looking as if he were crouching. But the gates themselves, thick wood bound with black iron straps, stood open. The two gate tenders, in steel caps and mail tunics worn over cheap-looking red coats with white collars, fingered their halberds and stared uneasily into the town. One of them glanced at Rand and Matt, but they were not the only ones running out of the gates. A steady stream boiled through, panting men clutching wives, weeping women carrying babes and dragging crying children, pale-faced craftsmen still in their aprons, still heedlessly gripping their tools. There would be no one who could tell which way they had gone, Rand thought as he ran, dazed. Tom! Oh, light save me! Tom! Matt staggered beside him, caught his balance, and they ran until the last of the fleeing people had fallen away, ran until the town and the white bridge were far out of sight behind them. Finally, Rand fell to his knees in the dust, pulling air raggedly into his raw throat with great gulps. The road behind stretched empty until it was lost to sight among bare trees. Matt plucked at him. "Come on! Come on!" Matt panted the words. Sweat and dust streaked his face, and he looked ready to collapse. "We have to keep going." "Tom!" Rand said. He tightened his arms around the bundle of Tom's cloak. The instrument cases were hard lumps inside. "Tom! He's dead! You saw! You heard! Light, Rand! He's dead! You think Egwene and Moraine and the rest are dead too? If they're dead, why are the murderers still hunting them? Answer me that!" Matt dropped to his knees in the dust beside him. "All right, maybe they are alive. But Tom, you saw! Blood and ashes, Rand. The same thing can happen to us." Rand nodded slowly. The road behind them was still empty. He had been halfway expecting, hoping at least to see Tom appear, striding along, blowing out his moustaches to tell them how much trouble they were. The Queen's blessing in Camelin. He struggled to his feet and slung Tom's bundle on his back alongside his blanket roll. Matt stared up at him, narrow-eyed and wary. "Let's go," Rand said, and started down the road toward Camelin. He heard Matt muttering, and after a moment he caught up to Rand. They trudged along the dusty road, heads down and not talking. The wind spawned dust devils that whirled across their path. Sometimes Rand looked back, but the road behind was always empty. Chapter 27. Shelter from the Storm. Perrin fretted over the days spent with the Tuatha'an, travelling south and east in a leisurely fashion. The travelling people saw no need to hurry. They never did. The colourful wagons did not roll out of a morning until the sun was well above the horizon, and they stopped as early as mid-afternoon if they came across a congenial spot. The dogs trotted easily alongside the wagons, and often the children did too. They had no difficulty in keeping up. Any suggestion that they might go further or more quickly was met with laughter, or perhaps, "Ah, but would you make the poor horses work so hard?" He was surprised that Elias did not share his feelings. Elias would not ride on the wagons. He preferred to walk, sometimes loping along at the head of the column, but he never suggested leaving or pressing on ahead. The strange bearded man in his strange skin clothes was so different from the gentle Tuatha'an that he stood out wherever he went among the wagons. Even from across the camp there was no mistaking Elias for one of the people, and not just because of clothes. Elias moved with the lazy grace of a wolf, only emphasized by his skins and his fur hat, radiating danger as naturally as a fire radiated heat, and the contrast with the travelling people was sharp. Young and old, the people were joyful on their feet. There was no danger in their grace, only delight. Their children darted about, filled with the pure zest of moving, of course, but among the Tuatha'an, greybeards and grandmothers too still stepped lightly, their walk a stately dance no less exuberant for its dignity. All the people seemed on the point of dancing even when standing still, even during the rare times when there was no music in the camp. Fiddles and flutes, dulcimers and zithers and drums spun harmony and counterpoint around the wagons at almost any hour, in camp or on the move. Joyous songs, merry songs, laughing songs, sad songs. If someone was awake in the camp, there was usually music. Elias met friendly nods and smiles at every wagon he passed, and a cheerful word at any fire where he paused. This must be the face the people always showed to outsiders, open, smiling faces. But Perrin had learned that hidden beneath the surface was the wariness of a half-tame deer. Something deep lay behind the smiles directed at the Emmonsfielders, something that wondered if they were safe, something that faded only slightly over the days. With Elias, the wariness was strong, like deep summer heat shimmering in the air, and it did not fade. When he was not looking, they watched him openly as if unsure what he was going to do. When he walked across the camp, feet ready for dancing seemed ready for flight as well. Elias was certainly no more comfortable with their way of the leaf than they were with him. His mouth wore a permanent twist when he was around the Tuathan. It was not quite condescension, and certainly not contempt, but looked as though he would rather be elsewhere than where he was, almost anywhere else. Yet whenever Perrin brought up leaving, Elias made soothing noises about resting just for a few days.
"You had hard days before you met me," Elias said the third or fourth time he asked, "and you'll have harder still ahead, with Trollocs and halfmen after you, and Aes Sedai for friends."
He grinned around a mouthful of Isla's dried apple pie. Perrin still found his yellow-eyed gaze disconcerting, even when he was smiling. Perhaps even more when he was smiling. Smiles seldom touched those hunters' eyes. Elias lounged beside Rayan's fire, as usual refusing to sit on the logs drawn up for the purpose.
"Don't be in such a bloody hurry to put yourself in Aes Sedai's hands."
"What if the Fades find us? What's to keep them from it if we just sit here waiting? 3 wolves can't hold them off, and the travelling people won't be any help. They won't even defend themselves. The Trollocs will butcher them, and it will be our fault. Anyway, we have to leave them sooner or later. It might as well be sooner."
"Something tells me to wait. Just a few days."
"Something."
"Relax, lad. Take life as it comes. Run when you have to. Fight when you must. Rest when you can."
"What are you talking about? Something?"
"Have some of this pie. Isla doesn't like me, but she surely feeds me well when I visit. Always good food in the people's camps."
"What's something?" Perrin demanded. "If you know something you aren't telling the rest of us." Elias frowned at the piece of pie in his hand, then set it down and dusted his hands together.
"Something,"
he said finally, with a shrug of his shoulders as if he did not understand it completely himself.
"Something tells me it's important to wait. A few more days. I don't get feelings like this often, but when I do, I've learned to trust them. They've saved my life in the past. This time it's different somehow, but it's important. That's clear. You want to run on, then run on. Not me."
That was all he would say, no matter how many times Perrin asked. He lay about, talking with Rayan, eating, napping with his hat over his eyes, and refused to discuss leaving. Something told him to wait. Something told him it was important. He would know when it was time to go. Have some pie, lad. Don't lather yourself. Try some of this stew. Relax. Perrin could not make himself relax. At night he wandered among the rainbow wagons, worrying, as much because no one else seemed to see anything to worry about as for any other reason. The Tuatha sang and danced, cooked and ate around their campfires, fruits and nuts, berries and vegetables, they ate no meat, and went about a myriad domestic chores as if they had not a care in the world. The children ran and played everywhere, hide and seek among the wagons, climbing in the trees around the camp, laughing and rolling on the ground with the dogs. Not a care in the world for anyone. Watching them, he itched to get away. Go, before we bring the hunters down on them. They took us in, and we repay their kindness by endangering them. At least they have reason to be light-hearted. Nothing is hunting them, but the rest of us. It was hard to get a word with Egwene. Either she was talking with Isla, their heads together in a way that said no men were welcome, or she was dancing with Aram, swinging round and round to the flutes and fiddles and drums, to tunes the Tuatha had gathered from all over the world, or to the sharp, trilling songs of the travelling people themselves. Sharp, whether they were quick or slow. They knew many songs, Some he recognised from home, though often under different names than they were called in the Two Rivers. 3 girls in the meadow, for instance, the Tinkers named Pretty Maids Dancing, and they said the wind from the north was called Hard Rain Falling in some lands and Berin's Retreat in others. When he asked, not thinking, for the tinker has my pots, they fell all over themselves laughing. They knew it, but as tossed the feathers. He could understand wanting to dance to the people's songs. Back in Emmons Field, no one considered him more than an adequate dancer, but these songs tugged at his feet, and he thought he had never danced so long, or so hard, or so well in his life. Hypnotic. They made his blood pound in rhythm to the drums. It was the second evening, when for the first time Perrin saw women dance to some of the slow songs. The fires burned low, and the night hung close around the wagons, and fingers tapped a slow rhythm on the drums. First one drum, then another, until every drum in the camp kept the same low, insistent beat. There was silence, except for the drums. A girl in a red dress swayed into the light, loosening her shawl. Strings of beads hung in her hair, and she had kicked off her shoes. A flute began the melody, wailing softly, and the girl danced. Outstretched arms spread her shawl behind her. Her hips undulated as her bare feet shuffled to the beat of the drums. The girl's dark eyes fastened on Perrin, and her smile was as slow as her dance. She turned in small circles, smiling over her shoulder at him. He swallowed hard. The heat in his face was not from the fire. A second girl joined the first, the fringe on their shawls shaking in time to the drums and the slow rotation of their hips. They smiled at him, and he cleared his throat hoarsely. He was afraid to look around. His face was as red as a beet, and anyone who was not watching the dancers was probably laughing at him. He was sure of it. As casually as he could manage, he slid off the log as if he were just getting comfortable, but he carefully ended up looking away from the fire, away from the dancers. There was nothing like that in Emmons Field. Dancing with the girls on the green on a feast day did not even come close. For once he wished that the wind would pick up, to cool him off. The girls danced into his field of view again, only now they were 3. One gave him a sly wink. His eyes darted frantically. Light, he thought. What do I do now? What would Rand do? He knows about girls. The dancing girls laughed softly. Beads clicked as they tossed their long hair on their shoulders, and he thought his face would burn up. Then a slightly older woman joined the girls to show them how it was done. With a groan, he gave up altogether and shut his eyes. Even behind his eyelids, their laughter taunted and tickled. Even behind his eyelids, he could still see them. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he wished for the wind. According to Rayan, the girls did not dance that dance often, and the women rarely did. And according to Elias, it was thanks to Perrin's blushes that they did so every night thereafter.
I have to thank you, Elias told him, his tones sober and solemn. It's different with you young fellows, but at my age, it takes more than a fire to warm my bones. Perrin scowled. There was something about Elias's back as he walked away that said, even if nothing showed, he was laughing inside. Perrin soon learned better than to look away from the dancing women and girls, though the winks and smiles still made him wish he could. One would have been all right, maybe, but 5 or 6, with everyone watching. He never did entirely conquer his blushes. Then Egwene began learning the dance. 2 of the girls who had danced that first night taught her.
clapping the rhythm while she repeated the shuffling steps with a borrowed shawl swaying behind her. Perrin started to say something, then decided it was wiser not to crack his teeth. When the girls added the hip movements, Egwene started laughing, and the three girls fell giggling into one another's arms. But Egwene persevered, with her eyes glistening and bright spots of colour in her cheeks. Aram watched her dancing with a hot, hungry gaze. The handsome young Tuathaan had given her a string of blue beads that she wore all the time. Worried frowns now replaced the smiles Isla had worn when she first noticed her grandson's interest in Egwene. Perrin resolved to keep a close eye on young Master Aram. Once he managed to get Egwene alone, beside a wagon painted in green and yellow.
"Enjoying yourself, aren't you?" he said. "Why shouldn't I?" She fingered the blue beads around her neck, smiling at them. "We don't all have to work at being miserable the way you do. Don't we deserve a little chance to enjoy ourselves?" Aram stood not far off. He never got far from Egwene, with his arms folded across his chest, a little smile on his face, half smugness and half challenge. Perrin lowered his voice. "I thought you wanted to get to Tarvalon. You won't learn to be an Aes Sedai here." Egwene tossed her head. "And I thought you didn't like me wanting to become an Aes Sedai," she said, too sweetly. "Blood and ashes! Do you believe we're safe here? Are these people safe with us here? A fade could find us any time." Her hand trembled on the beads. She lowered it and took a deep breath. "Whatever is going to happen will happen whether we leave today or next week. That's what I believe now. Enjoy yourself, Perrin. It might be the last chance we have." She brushed his cheek sadly with her fingers. Then Aram held out his hand to her and she darted to him, already laughing again. As they ran away to where fiddles sang, Aram flashed a triumphant grin over his shoulder at Perrin, as if to say, "She is not yours, but she will be mine." They were all falling too much under the spell of the people, Perrin thought. Elias is right. They don't have to try to convert you to the way of the leaf. It seeps into you. Isla had taken one look at him huddling out of the wind, then produced a thick wool cloak out of her wagon. A dark green cloak, he was pleased to see, after all the reds and yellows. As he swung it round his shoulders, thinking what a wonder it was that the cloak was big enough for him, Isla said primly, "It could fit better." She glanced at the axe at his belt, and when she looked up at him, her eyes were sad above her smile. It could fit much better. All the Tinkers did that. Their smiles never slipped. There was never any hesitation in their invitations to join them for a drink or to listen to the music, but their eyes always touched the axe, and he could feel what they thought. A tool of violence. There is never any excuse for violence to another human being. The way of the leaf. Sometimes he wanted to shout at them. There were Trollocs in the world, and Fades. There were those who would cut down every leaf. The Dark One was out there, and the way of the leaf would burn in Baalzamon's eyes. Stubbornly, he continued to wear the axe. He took to keeping his cloak thrown back, even when it was windy, so the half-moon blade was never hidden. Now and again, Elias looked quizzically at the weapon hanging heavy at his side and grinned at him, those yellow eyes seeming to read his mind. That almost made him cover the axe. Almost. If the Tuathaan camp was a source of constant irritation, at least his dreams were normal there. Sometimes he woke up sweating from a dream of Trollocs and Fades storming into the camp, rainbow-coloured wagons turning to bonfires from hurled torches, people falling in pools of blood, men and women and children who ran and screamed and died but made no effort to defend themselves against slashing scythe-like swords. Night after night he bolted upright in the dark, panting and reaching for his axe before he realised the wagons were not in flames, that no bloody muzzled shapes snarled over torn and twisted bodies littering the ground. But those were ordinary nightmares, and oddly comforting in their way. If there was ever a place for the Dark One to be in his dreams, it was in those, but he was not. No Baalzamon, Just ordinary nightmares. He was aware of the wolves, though, when he was awake. They kept their distance from the camps and from the caravan on the move, but he always knew where they were. He could feel their contempt for the dogs guarding the Tuatha'an. Noisy beasts who had forgotten what their jaws were for, had forgotten the taste of warm blood. They might frighten humans, but they would slink away on their bellies if the pack ever came. Each day, his awareness was sharper, more clear. Dapple grew more impatient with every sunset. That Elias wanted to do this thing of taking the humans south made it worth doing, but if it must be done, then let it be done. Let this slow travel end. Wolves were meant to roam, and she did not like being away from the pack so long. Impatience burned in wind, too. Hunting was worse than poor here, and he despised living on field mice, something for cubs to stalk while learning to hunt, fit food for the old, no longer able to pull down a deer or hamstring a wild ox. Sometimes Wind thought that Byrne had been right, leave human troubles to humans. But he was wary of such thoughts when Dapple was around, and even more so around Hopper. Hopper was a scarred and grizzled fighter, impassive with the knowledge of years, with guile that more than made up for anything of which age might have robbed him. For humans, he cared nothing. But Dapple wished this thing done, and Hopper would wait as she waited, and run as she ran. Wolf or man, bull or bear, whatever challenged Dapple would find Hopper's jaws waiting to send him to the long sleep. That was the whole of life for Hopper, and that kept Wind cautious, and Dapple seemed to ignore the thoughts of both. All of it was clear in Perrin's mind. Fervently he wished for Camelin, for Moraine and Tar Valon. Even if there were no answers, there could be an end to it. Elias looked at him, and he was sure the yellow-eyed man knew. Please let there be an end. The dream began more pleasantly than most he had of late. He was at Alsbet Luhan's kitchen table, sharpening his axe with a stone. Mistress Luhan never allowed forge work or anything that smacked of it to be brought into the house. Master Luhan even had to take her knives outside to sharpen them. But she tended her cooking and never said a word about the axe. She did not even say anything when a wolf entered from deeper in the house and curled up between Perrin and the door to the yard. Perrin went on sharpening. It would be time to use it soon. Abruptly the wolf rose, rumbling deep in its throat, the thick ruff of fur on its neck rising. Baalzamon stepped into the kitchen from the yard. Mistress Luhan went on with her cooking. Perrin scrambled to his feet, raising the axe, but Baalzamon ignored the weapon, concentrating on the wolf instead. Flames danced where his eyes should be. Is this what you have to protect you? Well, I have faced this before. Many times before. He crooked a finger, and the wolf howled as fire burst out of its eyes and ears and mouth, out of its skin. The stench of burning meat and hair filled the kitchen. Alsbet Luhan lifted the lid on a pot and stirred with a wooden spoon. Perrin dropped the axe and jumped forward, trying to beat out the flames with his hands. The wolf crumpled to black ash between his palms. Staring at the shapeless pile of char on Mistress Luhan's clean-swept floor, he backed away. He wished he could wipe the greasy soot from his hands, but the thought of scrubbing it off on his clothes turned his stomach. He snatched up the axe, gripping the haft until his knuckles cracked. "Leave me alone!" he shouted. Mistress Luhan tapped the spoon on the rim of the pot and replaced the lid, humming to herself. "You cannot run from me," Baalzamon said. "You cannot hide from me. If you are the one, you are mine." The heat from the fires of his face forced Perrin across the kitchen until his back came up against the wall. Mistress Luhan opened the oven to check her bread. "The eye of the world will consume you," Baalzamon said. "I mark you mine." He flung out his clenched hand as if throwing something. When his fingers opened, a raven streaked at Perrin's face. Perrin screamed as the black beak pierced his left eye, and sat up, clutching his face, surrounded by the sleeping wagons of the travelling people.
Slowly, he lowered his hands. There was no pain, no blood. But he could remember it. Remember the stabbing agony. He shuddered, and suddenly Elias was squatting beside him in the pre-dawn, one hand outstretched as if to shake him awake. Beyond the trees where the wagons lay, the wolves howled. One sharp cry from 3 throats. He shared their sensations. Fire, pain, fire, hate, hate, kill.
Yes,
Elias said softly.
it is time.
Get up, boy. It's time for us to go. Perrin scrambled out of his blankets. While he was still bundling his blanket roll, Rayan came out of his wagon, rubbing sleep from his eyes. The seeker glanced at the sky and froze halfway down the steps, his hands still raised to his face. Only his eyes moved as he studied the sky intently, though Perrin could not understand what he was looking at. A few clouds hung in the east, undersides streaked with pink from the sun yet to rise, but there was nothing else to see. Rayan seemed to listen as well, and smell the air, but there was no sound except the wind in the trees, and no smell but the faint, smoky remnant of last night's campfires. Elias returned with his own scanty belongings, and Rayan came the rest of the way down.
We must change the direction we travel, my old friend.
The seeker looked uneasily at the sky again.
We go another way this day. Will you be coming with us?
Elias shook his head, and Rayan nodded as if he had known all along.
Well, take care, my old friend. There is something about today.
He started to look up once more, but pulled his eyes back down before they rose above the wagon tops.
I think the wagons will go east, perhaps all the way to the spine of the world. Perhaps we'll find a steading and stay there a while. Trouble never enters the steading,
Elias agreed.
But the Ogier are none too open to strangers. Everyone is open to the travelling people, Rayan said, and grinned. Besides, even Ogier have pots and things to mend. Come, let us have some breakfast, and we'll talk about it. No time, Elias said. We move on today too, as soon as possible. It's a day for moving, it seems.
Rayan tried to convince him to at least stay long enough for food, and when Isla appeared from the wagon with Egwene, she added her arguments, though not as strenuously as her husband. She said all of the right words, but her politeness was stiff, and it was plain she would be glad to see Elias's back, if not Egwene's. Egwene did not notice the regretful, sidelong looks Isla gave her. She asked what was going on, and Perrin prepared himself for her to say she wanted to stay with the Tuathan. But when Elias explained, she only nodded thoughtfully and hurried back into the wagon to gather her things. Finally, Rayan threw up his hands.
All right, I don't know that I have ever let a visitor leave this camp without a farewell feast, but...
Uncertainly, his eyes raised toward the sky again.
Well, we need an early start ourselves, I think. Perhaps we will eat as we journey. But at least let everyone say goodbye.
Elias started to protest, but Rayan was already hurrying from wagon to wagon, pounding on the doors where there was no one awake. By the time Atinka came leading Bella, the whole camp had turned out in their finest and brightest, a mass of colour that made Rayan and Isla's red and yellow wagon seem almost plain. The big dogs strolled through the crowd with their tongues lolling out of their mouths, looking for someone to scratch their ears, while Perrin and the others endured handshake after handshake and hug after hug. The girls who had danced every night would not be content with shaking hands, and their hugs made Perrin suddenly wish he was not leaving after all, until he remembered how many others were watching, and then his face almost matched the seeker's wagon. Aram drew Egwene a little aside. Perrin could not hear what he had to say to her over the noise of goodbyes, but she kept shaking her head, slowly at first, then more firmly as he began to gesture pleadingly. His face shifted from pleading to arguing, but she continued to shake her head stubbornly until Isla rescued her with a few sharp words to her grandson. Scowling, Aram pushed away through the crowd, abandoning the rest of the farewell. Isla watched him go, hesitating on the point of calling him back. She's relieved too, Perrin thought. Relieved he doesn't want to go with us. With Egwene. When he had shaken every hand in the camp at least once and hugged every girl at least twice, the crowd moved back, opening a little space around Rayan and Isla and the three visitors.
You came in peace, Rayan intoned, bowing formally, hands on his chest. Depart now in peace. Always will our fires welcome you in peace. The way of the leaf is peace.
Peace be on you always, Elias replied, and on all the people.
He hesitated, then added,
I will find the song, or another will find the song, but the song will be sung this year or in a year to come. As it once was, so shall it be again. World without end.
Rayan blinked in surprise, and Isla looked completely flabbergasted, but all the other Tuathan murmured in reply, World without end. World and time without end. Rayan and his wife hurriedly said the same, after everyone else. Then it really was time to go. A few last farewells, a few last admonitions to take care, a few last smiles and winks, and they were making their way out of the camp. Rayan accompanied them as far as the edge of the trees, a pair of the dogs cavorting by his side.
Truly, my old friend, you must take great care. This day, there is wickedness loose in the world, I fear. And whatever you pretend, you are not so wicked that it will not gobble you up.
Peace be on you,
Elias said. And on you, Rayan said sadly.
When Rayan was gone, Elias scowled at finding the other two looking at him.
So I don't believe in their full song, he growled. No need to make them feel bad by messing up their ceremony, was there? I told you they set a store by ceremony sometimes.
Of course, Egwene said gently. No need at all. Elias turned away, muttering to himself. Dapple, Wind and Hopper came to greet Elias, not frolicking as the dogs had done, but a dignified meeting of equals. Perrin caught what passed between them. Fire eyes, pain,
Heartfang,
death.
Heartfang.
Perrin knew what they meant.
The Dark One. They were telling about his dream. Their dream.
He shivered as the wolves ranged out ahead, scouting the way. It was Egwene's turn to ride Bella, and he walked beside her. Elias led as usual, a steady, ground-eating pace. Perrin did not want to think about his dream. He had thought that the wolves made them safe.
Not complete, accept, full heart, full mind. You still struggle. Only complete when you accept.
He forced the wolves out of his head and blinked in surprise. He had not known he could do that. He determined not to let them back in again.
Even in dreams?
He was not sure if the thought was his or theirs. Egwene still wore the string of blue beads Aram had given her, and a little sprig of something with tiny bright red leaves in her hair, another gift from the young Tuathaan. That Aram had tried to talk her into staying with the travelling people, Perrin was sure. He was glad she had not given in, but he wished she did not finger the beads so fondly. Finally, he said, "What did you spend so much time talking about with Isla? If you weren't dancing with that long-legged fellow, you were talking to her like it was some kind of secret." Isla was giving me advice on being a woman, Egwene replied absently. He began laughing, and she gave him a hooded, dangerous look that he failed to see. "Advice? Nobody tells us how to be men. We just are." "That," Egwene said, "is probably why you make such a bad job of it." Up ahead, Elias cackled loudly. Chapter 28. Footprints in Air. Nynaeve stared in wonder at what lay ahead down the river, the white bridge gleaming in the sun with a milky glow. Another legend, she thought, glancing at the warder and the Aes Sedai riding just ahead of her. Another legend, and they don't even seem to notice. She resolved not to stare where they could see. They'll laugh if they see me gaping like a country bumpkin. The three rode on silently toward the fabled white bridge. Since that morning after Shadar Logoth, when she had found Moraine and Lan on the bank of the Arenelle, there had been little in the way of real conversation between her and the Aes Sedai. There had been talk, of course, but nothing of substance as Nynaeve saw it. Moraine's attempts to talk her into going to Tar Valon, for instance. Tar Valon. She would go there, if need be, and take their training, but not for the reasons the Aes Sedai thought. If Moraine had brought harm to Egwene and the boys. Sometimes, against her will, Nynaeve had found herself thinking of what a wisdom could do with the One Power, of what she could do. Whenever she realized what was in her head, though, a flash of anger burned it out. The power was a filthy thing. She would have nothing to do with it. Unless she had to. The cursed woman only wanted to talk about taking her to Tar Valon for training. Moraine would not tell her anything. It was not as if she wanted to know so much. "How do you mean to find them?" she remembered demanding. "As I have told you," Moraine replied without bothering to look back at her. "I will know when I am close to the two who have lost their coins." It was not the first time Nynaeve had asked, but the Aes Sedai's voice was like a still pond that refused to ripple no matter how many stones Nynaeve threw. It made the wisdom's blood boil every time she was exposed to it. Moraine went on as if she could not feel Nynaeve's eyes on her back. Nynaeve knew she must be able to. She was staring so hard. "The longer it takes, the closer I must come, but I will know. As for the one who still has his token, so long as he has it in his possession, I can follow him across half the world if need be." "And then? What do you plan when you've found them, Aes Sedai?" She did not for a minute believe the Aes Sedai would be so intent on finding them if she did not have plans. "Tar Valon, wisdom. Tar Valon, Tar Valon, that's all you ever say, and I am becoming part of the training you will receive in Tar Valon, wisdom, will teach you to control your temper. You can do nothing with the One Power when emotion rules your mind." Nynaeve opened her mouth, but the Aes Sedai went right on. "Lan, I must speak with you a moment." The two put their heads together, and Nynaeve was left with a sullen glower that she hated every time she realized it was on her face. It came too often as the Aes Sedai deftly turned her questions off onto another subject, slid easily by her conversational traps, or ignored her shouts until they ended in silence. The scowl made her feel like a girl who had been caught acting the fool by someone in the women's circle. That was a feeling Nynaeve was not used to, and the calm smile on Moraine's face only made it worse. If only there was some way to get rid of the woman. Lan would be better by himself. A warder should be able to handle what was needed, she told herself hastily, feeling a sudden flush. No other reason. But one meant the other. And yet, Lan made her even more furious than Moraine. She could not understand how he managed to get under her skin so easily. He rarely said anything, sometimes not a dozen words in a day, and he never took part in any of the discussions with Moraine. He was often apart from the two women, scouting the land, but even when he was there, he kept a little to one side, watching them as if watching a duel. Nynaeve wished he would stop. If it was a duel, she had not managed to score once, and Moraine did not even seem to realize she was in a fight. Nynaeve could have done without his cool blue eyes, without even a silent audience. That had been the way of their journey for the most part. Quiet, except when her temper got the best of her, and sometimes when she shouted, the sound of her voice seemed to crash in the silence like breaking glass. The land itself was quiet, as if the world were pausing to catch its breath. The wind moaned in the trees, but all else was still. The wind seemed distant, too, even when it was cutting through the cloak on her back. At first, the stillness was restful after everything that had happened. It seemed as if she had not known a moment of quiet since before winter night. By the end of the first day, alone with the Aes Sedai and the warder, though, she was looking over her shoulder and fidgeting in her saddle as if she had an itch in the middle of her back where she could not reach. The silence seemed like crystal doomed to shatter, and waiting for the first crack put her teeth on edge. It weighed on Moraine and Lan, too, as outwardly unperturbable as they were. She soon realized that beneath their calm surfaces, hour by hour they wound tighter and tighter, like clock springs being forced to the breaking point. Moraine seemed to listen to things that were not there, and what she heard put a crease in her forehead. Lan watched the forest and the river as if the leafless trees and wide, slow water carried the signs of traps and ambushes waiting ahead. Part of her was glad she was not the only one who apprehended that poised on the brink feel to the world, but if it affected them, it was real, and another part of her wanted nothing so much as for it to be just her imagination. Something of it tickled the corners of her mind, as when she listened to the wind, but now she knew that that had to do with the One Power, and she could not bring herself to embrace those ripples at the edge of thought. "It is nothing," Lan said quietly when she asked. He did not look at her while he spoke. His eyes never ceased their scanning. Then, contradicting what he had just said, he added, "You should go back to your 2 rivers when we reach Whitebridge and the Camelin Road. It's too dangerous here. Nothing will try to stop you going back, though." It was the longest speech he made all that day. "She is part of the pattern, Lan," Moraine said chidingly. Her gaze was elsewhere too. "It is the Dark One, Nynaeve. The storm has left us, for a time at least." She raised one hand as though feeling the air, then scrubbed it on her dress unconsciously as if she had touched filth. "He is still watching, however," she sighed. "And his gaze is stronger. Not on us, but on the world. How much longer before he is strong enough to—" Nynaeve hunched her shoulders. Suddenly she could almost feel someone staring at her back. It was one explanation she would just as soon the Aes Sedai had not given her. Lan scouted their path down the river, but where before he had chosen the way, now Moraine did so, as surely as if she followed some unseen track, footprints in air, the scent of memory. Lan only checked the route she intended to see that it was safe. Nynaeve had the feeling that even if he said it was not, Moraine would insist on it anyway, and he would go, she was sure. Straight down the river to— With a start, Nynaeve pulled out of her thoughts. They were at the foot of the White Bridge. The pale arch shone in the sunlight, a milky spiderweb too delicate to stand, sweeping across the Arenelle. The weight of a man would bring it crashing down, much less that of a horse. Surely it would collapse under its own weight any minute. Lan and Moraine rode unconcernedly ahead, up the gleaming white approach and onto the bridge, hooves ringing, not like steel on glass, but like steel on steel. The surface of the bridge certainly looked as slick as glass, wet glass, but it gave the horses a firm, sure footing. Nynaeve made herself follow, but from the first step she half waited for the entire structure to shatter under them. If lace were made of glass, she thought, it would look like this. It was not until they were almost all the way across that she noticed the tarry smell of char thickening the air. In a moment she saw. Around the square at the foot of the White Bridge, piles of blackened timbers still leaking smoky threads replaced 6 buildings. Men in poorly fitting red uniforms and tarnished armour patrolled the streets, but they marched quickly, as if afraid of finding anything, and they looked over their shoulders as they went. Townspeople, the few who were out, almost ran, shoulders hunched as though something were chasing them. Lan looked grim, even for him, and people walked wide of the 3 of them, even the soldiers. The warder sniffed the air and grimaced, growling under his breath. It was no wonder to Nynaeve, with the stink of burn so strong. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," Moraine mumbled. "No eye can see the pattern until it is woven." In the next moment she was down off Aldib and speaking to townsfolk. She did not ask questions. She gave sympathy, and to Nynaeve's surprise, it appeared genuine. People who shied away from Lan, ready to hurry from any stranger, stopped to speak with Moraine. They appeared startled themselves at what they were doing, but they opened up after a fashion under Moraine's clear gaze and soothing voice. The Aes Sedai's eyes seemed to share the people's hurt, to empathise with their confusion, and tongues loosened. They still lied, though, most of them. Some denied there had been any trouble at all. Nothing at all. Moraine mentioned the burned buildings all around the square. Everything was fine, they insisted, staring past what they did not want to see. One fat fellow spoke with a hollow heartiness, but his cheek twitched at every noise behind him. With a grin that kept slipping, he claimed an overturned lamp had started a fire that spread with the wind before anything could be done. One glance showed Nynaeve that no burned structure stood alongside another. There were almost as many different stories as there were people. Several women lowered their voices conspiratorially. The truth of the matter was there was a man somewhere in the town meddling with the One Power. It was time to have the Aes Sedai in. Pastime was the way they saw it, no matter what the men said about Tarvalon. Let the Red Aja settle matters. One man claimed it had been an attack by bandits, and another said a riot by Dark Friends.
"Those ones going to see the false dragon, you know," he confided darkly. "They're all over the place. Dark Friends, everyone."
Still others spoke of some kind of trouble. They were vague about exactly what kind, that had come down river on a boat.
"We showed 'em,"
a narrow-faced man muttered, scrubbing his hand together nervously.
"Let 'em keep that kind of thing in the borderlands where it belongs. We went down to the docks and—"
He cut off so abruptly his teeth clicked. Without another word he scurried off, peering back over his shoulder at them as if he thought they might chase him down. The boat had gotten away, that much was clear eventually from others, cutting its moorings and fleeing down river only the day before while a mob poured onto the docks. Nynaeve wondered if Egwene and the boys had been on board. One woman said that a gleeman had been on the boat. If that had been Tom Merrilin. She tried her opinion on Moraine, that some of the Emond's fielders might have fled on the boat. The Aes Sedai listened patiently, nodding until she was done. "Perhaps," Moraine said then, but she sounded doubtful. An inn still stood in the square, the common room divided in two by a shoulder-high wall. Moraine paused as she stepped into the inn, feeling the air with her hand. She smiled at whatever it was she felt, but she would say nothing of it then. Their meal was consumed in silence, silence not only at their table but throughout the common room. The handful of people eating there concentrated on their own plates and their own thoughts. The innkeeper, dusting tables with a corner of his apron, muttered to himself continually, but always too low to be heard. Nynaeve thought it would not be pleasant sleeping there. Even the air was heavy with fear. About the time they pushed their plates away, wiped clean with the last scraps of bread, one of the red-uniformed soldiers appeared in the doorway. He seemed resplendent to Nynaeve in his peaked helmet and burnished breastplate, until he took a pose just inside the door with a hand resting on the hilt of his sword and a stern look on his face, and used a finger to ease his too-tight collar. It made her think of Sen Bui trying to act the way a village councillor should. Lan spared him one glance and snorted, "Militia. Useless." The soldier looked over the room, letting his eyes come to rest on them. He hesitated, then took a deep breath before stomping over to demand all in a rush who they were, what their business was in Whitebridge, and how long they intended to stay. "We are leaving as soon as I finish my ale," Lan said. He took another slow swallow before looking up at the soldier. "The light illumine good Queen Morghese." The red-uniformed man opened his mouth, then took a good look at Lan's eyes, and stepped back. He caught himself immediately with a glance at Moraine and her. She thought for a moment that he was going to do something foolish to keep from looking the coward in front of two women. In her experience, men were often idiots that way. But too much had happened in Whitebridge. Too much uncertainty had escaped from the cellars of men's minds. The militiaman looked back at Lan and reconsidered once more. The warder's hard-planed face was expressionless, but there were those cold blue eyes. So cold. The militiaman settled on a brisk nod.
See that you do. Too many strangers around these days for the good of the Queen's peace.
Turning on his heel, he stomped out again, practicing his stern look on the way. None of the locals in the inn seemed to notice.
Where are we going?
Nynaeve demanded of the warder. The mood in the room was such that she kept her voice low, but she made sure it was firm, too.
After the boat?
Lan looked at Moraine, who shook her head slightly and said, "First, I must find the one I can be sure of finding, and at present he is somewhere to the north of us. I do not think the other two went with the boat in any case." A small, satisfied smile touched her lips. They were in this room, perhaps a day ago, no more than 2, afraid, but they left alive. The trace would not have lasted without that strong emotion.
Which 2?
Nynaeve leaned over the table intently.
Do you know?
The Aes Sedai shook her head, the slightest of motions, and Nynaeve settled back.
If they're only a day or 2 ahead, why don't we go after them first?
I know they were here, Moraine said in that insufferably calm voice, but beyond that I cannot say if they went east or north or south. I trust they are smart enough to have gone east toward Caemlyn, but I do not know, and lacking their tokens I will not know where they are until I am perhaps within half a mile. In 2 days they could have gone 20 miles or 40 in any direction if fear urged them, and they were certainly afraid when they left here. But wisdom. However fearful they were, in whatever direction they ran, eventually they will remember Caemlyn, and it is there I will find them. But I will help the one I can find now first. Nynaeve opened her mouth again, but Lan cut her off in a soft voice. They had reason to be afraid. He looked around, then lowered his voice. There was a half-man here. He grimaced, the way he had in the square. I can still smell him everywhere. Moraine sighed. I will keep hope until I know it is gone. I refuse to believe the Dark One can win so easily. I will find all 3 of them alive and well. I must believe it.
I want to find the boys too, Nynaeve said, but what about Egwene? You never even mention her, and you ignore me when I ask. I thought you were going to take her off to...
She glanced at the other tables and lowered her voice.
To Tarvalon.
The Aes Sedai studied the tabletop for a moment before raising her eyes to Nynaeve's, and when she did, Nynaeve started back from a flash of anger that almost seemed to make Moraine's eyes glow. Then her back stiffened, her own anger rising, but before she could say a word, the Aes Sedai spoke coldly. I hope to find Egwene alive and well too. I do not easily give up young women with that much ability once I have found them, but it will be as the wheel weaves. Nynaeve felt a cold ball in the pit of her stomach. Am I one of those young women you won't give up? We'll see about that, Aes Sedai. The light burn you will see about that. The meal was finished in silence, and it was a silent 3 who rode through the gates and down the Caemlyn road. Moraine's eyes searched the horizon to the northeast. Behind them, the smoke-stained town of Whitebridge cowered. Chapter 29. Eyes Without Pity. Elias pushed for speed across the brown grass flatland as if trying to make up for the time spent with the travelling people, setting a pace southward that had even Bella grateful to stop when twilight deepened. Despite his desire for haste, though, he took precautions he had not taken before. At night they had a fire only if there was dead wood already on the ground. He would not let them break so much as a twig off a standing tree. The fires he made were small and always hidden in a pit carefully dug where he had cut away a plug of sod. As soon as their meal was prepared, he buried the coals and replaced the plug. Before they set out again in the grey false dawn, he went over the campsite inch by inch to make sure there was no sign that anyone had ever been there. He even righted overturned rocks and straightened bent-down weeds. He did it quickly, never taking more than a few minutes, but they did not leave until he was satisfied. Perrin did not think the precautions were much good against dreams, but when he began to think of what they might be good against, He wished it were only the dreams. The first time, Egwene asked anxiously if the Trollocs were back, but Elias only shook his head and urged them on. Perrin said nothing. He knew there were no Trollocs close. The wolves scented only grass and trees and small animals. It was not fear of Trollocs that drove Elias, but that something else of which even Elias was not sure. The wolves knew nothing of what it was, but they sensed Elias's urgent wariness, and they began to scout as if danger ran at their heels or waited in ambush over the next rise. The land became long, rolling crests, too low to be called hills, rising across their path. A carpet of tough grass, still winter sere, and dotted with rank weeds spread before them, rippled by an east wind that had nothing to cut it for 100 miles. The groves of trees grew more scattered. The sun rose reluctantly, without warmth. Among the squat ridges, Elias followed the contours of the land as much as possible, and he avoided topping the rises whenever possible. He seldom talked, and when he did,
"You know how long this is taking, going around every bloody little hill like this? Blood and ashes! I'll be till summer getting you off my hands. No, we can't just go in a straight line. How many times do I have to tell you? You have any idea, even the faintest, how a man stands out on a ridgeline in country like this? Burn me, but we're going back and forth as much as forward, wiggling like a snake. I could move faster with my feet tied. Well, are you going to stare at me, or are you going to walk?"
Perrin exchanged glances with Egwene. She stuck her tongue out at Elias's back. Neither of them said anything. The one time Egwene had protested that Elias was the one who wanted to go around the hills and he should not blame them, it got her a lecture on how sound carried, delivered in a growl that could have been heard a mile off. He gave the lecture over his shoulder, and he never even slowed to give it. Whether he was talking or not, Elias's eyes searched all around them, sometimes staring as if there was something to see except the same coarse grass that was under their feet. If he did see anything, Perrin could not, and neither could the wolves. Elias's forehead grew extra furrows, but he would not explain, not why they had to hurry, not what he was afraid was hunting them. Sometimes a longer ridge than usual lay across their path, stretching miles and miles to east and west. Even Elias had to agree that going around those would take them too far out of their way. He did not let them simply cross over, though. Leaving them at the base of the slope, he would creep up to the crest on his belly, peering over as cautiously as though the wolves had not scouted there 10 minutes before. Waiting at the bottom of the ridge, minutes passed like hours, and the not knowing pressed on them. Egwene chewed her lip and unconsciously clicked the beads Aram had given her through her fingers. Perrin waited doggedly. His stomach twisted up in a sick knot, but he managed to keep his face calm, managed to keep the turmoil hidden inside. The wolves will warn if there's danger. It would be wonderful if they went away, if they just vanished, but right now they'll give warning. What is he looking for? What? After a long search, with only his eyes above the rise, Elias always motioned them to come ahead. Every time the way ahead was clear, until the next time they found a ridge they could not go around. At the third such ridge, Perrin's stomach lurched. Sour fumes rose in his throat, and he knew if he had to wait even 5 minutes he would vomit. He swallowed. "I'm coming too." "Keep low," was all Elias said. As soon as he spoke, Egwene jumped down from Bella. The fur-clad man pushed his round hat forward and peered at her from under the edge. "You expecting to make that mare crawl?" he said dryly. Her mouth worked, but no sound came out. Finally she shrugged, and Elias turned away without another word and began climbing the easy slope. Perrin hurried after him. Well short of the crest, Elias made a downward motion and a moment later flattened himself on the ground, wriggling forward the last few yards. Perrin flopped on his belly. At the top, Elias took off his hat before raising his head ever so slowly. Peering through a clump of thorny weeds, Perrin saw only the same rolling plain that lay behind them. The downslope was bare, though a clump of trees 100 paces across grew in the hollow, perhaps half a mile south from the ridge. The wolves had already been through it, smelling no trace of Trollocs or Murdral. East and west the land was the same as far as Perrin could see, rolling grassland and wide scattered thickets. Nothing moved. The wolves were more than a mile ahead, out of sight, and at that distance he could barely feel them. They had seen nothing when they covered this ground. What is he looking for? There's nothing there. We're wasting time, he said, starting to stand, and a flock of ravens burst out of the trees below. 50, 100 black birds spiralling into the sky. He froze in a crouch as they milled over the trees. The dark one's eyes. Did they see me? Sweat trickled down his face. As if one thought had suddenly sparked in 100 tiny minds, every raven broke sharply in the same direction. South. The flock disappeared over the next rise, already descending. To the east, another thicket disgorged more ravens. The black mass wheeled twice and headed south. Shaking, he lowered himself to the ground slowly. He tried to speak, but his mouth was too dry. After a minute, he managed to work up some spit. Was that what you were afraid of? Why didn't you say something? Why didn't the wolves see them?
Wolves don't look up in trees much, Elias growled. And no, I wasn't looking for this. I told you I didn't know what.
Far to the west, a black cloud rose over yet another grove and winged southward. They were too far off to make out individual birds.
It isn't a big hunt, thank the light. They don't know, even after...
He turned to stare back the way they had come. Perrin swallowed. Even after the dream, Elias had meant.
Not big,
he said.
Back home you won't see that many ravens in a whole year.
Elias shook his head.
In the borderlands I've seen sweeps with 1,000 ravens to the flock. Not too often. There's a bounty on ravens there, but it has happened.
He was still looking north.
Hush now.
Perrin felt it then, the effort of reaching out to the distant wolves. Elias wanted Dapple and her companions to quit scouting ahead, to hurry back and check their back trail. His already gaunt face tightened and thinned under the strain. The wolves were so far away, Perrin could not even feel them.
Hurry. Watch the sky. Hurry.
Faintly, Perrin caught the reply from far to the south. We come. An image flashed in his mind. Wolves running, muzzles pointing into the wind of their haste, running as if wildfire raced behind, running. Flashed and was gone in an instant. Elias slumped and drew a deep breath. Frowning, he peered over the ridge, then back to the north, and muttered under his breath.
You think there are more ravens behind us?
Perrin asked.
Could be, Elias said vaguely. They do it that way sometimes. I know a place if we can reach it by dark. We have to keep moving until full dark anyway, even if we don't get there. But we can't go as fast as I would like. Can't afford to get too close to the ravens ahead of us. But if they're behind us too... Why dark? Perrin said. What place? Somewhere safe from the ravens? Safe from ravens, Elias said. But too many people know. Ravens roost for the night. We don't have to worry about them finding us in the dark. The lights and ravens are all we have to worry about then.
With one more look over the crest, he rose and waved to Egwene to bring Bella up.
But dark is a long way off. We have to get moving.
He started down the far slope in a shambling run, each stride barely catching him on the edge of falling.
Move, burn you!
Perrin moved, half running, half sliding after him. Egwene topped the rise behind them, kicking Bella to a trot. A grin of relief bloomed on her face when she saw them. "What's going on?" she called, urging the shaggy mare to catch up. "When you disappeared like that, I thought—" What happened? Perrin saved his breath for running until she reached them. He explained about the ravens and Elias's safe place, but it was a disjointed story. After a strangled, "Ravens," she kept interrupting with questions for which, as often as not, he had no answers. Between them, he did not finish until they reached the next ridge. Ordinarily, if anything about the journey could be called ordinary, they would have gone around this one rather than over, but Elias insisted on scouting anyway.
"You just want to saunter right into the middle of them, boy," was his sour comment.
Egwene stared at the crest of the ridge, licking her lips as if she wanted to go with Elias this time and wanted to stay where she was, too. Elias was the only one who showed no hesitation. Perrin wondered if the ravens ever doubled back. It would be a fine thing to reach the crest at the same time as a flock of ravens. At the top, he inched his head up until he could just see, and heaved a sigh of relief when all he saw was a copse of trees a little to the west. There were no ravens to be seen. Abruptly, a fox burst out of the trees, running hard. Ravens poured from the branches after it. The beat of their wings almost drowned out a desperate whining from the fox. A black whirlwind dove and swirled around it. The fox's jaws snapped at them, but they darted in and darted away untouched, black beaks glistening wetly. The fox turned back toward the trees, seeking the safety of its den. It ran awkwardly now, head low, fur dark and bloody, and the ravens flapped around it, more and more of them at once, the fluttering mass thickening until it hid the fox completely. As suddenly as they had descended, the ravens rose, wheeled, and vanished over the next rise to the south. A misshapen lump of torn fur marked what had been the fox. Perrin swallowed hard. The light. They could do that to us. 100 ravens they could...
"Move!"
Elias growled, jumping up. He waved to Egwene to come on, and without waiting set off at a trot toward the trees.
"Move, burn you!"
he called over his shoulder.
"Move!"
Egwene galloped Bella over the rise and caught them before they reached the bottom of the slope. There was no time for explanations, but her eyes picked out the fox right away. Her face went as white as snow. Elias reached the trees and turned there at the edge of the copse, waving vigorously for them to hurry. Perrin tried to run faster and stumbled. Arms windmilling, he barely caught himself short of going flat on his face. "Blood and ashes! I'm running as fast as I can!" A lone raven winged out of the copse. It tilted toward them, screamed, and spun toward the south. Knowing he was already too late, Perrin fumbled his sling from around his waist. He was still trying to get a stone from his pocket to the sling when the raven abruptly folded up in mid-air and plummeted to the ground. His mouth dropped open, and then he saw the sling hanging from Egwene's hand. She grinned at him unsteadily.
"Don't stand there counting your toes,"
Elias called. With a start, Perrin hurried into the trees, then jumped out of the way to avoid being trampled by Egwene and Bella. Far to the west, almost out of sight, what seemed like a dark mist rose into the air. Perrin felt the wolves passing in that direction, heading north. He felt them notice ravens to the left and right of them without slowing. The dark mist swirled northward as if pursuing the wolves, then abruptly broke off and flashed to the south. "Do you think they saw us?" Egwene asked. "We were already in the trees, weren't we? They couldn't see us at that distance, could they? Not that far off."
"We saw them at that distance,"
Elias said dryly. Perrin shifted uneasily and Egwene drew a frightened breath.
"If they had seen us,"
Elias growled,
"they'd have been down on us like they were on that fox. Think if you want to stay alive. Fear will kill you if you don't control it."
His penetrating stare held on each of them for a moment. Finally he nodded.
"They're gone now, and we should be too. Keep those slings handy. Might be useful again."
As they moved out of the copse, Elias angled them westward from the line of march they had been following. Perrin's breath snagged in his throat. It was as if they were chasing after the last ravens they had seen. Elias kept on tirelessly, and there was nothing for them to do but follow. After all, Elias knew a safe place. Somewhere. So he said. They ran to the next hill, waited till the ravens moved on, then ran again, waited, ran. The steady progress they had been keeping had been tiring enough, but all but Elias quickly began to flag under this jerky pace. Perrin's chest heaved, and he gulped air when he had a few minutes to lie on a hilltop, leaving the search to Elias. Bella stood head down, nostrils flaring at every stop. Fear lashed them on, and Perrin did not know if it was controlled or not. He only wished the wolves would tell them what was behind them, if anything was. Whatever it was. Ahead were more ravens than Perrin ever hoped to see again. To the left and right the black birds billowed up, and to the south. A dozen times they reached the hiding place of a grove or the scant shelter of a slope, only moments before ravens swept into the sky. Once, with the sun beginning to slide from its midday height, they stood in the open, frozen as still as statues, 1/2 mile from the nearest cover, while 100 of the Dark One's feathered spies flashed by a bare mile to the east. Sweat rolled down Perrin's face despite the wind, until the last black shape dwindled to a dot and vanished. He lost count of the stragglers they brought down with their slings. He saw more than enough evidence lying in the path the ravens had covered to justify his fear. He had stared with a queasy fascination at a rabbit that had been torn to pieces. The eyeless head stood upright, with the other bits, legs, entrails, scattered in a rough circle around it. Birds, too, stabbed to shapeless masses of feathers, and 2 more foxes. He remembered something Lan had said. All the Dark One's creatures delight in killing. The Dark One's power is death. And if the ravens found them? Pitiless eyes shining like black beads, stabbing beaks swirling around them, needle-sharp beaks drawing blood, 100 of them. Or can they call more of their kind? Maybe all of them in the hunt. A sickening image built up in his mind. A pile of ravens as big as a hill, seething like maggots, fighting over a few bloody shreds. Suddenly, the image was swept away by others, each one clear for an instant, then spinning and fading into another. The wolves had found ravens to the north. Screaming birds dove and whirled and dove again, beaks drawing blood with every swoop. Snarling wolves dodged and leaped, twisting in the air, jaws snapping. Again and again Perrin tasted feathers and the foul taste of fluttering ravens crushed alive, felt the pain of oozing gashes all over his body, knew with a despair that never touched on giving up that all his effort was not enough. Suddenly, the ravens broke away, wheeling overhead for one last shriek of rage at the wolves. Wolves did not die as easily as foxes, and they had a mission. A flap of black wings and they were gone. A few black feathers drifting down on their dead. Wind licked at a puncture on his left foreleg. There was something wrong with one of Hopper's eyes. Ignoring her own hurts, Dapple gathered them and they settled into a painful lope in the direction the ravens had gone. Blood matted their fur. We come. Danger comes before us. Moving in a stumbling trot, Perrin exchanged a glance with Elias. The man's yellow eyes were expressionless, but he knew. He said nothing, just watched Perrin and waited, all the while maintaining that effortless lope. Waiting for me. Waiting for me to admit I feel the wolves. Ravens, Perrin panted reluctantly. Behind us.
He was right, Egwene breathed. You can talk to them.
Perrin's feet felt like lumps of iron on the ends of wooden posts, but he tried to make them move faster. If he could outrun their eyes, outrun the ravens, outrun the wolves, but above all, Egwene's eyes, that knew him now for what he was. What are you? Tainted. The light blind me. Cursed. His throat burned as it never had from breathing the smoke and heat of Master Luhan's forge. He staggered and hung on to Egwene's stirrup until she climbed down and all but pushed him into the saddle despite his protests that he could keep going. It was not long, though, before she was clutching the stirrup as she ran, holding up her skirts with her other hand, and only a little while after that until he dismounted, his knees still wobbling. He had to pick her up to make her take his place, but she was too tired to fight him. Elias would not slow down. He urged them and taunted them and kept them so close behind the searching ravens to the south that Perrin thought all it would take would be for one bird to look back.
Keep moving, burn you! Think you'll do any better than that fox did if they catch us? The one with its insides piled on its head?
Egwene swayed out of the saddle and vomited noisily.
I knew you'd remember.
Just keep going a little more, that's all. Just a little more. Burn you, I thought farm youngsters had endurance. Work all day and dance all night. Sleep all day and sleep all night, looks like to me. Move your bloody feet.
They began coming down off the hills as soon as the last raven vanished over the next one. Then, while the last trailers still flapped above the hilltop, one bird looking back. To east and west the ravens searched while they hurried across the open spaces between. One bird is all it will take. The ravens behind were coming fast. Dapple and the other wolves worked their way around them and were coming on without stopping to lick their wounds. But they had learned all the lessons they needed about watching the sky. How close? How long? The wolves had no notions of time the way men did, no reasons to divide a day into hours. The seasons were time enough for them, and the light and the dark. No need for more. Finally, Perrin worked out an image of where the sun would stand in the sky when the ravens overran them from behind. He glanced over his shoulder at the setting sun and licked his lips with a dry tongue. In an hour the ravens would be on them. Maybe less. An hour, and it was a good 2 hours to sunset. At least 2 to full dark. We'll die with the setting sun, he thought, staggering as he ran. Slaughtered like the fox. He fingered his axe, then moved to his sling. That would be more use. Not enough, though. Not against 100 ravens, 100 darting targets, 100 stabbing beaks. "It's your turn to ride, Perrin," Egwene said tiredly. "In a bit," he panted. "I'm good for miles yet." She nodded and stayed in the saddle. She is tired. Tell her, or let her think we still have a chance to escape. An hour of hope, even if it is desperate, or an hour of despair. Elias was watching him again, saying nothing. He must know, but he did not speak. Perrin looked at Egwene again, and blinked away hot tears. He touched his axe, and wondered if he had the courage. In the last minutes, when the ravens descended on them, when all hope was gone, would he have the courage to spare her the death the fox had died? Light make me strong. The ravens ahead of them suddenly seemed to vanish. Perrin could still make out dark, misty clouds far to the east and west, but ahead, nothing. Where did they go? Light, if we've overrun them. Abruptly a chill ran through him, one cold, clean tingle as if he had jumped into the wine-spring water in midwinter. It rippled through him and seemed to carry away some of his fatigue, a little of the ache in his legs and the burning of his lungs. It left behind something. He could not say what, only he felt different. He stumbled to a halt and looked around, afraid. Elias watched him. Watched them all, with a gleam behind his eyes. He knew what it was, Perrin was sure of it, but he only watched them. Egwene reined in Bella and looked around uncertainly, half wondering and half fearful. "It's strange," she whispered. "I feel as if I lost something." Even the mare had her head up expectantly, nostrils flaring as if they detected a faint odour of new-mown hay. What was that?" Perrin asked. Elias cackled suddenly. He bent over, shoulders shaking, to rest his hands on his knees. "Safety, that's what. We made it, you bloody fools! No raven will cross that line. Not one that carries the Dark One's eyes, anyways. A Trolloc would have to be driven across, and there'd need to be something fierce pushing the Murdrel to make him do the driving. No Aes Sedai either. The one power won't work here. They can't touch the true source, can't even feel the source. Like it vanished. Makes them itch inside, that does. Gives them the shakes like a 7-day drunk. It's safety." At first, to Perrin's eyes, The land was unchanged from the rolling hills and ridges they had crossed the whole day. Then he noticed green shoots among the grass. Not many, and they were struggling, but more than he had seen anywhere else. There were fewer weeds in the grass, too. He could not imagine what it was, but there was something about this place, and something in what Elias said tickled his memory. "What is it?" Egwene asked. I feel... What is this place? I don't think I like it."
"A steading!" Elias roared. "You never listen to stories. Of course, there hasn't been an Ogier here in 3,000-odd years, not since the breaking of the world. But it's the steading makes the Ogier, not the Ogier make the steading."
"Just a legend," Perrin stammered. In the stories, the steading were always havens, places to hide, whether it was from Aes Sedai or from creatures of the Father of Lies. Elias straightened. If not exactly fresh, he gave no sign that he had spent most of a day running.
"Come on, we'd better get deeper into this legend. The ravens can't follow, but they can still see us this close to the edge. And there could be enough of them to watch the whole border of it. Let them keep hunting right on by it."
Perrin wanted to stay right there, now that he was stopped. His legs trembled and told him to lie down for a week. Whatever refreshment he had felt had been momentary. All the weariness and aches were back. He forced himself to take one step, then another. It did not get easier, but he kept at it. Egwene flapped the reins to get Bella moving again. Elias settled into an effortless lope, only slowing to a walk when it became apparent the others could not keep up. A fast walk.
"Why don't we stay here?"
Perrin panted. He was breathing through his mouth, and he forced the words out between deep, racking breaths.
"If it's really a steading, we'd be safe. No Trollocs, no Aes Sedai. Why don't we just stay here until it's all over?"
"Maybe the wolves won't come here either."
"How long will that be?"
Elias looked over his shoulder with one eyebrow raised.
"What would you eat? Grass, like the horse? Besides, there's others know about this place, and nothing keeps men out, not even the worst of them. And there is only one place where there's still water to be found."
Frowning uneasily, he turned in a complete circle, scanning the land. When he was done, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Perrin felt him calling to the wolves. Hurry, hurry.
"We take our chances on a choice of evils, and the ravens are sure. Come on, it's only another mile or two."
Perrin would have groaned if he had been willing to spare the breath. Huge boulders began to dot the low hills, irregular lumps of grey, lichen-coated stone half buried in the ground, some as big as a house. Brambles webbed them, and low brush half hid most. Here and there, amid the desiccated brown of brambles and brush, a lone green shoot announced that this was a special place. Whatever wounded the land beyond its borders hurt it too, but here the wound did not go quite as deep. Eventually they straggled over one more rise, and at the base of this hill lay a pool of water. Any of them could have waded across it in 2 strides, but it was clear and clean enough to show the sandy bottom like a sheet of glass. Even Elias hurried eagerly down the slope. Perrin threw himself full length on the ground when he reached the pool and plunged his head in. An instant later he was spluttering from the cold of water that had welled up from the depths of the earth. He shook his head, his long hair spraying a rain of drops. Egwene grinned and splashed back at him. Perrin's eyes grew sober. She frowned and opened her mouth, but he stuck his face back in the water. No questions. Not now. No explanations. Not ever. But a small voice taunted him. But you would have done it, wouldn't you? Eventually Elias called them away from the pool.
"Anybody wants to eat? I want some help.
Egwene worked cheerfully, laughing and joking as they prepared their scanty meal. There was nothing left but cheese and dried meat. There had been no chance to hunt. At least there was still tea. Perrin did his share, but silently. He felt Egwene's eyes on him, saw growing worry on her face, but he avoided meeting her eyes as much as he could. Her laughter faded, and the jokes came further apart, each one more strained than the last. Elias watched, saying nothing. A sombre mood descended, and they began their meal in silence. The sun grew red in the west, and their shadows stretched out long and thin.
Not quite an hour till dark. If not for the steading, all of you would be dead now. Would you have saved her? Would you have cut her down like so many bushes? Bushes don't bleed, do they? Or scream, and look in your eyes, and ask why?
Perrin drew in on himself more. He could feel something laughing at him deep in the back of his mind. Something cruel. Not the Dark One. He almost wished it was. Not the Dark One. Himself. For once, Elias had broken his rule about fires. There were no trees, but he had snapped dead branches from the brush and built his fire against a huge chunk of rock sticking out of the hillside. From the layers of soot staining the stone, Perrin thought the site must have been used by generation after generation of travellers. What showed above ground of the big rock was rounded somewhat, with a sharp break on one side where moss, old and brown, covered the ragged surface. The grooves and hollows eroded in the rounded part looked odd to Perrin, but he was too absorbed in gloom to wonder about it. Egwene, though, studied it as she ate. "That," she said finally, "looks like an eye." Perrin blinked. It did look like an eye, under all that soot.
It is,
Elias said. He sat with his back to the fire and the rock, studying the land around them while he chewed a strip of dried meat almost as tough as leather.
Arthur Hawkwing's eye. The eye of the High King himself. This is what his power and glory came to, in the end.
He said it absently. Even his chewing was absent-minded. His eyes and his attention were on the hills. "Arthur Hawkwing!" Egwene exclaimed. "You're joking with me. It isn't an eye at all. Why would somebody carve Arthur Hawkwing's eye on a rock out here?" Elias glanced over his shoulder at her, muttering,
"What do they teach you, village whelps?"
He snorted and straightened back to his watching, but he went on talking.
Arthur pay and drag turn real. Arthur Hawkwing, the High King, united all the lands from the Great Blight to the Sea of Storms, from the Arid Ocean to the Isle Waste, and even some beyond the waste. He even sent armies the other side of the Arid Ocean. The stories say he ruled the whole world, but what he really did rule was enough for any man outside of a story, and he brought peace and justice to the land.
"All stood equal before the law," Egwene said, "and no man raised his hand against another."
So you've heard the stories at least,
Elias chuckled, a dry sound.
Arthur Hawkwing brought peace and justice, but he did it with fire and sword. A child could ride alone with a bag of gold from the Arid Ocean to the spine of the world and never have a moment's fear, but the High King's justice was as hard as that rock there for anyone who challenged his power, even if it was just by being who they were or by people thinking they were a challenge. The common folk had peace and justice and full bellies, but he laid a 20-year siege to Tarvalon and put a price of 1,000 gold crowns on the head of every Aes Sedai.
"I thought you didn't like Aes Sedai," Egwene said. Elias gave a wry smile.
"Doesn't matter what I like, girl. Arthur Hawkwing was a proud fool. An Aes Sedai healer could have saved him when he took sick, or was poisoned, as some say.
But every Aes Sedai still alive was penned up behind the shining walls, using all their power to hold off an army that lit up the night with their campfires. He wouldn't have let one near him anyway. He hated Aes Sedai as much as he hated the Dark One.
Egwene's mouth tightened, but when she spoke, all she said was, "What does all that have to do with whether that's Arthur Hawkwing's eye?"
Just this, girl. With peace, except for what was going on across the ocean, with the people cheering him wherever he went. They really loved him, you see. He was a harsh man, but never with the common folk. Well, with all of that, he decided it was time to build himself a capital. A new city, not connected in any man's mind with any old cause or faction or rivalry. Here he'd build it, at the very centre of the land bordered by the seas and the waste and the blight. Here where no Aes Sedai would ever come willing, or could use the power if they did. A capital from which, one day, the whole world would receive peace and justice. When they heard the proclamation, the common people subscribed enough money to build a monument to him. Most of them looked on him as only a step below the Creator. A short step. It took 5 years to carve and build a statue of Hawkwing himself, 100 times bigger than the man. They raised it right here, and the city was to rise around it.
"There never was any city here," Egwene scoffed. "There would have to be something left if there was. Something." Elias nodded, still keeping his watch.
Indeed there was not. Arthur Hawkwing died the very day the statue was finished, and his sons and the rest of his blood fought over who would sit on Hawkwing's throne. The statue stood alone in the midst of these hills. The sons and the nephews and the cousins died, and the last of the Hawkwing's blood vanished from the earth, except maybe for some of those who went over the Aerith Ocean. There were those who would have erased even the memory of him if they could. Books were burned just because they mentioned his name. In the end, there was nothing left of him but the stories, and most of them wrong. That's what his glory came to.
The fighting didn't stop, of course, just because the Hawkwing and his kin were dead.
There was still a throne to be won, and every lord and lady who could muster fighting men wanted it. It was the beginning of the War of the 100 Years. Lasted 123, really, and most of the history of that time is lost in the smoke of burning towns. Many got a part of the land, but none got the whole, and sometime during those years, the statue was pulled down. Maybe they couldn't stand measuring themselves against it any longer.
"First you sound as if you despise him," Egwene said, "and now you sound as if you admire him." She shook her head. Elias turned to look at her, a flat, unblinking stare.
Get some more tea now if you want any. I want the fire out before dark.
Perrin could make out the eye clearly now, despite the failing light. It was bigger than a man's head, and the shadows falling across it made it seem like a raven's eye, hard and black and without pity. He wished they were sleeping somewhere else. Chapter 30. Children of Shadow. Egwene sat by the fire, staring up at the fragment of statue, but Perrin went down by the pool to be alone. Day was fading, and the night wind was already rising out of the east, ruffling the surface of the water. He took the axe from the loop on his belt and turned it over in his hands. The ashwood haft was as long as his arm, and smooth and cool to the touch. He hated it. He was ashamed of how proud he had been of the axe back in Emmonsfield, before he knew what he might be willing to do with it.
You hate her that much?
Elias said behind him. Startled, he jumped and half raised the axe before he saw who it was. Can you read my mind too? Like the wolves? Elias cocked his head to one side and eyed him quizzically.
A blind man could read your face, boy.
Well, speak up. Do you hate the girl? Despise her. That's it. You were ready to kill her because you despise her, always dragging her feet, holding you back with her womanish ways.
Egwene never dragged her feet in her life, he protested. She always does her share. I don't despise her. I love her. He glared at Elias, daring him to laugh. Not like that. I mean, she isn't like a sister, but she and Rand, blood and ashes, if the Ravens caught us, if... I don't know.
Yes, you do. If she had to choose her way of dying, which do you think she'd pick? One clean blow of your axe, or the way the animals we saw today died? I know which I'd take.
I don't have any right to choose for her. You won't tell her, will you? About...
His hands tightened on the axe haft. The muscles in his arms corded, heavy muscles for his age, built by long hours swinging the hammer at Master Luhan's forge. For an instant he thought the thick wooden shaft would snap.
I hate this bloody thing, he growled. I don't know what I'm doing with it, strutting around like some kind of fool. I couldn't have done it, you know. When it was all pretend and I could swagger and play as if I... He sighed, his voice fading. It's different now. I don't ever want to use it again.
You'll use it.
Perrin raised the axe to throw it in the pool, but Elias caught his wrist.
You'll use it, boy. And as long as you hate using it, you will use it more wisely than most men would. Wait. If ever you don't hate it any longer, then will be the time to throw it as far as you can and run the other way.
Perrin hefted the axe in his hands, still tempted to leave it in the pool. Easy for him to say wait. What if I wait and then can't throw it away? He opened his mouth to ask Elias, but no words came out. Ascending from the wolves, so urgent that his eyes glazed over. For an instant he forgot what he had been going to say, forgot he had been going to say anything, forgot even how to speak. How to breathe. Elias's face sagged too, and his eyes seemed to peer inward and far away. Then it was gone, as quickly as it had come. It had only lasted a heartbeat, but that was enough. Perrin shook himself and filled his lungs deeply. Elias did not pause. As soon as the veil lifted from his eyes, he sped toward the fire without any hesitation. Perrin ran wordlessly behind him.
"Douse the fire!"
Elias called hoarsely to Egwene. He gestured urgently, and he seemed to be trying to shout in a whisper.
"Get it out!"
She rose to her feet, staring at him uncertainly, then stepped closer to the fire, but slowly, clearly not understanding what was happening. Elias pushed roughly past her and snatched up the tea kettle, cursing when it burned him. Juggling the hot pot, he upended it over the fire just the same. A step behind him, Perrin arrived in time to start kicking dirt over the hissing coals as the last of the tea splashed into the fire, hissing and rising in tendrils of steam. He did not stop until the last vestige of the fire was buried. Elias tossed the kettle to Perrin, who immediately let it fall with a choked-off yell. Perrin blew on his hands, frowning at Elias, but the fur-clad man was too busy giving their campsite a hasty look to pay any attention.
"No chance to hide that somebody's been here," Elias said. "We'll just have to hurry and hope, and maybe they won't bother. Blood and ashes, but I was sure it was the Ravens."
Hurriedly, Perrin tossed the saddle on Bella, propping the axe against his thigh while he bent to tighten the girth. "What is it?" Egwene asked. Her voice shook. "Trollocs? A fate?"
"Go east or west," Elias told Perrin. "Find a place to hide, and I'll join you as soon as I can. If they see a wolf—"
He darted away, crouching almost as if he intended to go on all fours, and vanished into the lengthening shadows of evening. Egwene hastily gathered her few belongings, but she still demanded an explanation from Perrin. Her voice was insistent and growing more frightened by the minute as he kept silent. He was frightened too, but fear made them move faster. He waited until they were headed toward the setting sun.
Trotting ahead of Bella and holding the axe across his chest in both hands, he told what he knew over his shoulder in snatches, while hunting for a place to go to ground and wait for Elias.
"There are a lot of men coming, on horses. They came up behind the walls, but the men didn't see them. They're heading towards the pool. Probably they don't have anything to do with us. It's the only water for miles. But Dapple says—"
He glanced over his shoulder. The evening sun painted odd shadows on her face, shadows that hid her expression.
"What is she thinking? Is she looking at you as if she doesn't know you anymore? Does she know you?" "Dapple says they smell wrong. It's sort of the way a rabid dog smells wrong."
The pool was lost to sight behind them. He could still pick out boulders, fragments of Arthur Hawkwing's statue in the deepening twilight, but not to tell which was the stone where the fire had been.
"We'll stay away from them. Find a place to wait for Elias."
"Why should they bother us?" she demanded. "We're supposed to be safe here. It's supposed to be safe. Light! There has to be some place safe." Perrin began looking harder for somewhere to hide. They could not be very far from the pool, but the twilight was thickening. Soon it would be too dark to travel. Faint light still bathed the crests. From the hollows between, where there was barely enough to see, it seemed bright by contrast. Off to the left, a dark shape stood sharp against the sky, a large, flat stone slanting out of a hillside, cloaking the slope beneath in darkness.
"This way,"
he said. He trotted toward the hill, glancing over his shoulder for any sign of the men who were coming. There was nothing, yet. More than once he had to stop and wait while the others stumbled after him. Egwene was crouched over Bella's neck, and the mare was picking her way carefully over the uneven ground. Perrin thought they both must be more tired than he had believed.
"This had better be a good hiding place. I don't think we can hunt for another."
At the base of the hill he studied the massive flat rock outlined against the sky, jutting out the slope almost at the crest. There was an odd familiarity to the way the top of the huge slab seemed to form irregular steps, 3 up and 1 down. He climbed the short distance and felt across the stone, walking along it. Despite the weathering of centuries, he could still feel 4 joined columns. He glanced up at the step-like top of the stone, towering over his head like a huge lean-to. Fingers.
"We'll shelter in Arthur Hawkwing's hand. Maybe some of his justice is left here."
He motioned for Egwene to join him. She did not move, so he slid back down to the base of the hill and told her what he had found. Egwene peered up the hill with her head pushed forward. "How can you see anything?" she asked. Perrin opened his mouth, then shut it. He licked his lips as he looked around, for the first time really aware of what he was seeing. The sun was down, all the way down now, and clouds hid the full moon, but it still seemed like the deep purple fringes of twilight to him.
"I felt the rock," he said finally. "That's what it has to be. They won't be able to pick us out against the shadow of it even if they come this far."
He took Bella's bridle to lead her to the shelter of the hand. He could feel Egwene's eyes on his back. As he was helping her down from the saddle, the night broke out in shouts back toward the pool. She laid a hand on Perrin's arm, and he heard her unspoken question.
"The men saw wind,"
he said reluctantly. It was difficult to pick out the meaning of the wolves' thoughts.
"Something about fire. They have torches."
He pressed her down at the base of the fingers and crouched beside her.
"They're breaking up into parties to search. So many of them, and the wolves are all hurt."
He tried to make his voice heartier.
"But Dapple and the others should be able to keep out of their way, even injured, and they don't expect us. People don't see what they don't expect. They'll give up soon enough and make camp."
Elias was with the wolves and would not leave them while they were hunted. So many riders. So persistent. Why so persistent? He saw Egwene nod, but in the dark she did not realize it. "We'll be all right, Perrin."
Light, he thought wonderingly. She's trying to comfort me.
The shouts went on and on. Small knots of torches moved in the distance, flickering points of light in the darkness. "Perrin, Egwene said softly. Will you dance with me at Sunday? If we're home by then. His shoulders shook. He made no sound, and he did not know if he was laughing or crying. I will. I promise. Against his will, his hands tightened on the axe, reminding him that he still held it. His voice dropped to a whisper. I promise, he said again, and hoped. Groups of torch-carrying men now rode through the hills, bunches of 10 or 12. Perrin could not tell how many groups there were. Sometimes 3 or 4 were in sight at once, quartering back and forth. They continued to shout to one another, and sometimes there were screams in the night, the screams of horses, the screams of men. He saw it all from more than one vantage. He crouched on the hillside with Egwene, watching the torches move through the darkness like fireflies, and in his mind he ran in the night with Dapple and Wind and Hopper. The wolves had been too hurt by the ravens to run far or fast, so they intended to drive the men out of the darkness, drive them to the shelter of their fires. Men always sought the safety of fires in the end, when wolves roamed the night. Some of the mounted men led strings of horses without riders. They whinnied and reared with wide rolling eyes when the grey shapes darted among them, screaming and pulling their lead ropes from the hands of the men who held them, scattering in all directions as fast as they could run. Horses with men on their backs screamed too, when grey shadows flashed out of the dark with hamstringing fangs, and sometimes their riders screamed as well, just before jaws tore out their throats. Elias was out there also, more dimly sensed, stalking the night with his long knife, a 2-legged wolf with one sharp steel tooth. The shouts became curses more often than not, but the searchers refused to give up. Abruptly, Perrin realized that the men with torches were following a pattern. Each time some of the parties came in view, one of them at least was closer to the hillside where he and Egwene were hiding. Elias had said to hide, but what if we run? Maybe we could hide in the dark if we keep moving. Maybe. It has to be dark enough for that. He turned to Egwene, but as he did, the decision was taken away from him. Bunched torches, a dozen of them, came around the base of the hill, wavering with the trot of the horses. Lance heads gleamed in the torchlight. He froze, holding his breath, hands tightening on his axe haft. The horsemen rode past the hill, but one of the men shouted and the torches swung back. He thought desperately, seeking for a way to go, but as soon as they moved they would be seen, if they had not already been, and once they were marked they would have no chance, not even with the darkness to help. The horsemen drew up at the foot of the hill, each man holding a torch in one hand and a long lance in the other, guiding his horse by the pressure of his knees. By the light of the torches, Perrin could see the white cloaks of the Children of the Light. They held the torches high and leaned forward in their saddles, peering up at the deep shadows under Arthur Hawkwing's fingers.
There is something up there,
one of them said. His voice was too loud, as if he was afraid of what lay outside the light of his torch.
I told you somebody could hide in that. Isn't that a horse?
Egwene laid a hand on Perrin's arm. Her eyes were big in the dark. Her silent question plain despite the shadow hiding her features. What to do? Elias and the wolves still hunted through the night. The horses below shifted their feet nervously. If we run now, they'll chase us down. One of the white cloaks stepped his horse forward and shouted up the hill.
If you can understand human speech, come down and surrender. You'll not be harmed if you walk in the light. If you don't surrender, you will all be killed. You have 1 minute.
The lances lowered, long steel heads bright with torchlight. Perrin, Egwene whispered. We can't outrun them. If we don't give up, they'll kill us. Perrin. Elias and the wolves were still free. Another distant, bubbling scream marked a white cloak who had hunted Dapple too closely. If we run... Egwene was looking at him, waiting for him to tell her what to do. If we run... He shook his head wearily and stood up like a man in a trance. stumbling down the hill toward the Children of the Light. He heard Egwene sigh and follow him, her feet dragging reluctantly. Why are the White Cloaks so persistent? As if they hate wolves with a passion. Why do they smell wrong? He almost thought he could smell the wrongness himself when the wind gusted from the riders.
Drop that axe, the leader barked.
Perrin stumbled toward him, wrinkling his nose to get rid of the smell he thought he smelled.
Drop it, bumpkin!
The leader's lance shifted toward Perrin's chest. For a moment he stared at the lance head, enough sharp steel to go completely through him, and abruptly he shouted, "No!" It was not at the horseman he shouted. Out of the night, Hopper came, and Perrin was one with the wolf. Hopper, the cub who had watched the eagles soar and wanted so badly to fly through the sky as the eagles did. The cub who hopped and jumped and leaped until he could leap higher than any other wolf, and who never lost the cub's yearning to soar through the sky. Out of the night, Hopper came and left the ground in a leap, soaring like the eagles. The White Cloaks had only a moment to begin cursing before Hopper's jaws closed on the throat of the man with his lance levelled at Perrin. The big wolf's momentum carried them both off the other side of the horse. Perrin felt the throat crushing, tasted the blood. Hopper landed lightly, already apart from the man he had killed. Blood matted his fur, his own blood and that of others. A gash down his face crossed the empty socket where his left eye had been. His good eye met Perrin's too for just an instant. "Run, brother." He whirled to leap again, to soar one last time, and a lance pinned him to the earth. A second length of steel thrust through his ribs, driving into the ground under him. Kicking, he snapped at the shafts that held him. To soar! Pain filled Perrin, and he screamed. A wordless scream that had something of a wolf's cry in it. Without thinking, he leaped forward, still screaming. All thought was gone. The horsemen had bunched too much to be able to use their lances, and the axe was a feather in his hands, one huge wolf's tooth of steel. Something crashed into his head, and as he fell, he did not know if it was Hopper or himself who died. Soar like the eagles. Mumbling, Perrin opened his eyes woozily. His head hurt, and he could not remember why. Blinking against the light, he looked around. Egwene was kneeling and watching him where he lay. They were in a square tent, as big as a medium-sized room in a farmhouse, with a ground cloth for a floor. Oil lamps on tall stands, one in each corner, gave a bright light. "Thank the light, Perrin," she breathed. "I was afraid they had killed you." Instead of answering, he stared at the grey-haired man seated in the lone chair in the tent. A dark-eyed, grandfatherly face looked back at him, a face at odds in his mind with the white and gold tabard the man wore, and the burnished armour strapped over his pure white undercoat. It seemed a kindly face, bluff and dignified, and something about it fit the elegant austerity of the tent's furnishings. A table and a folding bed, a washstand with a plain white basin and pitcher, a single wooden chest inlaid in simple geometric patterns. Where there was wood, it was polished to a soft glow, and the metal gleamed, but not too brightly, and nothing was showy. Everything in the tent had the look of craftsmanship, but only someone who had watched the work of craftsmen, like Master Luhan or Master Adair, the cabinet maker, would see it. Frowning, the man stirred two small piles of objects on the table with a blunt finger. Perrin recognized the contents of his pockets in one of those piles, and his belt knife. The silver coin Moraine had given him toppled out, and the man pushed it back thoughtfully. Pursing his lips, he left the piles and lifted Perrin's axe from the table, hefting it. His attention came back to the Emmons Fielders. Perrin tried to get up. Sharp pain stabbing along his arms and legs turned the movement into a flop. For the first time, he realized that he was tied, hand and foot. His eyes went to Egwene. She shrugged ruefully and twisted so that he could see her back. 6 lashings wrapped her wrists and ankles, the cords making ridges in her flesh. A length of rope ran between the bonds around ankles and wrists, short enough to stop her from straightening to more than a crouch if she got to her feet. Perrin stared. That they were tied was shock enough, but they wore enough ropes to hold horses. What do they think we are? The grey-haired man watched them, curious and thoughtful, like Master Alvir puzzling out a problem. He held the axe as if he had forgotten it. The tent flap shifted aside, and a tall man stepped into the tent. His face was long and gaunt, with eyes so deeply set they seemed to look out from caves. There was no excess flesh on him, no fat at all. His skin was pulled tight over the muscle and bone beneath. Perrin had a glimpse of night outside, and campfires, and 2 white-cloaked guards at the entrance of the tent. Then the flap fell back into place. As soon as the newcomer was into the tent, he stopped, standing as rigid as an iron rod, staring straight ahead of him at the far wall of the tent. His plate and mail armour gleamed like silver against his snowy cloak and undercoat.
"My Lord Captain."
His voice was as hard as his posture, and grating, but somehow flat, without expression. The grey-haired man made a casual gesture. "Be at your ease, child buyer. You have tallied our costs for this encounter." The tall man moved his feet apart, but other than that, Perrin did not see anything ease about his stance.
9 men dead, my Lord Captain, and 23 injured, 7 seriously. All can ride, though. 30 horses had to be put down. They were hamstrung."
He emphasized that in his emotionless voice, as if what had happened to the horses were worse than the deaths and injuries to men.
"Many of the remounts are scattered. We may find some at daybreak, my Lord Captain, but with wolves to send them on their way, it will take days to gather them all. The men who are supposed to be watching them have been assigned to night guard until we reach Camelin."
"We do not have days, child buyer," the grey-haired man said mildly. "We ride at dawn. Nothing can change that. We must be in Camelin in time, yes?"
"As you command, my Lord Captain."
The grey-haired man glanced at Perrin and Egwene, then away again.
"And what have we to show for it, aside from these 2 younglings?"
Bayard drew a deep breath and hesitated.
"I have had the wolf that was with this lot skinned, my Lord Captain. The hide should make a fine rug for my Lord Captain's tent."
"Hopper!" Not even realizing what he was doing, Perrin growled and struggled against his bonds. The ropes dug into his skin, his wrists became slippery with blood. But they did not give. For the first time, Bayard looked at the prisoners. Egwene started back from him. His face was as expressionless as his voice, but a cruel light burned in his sunken eyes as surely as flames burned in Balzamon's. Bayard hated them as if they were enemies of long years instead of people never seen before tonight. Perrin stared back defiantly. His mouth curled into a tight smile at the thought of his teeth meeting in the man's throat. Abruptly, his smile faded, and he shook himself.
"My teeth! I am a man, not a wolf. Light, there has to be an end to this."
But he still met Bayard's glare. Hate for hate.
"I do not care about wolf-hide rugs, child buyer."
The rebuke in the Lord Captain's voice was gentle, but Bayard's back snapped rigid again, his eyes locking to the wall of the tent.
"You were reporting on what we achieved this night, no? If we achieved anything."
"I would estimate the pack that attacked us at 50 beasts or more, my Lord Captain. Of that we killed at least 20, perhaps 30.
I did not consider it worth the risk of losing more horses to have the carcasses brought in tonight.
In the morning I will have them gathered and burned, those that aren't dragged off in the dark. Besides these 2, there were at least a dozen other men. I believe we disposed of 4 or 5, but it is unlikely we will find any bodies, given the Dark Friends' propensity for carrying away their dead to hide their losses." This seems to have been a coordinated ambush, but that raises the question of...
Perrin's throat tightened as the gaunt man went on. Elias. Cautiously, reluctantly, he felt for Elias, for the wolves, and found nothing. It was as if he had never been able to feel a wolf's mind. Either they're dead, or they've abandoned you. He wanted to laugh, a bitter laugh. At last he had what he had been wishing for, but the price was high. The grey-haired man did laugh just then, a rich, wry chuckle that made a red spot bloom on each of Bayer's cheeks.
So, Charles Bayer, it is your considered estimate that we were attacked in a planned ambush by upward of 50 wolves and better than half a score of dark friends, yes? Perhaps when you've seen a few more actions. But, my lord Captain Bornheld, I would say 6 or 8 wolves, Charles Bayer, and perhaps no other humans than these 2. You have the true zeal, but no experience outside the cities. It is a different thing, bringing the light when streets and houses are far distant. Wolves have a way of seeming more than they are in the night, and men also. 6 or 8 at most, I think. Bayer's flush deepened slowly. I also suspect they were here for the same reason we are. The only easy water for at least a day in any direction. A much simpler explanation than spies or traitors within the children. And the simplest explanation is usually the truest. You will learn with experience. Bayer's face went deathly white as the grandfatherly man spoke. By contrast, the 2 spots in his hollow cheeks deepened from red to purple. He cut his eyes toward the 2 prisoners for an instant. He hates us even more now, Perrin thought, for hearing this. But why did he hate us in the first place? What do you think of this? The Lord Captain said, holding up Perrin's axe.
Bayer looked a question at his commander and waited for an answering nod before he broke his rigid stance to take the weapon. He hefted the axe and gave a surprised grunt, then whirled it in a tight arc above his head that barely missed the top of the tent. He handled it as surely as if he had been born with an axe in his hands. A look of grudging admiration flickered across his face, but by the time he lowered the axe, he was expressionless once more.
Excellently balanced, my lord captain. Plainly made, but by a very good weaponsmith, perhaps even a master.
His eyes burned darkly at the prisoners.
Not a villager's weapon, my lord captain, nor a farmer's.
No. The grey-haired man turned towards Perrin and Egwene with a weary, slightly chiding smile, a kindly grandfather who knew his grandchildren had been up to some mischief.
My name is Geoffrey Bornhold, he told them. You are Perrin, I understand, but you, young woman, what is your name?
Perrin glowered at him, but Egwene shook her head. Don't be silly, Perrin. I'm Egwene.
Just Perrin and just Egwene, Bornhold murmured. But I suppose if you truly are dark friends, you wish to hide your identities as much as possible.
Perrin heaved himself up to his knees. He could rise no further because of the way he was bound.
We aren't dark friends,
he protested angrily. The words were not completely out of his mouth before Bayer reached him. The man moved like a snake. He saw the handle of his own axe swinging toward him and tried to duck, but the thick haft caught him over the ear. Only the fact that he was moving away from the blow kept his skull from being split. Even so, lights flashed in his eyes. Breath left him as he struck the ground. His head rung, and blood ran down his cheek. "You have no right!" Egwene began, and screamed as the axe handle whipped toward her. She threw herself aside, and the blow whistled through empty air as she tumbled to the ground cloth.
You will keep a civil tongue, Bayer said, when speaking to an anointed of the light, or you will have no tongue.
The worst of it was his voice still had no emotion at all. Cutting out their tongues would give him no pleasure and no regret. It was just something he would do.
Go easy, child Bayer. Bornhold looked at the captives again. I expect you do not know much about the anointed, or about Lords Captain of the Children of the Light, do you? No? I thought not. Well, for child Bayer's sake, at least,
Try not to argue or shout, yes? I want no more than that you should walk in the light, and letting anger get the better of you won't help any of us."
Perrin looked up at the gaunt-faced man standing over them. For Child Byer's sake? He noticed that the Lord Captain did not tell Byer to leave them alone. Byer met his eyes and smiled. The smile touched only his mouth, but the skin of his face drew tighter until it looked like a skull. Perrin shivered. "I have heard of this thing of men running with wolves," Bornhald said musingly, "though I have not seen it before. Men supposedly talking with wolves and with other creatures of the Dark One. A filthy business. It makes me fear the last battle is indeed coming soon." "Wolves aren't—" Perrin cut off as Byer's boot drew back. Taking a deep breath, he went on in a milder tone. Byer lowered his foot with a disappointed grimace. "Wolves aren't creatures of the Dark One. They hate the Dark One. At least, they hate Trollocs and Fades." He was surprised to see the gaunt-faced man nod as if to himself. Bornhald raised an eyebrow. "Who told you that?" "A warder," Egwene said. She scrunched away from Byer's heated eyes. "He said wolves hate Trollocs, and Trollocs are afraid of wolves." Perrin was glad she had not mentioned Elias.
"A warder," the grey-haired man sighed. "A creature of the Tar Valon witches. What else would that sort tell you when he is a dark friend himself, and a servant of dark friends? Do you not know Trollocs have wolves' muzzles and teeth, and wolves' fur?"
Perrin blinked, trying to clear his head. His brain still felt like jellied pain, but there was something wrong here. He could not get his thoughts straight enough to puzzle it out. "Not all of them," Egwene muttered. Perrin gave Byer a wary look, but the gaunt man only watched her. "Some of them have horns, like rams or goats or hawks' beaks or all sorts of things."
Bornhald shook his head sadly. "I give you every chance, and you dig yourself deeper with every word." He held up one finger. "You run with wolves, creatures of the Dark One." A second finger. "You admit to being acquainted with a warder, another creature of the Dark One. I doubt he would have told you what he did if it was only in passing." A third finger. "You, boy, carry a Tar Valon mark in your pocket. Most men outside Tar Valon get rid of those as fast as they can, unless they serve the Tar Valon witches." A fourth. "You carry a fighting man's weapon while you dress like a farm boy. A skulker, then." The thumb rose. "You know Trollocs and Murdrow. This far south only a few scholars, and those who have travelled in the borderlands, believe they are anything but stories. Perhaps you have been to the borderlands. If so, tell me where. I have travelled a good deal in the borderlands. I know them well." "No? Ah. Well then." He looked at his spread hand, then dropped it hard on the table. The grandfatherly expression said the grandchildren had been up to some very serious mischief indeed. "Why do you not tell me the truth of how you came to be running in the night with wolves?"
Egwene opened her mouth, but Perrin saw the stubborn set of her jaw and knew right away she was going to tell one of the stories they had worked out. That would not do. Not now. Not here. His head ached, and he wished he had time to think it out, but there was no time. Who could tell where this Bornhold had travelled, with what lands and cities he was familiar? If he caught them in a lie, there would be no going back to the truth. Bornhold would be convinced they were dark friends then. "We're from the Two Rivers," he said quickly. Egwene stared at him openly before she caught herself, but he pressed on with the truth, or a version of it. The two of them had left the Two Rivers to see Caemlyn. On the way they had heard of the ruins of a great city, but when they found Shadar Logoth, there were Trollocs there. The two of them managed to escape across the River Arenelle, but by that time they were completely lost. Then they fell in with a man who offered to guide them to Caemlyn. He had said his name was none of their business, and he hardly seemed friendly, but they needed a guide. The first either of them had seen of wolves had been after the Children of the Light appeared.
All they had been trying to do was hide so they would not get eaten by wolves or killed by the men on horses.
If we'd known you were children of the light, he finished, we'd have gone to you for help.
Baya snorted with disbelief. Perrin did not care overmuch. If the Lord Captain was convinced, Baya could not harm them. It was plain that Baya would stop breathing if Lord Captain Bornhold told him to.
There is no water in that, the grey-haired man said after a moment.
Perrin's invention failed him. He knew he should have taken time to think it out. Egwene leaped into the breach.
We met him in Berlon. The city was crowded with men who had come down from the mines after the winter, and we were put at the same table in an inn. We only talked to him for the length of a meal.
Perrin breathed again.
Thank you, Egwene.
Give them back their belongings, Child Baya. Not the weapons, of course.
When Baya looked at him in surprise, Bornhold added,
Or are you one of those who have taken to looting the unenlightened, Child Baya? It is a bad business, that, yes? No man can be a thief and walk in the light.
Baya seemed to struggle with disbelief at the suggestion.
Then you're letting us go?
Egwene sounded surprised. Perrin lifted his head to stare at the Lord Captain.
Of course not, child, Bornhold said sadly. You may be telling the truth about being from the Two Rivers, since you know about Berlon and the mines, but Shadar Logoth? That is a name very, very few know. Most of them dark friends, and anyone who knows enough to know the name knows enough not to go there. I suggest you think of a better story on the journey to Amador. You will have time, since we must pause in Camelin. Preferably the truth, child. There is freedom in truth and the light.
Baya forgot some of his diffidence toward the grey-haired man. He spun from the prisoners, and there was an outraged snap to his words.
You can't! It's not allowed!
Bornhold raised one eyebrow quizzically, and Baya pulled himself up short, swallowing.
Forgive me, my Lord Captain. I forgot myself, and I humbly beg pardon and submit myself for penance. But as my Lord Captain himself has pointed out, we must reach Camelin in time, and with most of our remounts gone, we will be hard-pressed enough without carrying prisoners along.
And what would you suggest? Bornhold asked calmly.
The penalty for dark friends is death.
The flat voice made it all the more jarring. He might have been suggesting stepping on a bug.
There is no truce with the shadow. There is no mercy for dark friends.
Zeal is to be applauded, Child Baya, but as I must often tell my son, Dane, overzealousness can be a grievous fault. Remember that the tenets also say, no man is so lost that he cannot be brought to the light. These two are young. They cannot yet be deep in the shadow. They can yet be led to the light if they will only allow the shadow to be lifted from their eyes. We must give them that chance. For a moment, Perrin almost felt affection for the grandfatherly man who stood between them and Baya. Then Bornhold turned his grandfather's smile on Egwene. If you refuse to come to the light by the time we reach Amador, I will be forced to turn you over to the questioners, and beside them, Baya's zeal is but a candle beside the sun. The grey-haired man sounded like a man who regretted what he must do, but who had no intention of ever doing anything but his duty as he saw it. Repent, renounce the Dark One, come to the light, confess your sins, and tell what you know of this vileness with wolves, and you will be spared that. You will walk free in the light. His gaze centered on Perrin, and he sighed sadly. Ice filled Perrin's spine.
But you, just Perrin from the Two Rivers, you killed two of the children. He touched the axe that Baya still held. For you, I fear, a gibbet waits in Amador.
Chapter 31. Play for your supper. Rand narrowed his eyes, watching the dust tail that rose ahead 3 or 4 bends of the road away.
Matt was already headed toward the wild hedgerow alongside the roadway. Its evergreen leaves and densely intermeshed branches would hide them as well as a stone wall if they could find a way through to the other side. The other side of the road was marked by the sparse brown skeletons of head-high bushes, and beyond was an open field for 1/2 a mile to the woods. It might have been part of a farm not too long abandoned, but it offered no quick hiding place. He tried to judge the speed of the dust tail and the wind. A sudden gust swirled road dust up around him, obscuring everything. He blinked and adjusted the plain dark scarf across his nose and mouth. None too clean now. It made his face itch. But it kept him from inhaling dust with every breath. A farmer had given it to him. A long-faced man with grooves in his cheeks from worry.
"I don't know what you're running from," he had said with an anxious frown, "and I don't want to. You understand? My family."
Abruptly, the farmer had dug 2 long scarves out of his coat pocket and pushed the tangle of wool at them.
"It's not much, but here. Belong to my boys. They have others. You don't know me, understand? It's hard times."
Rand treasured the scarf. The list of kindnesses he had made in his mind in the days since Whitebridge was a short one, and he did not believe it would get much longer. Matt, all but his eyes hidden by the scarf wrapped around his head, hunted swiftly along the tall hedgerow, pulling at the leafy branches. Rand touched the heron-marked hilt at his belt, but let his hand fall away. Once already, cutting a hole through a hedge had almost given them away. The dust tail was moving toward them and staying together too long. Not the wind. At least it was not raining. Rain settled the dust. No matter how hard it fell, it never turned the hard-packed road to mud, but when it rained, there was no dust. Dust was the only warning they had before whoever it was came close enough to hear. Sometimes that was too late. "Here," Matt called softly. He seemed to step right through the hedge. Rand hurried to the spot. Someone had cut a hole there once. It was partly grown over, and from 3 feet away it looked as solid as the rest, but close up there was only a thin screen of branches. As he pushed through, he heard horses coming, not the wind. He crouched behind the barely covered opening, clutching the hilt of his sword as the horsemen rode by. 5, 6, 7 of them. Plainly dressed men, but swords and spears said they were not villagers. Some wore leather tunics with metal studs, and 2 had round steel caps. Merchants' guards, perhaps, between hirings? Perhaps. One of them casually swung his eyes toward the hedge as he went by the opening, and Rand bared an inch of his sword. Matt snarled silently like a cornered badger, squinting above his scarf. His hand was under his coat. He always clutched the dagger from Shadala Goth when there was danger. Rand was no longer sure if it was to protect himself or to protect the ruby-hilted dagger. Of late, Matt seemed to forget he had a bow sometimes. The riders passed at a slow trot, going somewhere with a purpose, but not too great a haste. Dust sifted through the hedge. Rand waited until the clop of the hooves faded before he stuck his head cautiously back through the hole. The dust tail was well down the road, going the way they had come. Eastward, the sky was clear. He climbed out onto the roadway, watching the column of dust move west. "Not after us," he said, halfway between a statement and a question. Matt scrambled out after him, looking warily in both directions. "Maybe," he said. "Maybe." Rand had no idea which way he meant it, but he nodded. Maybe. It had not begun like this, their journey down the Camelin Road. For a long time after leaving Whitebridge, Rand would suddenly find himself staring back down the road behind them. Sometimes he would see someone who made his breath catch, a tall, skinny man hurrying up the road, or a lanky, white-haired fellow up beside the driver on a wagon. But it was always a pack peddler, or farmers making their way to market, never Tom Merrilin. Hope faded as the days passed. There was considerable traffic on the road, wagons and carts, people on horses and people afoot. They came singly and in groups, a train of merchants' wagons or a dozen horsemen together. They did not jam the road, and often there was nothing in sight except the all but leafless trees lining the hard-packed roadbed, but there were certainly more people travelling than Rand had ever seen in the Two Rivers. Most travelled in the same direction that they did, eastward toward Camelin. Sometimes they got a ride in a farmer's wagon for a little distance, a mile or 5, but more often they walked. Men on horseback they avoided. When they spotted even one rider in the distance, they scrambled off the road and hid until he was past. None ever wore a black cloak, and Rand did not really think a Fade would let them see him coming, but there was no point in taking chances. In the beginning, it was just the half-men they feared. The first village after Whitebridge looked so much like Emmons Field that Rand's steps dragged when he saw it. Thatched roofs with high peaks, and goodwives in their aprons gossiping over fences between their houses, and children playing on a village green. The women's hair hung unbraided around their shoulders, and other small things were different too, but the whole together was like home. Cows cropped on the green, and geese waddled self-importantly across the road. The children tumbled laughing in the dust where the grass was gone altogether. They did not even look around when Rand and Mat went by. That was another thing that was different. Strangers were no oddity there. 2 more did not draw so much as a second glance. Village dogs only raised their heads to sniff as he and Mat passed. None stirred themselves. It was coming on evening as they went through the village, and he felt a pang of homesickness as lights appeared in the windows. No matter what it looks like, a small voice whispered in his mind, it isn't really home. Even if you go into one of those houses, Tam won't be there. If he was, could you look him in the face? You know now, don't you? Except for little things like where you come from and who you are. No fever dreams. He hunched his shoulders against taunting laughter inside his head. You might as well stop. The voice snickered. One place is as good as another when you aren't from anywhere. And the dark one has you marked. Mat tugged at his sleeve, but he pulled loose and stared at the houses. He did not want to stop, but he did want to look and remember. So much like home. But you'll never see that again, will you? Mat yanked at him again. His face was taut, the skin around his mouth and eyes white. Come on, Mat muttered. Come on! He looked at the village as if he suspected something of hiding there. Come on! We can't stop yet! Rand turned in a complete circle, taking in the whole village, and sighed. They were not very far from Whitebridge. If the Murdroll could get past Whitebridge's wall without being seen, it would have no trouble at all searching this small village. He let himself be drawn on into the countryside beyond, until the thatch-roofed houses were left behind. Night fell before they found a spot by moonlight under some bushes still bearing their dead leaves. They filled their bellies with cold water from a shallow rivulet not far away and curled up on the ground, wrapped in their cloaks, without a fire. A fire could be seen. Better to be cold. Uneasy with his memories, Rand woke often, and every time he could hear Mat muttering and tossing in his sleep. He did not dream, that he could remember, but he did not sleep well. You'll never see home again. That was not the only night they spent with just their cloaks to protect them from the wind, and sometimes the rain, cold and soaking. It was not the only meal they made from nothing but cold water. Between them they had enough coins for a few meals at an inn, but a bed for the night would take too much. Things cost more outside the Two Rivers, more this side of the Arenelle than in Baerlon. What money they had left had to be saved for an emergency. One afternoon Rand mentioned the dagger with the ruby in its hilt while they were trudging down the road with bellies too empty to rumble, and the sun low and weak, and nothing in view for the coming night but more bushes. Dark clouds built up overhead for rain during the night. He hoped they were lucky. Maybe no more than an icy drizzle. He went on a few steps before he realized that Mat had stopped. He stopped too, wriggling his toes in his boots. At least his feet felt warm. He eased the straps across his shoulders. His blanket roll and Tom's bundled cloak were not heavy,
but even a few pounds weighed heavy after miles on an empty stomach. "What's the matter, Matt?" he said. "Why are you so anxious to sell it?" Matt demanded angrily. "I found it, after all. You ever think I might like to keep it? For a while, anyway. If you want to sell something, sell that bloody sword." Rand rubbed his hand along the heron-marked hilt. "My father gave this sword to me. It was his. I wouldn't ask you to sell something your father gave you. Blood and ashes, Matt. Do you like going hungry? Anyway, even if I could find somebody to buy it, how much would a sword bring? What would a farmer want with a sword? That ruby would fetch enough to take us all the way to Camelin in a carriage, maybe all the way to Tarvalon, and we'd eat every meal in an inn and sleep every night in a bed. Maybe you like the idea of walking halfway across the world and sleeping on the ground." He glared at Matt, and his friend glared back. They stood like that in the middle of the road until Matt suddenly gave an uncomfortable shrug and dropped his eyes to the road. "Who would I sell it to, Rand? A farmer would have to pay in chickens. We couldn't buy a carriage with chickens. And if I even showed it in any village we'd been through, they'd probably think we stole it. The light knows what would happen then." After a minute, Rand nodded reluctantly. "You're right. I know it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. It's only that I'm hungry, and my feet hurt. Mine too." They started down the road again, walking even more wearily than before. The wind gusted up, blowing dust in their faces. "Mine too," Matt coughed. Farms did provide some meals and a few nights out of the cold. A haystack was nearly as warm as a room with a fire, at least compared to lying under the bushes, and a haystack, even one without a tarp over it, kept all but the heaviest rain off, if you dug yourself in deeply enough. Sometimes Matt tried his hand at stealing eggs, and once he attempted to milk a cow left unattended, staked out on a long rope to crop in a field. Most farms had dogs, though, and farm dogs were watchful. A 2-mile run with baying hounds at their heels was too high a price for 2 or 3 eggs, as Rand saw it, especially when the dogs sometimes took hours to go away and let them down out of the tree where they had taken shelter. The hours were what he regretted. He did not really like doing it, but Rand preferred to approach a farmhouse openly in broad daylight. Now and again they had the dogs set on them anyway, without a word being said, for the rumours and the times made everyone who lived apart from other people nervous about strangers. But often an hour or so chopping wood or hauling water would earn a meal and a bed, even if the bed was a pile of straw in the barn. But an hour or two doing chores was an hour or two of daylight when they were standing still, an hour or two for the murdral to catch up. Sometimes he wondered how many miles a fade could cover in an hour. He begrudged every minute of it, though admittedly not so much when he was wolfing down a good wife's hot soup. And when they had no food, knowing they had spent every possible minute moving toward Camelin, did not do much to soothe an empty belly. Rand could not make up his mind if it was worse to lose time or go hungry, but Matt went beyond worrying about his belly or pursuit. "What do we know about them anyway?" Matt demanded one afternoon while they were mucking out stalls on a small farm. "Light, Matt, what do they know about us?" Rand sneezed. They were working stripped to the waist, and sweat and straw covered them both liberally, and motes of straw dust hung in the air. "What I know is they'll give us some roast lamb and a real bed to sleep in." Matt dug his hay fork into the straw and manure and gave a sidelong frown at the farmer, coming from the back of the barn with a bucket in one hand and his milking stool in the other. A stooped old man with skin like leather and thin grey hair, the farmer slowed when he saw Matt looking at him, then looked away quickly and hurried on out of the barn, slopping milk over the rim of the bucket in his haste. "He's up to something, I tell you," Matt said. "See the way he wouldn't meet my eye? Why are they so friendly to a couple of wanderers they never laid eyes on before? Tell me that. His wife says we remind her of their grandsons. Will you stop worrying about them? What we have to worry about is behind us, I hope." "He's up to something," Matt muttered. When they finished, they washed up at the trough in front of the barn, their shadows stretching long with the sinking sun. Rand towelled off with his shirt as they walked to the farmhouse. The farmer met them at the door. He leaned on a quarterstaff in a too casual manner. Behind him, his wife clutched her apron and peered past his shoulder, chewing her lip. Rand sighed. He did not think he and Matt reminded them of their grandsons any longer.
"Our sons are coming to visit tonight," the old man said. "All 4 of them. I forgot. They're all 4 coming. Big lads. Strong. Be here any time now. I'm afraid we don't have the bed we promised you."
His wife thrust a small bundle wrapped in a napkin past him. "Here, it's bread and cheese and pickles and lamb. Enough for 2 meals, maybe. Here." Her wrinkled face asked them to please take it and go. Rand took the bundle. "Thank you. I understand. Come on, Matt." Matt followed him, grumbling, while he pulled his shirt over his head. Rand thought it best to cover as many miles as they could before stopping to eat. The old farmer had a dog. It could have been worse, he thought. 3 days earlier, while they were still working, they'd had the dogs set on them. The dogs and the farmer and his 2 sons waving cudgels chased them out to the Camelin Road and half a mile down it before giving up. They had barely had time to snatch up their belongings and run. The farmer had carried a bow with a broad head arrow nocked.
"Don't come back here!" he had shouted after them. "I don't know what you're up to, but don't let me see your shifty eyes again!"
Matt had started to turn back, fumbling at his quiver, but Rand pulled him on. "Are you crazy?" Matt gave him a sullen look, but at least he kept running. Rand sometimes wondered if it was worthwhile stopping at farms. The further they went, the more suspicious of strangers Matt became, and the less he was able to hide it, or bothered to. The meals got skimpier for the same work, and sometimes not even the barn was offered as a place to sleep. But then, a solution to all their problems came to Rand, or so it seemed, and it came at Grinwell's farm. Master Grinwell and his wife had 9 children, the eldest a daughter not more than a year younger than Rand and Matt. Master Grinwell was a sturdy man, and with his children he probably had no need of any more help, but he looked them up and down, taking in their travel-stained clothes and dusty boots, and allowed as how he could always find work for more hands. Mistress Grinwell said that if they were going to eat at her table, they would not do it in those filthy things. She was about to do laundry, and some of her husband's old clothes would fit them well enough for working. She smiled when she said it, and for a minute she looked to Rand just like Mistress Alvia, though her hair was yellow. He had never seen hair that colour before. Even Matt seemed to lose some of his tension when her smile touched him. The eldest daughter was another matter. Dark-haired, big-eyed and pretty, Else grinned impudently at them whenever her parents were not looking. While they worked, moving barrels and sacks of grain in the barn, she hung over a stall door, humming to herself and chewing the end of one long pigtail, watching them. Rand she watched especially. He tried to ignore her, but after a few minutes he put on the shirt Master Grinwell had loaned him. It was tight across the shoulders and too short, but it was better than nothing. Else laughed out loud when he tugged it on. He began to think that this time it would not be Matt's fault when they were chased off. Perrin would know how to handle this, he thought. He'd make some offhand comment, and pretty soon she'd be laughing at his jokes instead of mooning around where her father can see. Only he could not think of any offhand comment, or any jokes either. Whenever he looked in her direction, she smiled at him in a way that would have her father loosing the dogs on them if he saw. Once, she told him she liked tall men. All the boys on the farms around there were short. Matt gave a nasty snicker. Wishing he could think of a joke, Rand tried to concentrate on his hayfork. The younger children, at least, were a blessing in Rand's eyes. Matt's wariness always eased a little when there were children around. After supper, they all settled in front of the fireplace, with Master Grinwell in his favourite chair thumbing his pipe full of tobacco, and Mistress Grinwell fussing with her sewing box and the shirts she had washed for him and Matt. Matt dug out Tom's coloured balls and began to juggle. He never did that unless there were children. The children laughed when he pretended to be dropping the balls, snatching them at the last minute, and they clapped for fountains and figure-eights and a 6-ball circle that he really did almost drop. But they took it in good part, Master Grinwell and his wife applauding as hard as their children. When Matt was done, bowing around the room with as many flourishes as Tom might have made, Rand took Tom's flute from its case. He could never handle the instrument without a pang of sadness. Touching its gold and silver scrollwork was like touching Tom's memory. He never handled the harp, except to see that it was safe and dry. Tom had always said the harp was beyond a farm boy's clumsy hands. But whenever a farmer allowed them to stay, he always played one tune on the flute after supper. It was just a little something extra to pay the farmer, and maybe a way of keeping Tom's memory fresh. With a laughing mood already set by Matt's juggling, he played Three Girls in the Meadow. Master and Mistress Grinwell clapped along, and the smaller children danced around the floor, even the smallest boy, who could barely walk, stomping his feet in time. He knew he would win no prizes at Beltane, but after Tom's teaching he would not be embarrassed to enter. Else was sitting cross-legged in front of the fire, and as he lowered the flute after the last note, she leaned forward with a long sigh and smiled at him.
"You play so beautifully. I never heard anything so beautiful."
Mistress Grinwell suddenly paused in her sewing and raised an eyebrow at her daughter, then gave Rand a long, appraising look. He had picked up the leather case to put the flute away, but under her stare he dropped the case and almost the flute too. If she accused him of trifling with her daughter... In desperation, he put the flute back to his lips and played another song, then another and another. Mistress Grinwell kept watching him. He played The Wind That Shakes the Willow, and Coming Home from Tarwin's Gap, and Mistress Aenora's Rooster, and The Old Black Bear. He played every song he could think of, but she never took her eyes off him. She never said anything either, but she watched and weighed. It was late when Master Grinwell finally stood up, chuckling and rubbing his hands together. "Well, this has been rare fun, but it's way past our bedtime. You travelling lads make your own hours, but morning comes early on a farm. I'll tell you, lads, I've paid good money at an inn for no better entertainment than I've had this night. For worse."
"I think they should have a reward, Father," Mistress Grinwell said as she picked up her youngest boy, who had long since fallen asleep in front of the fire. "The barn is no fit place to sleep. They can sleep in Else's room tonight, and she will sleep with me."
Else grimaced. She was careful to keep her head down, but Rand saw it. He thought her mother did too. Master Grinwell nodded.
Yes, much better than the barn, if you don't mind sleeping two to a bed, that is."
Rand flushed. Mistress Grinwell was still looking at him.
"I do wish I could hear more of that flute. And your juggling, too, I like that. You know, there's a little task you could help with tomorrow."
"And they'll be wanting an early start, Father," Mistress Grinwell cut in. "Arion is the next village the way they're going, and if they intend to try their luck at the inn there, they'll have to walk all day to get there before dark."
"Yes, mistress," Rand said. "We will. And thank you."
She gave him a tight-lipped smile, as if she knew very well that his thanks were for more than her advice, or even supper and a warm bed. The whole next day Matt twitted him about Else as they made their way down the road. He kept trying to change the subject, and what the Grinwells had suggested about performing at inns was the easiest thing to mind. In the morning, with Else pouting as he left, and Mistress Grinwell watching with a sharp-eyed look of good riddance and soonest mended, it was just something to keep Matt from talking. By the time they did reach the next village, it was something else again. With dusk descending, they entered the only inn in Arion, and Rand spoke to the innkeeper. He played Ferry O'er the River, which the plump innkeeper called Darling Sarah, and part of the road to Dun Aran, and Matt did a little juggling, and the upshot was that they slept in a bed that night and ate roasted potatoes and hot beef. It was the smallest room in the inn, to be sure, up under the eaves in the back, and the meal came in the middle of a long night of playing and juggling, but it was still a bed beneath a roof. Even better to Rand, every daylight hour had been spent travelling, and the inn's patrons did not seem to care if Matt stared at them suspiciously. Some of them even looked askance at one another. The times made suspicion of strangers a commonplace, and there were always strangers at an inn. Rand slept better than he had since leaving Whitebridge, despite sharing a bed with Matt and his nocturnal muttering. In the morning the innkeeper tried to talk them into staying another day or two, but when he could not, he called over a bleary-eyed farmer who had drunk too much to drive his cart home the night before. An hour later they were 5 miles further east, sprawling on their backs on the straw in the back of Easel Forney's cart. That became the way of their travelling. With a little luck, and maybe a ride or two, they could almost always reach the next village by dark. If there was more than one inn in a village, the innkeepers would bid for them once they heard Rand's flute and saw Matt juggle. Together, they still did not come close to a gleeman, but they were more than most villagers saw in a year. 2 or 3 inns in a town meant a better room with 2 beds and more generous portions of a better cut of meat, and sometimes even a few coppers in their pockets when they left besides. In the mornings there was almost always someone to offer a ride, another farmer who had stayed too late and drunk too much, or a merchant who had liked their entertainment enough not to mind if they hopped up on the back of one of his wagons. Rand began to think their problems were over till they reached Camelin. But then they came to 4 kings. Chapter 32. 4 Kings in Shadow. The village was bigger than most, but still a scruffy town to bear a name like 4 Kings. As usual, the Camelin Road ran straight through the centre of the town, but another heavily travelled highway came in from the south, too. Most villages were markets and gathering places for the farmers of the area, but there were few farmers to be seen here. 4 Kings survived as a stopover for merchants' wagon trains on their way to Camelin and to the mining towns in the Mountains of Mist beyond Baerlon, as well as the villages between. The southern road carried Lugard's trade with the mines in the west. Lugarder merchants going to Camelin had a more direct route. The surrounding country held few farms, barely enough to feed themselves in the town, and everything in the village centred on the merchants and their wagons, the men who drove them and the labourers who loaded the goods. Plots of bare earth, ground to dust, lay scattered through 4 Kings, filled with wagons parked wheel to wheel and abandoned except for a few bored guards. Stables and horse lots lined the streets, all of which were wide enough to allow wagons to pass, and deeply rutted from too many wheels. There was no village green, and the children played in the ruts, dodging wagons and the curses of wagon drivers. Village women, their heads covered with scarves, kept their eyes down and walked quickly, sometimes followed by wagoners' comments that made Rand blush. Even Matt gave a start at some of them. No woman stood gossiping over a fence with a neighbour. Drab wooden houses stood cheek by jowl, with only narrow alleys between, and whitewash, where anyone had bothered to whitewash the weathered boards, faded as if it had not been freshened in years. Heavy shutters on the houses had not been open in so long that the hinges were solid lumps of rust. Noise hung over everything, clanging from blacksmiths, shouts from the wagon drivers, raucous laughter from the town's inns. Rand swung down from the back of a merchant's canvas-topped wagon as they came abreast of a garishly painted inn, all greens and yellows that caught the eye from afar among the leaden houses. The line of wagons kept moving. None of the drivers even seemed to notice that he and Matt had gone. Dusk was falling, and they all had their eyes on unhitching the horses and reaching the inns. Rand stumbled in a rut, then leaped quickly to avoid a heavy-laden wagon clattering the other way. The driver shouted a curse at him as the wagon rolled by. A village woman stepped around him and hurried on without ever meeting his eye. "I don't know about this place," he said. He thought he could hear music mixed in the din, but he could not tell from where it was coming. From the inn, maybe? But it was hard to be sure. "I don't like it. Maybe we'd better go on this time." Matt gave him a scornful look, then rolled his eyes at the sky. Dark clouds thickened overhead. "And sleep under a hedge tonight, in that? I'm used to a bed again." He cocked his head to listen, then grunted. "Maybe one of these places doesn't have musicians. Anyway, I'll bet they don't have a juggler." He slung his bow across his shoulders and started for the bright yellow door, studying everything through narrowed eyes. Rand followed doubtfully. There were musicians inside, their zither and drum almost drowned in coarse laughter and drunken shouting. Rand did not bother to find the landlord. The next 2 inns had musicians as well, and the same deafening cacophony. Roughly dressed men filled the tables and stumbled across the floor, waving mugs and trying to fondle serving maids who dodged with fixed, long-suffering smiles. The buildings shook with the racket, and the smell was sour, a stench of old wine and unwashed bodies. Of the merchants, in their silk and velvet and lace, there was no sign. Private dining rooms above stairs protected their ears and noses. He and Matt only put their heads in the doors before leaving. He was beginning to think they would have no choice but to move on. The fourth inn, the Dancing Cartman, stood silent. It was as gaudy as the other inns, yellow-trimmed in bright red and bilious, eye-wrenching green, though here the paint was cracked and peeling. Rand and Matt stepped inside. Only 6 men sat at the tables that filled the common room, hunched over their mugs, each one glumly alone with his thoughts. Business was definitely not good, but it had been better once. Exactly as many serving maids as there were patrons busied themselves around the room. There was plenty for them to do. Dirt crusted the floor, and cobwebs filled the corners of the ceiling, but most were not doing anything really useful, only moving so they would not be seen standing still. A bony man with long stringy hair to his shoulders turned to scowl at them as they came through the door. The first slow peal of thunder rumbled across 4 Kings.
"What do you want?"
He was rubbing his hands on a greasy apron that hung to his ankles. Rand wondered if more grime was coming off on the apron or on the man's hands. He was the first skinny innkeeper Rand had seen.
"Well, speak up, buy a drink, or get out. Do I look like a rarey show?"
Flushing, Rand launched into the spiel he had perfected at inns before this. "I play the flute and my friend juggles, and you'll not see 2 better in a year. For a good room and a good meal, we'll fill this common room of yours." He remembered the filled common rooms he had already seen that evening, especially the man who had vomited right in front of him at the last one. He had had to step lively to keep his boots untouched. He faltered, but caught himself and went on. "We'll fill your inn with men who will repay the little we cost 20 times over with the food and drink they buy. Why should—"
"I've got a man plays a dulcimer,"
the innkeeper said sourly.
"You have a drunk, Samuel Hake,"
one of the serving maids said. She was passing him with a tray and 2 mugs, and she paused to give Rand and Matt a plump smile.
"Most times he can't see well enough to find the common room,"
she confided in a loud whisper.
"Haven't even seen him in 2 days."
Without taking his eyes off Rand and Matt, Hake casually backhanded her across the face. She gave a surprised grunt and fell heavily to the unwashed floor. One of the mugs broke, and the spilled wine washed rivulets in the dirt.
"You're docked for the wine and breakage. Get 'em fresh drinks. And hurry. Men don't pay to wait while you lays around."
His tone was as offhand as the blow. None of the patrons looked up from their wine, and the other serving maids kept their eyes averted. The plump woman rubbed her cheek and stared pure murder at Hake, but she gathered the empty mug and the broken pieces on her tray and went off without a word. Hake sucked his teeth thoughtfully, eyeing Rand and Matt. His gaze clung to the heron-marked sword before he pulled it away.
"Tell you what,"
he said finally.
"You can have a couple of pallets in an empty storeroom in the back. Rooms are too expensive to give away. You eat when everybody's gone. There ought to be something left."
Rand wished there was an inn in 4 Kings they had not yet tried. Since leaving Whitebridge he had met coolness, indifference, and outright hostility, but nothing that gave him the sense of unease that this man and this village did. He told himself it was just the dirt and squalor and noise, but the misgivings did not go away. Matt was watching Hake as if he suspected some trap, but he gave no sign of wanting to give up the Dancing Cartman for a bed under a hedge. Thunder rattled the windows. Rand sighed. "The pallets will do if they're clean, and if there are enough clean blankets, but we eat 2 hours after full dark, no later, and the best you have. Here, we'll show you what we can do." He reached for the flute case, but Hake shook his head.
"Don't matter. This lot'll be satisfied with any kind of screeching, so long as it sounds something like music."
His eyes touched Rand's sword again. His thin smile touched nothing but his lips.
"Eat when you want, but if you don't bring the crowd in, out you go in the street."
He nodded over his shoulder at 2 hard-faced men sitting against the wall. They were not drinking, and their arms were thick enough for legs. When Hake nodded at them, their eyes shifted to Rand and Matt, flat and expressionless. Rand put one hand on his sword hilt, hoping the twisting in his stomach did not show on his face. "As long as we get what's agreed on," he said in a level tone. Hake blinked, and for a moment he seemed uneasy himself. Abruptly, he nodded. What I said, isn't it? Well, get started. You won't bring anybody in just standing there. He stalked off, scowling and shouting at the serving maids as if there were 50 customers they were neglecting. There was a small raised platform at the far end of the room, near the door to the back. Rand lifted a bench up on it and settled his cloak, blanket roll, and Tom's bundled cloak behind the bench with the sword lying atop them. He wondered if he had been wise to keep wearing the sword openly. Swords were common enough, but the heron mark attracted attention and speculation, not from everybody, but any notice at all made him uncomfortable. He could be leaving a clear trail for the Murdral, if Fades needed that kind of trail. They did not seem to. In any case, he was reluctant to stop wearing it. Tam had given it to him. His father. As long as he wore the sword, there was still some connection between Tam and him, a thread that gave him the right to still call Tam father. Too late now, he thought. He was not sure what he meant, but he was sure it was true. Too late. At the first note of Cock of the North, the half-dozen patrons in the common room lifted their heads out of their wine. Even the 2 bouncers sat forward a little. They all applauded when he finished, including the 2 toughs, and once more when Matt sent a shower of coloured balls spinning through his hands. Outside, the sky muttered again. The rain was holding off, but the pressure of it was palpable. The longer it waited, the harder it would fall. Word spread, and by the time it was dark outside, the inn was packed full with men laughing and talking so loud that Rand could barely hear what he was playing. Only the thunder overpowered the noise in the common room. Lightning flashed in the windows, and in the momentary lulls, he could faintly hear rain drumming on the roof. Men who came in now dripped trails across the floor. Whenever he paused, voices shouted the names of tunes through the din. A good many names he did not recognize, though when he got someone to hum a bit of it, he often found he did know the song. It had been that way other places before. Jolly Jame was Rhea's fling here, and had been Colours of the Sun at an earlier stop. Some names stayed the same, others changed with 10 miles distance, and he had learned new songs too. The Drunken Peddler was a new one, though sometimes it was called Tinker in the Kitchen. 2 Kings Came Hunting was 2 Horses Running and several other names besides. He played the ones he knew, and men pounded the tables for more. Others called for Matt to juggle again. Sometimes fights broke out between those wanting music and those who fancied juggling. Once a knife flashed, and a woman screamed, and a man reeled back from a table with blood streaming down his face. But Jack and Strom, the 2 bouncers, closed in swiftly, and with complete impartiality threw everyone involved into the street with lumps on their heads. That was their tactic with any trouble. The talk and the laughing went on as if nothing had occurred. Nobody even looked around except those the bouncers jostled on their way to the door. The patrons were free with their hands too when one of the serving maids let herself grow unwary. More than once Jack or Strom had to rescue one of the women, though they were none too quick about it. The way Hake carried on, screaming and shaking the woman involved, he always considered it her fault, and the teary eyes and stammered apologies said she was willing to accept his opinion. The women jumped whenever Hake frowned, even if he was looking somewhere else. Rand wondered why any of them put up with it. Hake smiled when he looked at Rand and Matt. After a while, Rand realized Hake was not smiling at them. The smiles came when his eyes slid behind them, to where the heron-marked sword lay. Once, when Rand set the gold and silver chase flute down beside his stool, the flute got a smile too. The next time he changed places with Matt at the front of the dais, he leaned over to speak in Matt's ear. Even that close he had to speak loudly, but with all the noise he doubted if anyone else could hear. "Hake's gonna try and rob us." Matt nodded as if it was nothing he had not expected. "We'll have to bar our door tonight." "Bar our door? Jack and Strom could break down a door with their fists. Let's get out of here." "Wait till after we eat, at least. I'm hungry." "They can't do anything here," Matt added. The packed common room shouted impatiently for them to get on with it. Hake was glaring at them. "Anyway, you want to sleep outside tonight?" An especially strong crack of lightning drowned out everything else, and for an instant the light through the windows was stronger than the lamps. "I just want to get out without my head being broken," Rand said, but Matt was already slouching back to take his rest on the stool. Rand sighed and launched into the road to Dun Iron. A lot of them seemed to like that one. He had already played it 4 times, and they still shouted for it. The trouble was that Matt was right as far as he went. He was hungry too. And he could not see how Hake could give them any trouble while the common room was full and getting fuller. For every man who left or was thrown out by Jack and Strom, 2 came in from the street. They shouted for the juggling or for a particular tune, but mostly they were interested in drinking and fondling the serving maids. One man was different, though. He stood out in every way among the crowd in the Dancing Cartman. Merchants apparently had no use for the run-down inn. There were not even any private dining rooms for them as far as he could make out. The patrons were all rough-dressed, with the tough skin of men who laboured in the sun and wind. This man was sleekly fleshy, with a soft look to his hands, and a velvet coat and a dark green velvet cloak lined with blue silk was slung around his shoulders. All of his clothes had an expensive cut to them. His shoes, soft velvet slippers, not boots, were not made for the rutted streets of 4 Kings, or for any streets at all, for that matter. He came in well after dark, shaking the rain off his cloak as he looked around, a twist of distaste on his mouth. He scanned the room once, already turning to go, then suddenly gave a start at nothing Rand could see, and sat down at a table Jack and Strom had just emptied. A serving maid stopped at his table, then brought him a mug of wine which he pushed to one side and never touched again. She seemed in a hurry to leave his table both times, though he did not try to touch her or even look at her. Whatever it was about him that made her uneasy, others who came close to him noticed it too. For all of his soft look, whenever some callous-handed wagon driver decided to share his table, one glance was all it took to send the man looking elsewhere. He sat as if there were no one else in the room but him, and Rand and Matt. Them he watched over steepled hands that glittered with a ring on each finger. He watched them with a smile of satisfied recognition. Rand murmured to Matt as they were changing places again, and Matt nodded. "I saw him," he muttered. "Who is he? I keep thinking I know him." The same thought had occurred to Rand, tickling the back of his memory, but he could not bring it forward. Yet he was sure that face was one he had never seen before. When they had been performing for 2 hours, as near as Rand could estimate, he slipped the flute into its case, and he and Matt gathered up their belongings. As they were stepping down from the low platform, Hake came bustling up, anger twisting his narrow face. "It's time to eat," Rand said to forestall him, "and we don't want our things stolen. You want to tell the cook?" Hake hesitated, still angry, trying unsuccessfully to keep his eyes off what Rand held in his arms. Casually, Rand shifted his bundles so he could rest one hand on the sword. "Or you can try throwing us out." He made the emphasis deliberately, then added, "There's a lot of night left for us to play yet. We have to keep our strength up if we're going to perform well enough to keep this crowd spending money. How long do you think this room will stay full if we fall over from hunger?" Hake's eyes twitched over the room full of men putting money in his pocket. Then he turned and stuck his head through the door to the rear of the inn. "Feed 'em!" he shouted. Rounding on Rand and Matt, he snarled, "Don't be all night about it. I expect you up there till the last man's gone." Some of the patrons were shouting for the musician and the juggler, and Hake turned to soothe them. The man in the velvet cloak was one of the anxious ones. Rand motioned Matt to follow him. A stout door separated the kitchen from the front of the inn, and except when it opened to let a serving maid through, the rain pounding the roof was louder in the kitchen than the shouts from the common room. It was a big room, hot and steamy from stoves and ovens, with a huge table covered with half-prepared food and dishes ready to be served. Some of the serving maids sat clustered on a bench near the rear door, rubbing their feet and chattering away all at once with the fat cook, who talked back at the same time and waved a big spoon to emphasize her points. They all glanced up as Rand and Matt came in, but it did not slow their conversation or stop their foot rubbing.
"We ought to get out of here while we have the chance," Rand said softly, but Matt shook his head, his eyes fixed on the 2 plates the cook was filling with beef and potatoes and peas. She hardly looked at the 2 of them, keeping up her talk with the other women while she pushed things aside on the table with her elbows and set the plates down, adding forks. "After we eat, it's time enough." Matt slid onto a bench and began using his fork as if it were a shovel. Rand sighed, but he was right behind Matt. He had had only a butt end of bread to eat since the night before. His belly felt as empty as a beggar's purse, and the cooking smells that filled the kitchen did not help. He quickly had his mouth full, though Matt was getting his plate refilled by the cook before he had finished half of his. He did not mean to eavesdrop on the women's talk, but some of the words reached out and grabbed him. "Sounds crazy to me." "Crazy or not, it's what I hear. He went to half the inns in town before he came here, just walked in, looked around, and walked out without saying one word, even at the Royal Inn, like it wasn't raining at all. Maybe he thought here was the most comfortable."
That brought gales of laughter.
"What I hear is he didn't even get to Four Kings till after nightfall, and his horses blowing like they've been pushed hard." "Where'd he come from to get caught out after dark? Nobody but a fool or a madman travels anywhere and plans it that badly." "Well, maybe he's a fool, but he's a rich one. I hear he even has another carriage for his servants and baggage. There's money there, mark my words. Did you see that cloak of his? I wouldn't mind having that my own self." "Nah, he's a little plump for my taste, but I always say a man can't be too fat if enough gold comes with it."
They all doubled over giggling, and the cook threw back her head and roared with laughter. Rand dropped his fork on his plate. A thought he did not like bubbled in his head. "I'll be back in a minute," he said. Matt barely nodded, stuffing a piece of potato into his mouth. Rand picked up his sword belt along with his cloak as he stood, and buckled it around his waist on the way to the back door. No one paid him any mind. The rain was bucketing down. He swung his cloak around his shoulders and pulled the hood over his head, holding the cloak closed as he trotted across the stable yard. A curtain of water hid everything except when lightning flashed, but he found what he was hunting. The horses had been taken into the stable, but the 2 black lacquered carriages glistened wetly outside. Thunder grumbled, and a bolt of lightning streaked above the inn. In the brief burst of light, he made out a name in gold script on the coach doors. Howell Goad. Unmindful of the rain beating at him, he stood staring at the name he could no longer see. He remembered where he had last seen black lacquered coaches with their owners' names on the door, and sleek, overfed men in silk-lined velvet cloaks and velvet slippers. Whitebridge. A Whitebridge merchant could have a perfectly legitimate reason to be on his way to Camelin. A reason that sends him to half the inns in town before he chooses the one where you are? A reason that makes him look at you as if he's found what he's searching for? Rand shivered, and suddenly he was aware of rain trickling down his back. His cloak was tightly woven, but it had never been meant to stand up to this kind of downpour. He hurried back to the inn, splashing through deepening puddles. Jack blocked the door as he started through.
Well, well, well. Out here alone in the dark. Dark's dangerous, boy.
Rain slicked Rand's hair down on his forehead. The stable yard was empty except for them. He wondered if Hake had decided he wanted the sword and flute badly enough to forego keeping the crowd in the common room. Brushing water out of his eyes with one hand, he put the other on his sword. Even wet, the knobby leather made a sure grip for his fingers. Has Hake decided all those men will stay just for his ale, instead of going where there's entertainment too? If he has, we'll call the meal even for what we've done so far and be on our way. Dry in the doorway, the big man looked out at the rain and snorted.
In this?
His eyes slid down to Rand's hand on the sword.
You know, me and Strom got a bet. He figures you stole that from your old grandmother. Me, I figure your grandmother would kick you round the pig pen and hang you out to dry.
He grinned. His teeth were crooked and yellow, and the grin made him look even meaner.
Night's long yet, boy.
Rand brushed past him and Jack let him by with an ugly chuckle. Inside, he tossed off his cloak and dropped on the bench at the table he had left only minutes before. Matt was done with his second plate and working on a third, eating more slowly now, but intently, as if he planned to finish every bite if it killed him. Jack took up a place by the door to the stable yard, leaning against the wall and watching them. Even the cook seemed to feel no urge to talk with him there. "He's from Whitebridge," Rand said softly. There was no need to say who he was. Matt's head swiveled toward him, a piece of beef on the end of the fork suspended halfway to his mouth. Conscious of Jack watching, Rand stirred the food on his plate. He could not have gotten a mouthful down if he had been starving, but he tried to pretend an interest in the peas as he told Matt about the carriages and what the women had said, in case Matt had not been listening. Obviously, he had not been. Matt blinked in surprise and whistled between his teeth, then frowned at the meat on his fork and grunted as he tossed the fork onto his plate. Rand wished he would make at least an effort to be circumspect. "After us," Matt said when he finished. The creases in Matt's forehead deepened. "A dark friend?" "Maybe. I don't know." Rand glanced at Jack, and the big man stretched elaborately, shrugging shoulders as big as any blacksmith's. "Do you think we can get past him?" "Not without him making enough noise to bring Hake and the other one. I knew we should never have stopped here." Rand gaped, but before he could say anything, Hake pushed through the door from the common room. Strom bulked large over his shoulder. Jack stepped in front of the back door. "You gonna eat all night?" Hake barked. "I didn't feed you so you could lie around out here." Rand looked at his friend. "Later," Matt mouthed, and they gathered their things under the watchful eyes of Hake, Strom, and Jack. In the common room, cries for juggling and the names of tunes burst through the clamour as soon as Rand and Matt appeared. The man in the velvet cloak, Howell Goad, still appeared to ignore everyone around him, but he was nonetheless seated on the edge of his chair. At the sight of them, he leaned back, the satisfied smile returning to his lips. Rand took the first turn at the front of the dais, playing Drawing Water from the Well, with only half his mind on it. No one seemed to notice the few wrong notes. He tried to think of how they were going to get away, and tried to avoid looking at Goad, too. If he was after them, there was no point in letting him know they knew it. As for getting away, he had never realized before what a good trap an inn made. Hake, Jack, and Strom did not even have to keep a close eye on them. The crowd would let them know if he or Matt left the dais. As long as the common room was full of people, Hake could not send Jack and Strom after them, but as long as the common room was full of people, they could not get away without Hake knowing. And Goad was watching their every move, too. It was so funny, he would have laughed if he had not been on the point of throwing up. They would just have to be wary and wait their chance. When he changed places with Matt, Rand groaned to himself. Matt glared at Hake, at Strom, at Jack, without a care to whether they noticed or wondered why. When he was not actually handling the balls, his hand rested under his coat. Rand hissed at him, but he paid no attention. If Hake saw that ruby, he might not wait until they were alone. If the men in the common room saw it, half of them might join in with Hake. Worst of all, Matt stared at the Whitebridge merchant, the dark friend, twice as hard as at anyone else, and Goad noticed. There was no way he could avoid noticing. But it did not disturb his aplomb in the least. His smile deepened, if anything, and he nodded to Matt as if to an old acquaintance, then looked at Rand and raised a questioning eyebrow. Rand did not want to know what the question was. He tried to avoid looking at the man, but he knew it was too late for that. Too late. Too late again. Only one thing seemed to shake the velvet-cloaked man's equilibrium. Rand's sword. He had left it on. 2 or 3 men staggered up to ask if he thought his playing was so bad that he needed protection, but none of them had noticed the heron on the hilt. Goad noticed. His pale hands clenched, and he frowned at the sword for a long time before his smile came back. When it did, it was not as sure as before. One good thing at least, Rand thought. If he believes I can live up to the heron mark, maybe he'll leave us alone. Then all we have to worry about is Hake and his bullies. It was hardly a comforting thought, and sword or no sword, Goad kept watching and smiling. To Rand, the night seemed to last a year. All those eyes looking at him, Hake and Jack and Strom like vultures watching a sheep caught in a bog, Goad waiting like something even worse. He began to think that everybody in the room was watching with some hidden motive. Sour wine fumes and the stench of dirty, sweating bodies made his head swim, and the din of voices beat at him till his eyes blurred, and even the sound of his own flute scratched at his ears. The crash of the thunder seemed to be inside his skull. Weariness hung on him like an iron weight. Eventually, the need to be up with the dawn began to pull men reluctantly out into the dark. A farmer had only himself to answer to, but merchants were notoriously unfeeling about hangovers when they were paying drivers' wages. In the small hours, the common room slowly emptied, as even those who had rooms above stairs staggered off to find their beds. Goad was the last patron. When Rand reached for the leather flute case, yawning, Goad stood up and slung his cloak over his arm. The serving maids were cleaning up, muttering among themselves about the mess of spilled wine and broken crockery. Hake was locking the front door with a big key. Goad cornered Hake for a moment, and Hake called one of the women to show him to a room. The velvet-cloaked man gave Matt and Rand a knowing smile before he disappeared upstairs. Hake was looking at Rand and Matt. Jack and Strom stood at his shoulders. Rand hastily finished hanging his things from his shoulders, holding them all awkwardly behind him with his left hand so he could reach his sword. He made no move toward it, but he wanted to know it was ready. He suppressed a yawn. How tired he was something they should not know. Matt shouldered his bow and his few other belongings awkwardly, but he put his hand under his coat as he watched Hake and his toughs approach. Hake was carrying an oil lamp, and to Rand's surprise, he gave a little bow and gestured to a side door with it. "Your pallets are this way." Only a slight twist of his lips spoiled his act. Matt thrust his chin out at Jack and Strom. "You need those two to show us to our beds?" "I'm a man of property," Hake said, smoothing the front of his soiled apron, "and men of property can't be too careful." A crash of thunder rattled the windows, and he glanced significantly at the ceiling, then gave them a toothy grin. "You want to see your beds or not?" Rand wondered what would happen if he said they wanted to leave. If you really did know more about using a sword than the few exercises Land showed you. "Lead the way," he said, trying to make his voice hard. "I don't like having anybody behind me." Strom snickered, but Hake nodded placidly and turned toward the side door, and the two big men swaggered after him. Taking a deep breath, Rand gave a wishful glance at the door to the kitchen. If Hake had already locked the back door, running now would only begin what he was hoping to avoid. He followed the innkeeper glumly. At the side door he hesitated, and Matt crowded into his back. The reason for Hake's lamp was apparent. The door let into a hall as black as pitch. Only the lamp Hake carried, silhouetting Jack and Strom, gave him the courage to keep on. If they turned, he would know it. And do what? The floor creaked under his boots. The hall ended in a rough, unpainted door. He had not seen if there were any other doors along the way. Hake and his bullies went through, and he followed quickly before they could have a chance to set a trap. But Hake merely lifted the lamp high and gestured at the room. "Here it is." An old storeroom, he had called it, and by the look of it not used in some time. Weathered barrels and broken crates filled half the floor. Steady drips fell from more than one place on the ceiling, and a broken pane in the filthy window let the rain blow in freely. Unidentifiable odds and ends littered the shelves, and thick dust covered almost everything. The presence of the promised pallets was a surprise. The sword makes him nervous. He won't try anything until we're sound asleep. Rand had no intention of sleeping under Hake's roof. As soon as the innkeeper left, he intended to be out the window. "It'll do," he said. He kept his eyes on Hake, wary for a signal to the two grinning men at the innkeeper's side. It was an effort not to wet his lips. "Leave the lamp." Hake grunted, but pushed the lamp onto a shelf. He hesitated, looking at them, and Rand was sure he was about to give the word for Jack and Strom to jump them. But his eyes went to Rand's sword with a calculating frown, and he jerked his head at the two big men. Surprise flashed across their broad faces, but they followed him out of the room without a backward glance. Rand waited for the creak, creak, creak of their footsteps to fade away, then counted to 50 before sticking his head into the hall. The blackness was broken only by a rectangle of light that seemed as distant as the moon. The door to the common room. As he pulled his head in, something big moved in the darkness near the far door. Jack or Strom, standing guard. A quick examination of the door told him all he needed to know. Little of it good. The boards were thick and stout, but there was no lock, and no bar on the inside. It did open into the room, though.
"I thought they were going for us," Matt said. "What are they waiting for?"
He had the dagger out, gripped in a white-knuckled fist. Lamplight flickered on the blade. His bow and quiver lay forgotten on the floor.
"For us to go to sleep." Rand started rummaging through the barrels and crates. "Help me find something to block the door." "Why? You don't really intend to sleep here, do you? Let's get out the window and gone."
"I'd rather be wet than dead."
"One of them is at the end of the hall. We make any noise and they'll be down on us before we can blink. I think Hake would rather face us awake than risk letting us get away."
Muttering, Matt joined his search, but there was nothing useful in any of the litter on the floor. The barrels were empty, the crates splintered, and the whole lot of them piled in front of the door would not stop anyone from opening it. Then something familiar on a shelf caught Rand's eye. 2 splitting wedges covered with rust and dust. He took them down with a grin. Hastily, he shoved them under the door, and when the next roll of thunder rattled the inn, drove them in with 2 quick kicks of his heel. The thunder faded, and he held his breath, listening. All he heard was the rain pounding on the roof. No floorboards creaking under running feet.
"The window,"
he said. It had not been opened in years from the dirt crusted around it. They strained together, pushing up with all their might. Rand's knees wobbled before the sash budged. It groaned with each reluctant inch. When the opening was wide enough for them to slip through, he crouched, then stopped.
"Blood and ashes," Matt growled. "No wonder Hake wasn't worried about us slipping out."
Iron bars in an iron frame glistened wetly in the light from the lamp. Rand pushed at them. They were as solid as a boulder.
"I saw something,"
Matt said. He pawed hurriedly through the litter on the shelves and came back with a rusty crowbar. He rammed the end of it under the iron frame on one side, and Rand winced.
"Remember the noise, Matt."
Matt grimaced and muttered under his breath, but he waited. Rand put his hands on the crowbar and tried to find good footing in the growing puddle of water under the window. Thunder rolled, and they heaved. With a tortured squeal of nails that made the hairs lift on Rand's neck, the frame shifted. 1/4 of an inch, if that. Timing themselves to peals of thunder and lightning cracks, they heaved on the crowbar again and again. Nothing. 1/4 of an inch. Nothing. A hair's breadth. Nothing. Nothing. Suddenly, Rand's feet slipped in the water and they crashed to the floor. The crowbar clattered against the bars like a gong. He lay in a puddle, holding his breath and listening. Silence, but for the rain. Matt nursed bruised knuckles and glared at him.
"We'll never get out at this rate."
The iron frame was pushed out from the window not quite far enough to get 2 fingers under it. Dozens of thick nails crossed the narrow opening. "We just have to keep trying," Rand said, getting up. But as he set the crowbar under the edge of the frame, the door creaked as someone tried to open it. The splitting wedges held it shut. He exchanged a worried look with Matt. Matt pulled the dagger out again. The door gave another skreek. Rand took a deep breath and tried to make his voice steady. "Go away, Hake. We're trying to sleep."
"I fear you mistake me."
The voice was so sleek and full of itself that it named its owner, Howell Goad.
"Master Hake and his minions will not trouble us. They sleep soundly, and in the morning they will only be able to wonder where you vanished to.
Let me in, my young friends. We must talk." "We don't have anything to talk to you about," Matt said. "Go away and let us sleep."
Goad's chuckle was nasty. "Of course we have things to talk about. You know that as well as I. I saw it in your eyes. I know what you are, perhaps better than you do. I can feel it coming from you in waves. Already you halfway belong to my master. Stop running and accept it. Things will be so much easier for you. If the Tarvalon hags find you, you'll wish you could cut your own throat before they are done, but you won't be able to.
Only my master can protect you from them." Rand swallowed hard. "We don't know what you're talking about. Leave us alone." The floorboards in the hall squeaked. Goad was not alone. How many men could he have brought in 2 carriages?
"Stop being foolish, my young friends. You know very well. The great Lord of the Dark has marked you for his own. It is written that when he awakes, the new Dreadlords will be there to praise him. You must be 2 of them, else I would not have been sent to find you. Think of it, life everlasting and power beyond dreams."
His voice was thick with hunger for that power himself. Rand glanced back at the window just as lightning split the sky, and he almost groaned. The brief flash of light showed men outside, men ignoring the rain that drenched them as they stood watching the window.
"I tire of this," Goad announced. "You will submit to my master, to your master, or you will be made to submit. That would not be pleasant for you. The great Lord of the Dark rules death, and he can give life in death or death in life as he chooses. Open this door. One way or another, your running is at an end. Open it, I say."
He must have said something else too, for suddenly a heavy body thudded against the door. It shivered, and the wedges slid a fraction of an inch, with a grate of rust rubbing off on wood. Again and again the door trembled as bodies hurled themselves at it. Sometimes the wedges held, sometimes they slid another tiny bit, and bit by tiny bit, the door crept inexorably inward.
"Submit," Goad demanded from the hall, "or spend eternity wishing that you had."
"If we don't have any choice." Matt licked his lips under Rand's stare. His eyes darted like the eyes of a badger in a trap. His face was pale, and he panted as he spoke. "We could say yes and then get away later. Blood and ashes, Rand, there's no way out." The words seemed to drift to Rand through wool stuffed in his ears. No way out. Thunder muttered overhead and was drowned in a slash of lightning. Have to find a way out. Goad called to them, demanding, appealing. The door slid another inch toward being open. A way out! Light filled the room, flooding vision. The air roared and burned. Rand felt himself picked up and dashed against the wall. He slid down in a heap, ears ringing and every hair on his body trying to stand on end. Dazed, he staggered to his feet. His knees wobbled, and he put a hand against the wall to steady himself. He looked around in amazement. The lamp, lying on its side on the edge of one of the few shelves still clinging to the walls, still burned and gave light. All the barrels and crates, some blackened and smouldering, lay toppled where they had been hurled. The window, bars and all, and most of the wall too, had vanished, leaving a splintered hole. The roof sagged, and tendrils of smoke fought the rain around the jagged edges of the opening. The door hung off its hinges, jammed in the doorframe at an angle slanting into the hall. With a feeling of woozy unreality, he stood the lamp up. It seemed the most important thing in the world was making sure it did not break. A pile of crates suddenly heaved apart, and Matt stood up in the middle of it. He weaved on his feet, blinking and fumbling at himself as if wondering if everything was still attached. He peered toward Rand. "Rand? Is that you? You're alive? I thought we were both—" He broke off, biting his lip and shaking. It took Rand a moment to realize he was laughing, and on the edge of hysteria. "What happened, Matt? Matt? Matt! What happened?" One last shiver racked Matt, and then he was still. "Lightning, Rand! I was looking right at the window when it hit the bars. Lightning! I can't see worth—" He broke off, squinting at the aslant door, and his voice went sharp. "Where's Goad?" Nothing moved in the dark corridor beyond the door. Of Goad and his companions there was neither sign nor sound, though anything could have lain in the blackness. Rand found himself hoping they were dead, but he would not have put his head into the hall to find out for sure if he had been offered a crown. Nothing moved out in the night beyond where the wall had been either, but others were up and about. Confused shouts came from above stairs in the inn, and the pounding of running feet. "Let's go while we can," Rand said. Hastily helping separate their belongings from the rubble, he grabbed Matt's arm and half-pulled, half-guided his friend through the gaping hole into the night. Matt clutched his arm, stumbling beside him with his head pushed forward in an effort to see. As the first rain hit Rand's face, lightning forked above the inn, and he came to a convulsive stop. Goad's men were still there, lying with their feet toward the opening. Pelted by the rain, their open eyes stared at the sky. "What is it?" Matt asked. "Blood and ashes, I can hardly see my own bloody hand." "Nothing," Rand said. "Luck. The light zone. Is it?" Shivering, he carefully guided Matt around the bodies. "Just the lightning." There was no light, save the lightning, and he stumbled in the ruts as they ran staggering away from the inn. With Matt almost hanging on him, every stumble almost pulled them both down, but tottering, panting, they ran. Once he looked back. Once, before the rain thickened to a deafening curtain that blotted the dancing cartman from sight. Lightning silhouetted the figure of a man at the back of the inn, a man shaking his fist at them, or at the sky. Goad or Hake? He did not know, but either one was as bad as the other. The rain came in a deluge, isolating them in a wall of water. He hurried through the night, listening through the roar of the storm for the sound of pursuit. Chapter 33. The Dark Waits. Under a leaden sky, the high-wheeled cart bumped east along the Camelin Road. Rand pulled himself out of the straw in back to look over the side. It was easier than it had been an hour earlier. His arms felt as if they might stretch instead of drawing him up, and for a minute his head wanted to keep on going and float away. But it was easier. He hooked his elbows over the low slats and watched the land roll past. The sun, still hidden by dull clouds, yet stood high overhead. But the cart was clattering into another village of vine-covered red brick houses. Towns had been getting closer together since Four Kings. Some of the people waved or called a greeting to Hyam Kinch, the farmer whose cart it was. Master Kinch, leathery-faced and taciturn, shouted back a few words each time around the pipe in his teeth. The clenched teeth made what he said all but unintelligible, but it sounded jovial and seemed to satisfy. They went back to what they were doing without another glance at the cart. No one appeared to pay any mind to the farmer's 2 passengers. The village inn moved through Rand's field of vision. It was whitewashed with a grey slate roof. People bustled in and out, nodding casually and waving to one another. Some of them stopped to speak. They knew one another. Villagers, mostly, by their clothes. Boots and trousers and coats, not much different from what he wore himself, though with an inordinate fondness for colourful stripes. The women wore deep bonnets that hid their faces, and white aprons with stripes. Maybe they were all townsmen and local farm folk. Does that make any difference? He dropped back on the straw, watching the village dwindle between his feet. Fenced fields and trimmed hedges lined the road, and small farmhouses with smoke rising from red brick chimneys. The only woods near the road were coppices, well tended for firewood, tame as a farmyard. But the branches stood leafless against the sky, as stark as in the wild woods to the west. A line of wagons heading the other way rumbled down the centre of the road, crowding the cart over onto the verge. Master Kinch shifted his pipe to the corner of his mouth and spat between his teeth. With one eye on his offside wheel to make sure it did not tangle in the hedge, he kept the cart moving. His mouth tightened as he glanced at the merchant's train. None of the wagon drivers, cracking their long whips in the air above 8-horse teams, none of the hard-faced guards, slouching in their saddles alongside the wagons, looked at the cart. Rand watched them go, his chest tight. His hand was under his cloak, gripping his sword hilt, until the last wagon lurched by. As that final wagon rattled away toward the village they had just left, Matt turned on the seat beside the farmer and leaned back until he found Rand's eyes. The scarf that did duty for dust, when need be, shaded his own eyes, folded over thickly and tied low around his forehead. Even so, he squinted in the grey daylight. "You see anything back there?" he asked quietly. "What about the wagons?" Rand shook his head, and Matt nodded. He had seen nothing either. Master Kinch glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, then shifted his pipe again and flapped the reins. That was all, but he had noticed. The horse picked up the pace a step. "Your eyes still hurt?" Rand asked. Matt touched the scarf around his head. "No, not much. Not unless I look almost right at the sun, anyway. What about you? Are you feeling any better?" "Some." He really was feeling better, he realized. It was a wonder to get over being sick so fast. More than that, it was a gift of the light. It has to be the light. It has to be. Suddenly, a body of horsemen was passing the cart, heading west like the merchants' wagons. Long white collars hung down over their mail and plate, and their cloaks and undercoats were red like the gate tenders' uniforms in Whitebridge, but better made and better fitting. Each man's conical helmet shone like silver. They sat their horses with straight backs. Thin red streamers fluttered beneath the heads of their lances, every lance held at the same angle. Some of them glanced into the cart as they passed in 2 columns. A cage of steel bars masked each face. Rand was glad his cloak covered his sword. A few nodded to Master Kinch, not as if they knew him, but in a neutral greeting. Master Kinch nodded back in much the same way, but despite his unchanging expression, there was a hint of approval in his nod. Their horses were at a walk, but with the speed of the cart added, they went by quickly. With a part of his mind, Rand counted them. 10, 20, 30, 32. He raised his head to watch the columns move on down the Camelin Road. "Who were they?" Matt asked, half wondering, half suspicious.
"Queen's Guards," Master Kinch said around his pipe. He kept his eyes on the road ahead. "Won't go much further than Breen Spring, less they're called for. Not like the old days."
He sucked on his pipe, then added,
"I suppose these days there's parts of the realm don't see the Guards in a year or more. Not like the old days."
"What are they doing?" Rand asked. The farmer gave him a look.
"Keeping the Queen's peace and upholding the Queen's law."
He nodded to himself as if he liked the sound of that, and added,
Searching out malefactors and seeing them before a magistrate.
He let out a long streamer of smoke.
You two must be from pretty far off not to recognize the Queen's Guard.
Where are you from? Far off, Matt said at the same instant that Rand said, the 2 rivers. He wished he could take it back as soon as he said it. He still was not thinking clearly, trying to hide, and mentioning a name a Fade would hear like a bell. Master Kinch glanced at Matt out of the corner of his eye and puffed his pipe in silence for a while.
That's far off, all right,
he said finally.
Almost to the border of the realm. But things must be worse than I thought if there's places in the realm where people don't even recognize the Queen's Guards. Not like the old days at all.
Rand wondered what Master Alvear would say if someone told him the 2 rivers was part of some queen's realm. The Queen of Andor, he supposed. Perhaps the mayor did know. He knew a lot of things that surprised Rand, and maybe others did too, but he had never heard anyone mention it. The 2 rivers was the 2 rivers. Each village handled its own problems, and if some difficulty involved more than one village, the mayors, and maybe the village councils, solved it between them. Master Kinch pulled on the reins, drawing the cart to a halt.
Far as I go.
A narrow cart path led off to the north. Several farmhouses were visible in that direction across open fields, ploughed but still bare of crops.
2 days we'll see you in Camelin. Least it would if your friend had his legs under him.
Matt hopped down and retrieved his bow and other things, then helped Rand climb off the tail of the cart. Rand's bundles weighed on him, and his legs wobbled, but he shrugged off his friend's hand and tried a few steps on his own. He still felt unsteady, but his legs held him up. They even seemed to grow stronger as he used them. The farmer did not start his horse up again right away. He studied them for a minute, sucking on his pipe.
You can rest up a day or 2 at my place if you want. Won't miss anything in that time, I suppose. Whatever sickness you're getting over, young fellow, well, the old woman and me, we already had about every sickness you can think of before you were born, and nursed our younglings through 'em too. I expect you're past the catching stage, anyway.
Matt's eyes narrowed, and Rand caught himself frowning. Not everyone is part of it. It can't be everybody. Thank you, he said, but I'm all right. Really. How far to the next village?
Carrisford. You can reach it before dark, walking.
Master Kinch took his pipe from between his teeth and pursed his lips thoughtfully before going on.
First off, I reckoned you for runaway prentices. But now I expect it's something more serious you're running from.
Don't know what. Don't care.
I'm a good enough judge to say you're not dark friends and not likely to rob or hurt anybody. Not like some on the road these days. I got in trouble a time or 2 myself when I was your age. You need a place to keep out of sight a few days. My farm is 5 miles that way.
He jerked his head toward the cart track.
And don't nobody ever come out there. Whatever's chasing you won't likely find you there.
He cleared his throat as if embarrassed by speaking so many words together. How would you know what dark friends look like? Matt demanded. He backed away from the cart, and his hand went under his coat. What do you know about dark friends? Master Kinch's face tightened.
Suit yourselves,
he said, and clucked to his horse. The cart rolled off down the narrow path, and he never looked back. Matt looked at Rand, and his scowl faded. Sorry, Rand. You need a place to rest. Maybe if we go after him... He shrugged. I just can't get over the feeling that everybody's after us. I wish I knew why they were. I wish it was over. I wish... He trailed off miserably. There are still some good people, Rand said. Matt started toward the cart path, jaw clenched as if it were the last thing he wanted to do. But Rand stopped him. We can't afford to stop just to rest, Matt. Besides, I don't think there is anywhere to hide. Matt nodded. his relief evident. He tried to take some of Rand's burdens, the saddlebags and Tom's cloak wrapped around the cased harp, but Rand held on to them. His legs really did feel stronger. Whatever's chasing us? He thought as they started off down the road. Not chasing. Waiting. The rain had continued through the night they staggered away from the dancing cartmen, hammering at them as hard as the thunder out of a black sky split by lightning. Their clothes became sodden in minutes. In an hour, Rand's skin felt sodden too. But they had left 4 kings behind them. Matt was all but blind in the dark, squinting painfully at the sharp flashes that made trees stand out starkly for an instant. Rand led him by the hand, but Matt still felt out each step uncertainly. Worry creased Rand's forehead. If Matt did not regain his sight, they would be slowed to a crawl. They would never get away. Matt seemed to sense his thought. Despite the hood of his cloak, the rain had plastered Matt's hair across his face. "Rand," he said. "You won't leave me, will you? If I can't keep up." His voice quavered. "I won't leave you." Rand tightened his grip on his friend's hand. "I won't leave you no matter what." Light help us. Thunder crashed overhead, and Matt stumbled, almost falling, almost pulling him down too. "We have to stop, Matt. If we keep going, you'll break a leg." "Goad!" Lightning split the dark right above them as Matt spoke, and the thunder crack pounded every other sound into the ground, but in the flash, Rand could make out the name on Matt's lips. "He's dead." "He has to be. Light. Let him be dead." He led Matt to some bushes the lightning flash had showed him. They had leaves enough to give a little shelter from the driving rain. Not as much as a good tree might, but he did not want to risk another lightning strike. They might not be so lucky next time. Huddled together beneath the bushes, they tried to arrange their cloaks to make a little tent over the branches. It was far too late to think of staying dry, but just stopping the incessant pelting of the raindrops would be something. They crouched against each other to share what little body warmth was left to them. Dripping wet as they were, and more drips coming through the cloaks, they shivered themselves into sleep. Rand knew right away it was a dream. He was back in the 4 Kings, but the town was empty except for him. The wagons were there, but no people, no horses, no dogs. Nothing alive. He knew someone was waiting for him, though. As he walked down the rutted street, the buildings seemed to blur as they slid behind him. When he turned his head, they were all there, solid, but the indistinctness remained at the corners of his vision. It was as if only what he saw really existed, and then just while he was seeing. He was sure if he turned quickly enough he would see. He was not sure what, but it made him uneasy thinking about it. The dancing cartman appeared in front of him. Somehow, its garish paint seemed grey and lifeless. He went in. Goad was there, at a table. He only recognized the man from his clothes, his silk and dark velvets. Goad's skin was red, burned and cracked and oozing. His face was almost a skull, his lips shriveled to bare teeth and gums. As Goad turned his head, some of his hair cracked off, powdering to soot when it hit his shoulder. His lidless eyes stared at Rand. "So you are dead," Rand said. He was surprised that he was not afraid. Perhaps it was knowing that it was a dream this time. "Yes," said Baalzamon's voice. "But he did find you for me. That deserves some reward, don't you think?" Rand turned and discovered he could be afraid, even knowing it was a dream. Baalzamon's clothes were the colour of dried blood, and rage and hate and triumph battled on his face. "You see, youngling, you cannot hide from me forever. One way or another I find you. What protects you also makes you vulnerable. One time you hide, the next you light a signal fire. Come to me, youngling." He held out his hand to Rand.
If my hounds must pull you down, they may not be gentle. They are jealous of what you will be once you have knelt at my feet. It is your destiny. You belong to me." Goad's burned tongue made an angry, eager garble of sound. Rand tried to wet his lips, but he had no spit in his mouth. "No," he managed, and then the words came more easily. "I belong to myself. Not you. Not ever. Myself. If your dark friends kill me, you'll never have me." The fires in Baalzamon's face heated the room till the air swam. "Alive or dead, youngling, you are mine. The grave belongs to me. Easier dead, but better alive. Better for you, youngling. The living have more power in most things." Goad made a gabbling sound again. "Yes, my good hound. Here is your reward." Rand looked at Goad just in time to see the man's body crumble to dust. For an instant, the burned face held a look of sublime joy that turned to horror in the final moment, as if he had seen something waiting he did not expect. Goad's empty velvet garment settled on the chair and the floor, among the ash. When he turned back, Baalzamon's outstretched hand had become a fist. "You are mine, youngling. Alive or dead, the eye of the world will never serve you. I mark you as mine." His fist opened and a ball of flame shot out. It struck Rand in the face, exploding, searing. Rand lurched awake in the dark, water dripping through the cloaks onto his face. His hand trembled as he touched his cheeks. The skin felt tender, as if sunburned. Suddenly he realized Matt was twisting and moaning in his sleep. He shook him, and Matt came awake with a whimper. "My eyes! Oh, light, my eyes! He took my eyes!" Rand held him close, cradling him against his chest as if he were a baby. "You're all right, Matt. You're all right. He can't hurt us. We won't let him." He could feel Matt shaking, sobbing into his coat. "He can't hurt us," he whispered, and wished he believed it. "What protects you makes you vulnerable. I am going mad." Just before first light, the downpour dwindled, the last drizzle fading as dawn came. The clouds remained, threatening until well into the morning. The wind came up then, driving the clouds off to the south, bearing a warmthless sun and slicing through their dripping wet clothes. They had not slept again, but groggily they donned their cloaks and set off eastward, Rand leading Matt by the hand. After a while, Matt even felt well enough to complain about what the rain had done to his bowstring. Rand would not let him stop to exchange it for a dry string from his pocket, though. Not yet. They came on another village shortly after midday. Rand shivered harder at the sight of snug brick houses and smoke rising from chimneys. But he kept clear, leading Matt through the woods and fields to the south. A lone farmer, working with a spading fork in a muddy field, was the only person he saw, and he took care that the man did not see them, crouching through the trees. The farmer's attention was all on his work, but Rand kept one eye on him until he was lost to sight. If any of Goad's men were alive, perhaps they would believe he and Matt had taken the southern road out of Four Kings, when they could not find anyone who had seen them in this village. They came back to the road out of sight of the town, and walked their clothes, if not dry, at least to just damp. An hour beyond the town, a farmer gave them a ride in his half-empty hay wain. Rand had been taken by surprise, while lost in worry about Matt. Matt shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand, weak as the afternoon light was, squinting through slitted lids even so, and he muttered continually about how bright the sun was. When Rand heard the rumble of the hay wain, it was too late already. The sodden road deadened sound, and the wagon with its 2-horse hitch was only 50 yards behind them, the driver already peering at them. To Rand's surprise, he drew up and offered them a lift. Rand hesitated, but it was too late to avoid being seen, and refusing a ride might fix them in the man's mind. He helped Matt up to the seat beside the farmer,
then climbed up behind him. Alpert Mull was a stolid man with a square face and square hands, both worn and grooved from hard work and worry, and he wanted someone to talk to. His cows had gone dry, his chickens had stopped laying, and there was no pasture worth the name. For the first time in memory he had had to buy hay, and half a wagon was all Old Bane would let him have. He wondered whether there was any chance of getting hay on his own land this year, or any kind of crop.
The Queen should do something, the light illumine her,
he muttered, knuckling his forehead respectfully but absent-mindedly. He hardly looked at Rand or Mat, but when he let them down by the narrow rail-lined track that led off to his farm, he hesitated, then said, almost as if to himself,
I don't know what you're running from, and I don't want to. I have a wife and children, you understand? My family. It's hard times for helping strangers.
Mat tried to stick his hand under his coat, but Rand had his wrist, and he held on. He stood in the road, looking at the man without speaking.
If I was a good man, Mull said, I'd offer a couple of lads soaked to the skin a place to dry out and get warm in front of my fire. But it's hard times. And strangers. I don't know what you're running from. And I don't want to. You understand? My family.
Suddenly he pulled 2 long woolen scarves, dark and thick, out of his coat pocket.
It's not much. But here. Belong to my boys. They have others. You don't know me, understand? It's hard times.
We never even saw you, Rand agreed as he took the scarves. You are a good man. The best we've met in days. The farmer looked surprised, then grateful. Gathering his reins, he turned his horses down the narrow lane. Before he completed the turn, Rand was leading Mat on down the Camelin road. The wind stiffened as dusk closed in. Mat began to ask querulously when they were going to stop, but Rand kept moving, pulling Mat behind him, searching for more shelter than a spot under a hedge. With their clothes still clammy and the wind getting colder by the minute, he was not sure they could survive another night in the open. Night fell without him spotting anything useful. The wind grew icy, beating his cloak. Then, through the darkness ahead, he saw lights. A village. His hand slid into his pocket, feeling the coins there. More than enough for a meal and a room for the 2 of them. A room out of the cold night. If they stayed in the open, in the wind and cold in damp clothes, anyone who found them would likely as not find only 2 corpses. They just had to keep from attracting any more notice than they could help. No playing the flute, and with his eyes, Mat certainly could not juggle. He grasped Mat's hand again and set out toward the beckoning lights.
When are we going to stop?
Mat asked again. The way he peered ahead with his head stuck forward, Rand was not sure if Mat could see him, much less the village lights.
When we're somewhere warm, he replied.
Pools of light from house windows lit the streets of the town, and people walked them, unconcerned with what might be out in the dark. The only inn was a sprawling building all on one floor, with the look of having had rooms added in bunches over the years without any particular plan. The front door opened to let someone out, and a wave of laughter rolled out after him. Rand froze in the street, the drunken laughter at the dancing cartman echoing in his head. He watched the man go down the street with a none too steady stride, then took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He took care that his cloak covered his sword. Laughter swept over him. Lamps hanging from the high ceiling made the room bright, and right away he could see and feel the difference from Sam'l Hake's inn. There was no drunkenness here, for one thing. The room was filled with people who looked to be farmers and townsmen, if not entirely sober, not too far from it. The laughter was real, if a bit forced around the edges. People laughing to forget their troubles, but with true mirth in it too. The common room itself was neat and clean, and warm from a fire roaring in a big fireplace at the far end. The serving maid's smiles were as warm as the fire, and when they laughed, Rand could tell it was because they wanted to. The innkeeper was as clean as his inn, with a gleaming white apron around his bulk. Rand was glad to see he was a stout man. He doubted if he would ever again trust a skinny innkeeper. His name was Rhulan Allween, a good omen, Rand thought, with so much of the sound of Emond's Field to it, and he eyed them up and down, then politely mentioned paying in advance.
I'm not suggesting you're the sort, understand, but there's some on the road these days aren't too particular about paying up come morning. Seems to be a lot of young folks headed for Camelin.
Rand was not offended, not as damp and bedraggled as he was. When Master Allween mentioned the price, though, his eyes widened, and Matt made a sound as if he had choked on something. The innkeeper's jowls swung as he shook his head regretfully, but he seemed to be used to it.
Times are hard, he said in a resigned voice. There isn't much, and what there is costs 5 times what it used to. It'll be more next month. I'll lay oath on it.
Rand dug his money out and looked at Matt. Matt's mouth tightened stubbornly. You want to sleep under a hedge? Rand asked. Matt sighed and reluctantly emptied his pocket. When the reckoning was paid, Rand grimaced at the little that remained to divide with Matt. But 10 minutes later they were eating stew at a table in a corner near the fireplace, pushing it onto their spoons with chunks of bread. The portions were not as large as Rand could have wished, but they were hot and filling. Warmth from the hearth seeped into him slowly. He pretended to keep his eyes on his plate, but he watched the door intently. Those who came in or went out all looked like farmers, but it was not enough to quiet his fear. Matt ate slowly, savouring each bite, though he muttered about the light from the lamps. After a time he dug out the scarf Alpert Mull had given him and wound it around his forehead, pulling it down until his eyes were almost hidden. That got them some looks Rand wished they could have avoided. He cleaned his plate hurriedly, urging Matt to do the same, then asked Master Allween for their room. The innkeeper seemed surprised that they were retiring so early, but he made no comment. He got a candle and showed them through a jumble of corridors to a small room with 2 narrow beds back in a far corner of the inn. When he left, Rand dropped his bundles beside his bed, tossed his cloak over a chair, and fell on the coverlet fully dressed. All of his clothes were still damp and uncomfortable, but if they had to run, he wanted to be ready. He left the sword belt on too, and slept with his hand on the hilt. A rooster, crowing, jerked him awake in the morning. He lay there, watching dawn lighten the window, and wondered if he dared sleep a little longer. Sleep during daylight when they could be moving? A yawn made his jaws crack. "Hey!" Matt exclaimed. "I can see!" He sat up on his bed, squinting around the room. "Some, anyway. Your face is still a little blurry, but I can tell who you are. I knew I'd be all right. By tonight, I'll see better than you do. Again." Rand sprang out of bed, scratching as he scooped up his cloak. His clothes were wrinkled from drying on him while he slept, and they itched. "We're wasting daylight," he said. Matt scrambled up as fast as he had. He was scratching too. Rand did feel good. They were a day away from Four Kings, and none of Gode's men had showed up. A day closer to Camelin, where Moraine would be waiting for them. She would. No more worrying about dark friends once they were back with the Aes Sedai and the Warder. It was strange to be looking forward so much to being with an Aes Sedai. Light, when I see Moraine again, I'll kiss her. He laughed at the thought. He felt good enough to invest some of their dwindling stock of coins in breakfast, a big loaf of bread and a pitcher of milk, cold from the spring house. They were eating in the back of the common room when a young man came in, a village youth by the look of him, with a cocky spring to his walk and twirling a cloth cap with a feather in it on one finger. The only other person in the room was an old man sweeping out. He never looked up from his broom. The young man's eyes swept jauntily around the room, but when they lit on Rand and Matt, the cap fell off his finger. He stared at them for a full minute before snatching the cap from the floor, then stared some more, running his fingers through his thick head of dark curls. Finally, he came over to their table, his feet dragging. He was older than Rand, but he stood looking down at them diffidently. "Mind if I sit down?" he asked, and immediately swallowed hard as if he might have said the wrong thing. Rand thought he might be hoping to share their breakfast, though he looked able to buy his own. His blue striped shirt was embroidered around the collar, and his dark blue cloak all around the hem. His leather boots had never been near any work that scuffed them that Rand could see. He nodded to a chair. Matt stared at the fellow as he drew the chair to the table. Rand could not tell if he was glaring or just trying to see clearly. In any case, Matt's frown had an effect. The young man froze halfway to sitting and did not lower himself all the way until Rand nodded again. "What's your name?" Rand asked. "My name? My name? Ah, call me Peter." His eyes shifted nervously. "Ah, this is not my idea, you understand. I have to do it. I didn't want to, but they made me. You have to understand that. I don't." Rand was beginning to tense when Matt growled. "Talk, friend." Peter gave a jerk and half lifted out of his chair, staring wildly around the room as if there were 50 people to overhear. The old man's head was still bent over the broom, his attention on the floor. Peter sat back down and looked from Rand to Matt and back uncertainly. Sweat beaded on his upper lip. It was accusation enough to make anyone sweat, but he said not a word against it. Rand shook his head slowly. After Goad, he knew that dark friends did not necessarily have the dragon's fang on their foreheads, but except for his clothes, this Peter could have fit right in Emmons Field. Nothing about him hinted at murder and worse. Nobody would have remarked him twice. At least Goad had been different. "Leave us alone," Rand said, "and tell your friends to leave us alone. We want nothing from them and they'll get nothing from us." "If you don't," Matt added fiercely, "I'll name you for what you are. See what your village friends think of that." Rand hoped he did not really mean it. That could cause as much trouble for the two of them as it did for Peter. Peter seemed to take the threat seriously. His face grew pale. I heard what happened at Four Kings. Some of it, anyway. Word travels. We have ways of hearing things. But there's nobody here to trap you. I'm alone, and I just want to talk." "About what?" Matt asked at the same time that Rand said, "We're not interested." They looked at each other, and Matt shrugged. "We're not interested," he said. Rand gulped the last of the milk and stuffed the heel of his half of the bread into his pocket. With their money almost gone, it might be their next meal. How to leave the inn? If Peter discovered that Matt was almost blind, he would tell others. Other dark friends. Once Rand had seen a wolf separate a crippled sheep from the flock. There were other wolves around, and he could neither leave the flock nor get a clear shot with his bow. As soon as the sheep was alone, bleating with terror, hobbling frantically on 3 legs, the one wolf chasing it became 10, as if by magic. The memory of it turned his stomach. They could not stay there either. Even if Peter was telling the truth about being alone, how long would he stay that way? "Time to go, Matt," he said, and held his breath. As Matt started to stand, he pulled Peter's eyes to himself by leaning forward and saying, "Leave us alone, dark friend. I won't tell you again. Leave us alone." Peter swallowed hard and pressed back in his chair. There was no blood left in his face at all. It made Rand think of a murdral. By the time he looked back at Matt, Matt was on his feet, his awkwardness unseen. Rand hastily hung his own saddlebags and other bundles around him, trying to keep his cloak over the sword as he did. Maybe Peter already knew about it. Maybe Goad had told Baalzamon, and Baalzamon had told Peter. But he did not think so. He thought Peter had only the vaguest idea of what had happened in Four Kings. That was why he was so frightened. The comparatively bright outline of the door helped Matt make a beeline for it, if not quickly, then not slow enough to seem unnatural either. Rand followed closely, praying for him not to stumble. He was thankful Matt had a clear, straight path with no tables or chairs in the way. Behind him, Pater suddenly leaped to his feet. "Wait!" he said desperately. "You have to wait! Leave us alone!" Rand said without looking back. They were almost to the door, and Matt had not put a foot wrong yet. "Just listen to me," Pater said, and put his hand on Rand's shoulder to stop him. Images spun in his head. The Trolloc, Narg, leaping at him in his own home. The Myrddraal threatening at the stag and lion in Baerlon. Half-men everywhere. Fades chasing them to Shadowlagoth, coming for them in Whitebridge. Dark friends everywhere. He whirled, his hand balling up. "I said, leave us alone!" His fist took Pater flush on the nose. The dark friend fell on his bottom and sat there on the floor, staring at Rand. Blood trickled from his nose. "You won't get away." He spat angrily. "No matter how strong you are, the Great Lord of the Dark is stronger. The shadow will swallow you." There was a gasp from further into the common room, and the clatter of a broom handle hitting the floor. The old man with the broom had finally heard. He stood, staring wide-eyed at Pater. The blood drained from his wrinkled face, and his mouth worked, but no sound came out. Pater stared back for an instant, then gave a wild curse and sprang to his feet, darting out of the inn and down the street as if starving wolves were at his heels. The old man shifted his attention to Rand and Matt, looking not a whit less frightened. Rand hustled Matt out of the inn and out of the village as fast as he could, listening all the while for a hue and cry that never came, but was no less loud in his ears for that.
"Blood and ashes," Matt growled. "They're always there, always right on our heels. We'll never get away." "No, they're not," Rand said. "If Baldemar knew we were here, do you think he'd have left it to that fellow? There'd have been another goad, and 20 or 30 bully boys. They're still hunting, but they won't know until Pater tells them, and maybe he really is alone. He might have to go all the way to Four Kings for all we know." "But he said—" "I don't care." He was unsure which he Matt meant, but it changed nothing. "We're not going to lie down and let them take us." They got 6 rides, short ones, during the day. A farmer told them that a crazy old man at the inn in Market Shiran was claiming there were dark friends in the village. The farmer could hardly talk for laughing. He kept wiping tears off his cheeks. Dark friends in Market Shiran. It was the best story he had heard since Ackley Farron got drunk and spent the night on the inn roof. Another man, a round-faced wagon-wright with tools hanging from the sides of his cart and 2 wagon wheels in the back, told a different story. 20 dark friends had held a gathering in Market Shiran. Men with twisted bodies and the women worse, all dirty and in rags. They could make your knees grow weak and your stomach heave just by looking at you, and when they laughed, the filthy cackles rang in your ears for hours, and your head felt as if it was splitting open. He had seen them himself, just at a distance, far enough off to be safe. If the Queen would not do something, then somebody ought to ask the Children of the Light for help. Somebody should do something. It was a relief when the wagon-wright let them down. With the sun low behind them, they walked into a small village, much like Market Shiran. The Camelin road split the town neatly in 2, but on both sides of the wide road stood rows of small brick houses with thatched roofs. Webs of vine covered the bricks, though only a few leaves hung on them. The village had 1 inn, a small place no bigger than the Winespring Inn, with a sign on a bracket out front, creaking back and forth in the wind. The Queen's Man. Strange to think of the Winespring Inn as small. Rand could remember when he thought it was about as big as a building could be. Anything bigger would be a palace. But he had seen a few things now, and suddenly he realized that nothing would look the same to him when he got back home. If you ever do. He hesitated in front of the inn, but even if prices at the Queen's Man were not as high as in Market Shiran, they could not afford a meal or a room, either one. Matt saw where he was looking and patted the pocket where he kept Tom's coloured balls. "I can see well enough as long as I don't try to get too fancy." His eyes had been getting better, though he still wore the scarf around his forehead and had squinted whenever he looked at the sky during the day. When Rand said nothing, Matt went on. "There can't be dark friends at every inn between here and Camelin. Besides, I don't want to sleep under a bush if I can sleep in a bed." He made no move toward the inn, though, just stood waiting for Rand. After a moment,
Rand nodded. He felt as tired as he had at any time since leaving home. Just thinking of a night in the open made his bones ache. It's all catching up. All the running. All the looking over your shoulder. They can't be everywhere, he agreed. With the first step he took into the common room, he wondered if he had made a mistake. It was a clean place, but crowded. Every table was filled, and some men leaned against the walls because there was nowhere for them to sit. From the way the serving maids scurried between the tables with harried looks, and the landlord too, it was a larger crowd than they were used to. Too many for this small village. It was easy to pick out the people who did not belong there. They were dressed no differently from the rest, but they kept their eyes on their food and drink. The locals watched the strangers as much as anything else. A drone of conversation hung in the air, enough that the innkeeper took them into the kitchen when Rand made him understand that they needed to talk to him. The noise was almost as bad there, with the cook and his helpers banging pots and darting about. The innkeeper mopped his face with a large handkerchief.
"I suppose you're on your way to Camelin to see the false dragon like every other fool in the realm. Well, it's 6 to a room and 2 or 3 to a bed, and if that doesn't suit you, I've nothing for you."
Rand gave his spiel with a feeling of queasiness. With so many people on the road, every other one could be a dark friend, and there was no way to pick them out from the rest. Matt demonstrated his juggling. He kept it to 3 balls, and was careful even then, and Rand took out Tom's flute. After only a dozen notes of the old black bear, the innkeeper nodded impatiently. "You'll do. I need something to take those idiots' minds off this Logain. There's been 3 fights already over whether or not he's really the dragon. Stow your things in the corner and I'll go clear a space for you. If there's any room to. Fools. The world's full of fools who don't know enough to stay where they belong. That's what's causing all the trouble. People who won't stay where they belong." Mopping his face again, he hurried out of the kitchen, muttering under his breath. The cook and his helpers ignored Rand and Matt. Matt kept adjusting the scarf around his head, pushing it up, then blinking at the light and tugging it back down again. Rand wondered if he could see well enough to do anything more complicated than juggle 3 balls. As for himself, the queasiness in his stomach grew thicker. He dropped on a low stool, holding his head in his hands. The kitchen felt cold. He shivered. Steam filled the air. Stoves and ovens crackled with heat. His shivers became stronger, his teeth chattering. He wrapped his arms around himself, but it did no good. His bones felt as if they were freezing. Dimly, he was aware of Matt asking him something, shaking his shoulder, and of someone cursing and running out of the room. Then the innkeeper was there, with the cook frowning at his side, and Matt was arguing loudly with them both. He could not make out any of what they said. The words were a buzz in his ears, and he could not seem to think at all. Suddenly Matt took his arm, pulling him to his feet. All of their things, saddlebags, blanket rolls, Tom's bundled cloak and instrument cases, hung from Matt's shoulders with his bow. The innkeeper was watching them, wiping his face anxiously. Weaving, more than half supported by Matt, Rand let his friend steer him toward the back door.
"Sorry, Matt," he managed. He could not stop his teeth from chattering. "I must have been the rain. One more night out won't hurt, I guess."
Twilight darkened the sky, spotted by a handful of stars. "Not a bit of it," Matt said. He was trying to sound cheerful, but Rand could hear the hidden worry. He was scared the other folk would find out there was somebody sick in his inn. "I told him if he kicked us out, I'd take you into the common room. That'd empty half his rooms in 10 minutes. For all his talk about fools, he doesn't want that."
"Then where?"
"Here," Matt said, pulling open the stable door with a loud creak of hinges. It was darker inside than out, and the air smelled of hay and grain and horses, with a strong undersmell of manure. When Matt lowered him to the straw-covered floor, he folded over with his chest on his knees, still hugging himself and shaking from head to toe. All of his strength seemed to go for the shaking. He heard Matt stumble and curse and stumble again, then a clatter of metal. Suddenly light blossomed. Matt held up a battered old lantern. The inn was full. So was its stable. Every stall had a horse, some raising their heads and blinking at the light. Matt eyed the ladder to the hayloft, then looked at Rand crouched on the floor, and shook his head.
Never get you up there,
Matt muttered. Hanging the lantern on a nail, he scrambled up the ladder and began tossing down armloads of hay. Hurriedly climbing back down, he made a bed at the back of the stable and got Rand onto it. Matt covered him with both their cloaks, but Rand pushed them off almost immediately.
Hot,
he murmured. Vaguely he knew that he had been cold only a moment before, but now he felt as if he were in an oven. He tugged at his collar, tossing his head.
Hot.
He felt Matt's hand on his forehead.
I'll be right back,
Matt said, and disappeared. He twisted fitfully on the hay, how long he was not sure, until Matt returned with a heaped plate in one hand, a pitcher in the other, and 2 white cups dangling from fingers by their handles.
There's no wisdom here,
he said, dropping to his knees beside Rand. He filled one of the cups and held it to Rand's mouth. Rand gulped the water down as if he had had nothing to drink in days. That was how he felt.
They don't even know what a wisdom is.
What they do have is somebody called Mother Brune, but she's off somewhere birthing a baby and nobody knows when she'll be back. I did get some bread and cheese and sausage. Good master-in-law will give us anything as long as we stay out of sight of his guests. Here, try some. Rand turned his head away from the food. The sight of it, the thought of it, made his stomach heave. After a minute, Matt sighed and settled down to eat himself. Rand kept his eyes averted and tried not to listen. The chills came once more, and then the fever, to be replaced by the chills and the fever again. Matt covered him when he shook, and fed him water when he complained of thirst. The night deepened, and the stable shifted in the flickering lantern light. Shadows took shape and moved on their own. Then he saw Baalzamon striding down the stable, eyes burning, a murdral at either side with faces hidden in the depths of their black cowls. Fingers scrabbling for his sword hilt, he tried to get to his feet, yelling, "Matt! Matt, they're here! Light! They're here!" Matt jerked awake where he sat cross-legged against the wall.
What? Dark friends? Where?
Wavering on his knees, Rand pointed frantically down the stable, and gaped. Shadows stirred, and a horse stamped in its sleep. Nothing more. He fell back on the straw.
There's nobody but us,
Matt said.
Here, let me take that.
He reached for Rand's sword belt, but Rand tightened his grip on the hilt.
No, I have to keep it. He's my father, you understand? He's my father.
The shivering swept over him once more, but he clung to the sword as if to a lifeline.
My father!
Matt gave up trying to take it and pulled the cloaks back over him. There were other visitations in the night while Matt dozed. Rand was never sure if they were really there or not. Sometimes he looked at Matt with his head on his chest, wondering if he would see them too if he woke. Egwene stepped out of the shadows, her hair in a long dark braid as it had been in Emond's Field, her face pained and mournful. "Why did you leave us?" she asked. "We're dead because you left us." Rand shook his head weakly on the hay.
No, Egwene. I didn't want to leave you. Please.
"We're all dead," she said sadly, "and death is the kingdom of the Dark One. The Dark One has us because you abandoned us."
No! I had no choice, Egwene. Please, Egwene, don't go! Come back! Egwene!
But she turned into the shadows, and was shadow. Moraine's expression was serene, but her face was bloodless and pale. Her cloak might as well have been a shroud, and her voice was a lash. "That is right, Randall Thor. You have no choice. You must go to Darvalon, or the Dark One will take you for his own. Eternity chained in the shadow. Only Aes Sedai can save you now. Only Aes Sedai." Tom grinned at him sardonically. The gleeman's clothes hung in charred rags that made him see the flashes of light as Tom wrestled with the Fade to give them time to run. The flesh under the rags was blackened and burned.
"Trust Aes Sedai, boy, and you'll wish you were dead," Remember, the price of Aes Sedai help is always smaller than you can believe, always greater than you can imagine. And what Aja will find you first, eh? Red? Maybe black. Best to run, boy. Run!
Lan's stare was as hard as granite, and blood covered his face.
Strange to see a heron-marked blade in the hands of a sheepherder. Are you worthy of it? You had better be. You're alone now. Nothing to hold to behind you, and nothing before. And anyone can be a dark friend.
He smiled a wolf smile, and blood poured out of his mouth.
Anyone.
Perrin came, accusing, pleading for help. Mistress Alvia weeping for her daughter, and Bael Domon cursing him for bringing fades down on his vessel, and Master Fitch wringing his hands over the ashes of his inn, and Min screaming in a Trollocs clutches. People he knew, people he had only met. But the worst was Tam. Tam stood over him, frowning and shaking his head, and said not a word. "You have to tell me," Rand begged him. "Who am I? Tell me, please. Who am I? Who am I?" he shouted.
Easy, Rand.
For a moment he thought it was Tam answering, but then he saw that Tam was gone. Matt bent over him, holding a cup of water to his lips. "Just rest easy. You're Randall Four, that's who you are, with the ugliest face and the thickest head in the Two Rivers. Hey, you're sweating. The fever's broken."
Rand, Althor,
Rand whispered. Matt nodded, and there was something so comforting in it that Rand drifted off to sleep without even touching the water. It was a sleep untroubled by dreams, at least by any he remembered, but light enough that his eyes drifted open whenever Matt checked on him. Once he wondered if Matt was getting any sleep at all, but he fell back asleep himself before the thought got very far. The squeal of the door hinges roused him fully, but for a moment he only lay there in the hay, wishing he was still asleep. Asleep, he would not be aware of his body. His muscles ached like wrung-out rags, and had about as much strength. Weakly, he tried to raise his head. He made it on the second try. Matt sat in his accustomed place against the wall, within arm's reach of Rand. His chin rested on his chest, which rose and fell in the easy rhythm of deep sleep. The scarf had slipped down over his eyes. Rand looked toward the door. A woman stood there, holding it open with one hand. For a moment she was only a dark shape in a dress, outlined by the faint light of early morning. Then she stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind her. In the lantern light he could see her more clearly. She was about the same age as Nynaeve, he thought, but she was no village woman. The pale green silk of her dress shimmered as she moved. Her cloak was a rich, soft grey, and a frothy net of lace caught up her hair. She fingered a heavy gold necklace as she looked thoughtfully at Matt and him. "Matt," Rand said. Then louder, "Matt!" Matt snorted and almost fell over as he came awake. Scrubbing sleep from his eyes, he stared at the woman. "I came to look at my horse," she said, gesturing vaguely at the stalls. She never took her eyes away from the two of them, though. "Are you ill?" "He's all right," Matt said stiffly. "He just caught a chill in the rain, that's all." "Perhaps I should look at him," she said. "I have some knowledge." Rand wondered if she were Aes Sedai. Even more than her clothes, her self-assured manner, the way she held her head as if on the point of giving a command, did not belong here. And if she is Aes Sedai, of what Aja? "I'm fine now," he told her. "Really, there's no need." But she came down the length of the stable, holding her skirt up and placing her grey slippers gingerly. With a grimace for the straw, she knelt beside him and felt his forehead. "No fever," she said, studying him with a frown. She was pretty in a sharp-featured fashion, but there was no warmth in her face. It was not cold, either. It just seemed to lack any feeling whatsoever. "You were sick, though?" "Yes. Yes. And still weak as a day-old kitten. I think." She reached under her cloak, and suddenly things were happening too fast for Rand to do more than give a strangled shout. Her hand flashed from under her cloak. Something glittered as she lunged across Rand toward Matt. Matt toppled sideways in a flurry of motion, and there was a solid chunk of metal driven into wood. It all took just an instant, and then everything was still. Matt lay half on his back, one hand gripping her wrist just above the dagger she had driven into the wall where his chest had been, his other hand holding the blade from Shadar Logoth to her throat. Moving nothing but her eyes, she tried to look down at the dagger Matt held. Eyes widening, she drew a ragged breath and tried to pull back from it, but he kept the edge against her skin. After that, she was as still as a stone. Licking his lips, Rand stared at the tableau above him. Even if he had not been so weak, he did not believe he could have moved. Then his eyes fell on her dagger, and his mouth went dry. The wood around the blade was blackening. Thin tendrils of smoke rose from the char. "Matt! Matt! Her dagger!" Matt flicked a glance at the dagger, then back to the woman. But she had not moved. She was licking her lips nervously. Roughly, Matt pried her hand off the hilt and gave her a push. She toppled back, sprawling away from them and catching herself with her hands behind her, still watching the blade in his hand. "Don't move," he said. "I'll use this if you move. Believe me, I will." She nodded slowly. Her eyes never left Matt's dagger. "Watch her, Rand." Rand was not sure what he was supposed to do if she tried anything. Shout, maybe? He certainly could not run after her if she tried to flee. But she sat there without twitching, while Matt yanked her dagger free of the wall. The black spot stopped growing, though a faint wisp of smoke still trailed up from it. Matt looked around for somewhere to put the dagger, then thrust it toward Rand. He took it gingerly as if it were a live adder. It looked ordinary, if ornate, with a pale ivory hilt and a narrow, gleaming blade no longer than the palm of his hand. Just a dagger. Only he had seen what it could do. The hilt was not even warm, but his hand began to sweat. He hoped he did not drop it in the hay. The woman did not move from her sprawl as she watched Matt slowly turn toward her. She watched him as if wondering what he would do next. But Rand saw the sudden tightening of Matt's eyes, the tightening of his hand on the dagger. "Matt, no! She tried to kill me, Rand! She'd have killed you too! She's a dark friend!" Matt spat the word. "But we're not," Rand said. The woman gasped as if she had just realized what Matt had intended. "We are not, Matt." For a moment, Matt remained frozen, the blade in his fist catching the lantern light. Then he nodded. "Move over there," he told the woman, gesturing with the dagger toward the door to the tack room. She got to her feet slowly, pausing to brush the straw from her dress. Even when she started in the direction Matt indicated, she moved as if there were no reason to hurry. But Rand noticed that she kept a wary eye on the ruby-hilted dagger in Matt's hand. "He really should stop struggling," she said. "It would be for the best in the end. You will see." "The best?" Matt said wryly, rubbing his chest where her blade would have gone if he had not moved. "Get over there." She gave a casual shrug as she obeyed. "A mistake. There has been considerable confusion since what happened with that egotistical fool Gord. Not to mention whoever the idiot was who started the panic in Market Shiran. No one is sure what happened there, or how. That makes it more dangerous for you, don't you see? You will have honoured places if you come to the Great Lord of your own free will. But as long as you run, there will be pursuit. And who can tell what will happen then?" Rand felt a chill. "My hounds are jealous, and may not be gentle."
So you're having trouble with a couple of farm boys? Matt's laugh was grim. Maybe your dark friends aren't as dangerous as I've always heard. He flung open the door of the tack room and stepped back. She paused just through the doorway, looking at him over her shoulder. Her gaze was ice, and her voice colder still. You will find out how dangerous we are when the Murdral gets here. Whatever else she had to say was cut off as Matt slammed the door and pulled the bar down into its brackets. When he turned, his eyes were worried. Fade, he said in a tight voice, tucking the dagger back under his coat. Coming here, she says. How are your legs? I can't dance, Rand muttered, but if you'll help me get on my feet, I can walk. He looked at the blade in his hand and shuddered. Blood and ashes. I'll run. Hurriedly hanging himself about with their possessions, Matt pulled Rand to his feet. Rand's legs wobbled, and he had to lean on his friend to stay upright, but he tried not to slow Matt down. He held the woman's dagger well away from himself. Outside the door was a bucket of water. He tossed the dagger into it as they passed. The blade entered the water with a hiss. Steam rose from the surface. Grimacing, he tried to take faster steps. With light come, there were plenty of people in the streets, even so early. They were about their own business, though, and no one had any attention to spare for two young men walking out of the village, not with so many strangers about. Just the same, Rand stiffened every muscle, trying to stand straight. With each step, he wondered if any of the folk hurrying by were dark friends. Or any of them waiting for the woman with the dagger. For the Fade. A mile outside the village, his strength gave out. 1 minute he was panting along, hanging on Matt. The next they were both on the ground. Matt tugged him over to the side of the road. We have to keep going, Matt said. He scrubbed his hand through his hair, then tugged the scarf down above his eyes. Sooner or later, somebody will let her out, and they'll be after us again. I know, Rand panted. I know. Give me a hand. Matt pulled him up again, but he wavered there, knowing it was no good. The first time he tried to take a step, he would be flat on his face again. Holding him upright, Matt waited impatiently for a horse cart approaching from the village to pass them. Matt gave a grunt of surprise when the cart slowed to a stop before them. A leathery-faced man looked down from the driver's seat. Something wrong with him? The man asked around his pipe. He's just tired, Matt said. Rand could see that was not going to do, not leaning on Matt the way he was. He let go of Matt and took a step away from him. His legs quivered, but he willed himself to stay erect. I haven't slept in 2 days, he said. Ate something that made me sick. I'm better now, but I haven't slept. The man blew a streamer of smoke from the corner of his mouth. Going to Camelin, are you? With your age, I expect I might be off to see this false dragon myself. Yes, Matt nodded. That's right. We're going to see the false dragon. Well, climb on up then. Your friend in the back. If he's sick again, best it's on the straw, not up here. Name's Hyam Kinch.
Chapter 34. The Last Village. It was after dark when they reached Carrisford, longer than Rand had thought it would take from what Master Kinch said when he let them down. He wondered if his whole sense of time was getting skewed. Only 3 nights since Howell Goad and 4 Kings, 2 since Pater had surprised them in Market Sheeran. Just a bare day since the nameless dark-friend woman tried to kill them in the stable of the Queen's man, but even that seemed a year ago, or a lifetime. Whatever was happening to time, Carrisford appeared normal enough, on the surface at least. Neat, vine-covered brick houses and narrow lanes, except for the Camelin Road itself, quiet and outwardly peaceful. But what's underneath? He wondered. Market Sheeran had been peaceful to look at, and so had the village where the woman— He had never learned the name of that one, and he did not want to think about it. Light spilled from the windows of the houses into streets all but empty of people. That suited Rand. Slinking from corner to corner, he avoided the few people abroad. Matt stuck to his shoulder, freezing when the crunch of gravel announced the approach of a villager, dodging from shadow to shadow when the dim shape had gone past. The River Carey was a bare 30 paces wide there, and the black water moved sluggishly, but the ford had long since been bridged over. Centuries of rain and wind had worn the stone abutments until they seemed almost like natural formations. Years of freight wagons and merchant trains had ground at the thick wooden planks, too. Loose boards rattled under their boots, sounding as loud as drums. Until long after they were through the village and into the countryside beyond, Rand waited for a voice to demand to know who they were. Or, worse, knowing who they were. The countryside had been filling up the further they went, becoming more and more settled. There were always the lights of farmhouses in sight. Hedges and rail fences lined the road and the fields beyond. Always the fields were there, and never a stretch of woods close to the road. It seemed as if they were always on the outskirts of a village, even when they were hours from the nearest town. Neat and peaceful, and with never an indication that dark friends or worse might be lurking. Abruptly, Matt sat down in the road. He had pushed the scarf up on top of his head, now that the only light came from the moon. 2 paces to the span, he muttered. 1,000 spans to the mile, 4 miles to the league. I'm not walking another 10 paces unless there's a place to sleep at the end of it. Something to eat wouldn't be amiss either. You haven't been hiding anything in your pockets, have you? An apple, maybe? I won't hold it against you if you have. You could at least look. Rand peered down the road both ways. They were the only things moving in the night. Or they had been. He glanced at Matt, who had pulled off one boot and was rubbing his foot. His own feet hurt, too. A tremor ran up his legs, as if to tell him he had not yet regained as much strength as he thought. Dark mounds stood in a field just ahead of them. Haystacks, diminished by winter feeding, but still haystacks. He nudged Matt with his toe. We'll sleep there. Haystacks again, Matt sighed, but he tugged on his boot and got up. The wind was rising, the night chill growing deeper. They climbed over the smooth poles of the fence and quickly were burrowing into the hay. The tarp that kept the rain off the hay cut the wind, too. Rand twisted around in the hollow he had made until he found a comfortable position. Hay still managed to poke at him through his clothes, but he had learned to put up with that. He tried counting the haystacks he had slept in since Whitebridge. Heroes in the stories never had to sleep in haystacks or under hedges. But it was not easy to pretend any more that he was a hero in a story, even for a little while. With a sigh, he pulled his collar up in the hopes of keeping hay from getting down his back. Rand, Matt said softly. Rand, do you think we'll make it? Tarvalon? It's a long way yet, but Camelin. Do you think we'll make it to Camelin? Rand raised his head, but it was dark in their burrow. The only thing that told him where Matt was his voice. Master Kinch said 2 days. Day after tomorrow, the next day, we'll get there. If there aren't 100 dark friends waiting for us down the road, or a fade or two. There was silence for a moment, then Matt said, I think we're the last ones left, Rand. He sounded frightened. Whatever it's all about, it's just us two now. Just us. Rand shook his head. He knew Matt could not see in the darkness, but it was more for himself than Matt anyway. Go to sleep, Matt, he said tiredly. But he lay awake a long time himself before sleep came. Just us. A cock's crow woke him, and he scrambled out into the false dawn, brushing hay off his clothes. Despite his precautions, some had worked its way down his back. The straws clung between his shoulder blades, itching. He took off his coat and pulled his shirt out of his breeches to get to it. It was while he had one hand down the back of his neck and the other twisted up behind him that he became aware of the people. The sun was not yet truly up, but already a steady trickle moved down the road in ones and twos, trudging towards Camelin, some with packs or bundles on their backs, others with nothing but a walking staff, if that. Most were young men, but here and there was a girl or someone older. One and all, they had the travel-stained look of having walked a long way. Some had their eyes on their feet and a weary slump to their shoulders, early as it was. Others had their gaze fixed on something out of sight ahead, something toward the dawn. Matt rolled out of the haystack, scratching vigorously. He only paused long enough to wrap the scarf around his head. It shaded his eyes a little less this morning. "You think we might get something to eat today?" Rand's stomach rumbled in sympathy. "We can think about that when we're on the road," he said. Hastily arranging his clothes, he dug his share of their bundles out of the haystack. By the time they reached the fence, Matt had noticed the people too. He frowned, stopping in the field while Rand climbed over. A young man, not much older than they, glanced at them as he passed. His clothes were dusty, and so was the blanket roll strapped across his back. "Where are you bound?" Matt called. "Why, Camelin, for to see the dragon!" the fellow shouted back without stopping. He raised an eyebrow at the blankets and saddlebags hanging from their shoulders, and added, "Just like you!" With a laugh, he went on, his eyes already seeking eagerly ahead. Matt asked the same question several times during the day, and the only people who did not give much the same answer were local folk. If those answered at all, it was by spitting and turning away in disgust. They turned away, but they kept a watchful eye too. They looked at all the travellers the same way, out of the corners of their eyes. Their faces said strangers might get up to anything if not watched. People who lived in the area were not only wary of the strangers, they seemed more than a little put out. Just enough people were on the road, scattered out just enough, that when farmers' carts and wagons appeared with the sun peeking over the horizon, even their usually slow pace was halved. None of them was in any mood to give a ride. A sour grimace and maybe a curse for the work they were missing were more likely. The merchants' wagons rolled by with little hindrance beyond shaken fists, whether they were going toward Camelin or away from it. When the first merchants' train appeared, early on in the morning, coming at a stiff trot with the sun barely above the horizon behind the wagons, Rand stepped out of the road. They gave no sign of slowing for anything, and he saw other folks scrambling out of the way. He moved all the way over onto the verge, but kept walking. A flicker of motion as the first wagon rumbled close was all the warning he had. He went sprawling on the ground as the wagon driver's whip cracked in the air where his head had been. From where he lay, he met the driver's eyes as the wagon rolled by. Hard eyes above a mouth in a tight grimace. Not a care that he might have drawn blood or taken an eye. "Light blind you!" Matt shouted after the wagon. "You can't!" A mounted guard caught him on the shoulder with the butt of his spear, knocking him down atop Rand.
"Out of the way, you dirty dart friend!"
the guard growled without slowing. After that, they kept their distance from the wagons. There were certainly enough of them. The rattle and clatter of one hardly faded before another could be heard coming. Guards and drivers, they all stared at the travellers heading for Camelin as if seeing dirt walk. Once Rand misjudged a driver's whip just by the length of the tip. Clapping his hand to the shallow gash over his eyebrow, he swallowed hard to keep from vomiting at how close it had come to his eye. The driver smirked at him. With his other hand he grabbed Matt to stop him knocking an arrow. "Let it go," he said. He jerked his head at the guards riding alongside the wagons. Some of them were laughing. Others gave Matt's bow a hard eye. If we're lucky, they'd just beat us with their spears. If we're lucky. Matt grunted sourly, but he let Rand pull him on down the road. Twice, squadrons of the Queen's Guards came trotting down the road, streamers on their lances fluttering in the wind. Some of the farmers hailed them, wanting something done about the strangers, and the guards always paused patiently to listen. Near midday, Rand stopped to listen to one such conversation. Behind the bars of his helmet, the guard captain's mouth was a tight line.
"If one of them steals summit or trespasses on your land," he growled at the lanky farmer frowning beside his stirrup, I'll haul him before a magistrate, but they break no Queen's law by walking on the Queen's highway."
"But they're all over the place," the farmer protested. "Who knows who they are, or what they are? All this talk about the dragon."
"Light, man. You only have a handful here. Caemlin's walls are bulging with them, and more coming every day."
The captain's scowl deepened as he caught sight of Rand and Matt standing in the road nearby. He gestured down the road with a steel-backed gauntlet.
"Get on with you, or I'll have you in for blocking traffic."
His voice was no rougher with them than with the farmer, but they moved on. The captain's eyes followed them for a time. Rand could feel them on his back. He suspected the guards had little patience left with the wanderers, and no sympathy for a hungry thief. He decided to stop Matt if he suggested stealing eggs again. Still, there was a good side to all the wagons and people on the road, especially all the young men heading for Caemlin. For any dark friends hunting them, it would be like trying to pick out two particular pigeons in a flock. If the Murdral on winter night had not known exactly who it was after, maybe its fellow would do no better here. His stomach rumbled frequently, reminding him that they had next to no money left, certainly not enough for a meal at the prices charged this close to Caemlin. He realised once he had a hand on the flute case and firmly pushed it around to his back. Gode had known all about the flute and the juggling. There was no telling how much Baalzamon had learned from him before the end, if what Rand had seen had been the end, or how much had been passed to other dark friends. He looked regretfully at a farm they were passing. A man patrolled the fences with a pair of dogs, growling and tugging at their leashes. The man looked as if he wanted nothing more than an excuse to let them loose. Not every farm had the dogs out, but no one was offering jobs to travellers. Before the sun went down, he and Matt walked through 2 more villages. The village folk stood in knots, talking among themselves and watching the steady stream pass by. Their faces were no friendlier than the faces of the farmers or the wagon drivers or the Queen's guards. All these strangers going to see the false dragon, fools who did not know enough to stay where they belonged. Maybe followers of the false dragon, maybe even dark friends, if there was any difference between the two. With evening coming, the stream began to thin at the second town. The few who had money disappeared into the inn, though there seemed to be some argument about letting them inside. Others began hunting for handy hedges or fields with no dogs. By dusk, he and Matt had the Caemlin road to themselves. Matt began talking about finding another haystack, but Rand insisted on keeping on. "As long as we can see the road," he said. "The further we go before stopping, the further ahead we are. If they are chasing you, why should they chase now when they've been waiting for you to come to them so far?" It was argument enough for Matt. With frequent glances over his shoulder, he quickened his step. Rand had to hurry to keep up. The night thickened, relieved only by a bit of scant moonlight. Matt's burst of energy faded, and his complaints started up again. Aching knots formed in Rand's calves. He told himself he had walked further in a hard day working on the farm with Tam, but repeat it as often as he would, he could not make himself believe it. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the aches and pains and would not stop. With Matt complaining and him concentrating on the next step, they were almost on the village before he saw the lights. He tottered to a stop, suddenly aware of a burning that ran from his feet right up his legs. He thought he had a blister on his right foot. At the sight of the village lights, Matt sagged to his knees with a groan. "Can we stop now?" he panted. "Or do you want to find an inn and hang out a sign for the dark friends? Or a fade?" "The other side of the town," Rand answered, staring at the lights. From this distance, in the dark, it could have been Emmons Field. What's waiting there? "Another mile. That's all." "Ha! I'm not walking another span!" Rand's legs felt like fire, but he made himself take a step, and then another. It did not get any easier, but he kept on, one step at a time. Before he had gone 10 paces, he heard Matt staggering after him, muttering under his breath. He thought it was just as well he could not make out what Matt was saying. It was late enough for the streets of the village to be empty, though most houses had a light in at least one window. The inn in the middle of town was brightly lit, surrounded by a golden pool that pushed back the darkness. Music and laughter, dimmed by thick walls, drifted from the building. The sign over the door creaked in the wind. At the near end of the inn, a cart and horse stood in the Camelin Road with a man checking the harness. 2 men stood at the far end of the building, on the very edge of the light. Rand stopped in the shadows beside a house that stood dark. He was too tired to hunt through the lanes for a way around. A minute resting could not hurt. Just a minute. Just until the men went away. Matt slumped against the wall with a grateful sigh, leaning back as if he meant to go to sleep right there. Something about the 2 men at the rim of the shadows made Rand uneasy. He could not put a finger on anything at first, but he realized the man at the cart felt the same way about them. He reached the end of the strap he was checking, adjusted the bit in the horse's mouth, then went back and started over from the beginning again. He kept his head down the whole while, his eyes on what he was doing and away from the other men. It could have been that he simply was not aware of them, though they were less than 50 feet off, except for the stiff way he moved, and the way he sometimes turned awkwardly in what he was doing so he would not be looking toward them. One of the men in the shadows was only a black shape, but the other stood more into the light with his back to Rand. Even so, it was plain he was not overjoyed at the conversation he was having. He wrung his hands and kept his eyes on the ground, jerking his head in a nod now and then at something the other had said. Rand could not hear anything, but he got the impression that the man in the shadows was doing all the talking. The nervous man just listened, and nodded, and wrung his hands anxiously. Eventually, the one who was wrapped in darkness turned away, and the nervous fellow started back into the light. Despite the chill, he was mopping his face with the long apron he wore, as if he were drenched in sweat. Skin prickling, Rand watched the shape moving off in the night. He did not know why, but his uneasiness seemed to follow that one. A vague tingling in the back of his neck, and the hair stirring on his arms as if he had suddenly realized something was sneaking up on him. With a quick shake of his head, he rubbed his arms briskly. Getting as foolish as Matt, aren't you? At that moment, the form slipped by the edge of the light from a window, just on the brink of it, and Rand's skin crawled. The inn sign went scree, scree, scree in the wind, but the dark cloak never stirred. "Fade," he whispered, and Matt jerked to his feet as if he had shouted, "What?" He clamped a hand over Matt's mouth. "Softly." The dark shape was lost in the darkness. Where? "It's gone now, I think. I hope." He took his hand away. The only sound Matt made was a long, indrawn breath. The nervous man was almost to the inn door. He stopped and smoothed down his apron, visibly composing himself before he went inside.
"Strange friends you've got, Raymond Holdwyn," the man by the cart said suddenly. It was an old man's voice, but strong. The speaker straightened, shaking his head. "Strange friends in the dark for an innkeeper." The nervous man jumped when the other spoke, looking around as if he had not seen the cart and the other man until right then. He drew a deep breath and gathered himself, then asked sharply, "And what do you mean by that, Bunt?" "Just what I said, Holdwyn. Strange friends. He's not from around here, is he? Lot of odd folk coming through the last few weeks. Awful lot of odd folk. You're a fine one to talk."
Holdwyn cocked an eye at the man by the cart.
"I know a lot of men, even men from Camelin. Not like you, cooped up alone out in that farm of yours."
He paused, then went on as if he thought he had to explain further.
"He's from 4 Kings, looking for a couple of thieves. Young men. They stole a heron-marked sword from him."
Rand's breath had caught at the mention of 4 Kings. At the mention of the sword, he glanced at Matt. His friend had his back pressed hard against the wall and was staring into the darkness with eyes so wide they seemed to be all whites. Rand wanted to stare into the night too. The half-man could be anywhere. But his eyes went back to the two men in front of the inn.
"A heron-marked sword," Bunt exclaimed. "No wonder he wants it back."
Holdwyn nodded.
"Yes, and them, too. My friend's a rich man, a merchant, and they've been stirring up trouble with the men who work for him, telling wild stories, getting people upset. They're dark friends, followers of Logain, too. Dark friends and followers of the false dragon, and telling wild stories, too. Getting up to a lot for young fellas. You did say they were young."
There was a sudden note of amusement in Bunt's voice, but the innkeeper did not seem to notice.
"Yes, not yet 20. There's a reward, 100 crowns in gold for the two of them."
Holdwyn hesitated, then added,
"They've sly tongues, these two. The light knows what kind of tales they'll tell, trying to turn people against one another. And dangerous, too, even if they don't look it. Vicious. Best you stay clear if you think you see 'em. 2 young men, one with a sword, and both looking over their shoulders. If they're the right ones, my friend'll pick 'em up once they're located." "You sound almost as if you know 'em to look at." "I'll know 'em when I see 'em," Holdwyn said confidently. "Just don't try to take 'em yourself. No need for anyone to get hurt. Come tell me if you see 'em. My friend will deal with 'em. 100 crowns for the 2, but he wants the pair." 100 crowns for the 2,
Bunt mused.
"How much for this sword he wants so bad?"
Abruptly, Holdwyn appeared to realise the other man was making fun of him.
"I don't know why I'm telling you," he snapped. "You're still fixed on that fool plan of yours, I see." "Not such a fool plan," Bunt replied placidly. "There might not be another false dragon to see before I die. Light send it so, and I'm too old to eat some merchant's dust all the way to Camelin. I'll have the road to myself, and I'll be in Camelin bright and early tomorrow." "To yourself?" The innkeeper's voice had a nasty quiver. "You can never tell what might be out in the night, Almond Bunt. All alone on the road in the dark. Even if somebody hears you scream, there's no one'll unbar a door to help. Not these days, Bunt. Not your nearest neighbour."
None of that seemed to ruffle the old farmer at all. He answered as calmly as before.
"If the Queen's guards can't keep the road safe this close to Camelin, then we're none of us safe even in our own beds. If you ask me, one thing the guards could do to make sure the roads are safe would be to clap that friend of yours in irons, sneaking around in the dark, afraid to let anybody get a look at him. Can't tell me he's not up to no good." "Afraid," Holdwyn exclaimed. "You old fool. If you knew—"
His teeth clicked shut abruptly, and he gave himself a shake.
"I don't know why I'm wasting time on you. Get off with you. Stop cluttering up the front of my place of business."
The door of the inn boomed shut behind him. Muttering to himself, Bunt took hold of the edge of the cart seat and set his foot on the wheel hub. Rand hesitated only a moment. Matt caught his arm as he started forward.
"Are you crazy, Rand? He'll recognise us for sure. You'd rather stay here with a fade around? How far do you think we'll get on foot before it finds us?"
He tried not to think of how far they would get in a cart if it found them. He shook free of Matt and trotted up the road. He carefully held his cloak shut so the sword was hidden. The wind and the cold were excuse enough for that.
"I couldn't help overhearing you're going to Camelin," he said.
Bunt gave a start, jerking a quarterstaff out of the cart. His leathery face was a mass of wrinkles, and half his teeth were gone, but his gnarled hands held the staff steady. After a minute, he lowered one end of the staff to the ground and leaned on it.
"So you two are going to Camelin? To see the dragon, eh?"
Rand had not realised that Matt had followed him. Matt was keeping well back, though, out of the light. watching the inn and the old farmer with as much suspicion as he was the knight. "The false dragon," Rand said with emphasis.
Bunt nodded. Of course. Of course.
He threw a sideways look at the inn, then abruptly shoved his staff back under the cart seat.
"Well, if you want a ride, get in. I've wasted enough time."
He was already climbing to the seat. Rand clambered over the back as the farmer flicked the reins. Matt ran to catch up as the cart started off. Rand caught his arms and pulled him aboard. The village faded quickly into the night at the pace Bunt set. Rand lay back on the bare boards, fighting the lulling creak of the wheels. Matt stifled his yawns with a fist, warily staring into the countryside. Darkness weighed heavily on the fields and farms, dotted with the lights of farmhouses. The lights seemed distant, seemed to struggle vainly against the night. An owl called, a mourner's cry, and the wind moaned like lost souls in the shadow. It could be out there anywhere, Rand thought. Bunt seemed to feel the oppression of the night too, for he suddenly spoke up.
"You two ever been to Camelin before?"
He gave a little chuckle.
"Don't suppose you have. Well, wait till you see it. The greatest city in the world. Oh, I've heard all about Ilion and Abu Da and Tyr and all. There's always some fool thinks the thing is bigger and better just 'cause it's off somewheres over the horizon. But for my money, Camelin is the grandest there is. Couldn't be grander. No, it couldn't. Less maybe Queen Morgaze, the light illumin her, got rid of that witch from Tarvalon."
Rand was lying back with his head pillowed on his blanket roll atop the bundle of Tom's cloak, watching the night drift by, letting the farmer's words wash by him. A human voice kept the darkness at bay and muted the mournful wind. He twisted around to look up at the dark mass of Bunt's back. "You mean an Aes Sedai?"
"What else would I mean? Sitting there in the palace like a spider? I'm a good queen's man, never say I'm not, but it just isn't right. I'm not one of those saying Elida's got too much influence over the queen. Not me. And as for the fools who claim Elida's really the queen in all but name," he spat into the night, "that, for them, Morgaze is no puppet to dance for any Tarvalon witch."
Another Aes Sedai. When Moraine got to Camelin, she might well go to a sister Aes Sedai. If the worst happened, this Elida might help them reach Tarvalon. He looked at Matt, and just as if he had spoken aloud, Matt shook his head. He could not see Matt's face, but he knew it was fixed in denial. Bunt went right on talking, flicking the reins whenever his horse slowed, but otherwise letting his hands rest on his knees.
"I'm a good queen's man, like I said, but even fools say something worthwhile now and again. Even a blind pig finds an acorn sometimes. There's got to be some changes. This weather, the crops failing, cows drying up, calves and lambs born dead, or with 2 heads. Bloody ravens don't even wait for things to die. People are scared. They want somebody to blame. Dragon's fang turning up on people's doors, things creeping about in the night, barns getting burned. Fellows around like that friend of Holdwyn scaring people. The Queen's got to do something before it's too late. You see that, don't you?"
Rand made a non-committal sound. It sounded as if they had been even luckier than he had thought to find this old man and his cart. They might not have gotten further than that last village if they had waited for daylight. Things creeping about in the night. He lifted up to look over the side of the cart at the darkness. Shadows and shapes seemed to writhe in the black. He dropped back before his imagination convinced him there was something there. Bunt took it for agreement.
"Right, I'm a good queen's man and I'll stand against any who try to harm her. But I'm right. You take the Lady Elaine and the Lord Gawain now. There's a change wouldn't harm anything and might do some good. Sure, I know we've always done it that way in Andor. Send the daughter heir off to Tarvalon to study with the Aes Sedai, and the eldest son off to study with the warders. I believe in tradition, I do. But look what he got us last time. Luke dead in the blight before he was ever anointed first prince of the sword, and Tigraine vanished, run off, or dead, when it came time for her to take the throne. Still troubling us, that. There's some saying she's still alive, you know, that Morghese isn't the rightful queen. Bloody fools. I remember what happened. Remember like it was yesterday. No daughter heir to take the throne when the old queen died, and every house in Andor scheming and fighting for the right. And tarring Gale Damodred. You wouldn't have thought he lost his wife, him hot to figure which house would win so he could marry again and become prince consort after all. Well, he managed it, though why Morghese chose... no man knows the mind of a woman, and a queen is twice a woman. Wed to a man, wed to the land. He got what he wanted anyway, if not the way he wanted it. Brought Kyrian into the plotting before he was done, and you know how that ended. The tree chopped down and black-veiled Aiel coming over the dragon wall. Well, he got himself decently killed after he'd fathered Elaine and Garwin, so there's an end to it, I suppose. But why send them to Tar Valon? It's time men didn't think of the throne of Andor and Aes Sedai in the same thought anymore. If they've got to go someplace else to learn what they need, well, Ilian's got libraries as good as Tar Valon, and they'll teach the Lady Elaine as much about ruling and scheming as ever the witches could. Nobody knows more about scheming than an Ileana, and if the guards can't teach the Lord Garwin enough about soldiering, well, they've soldiers in Ilion too, and in Shinar, and Tyr for that matter. I'm a good Queen's man, but I say let's stop all this truck with Tar Valon. 3,000 years is long enough. Too long. Queen Morghese can lead us and put things right without help from the White Tower. I tell you, there's a woman makes a man proud to kneel for a blessing. Why, once...
Rand fought the sleep his body cried out for, but the rhythmic creak and sway of the cart lulled him, and he floated off on the drone of Bunt's voice. He dreamed of Tam. At first they were at the big oak table in the farmhouse, drinking tea while Tam told him about prince consorts and daughter heirs and the dragon wall and black-veiled Aielman. The heron-marked sword lay on the table between them, but neither of them looked at it. Suddenly he was in the westward, pulling the makeshift litter through the moon-bright night. When he looked over his shoulder, it was Tom on the litter, not his father, sitting cross-legged and juggling in the moonlight.
The Queen is wed to the land, Tom said as brightly coloured balls danced in a circle. But the dragon is one with the land, and the land is one with the dragon.
Further back, Rand saw a fade coming, black cloak undisturbed by the wind, horse ghosting silently through the trees. 2 severed heads hung at the Myrddral's saddlebow, dripping blood that ran in darker streams down its mount's coal black shoulder. Lan and Moraine, faces distorted in grimaces of pain. The fade pulled on a fistful of tethers as it rode. Each tether ran back to the bound wrists of one of those who ran behind the soundless hooves, their faces blank with despair. Mat and Perrin and Egwene.
"Not her!" Rand shouted. "The light blasts you! It's me you want, not her!"
The halfman gestured, and flames consumed Egwene, flesh crisping to ash, bone blacking and crumbling.
The dragon is one with the land, Tom said, still juggling unconcernedly, and the land is one with the dragon.
Rand screamed and opened his eyes. The cart creaked along the Camelin road, filled with night and the sweetness of long-vanished hay and the faint smell of horse. A shape blacker than the night rested on his chest, and eyes blacker than death looked into his.
"You are mine,"
the raven said, and the sharp beak stabbed into his eye. He screamed as it plucked his eyeball out of his head. With a throat-ripping shriek, he sat up, clapping both hands to his face. Early morning daylight bathed the cart. Dazed, he stared at his hands. No blood. No pain. The rest of the dream was already fading, but that... Gingerly he felt his face. And shuddered.
At least,
Matt yawned, cracking his jaws.
At least you got some sleep.
There was little sympathy in his bleary eyes. He was huddled under his cloak with his blanket roll doubled up beneath his head.
He talked all bloody night. You all the way awake? Bunt said from the driver's seat. Gave me a start, you did, yelling like that. Well, we're there.
He swept a hand out in front of them in a grand gesture.
Camelin, the grandest city in the world.
Chapter 35. Camelin. Rand twisted up to kneel behind the driver's seat. He could not help laughing with relief.
We made it, Matt! I told you we'd...
Words died in his mouth as his eyes fell on Camelin. After Baerlon, even more after the ruins of Shadar Logoth, he had thought he knew what a great city would look like, but this was more than he would have believed. Outside the Great Wall, buildings clustered as if every town he had passed through had been gathered and set down there, side by side and all pushed together. Inns thrust their upper stories above the tile roofs of houses, and squat warehouses, broad and windowless, shouldered against them all. Red brick and grey stone and plastered white, jumbled and mixed together, they spread as far as the eye could see. Baerlon could have vanished into it without being noticed, and Whitebridge swallowed up 20 times over with hardly a ripple. And the wall itself. The sheer 50-foot height of pale grey stone, streaked with silver and white, swept out in a great circle, curving to north and south till he wondered how far it must run. All along its length towers rose, round and standing high above the wall's own height, red and white banners whipping in the wind atop each one. From inside the wall other towers peeked out, slender towers even taller than those at the walls, and domes gleaming white and gold in the sun. 1,000 stories had painted cities in his mind, the great cities of kings and queens, of thrones and powers and legends, and Camelin fit into those mind-deep pictures as water fits into a jug. The cart creaked down the wide road toward the city, toward tower-flanked gates. The wagons of a merchant's train rolled out of those gates under a vaulting archway in the stone that could have let a giant through, or 10 giants abreast. Unwalled markets lined the road on both sides, roof tiles glistening red and purple, with stalls and pens in the spaces between. Calves bawled, cattle lowed, geese honked, chickens clucked, goats bleated, sheep baaed, and people bargained at the top of their lungs. A wall of noise funneled them toward the gates of Camelin.
What did I tell you?
Bunt had to raise his voice to near a shout in order to be heard.
The grandest city in the world. Built by Ogier, you know. Least the inner city and the palace were. It's that old Camelin is. Camelin, where good Queen Morgaze, the light illumine her, makes the law and holds the peace for Andor. The greatest city on earth.
Rand was ready to agree. His mouth hung open, and he wanted to put his hands over his ears to shut out the din. People crowded the road, as thick as folk in Emmons Field crowded the green at Beltane. He remembered thinking there were too many people in Baerlon to be believed, and almost laughed. He looked at Matt and grinned. Matt did have his hands over his ears, and his shoulders were hunched up as if he wanted to cover them with those, too.
How are we going to hide in this?
He demanded loudly when he saw Rand looking.
How can we tell who to trust with so many? So bloody many! Light the noise!
Rand looked at Bunt before answering. The farmer was caught up in staring at the city. With the noise, he might not have heard anyway. Still, Rand put his mouth close to Matt's ear.
How can they find us among so many? Can't you see it, you wool-headed idiot? We're safe, if you ever learn to watch your bloody tongue."
He flung out a hand to take in everything, the markets, the city walls still ahead.
"Look at it, Matt. Anything could happen here. Anything. We might even find Moraine waiting for us, and Egwene and all the rest. If they're alive, if you ask me, they're as dead as the Gleeman."
The grin faded from Rand's face, and he turned to watch the gates come nearer. Anything could happen in a city like Camelin. He held that thought stubbornly. The horse could not move any faster, flapped the reins as Bunt would. The closer to the gates they came, the thicker the crowd grew, jostling together shoulder to shoulder, pressing against the carts and wagons heading in. Rand was glad to see a good many were dusty young men afoot with little in the way of belongings. Whatever their ages, a lot of the crowd pushing toward the gates had a travel-worn look. Rickety carts and tired horses, clothes wrinkled from many nights of sleeping rough, dragging steps and weary eyes. But weary or not, those eyes were fixed on the gates as if getting inside the walls would strip away all their fatigue. 6 of the Queen's guards stood at the gates, their clean red and white tabards and burnished plate and mail a sharp contrast to most of the people streaming under the stone arch. Backs rigid and heads straight, they eyed the incomers with disdainful wariness. It was plain they would just as soon have turned away most of those coming in. Aside from keeping a way clear for traffic leaving the city, though, and having a hard word with those who tried to push too fast, they did not hinder anyone.
"Keep your places, don't push, the light blind you. There's room for everybody, the light help us. Keep your places."
Bunt's cart rolled past the gates with the slow tide of the throng, into Camelin. The city rose on low hills, like steps climbing to a centre. Another wall encircled that centre, shining pure white and running over the hills. Inside that were even more towers and domes, white and gold and purple, their elevation atop the hills making them seem to look down on the rest of Camelin. Rand thought that must be the inner city of which Bunt had spoken. The Camelin Road itself changed as soon as it was inside the city, becoming a wide boulevard, split down the middle by broad strips of grass and trees. The grass was brown and the tree branches bare, but people hurried by as if they saw nothing unusual, laughing, talking, arguing, doing all the things that people do, just as if they had no idea that there had been no spring yet this year, and might be none. They did not see, Rand realized, could not, or would not. Their eyes slid away from leafless branches, and they walked across the dead and dying grass without once looking down. What they did not see, they could ignore. What they did not see was not really there. Gaping at the city and the people, Rand was taken by surprise when the cart turned down a side street, narrower than the boulevard, but still twice as wide as any street in Emmons Field. Bunt drew the horse to a halt and turned to look back at them hesitantly. The traffic was a bit lighter here. The crowd split around the cart without breaking stride.
"What you're hiding under your cloak? Is it really what Holdwen says?"
Rand was in the act of tossing his saddlebags over his shoulder. He did not even twitch. "What do you mean?" His voice was steady too. His stomach was a sour knot, but his voice was steady. Matt stifled a yawn with one hand, but he shoved the other under his coat, clutching the dagger from Shadar Logoth, Rand knew, and his eyes had a hard, hunted look under the scarf around his head. Bunt avoided looking at Matt as if he knew there was a weapon in that hidden hand.
"Don't mean nothing, I suppose. Look now, if you heard I was coming to Camelin, you were there long enough to hear the rest. Was I after a reward, I'd have made some excuse to go in the Goose and Crown, speak to Holdwen. Only I don't much like Holdwen, and I don't like that friend of his, not at all. Seems like he wants you two more than he wants anything else."
"I don't know what he wants," Rand said. "We've never seen him before." It might even be the truth. He could not tell one fade from another.
Uh-huh. Well, like I say, I don't know nothing, and I guess I don't want to. There's enough trouble round for everybody without I go looking for more."
Matt was slow in gathering his things,